The official radio station for the 33rd Annual Convention and Exposition of the Home Builders here in WFAA, Dallas-Fort Worth.
News, sports, and talk radio for the Metroplex. This is WFAA, Dallas-Fort Worth.
CBS News. The call for expelling Jimmy Carter from the American Legion is out of order, according to the organization's national commander. But he says that doesn't change the Legion's belief that the president erred in pardoning Vietnam War draft evaders. I'm Mike Stanley reporting on the CBS Radio Network. The call for lifting the president's American Legion membership card came from the State American Legion Convention in Hudson, Wisconsin. Delegates voted unanimously for a resolution calling on Mr. Carter's post number 2 in America's Georgia to oust him and further urged that he never be allowed membership in the Legion again. National Commander William Rogers says he was astounded by the action and told CBS News it was out of order. He explained expulsion action must be initiated by a member's own post, then is reviewed by state and national executive committees. But his repudiation of the Wisconsin Legion action, said Rogers, doesn't mean he's changing his assessment that the pardon is socially divisive.
The American Legion's position is, of course, unchanged. We believe that each case should be tried on an individual basis, whether it be evader or deserter. Mr. Carter said that he agreed that the deserter should be tried on a case-by-case basis. And we think his priorities are misplaced. We think that the priority should go to those millions who did serve their country.
One of the draft evaders, a Toronto high school teacher who hasn't returned to this country since 1969, Sunday saw what it was like to cross the border and walk once again on U.S. soil. Tony Rodriguez visited in Buffalo, and though enjoying being able to do so legally, expressed concern for those still unable to return.
I really hope that someday they'll be able to see that we had to do that against the war because it was a very bad war, and I certainly hope, too, that I'm only half of the issue. There's still all those deserters. People, I know that's a more serious thing, but I certainly hope that someday they'll be able to come back also with the same sense of relief.
Rodriguez went back to Toronto, saying it was nice to visit with his friends, but that he wanted to think about the whole experience. A White House spokesman says Agriculture Secretary Bob Bergland will go to Florida to survey freeze damage to citrus and vegetable crops and discuss the situation with state officials there. Governor Ruben Askew already has declared Florida's agricultural counties disaster areas, and an application for a federal declaration of disaster is expected when further detailing of the extent of damage has been compiled. Milder temperatures Sunday reduced pressure on gas and heating oil supplies in most sections of the country. Lingering sub-zero weather in parts of Ohio, however, impelled Governor James Rhodes Sunday night to declare a statewide natural gas emergency. The order broadens a statewide energy alert he declared in an executive order last week. Ohio's legislature will convene in special session Tuesday to see what it can do about the worst energy crisis in the state's history. Senator Henry Jackson, the Washington Democrat, says he believes Congress now is ready to come to grips with setting up an energy department that is able to operate effectively.
Our problem in the past have been vetoes, and I think we're over that one now, and I see are moving quite rapidly now to reorganize and set up a Department of Energy for the first time, in which we can get everything under one roof, and then hopefully an all-out effort on conservation. We waste energy right and left. I mean, the worst participant in all of it is the automobile. Detroit has to be told that thou shalt not turn out any more of these gas guzzlers.
Some 8,600 striking auto workers at General Motors' Saginaw Steering Gear Division ratified a new local contract and began returning to work Sunday night. GM officials had feared a lengthy strike in the 7-plant complex. Since it's the only facility making steering gears for GM cars, a protracted shutdown there would affect all of the company's other plants. One other GM plant, the one at Doraville, Texas, which turns out 1,000 cars a day, is shut down because of the gas shortage. Both GM and Chrysler are threatened with more strikes this week over local contract issues. In all, more than 100 United Auto Workers units have yet to agree on local issues in contract negotiations that began last summer. Now this.
I'm Ray Brady of CBS Radio's Today in Business. Every day, Monday through Friday, my reports on the business scene bring you headline news, background information, sometimes interviews with government, industry, or investment people. All sorts of items you'll find helpful in understanding national and international business and monetary affairs. For the latest in current activities and a look toward future trends, tune in Today in Business, Monday through Friday, here on the CBS Radio Network.
Looks great on you. We'll take in the waist a little bit.
This suit has no label.
Nobody cares about labels anymore.
Nonsense. Why, you wouldn't file a tax return without using a label.
A tax return label?
Sure, the peel-off label the Internal Revenue Service sends you with the tax package. It has my name, address, and Social Security number already on it. Saves time, helps speed my refund.
Why don't I just have this tax label sewn right inside your jacket?
You can't do that. I need my label to file my return. Now that you mention it, though, an embroidered replica would sure be nice.
The tailor won't believe this one.
A number of large companies reportedly have passed the word to the Carter administration that they have billions of dollars ready for capital spending if Mr. Carter's economic policies prove favorable to business. Newsweek magazine says the firms, including such biggies as DuPont and AT&T, are looking for more generous tax incentives to spur investment, congenial appointments to key regulatory posts, and even eased environmental and job safety rules. The large corporations, according to Newsweek, are holding off on spending the money allocated. Mike Stanley, CBS News.
The future of Dallas depends on you. New goals for Dallas are being formulated now. A series of neighborhood meetings to get your opinions on the new goals are being held. Attend one of these meetings and participate in the future of Dallas. How do you feel about questions facing us like the possibility of establishing a mechanism for qualified and representative people from the private sector to review the Dallas city budget, then report back to the citizens? Or the revitalization of the central business district and inner city neighborhoods to stimulate the economy? How do you feel about the establishment of a regional transportation authority to finance and operate major inner city systems? These are just three of the proposed goals for Dallas. There are many others, and perhaps you have some to suggest. You can really make a difference in the future of Dallas by attending one of the neighborhood meetings on the new goals for Dallas. All comments received will be used to revise the goals to reflect the views of the people who take part. Let your voice be heard. Call 741-1738 to sign up for a meeting in your area.
We're something brand new walking down your street. Why don't you walk along with us? We're News Talk Radio 57, WFAA, Dallas-Fort Worth.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. We live in a permissive era. No holds barred. All the taboos are swept away. Anything goes, and the sky is the limit. Do you sometimes yearn a little for an older day with a rigid code of living and an automatic acceptance of certain standards? The flag, the Marines, our country, right or wrong, and Mother with a capital M. Let's ponder that as we listen to this story.
I don't want it to be this way, Megan.
But that's how it must be. If it is to be, and why not Hank, if you want to take the risk?
What risk?
Oh, don't worry, my sober-sided Philadelphian. I won't blow any whistles on you. I'll be glad to be your handmaiden. But what will you be to me?
Your slave. Your willing slave.
Remember that. I may call you to account one day.
Our mystery drama, The Living Corpse, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Herd Hatfield. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
It is a magic moment. You are at your Buick dealers, about to drive home in your brand new Buick LeSabre. It's lean and trim, classic lines. It looks quite unlike any full-size Buick you can remember. You get in. A heady new car smell surrounds you. Your LeSabre feels the way it looks, tight. You turn the wheel a little, No wasted motion in this car. Big brushed metallic gauges look back at you. That V6 engine is doing great. You rub your hand on the seat. 6 people could be really comfortable in here. You swing into your driveway. Your wife, the kids, the dog, everyone but the parakeet descends in the car and gets in. Off you go to nowhere in particular. Life and your new LeSabre are great. Maybe the dog shouldn't sit on the seats.
Tale of what happened when last I walked these streets.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
Oh, what's the matter? May I help you, madam? I'm the man from the Better Business Bureau, helping consumers with their problems. Maybe you have one.
Maybe you can help me. I have so many bills. I don't know how to pay them. I'm afraid to answer the phone. What am I going to do?
Now, don't be afraid of the phone. Use it. Call the people who are dunning you. Perhaps you can work out a revised payment plan which will satisfy them and take the pressure off you.
Oh, thank you. Now, can you give me some money for a phone call?
And that's the way it was.
Philadelphia didn't just happen. It was planned. 2 main streets, Broad and Market, bisecting each other at the center of town. 4 squares in each quadrant, of which the only one we need pause to consider is Rittenhouse Square. To own a house on Rittenhouse Square was to be the creme de la creme of Philadelphia society, and so, by extension, of the world. The Peabody House has been there since the square was built, and the family has never lived anywhere else. Why should they? After all, where else is anywhere?
My name is Henry Gerard Flower Peabody. Most everyone says I was born middle-aged. Not to my face, of course. But I don't think I'm necessarily so stodgy. I'm a product of a very special society by birth and breeding, and naturally a certain decorum must be observed. But even though I was born in another century, I think I've kept up pretty well with the one in which I've lived 79 years of my life, in spite of my isolation ever since Mother died and the other. But before they locked me up and threw away the key, all those people would have been surprised to know that I wasn't at all what I seemed.
Yeah? What do you want?
May I ask to whom I'm speaking?
I'm Lieutenant Quinn, Chief of Homicide. Who the deuce are you?
A citizen of our fair city in pursuit of his duty. My name is Henry Gerard Flower Peabody V.
Good Lord, there are more of you.
The name travels in the family.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You don't mean the Henry Peabody. I mean the son of... Look, you mean your mother is Mrs. Peabody?
I should certainly hope so.
That lives on Rittenhouse Square, the philanthropist like that gave all them millions to the church and charities and all like that?
The same.
Well, sit right down, Mr. Peabody. Now, what can I do for you?
I don't believe I feel exactly like sitting. You see, I want to report a murder.
How about that? You seen one committed?
That's right.
You know the victim?
Of course.
And the name?
Megan.
Megan? That's all?
I don't know any other name. Just Megan.
Well, a man or a woman?
Don't be silly. A woman, of course. It means child of light.
What does?
Megan. It's short for Margaret in Welsh.
Oh, is that a fact? Any idea who the perpetrator was?
I am the murderer. But that was such a very long time ago. 45 years ago. And I'm starting with the end of my life. Perhaps I should start a little closer to the beginning. I was born in 1897 when William McKinley was in his first term, a Republican naturally. In 1901, when Mr. McKinley was assassinated and Teddy Roosevelt became president, I was 5 years old. And in 1915, when the Germans sank the Lusitania, I was 19, which made me old enough to be one of the first to sign up when America entered World War I 2 years later. Mother made quite a fuss.
I just can't believe it. How dare you, Henry?
It was my duty to my country.
But without consulting me first?
Mother, I am a man now.
There's no need for you to go over to those backward countries with their dreadful plumbing while there's a war on.
It's too late. I've already signed up and I'm of age.
Oh, don't be silly. Jack Pershing is an old acquaintance of your poor dead father's. All it will take is a word from me.
No, Mother.
What did you say?
No, Mama. I can't back out now. It isn't just me. It's my whole class.
Class is just the point. There's no need for...
I meant my college class. Look, I couldn't back out on Fizzy.
Lambert Fizdale has signed up too? I thought he was going to be a doctor.
Well, that can wait.
And what about your degree?
That can wait, too. Mama, there's no use arguing with me this time. I've made up my mind.
Ah, just the stubbornness, Henry IV, your dead father. Oh, it all comes from that man in the White House being a Princeton graduate. Wilson. Naturally, he got us into the war. He's a Democrat. Now it's up to us Republicans to get us out of it.
That's not fair.
Nevertheless, it is true, and it's the way I feel.
As you can see, Mother was quite formidable. But there wasn't any use in arguing with her. Usually it was easier to submit with good grace. But not this time. This time I was going to have my way. Mother always reminded me of the joke. You can always tell a Harvard man, but you can't tell him much. Well, a Philadelphia mainliner dowager is in the same boat. You see, 3 years of college, my Army service, and then back to college to graduate, taught me that what was inside me didn't exactly go with my staid, sober outsides. Funny now, Fizz was absolutely different, even though he planned to be a doctor.
Well, Henry, I'm certainly glad that's over.
What's over, Fizzy, old bean?
The war.
What war?
The one we've just... Henry, are you inebriated?
Not on your tin type, dear fearless Fizzy of the fighting Fusiliers. Anyway, if I were, I'd be drunk, not inebriated. You mean the war we never got to fight?
Well, that was hardly our fault.
Of course it wasn't. Do you know, I suppose I should be ashamed, but I'm not glad it's over, not one bit. I never expected to feel so free and emancipated, ever.
Now, that's a peculiar thing to say.
Why? Isn't it time I was? Don't you want to be?
Well, I don't consider myself enslaved.
All right. You finish your moxie and I'll down my beer and let's go over to Aunt Molly's together.
Aunt Molly's? Well, you must be off your rocker. Why, that...
A house of ill repute, eh? Now, that all depends on the point of view. I've never heard it anything but highly recommended, and I can vouch for that myself.
Obviously, you can't handle your liquor.
Oh, stop being such a stuffed shirt, Fizzy. You're going to be a doctor. You mustn't flinch at anything that has to do with the flesh. It's a new world, and a liberated one.
There's no need to be coarse. First of all, you are talking to an engaged man. Second, you're a Philadelphian and ought to know better. And last, you know that Aunt Molly's is off limits to enlisted men?
Well, you're right about the first and the last, but the second question is gravely open to doubt, or vice versa. You see, I now consider myself an American at large.
Henry Peabody, you know what I think?
What?
I think the sooner you get back to Rittenhouse Square and your dear mother, the better off you'll be.
Oh, dear Fizzy, I couldn't have agreed with you less. I'd had my taste of how the other half lived, and it lingered sweet and pungent in the mouth and in all the vitals. I'm afraid those first 2 years after the war, I was both an enigma and a terrifying, inexplicable burden to my mother. But I felt that my cutting of her apron strings was something we both had to face. Until that terrible day when her life began to come to an end. Darling, what is it? What's happened?
I don't know. I've been getting rather tired these days for some reason, and... Henry, help me up. Oh, this is most unseemly.
Mama, what is it?
I don't know. Oh, it's just like Dr. Parker Godwin to go and die on me. At my age, I'm much too old to start with another doctor.
Mama, I won't let you not have one. Tell you what, I'll call Fizzy. He can give you a look-see.
Lambert Fisdale? Oh, but he's only a boy, like you.
You may not have noticed, but boys tend to grow up. Fizzy just passed his exams. He's been at Pennsylvania for his internship. At least he could sort of talk things over with you.
Well, perhaps it would be, in a manner of speaking, keeping things in the family. Why don't we ask him to tea? Say tomorrow or the next day?
And Fizzy came to tea, very proper, in a pearl gray suit with a lavender tie and linen spats. Mother had what they have a name for nowadays, myasthenia gravis, terminal and progressively more and more limiting, needing almost constant nursing and supportive care, and most important of all, affection, cheer, and love to keep the spirits up and the feeling of despair down. I had found a kind of freedom, only to lose it for the next 10 years or so, and I have never regretted it. Because in a peculiar way, it's how I found the woman in my life. I suppose the only thing that kept me reasonably sane through those years, outside of the bottle, was Aunt Molly and her various demi-mondaines. I was on my way there across Rittenhouse Square that evening when all of a sudden...
I'm sorry. I haven't had much practice.
You mean in knocking people down? Here, let me help you up.
Oh, no. No, thank you. No. Oh, I meant in riding a bicycle.
Well, I should think not. Are you hurt?
Oh, no. I never get hurt. Oh, but you, sir, are you?
I don't think so, Miss...
My name is Megan.
Miss Megan?
No. Megan. Just Megan.
I was wounded to the heart, stricken with love at first sight. Oh, Megan, you're a taste in my mouth like spring strawberries, a smell like early hyacinths, a sound in my ears of my blood coursing through my veins. You were the beginning and the end, a symbol of life and death, yours and mine together. You were the best thing that ever happened to me, and the worst. I cannot think of you as evil, and yet you were born to destroy.
Megan, a strange and lovely name to taste on the tongue. Who was she? Where did she come from, suddenly? And how was she to affect the life of a man wrapped in a cocoon from which he ached to escape? I shall return shortly with Act 2.
55? Man, you gotta be kidding. My car won't run right at 55, and I get better mileage when I go faster. Come on, you're gonna have a better reason than that.
All right, in the first full year, the 55-mile-an-hour speed limit law was on the books. 9,154 fewer people died on the highways than in the last year at higher speeds.
9,154 people didn't die?
This station, the U.S. Department of Transportation, and the Advertising Council remind you to drive 55. It's a law we can live with.
I'm Himan Brown, producer-director of the Radio Mystery Theater. For 4 years now, we have been thrilling you with our haunting tales. Beginning Saturday, February 5th, we have something new for your children, your neighbors' children, and you. We'll take you into the realm of high adventure on a brand new series. Remember, adventure will be yours beginning Saturday, February 5th, on this station.
Hello, this is Julius Irving. When I'm on the court, I can't allow myself to be distracted by anything, because basketball is a game of total concentration. The work of the March of Dimes also involves total concentration. The March of Dimes is concentrating on how to solve the nation's #1 child health problem, birth defects. And that's something that should concern all of us who want a healthy future for our children. As the facts stand now, more than 250,000 babies are born each year in this country with birth defects. But there is hope. The March of Dimes is supporting research programs that may one day find the means to protect the unborn and the newborn from birth defects. Researchers have already found ways to prevent some birth defects. I believe that with our help, yours and mine, the battle can be won. So please help the March of Dimes efforts and ensure a healthy birthday for all babies. Be as generous as you can and give to the March of Dimes. Thank you.
It was Prospero the magician in Shakespeare's play The Tempest who said that we are such stuff as dreams are made on. But he also went on to add, and our little lives are ended with a sleep. For nearly 50 years, Henry G.F. Peabody V has lived a strange life that sleep has not rounded or death come to still. Where has he lived it, and how? That's his story, not mine.
All those years ago, and I have only to shut my eyes, and the memory of Megan is as bright and clear as it was that first moment I met her. Was she tall, short, blonde, or brunette, brown-eyed, or blue-eyed? I can't answer you. Not because I don't remember, but only because I seem to remember she was all, or any of those. She was woman. She was desire. And she was glowing with an inner light that seemed to me to be the answer to all life and love. Megan. It's a lovely name.
It's short for Margaret, and it's Welsh. And it means, if it has to mean something, the child of light. What's your name?
Peabody.
Peabody?
Well, Henry Peabody.
Henry. You know what that means, don't you?
No, I mean, well, what does it mean?
The ruler of an enclosure of private property.
It does?
It does. Does it fit you?
I suppose, in a way.
That's your picture of yourself?
Well, perhaps not what I want to be, what I am.
Henry. The name has other derivations. Teutonic. Hagen. You know what Hagen means?
No.
It means fierce warrior. Do you feel fierce, Henry?
I feel a little embarrassed.
I guess that isn't very fierce. If you don't feel fierce, what do you feel?
Hard to say. For the moment, I'm lost.
Then let me help you find yourself. Your real self. Let's go.
Where?
Anywhere. See what we can find together. Bring the bicycle.
Yes, of course. Where are we going?
Where the four winds blow us. Where were you going?
To
Aunt Molly's, the house across Walnut Street.
What do you know about that?
I know a lot I shouldn't know, and I wish I knew more than I've been allowed to.
Who are you? What's your whole name?
Megan. That's all. Enough. Take me as I am or not at all. No, I know. Let's go skinny dip in the fountain.
What?
You heard me. I'm going. Take off your clothes and join me.
I can't, Megan. I can't.
You can do anything you want if you're only fierce enough, Henry.
But it's insane. What would my mother or anyone say? A Peabody bathing nude in the fountain in Rittenhouse Square?
Try and shed your Philadelphia crust. Shuck it like a snakeskin and be who you are. Who you want to be. Want to be. Want to be.
Hello. Yes, this is Dr. Fisdale. Who? Henry Peabody, Indecent Exposure. Well, of course, I'll be right down, arrange to bail him out. Well, it's all arranged, Henry. You're free to come home. But what on earth possessed you to...
What happened to Megan?
Who?
Megan. The girl who was with me when I was arrested.
Henry, there was no one with you. You were all alone in your birthday suit, paddling in the fountain when you were arrested.
I was alone?
Is that all you're worried about? Have you seen the coverage in the bulletin?
Did Mother?
So far, I hope not. It's enough to send anyone into a decline. Now, my advice is to pay the fine, hush it up, and get back to the center track.
You mean the main line?
If they'll let you climb aboard. Henry, what possessed you?
A girl who summed up all I was missing in life. And maybe you, Fizzy.
Well, speak for yourself, Henry. I'm not in the process of going loony.
What does that mean, going loony?
I suggest you take a good, long, hard look at yourself and then ask me that question again. Now, let's get into old Lizzie, and I'll drive you home.
If you'd asked me then, I suppose I'd have thought of it as my bill of divorcement, a term that was current. Certainly from that moment on, I was cut off from, not exactly ostracized, but just avoided by most of my acquaintances. I didn't care, actually. I had the long tribulation of mother, and here I'm only speaking of the physical problem of caring for her. And I had this other life, half-life, dream existence, whatever it was with Megan.
Yes, Hank?
I wish you wouldn't call me that.
Oh, do you? Would you rather I said Henry Gerard Flower Peabody Fifth?
You know I don't like that either.
And I don't like it neither. That's why I call you...
Hank. All right. Hank it is. Only...
Only what?
Only these chance meetings in the park. It's not enough, Megan. There has to be more between us.
Why, Hank, are you making a proposal?
No, well, all I meant was, can't we meet somewhere else?
You should shun me, Henry.
Why?
Because I'm not safe. You don't know me or anything about me.
Megan, I want to take you home to meet my mother.
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think she could ever see me for dust.
Why not?
I have no family, no background. I'm not very safe at all. You want to take a girl home to meet Mother, take Prudence Holmes or Deborah Williams.
I don't want Prudence or any other girl. I want...
You want what? Me?
Yes.
Oh, Henry, ruler of the enclosure, be careful. I'm very dangerous. Who knows who I am? I might be Bronwyn, the love goddess, or from Glencook in the southwest county of Dufed. Should you look below my left arm for the blue half-moon mark of the witch, or maybe if you listen too close, you might find me one of the 3 birds of Rhiannon.
The what?
Did you ever hear tell of them? Their song was so sweet that they could sing the dead to life, or put the living into the sleep of death. Don't I worry you, Henry? Don't I frighten you?
No. You only make me love you more. I want to be with you. Live my life with you.
Are you sure? It wouldn't be easy. I have no conscience, you know.
Is that why you left me alone with the bicycle and not a stitch of clothing wading in that pool?
Oh, poor Henry V. What did you say when the policeman caught you? Once more into the breach?
I'd rather have said once more into the breeches. But that's past and done. We've seen each other enough since then. Megan, there has to be a way I can spend time with you.
How then?
I've taken a little apartment on Chatham Street. Could we meet there? Or better still...
would I move in and be there for you to come to?
I don't want it to be this way, but
But that's how it must be, if it is to be. Well, why not, Hank? If you want to take the risk.
Risk? What risk?
Oh, don't worry, my sober-sided Philadelphian. I won't blow any whistles on you. I'll be glad to be your handmaiden. But what will you be to me?
Your slave, Megan. Your willing slave.
Remember that. I may call you to account one day.
It was only 3 flights up. Philadelphia's old red brick houses don't run to many stories. And we had the top floor. Megan and I. Oh, it wasn't what you might think. Just a place to be alone. To grow drunk on the fragrance of her. To live a dream richer and more satisfying and soothing than any distillation of poppy seed or that bitter derivative of the cocoa plant, cocaine. A shield against the world that battered me every day.
Henry? Henry?
Yes, Mother.
Where do you keep disappearing to? You're never about when I want you.
I'm sorry.
Far be it from me to complain, although I am dying by inches. I don't expect you to be at my beck and call every instance, of course, but these long absences, where do you go? What do you do?
I have to get out of the house now and again, Mother.
Well, naturally, of course. But you always seem to pick the moments I feel my worst. One of these days, during one of these unexplained absences, I'll slip away. And you'll never forgive yourself, I hope, for not being here to brush back the angel of death. If I at least knew where to reach you.
Well, sometimes I'm just taking a walk. Or having lunch with someone like Fizzy.
Don't mention Lambert Fisdale's name in this house. He's the one who made a chronic invalid out of me.
Mama, he only diagnosed your problem. He didn't give it to you. You mustn't think you're dying.
I have no intention of doing so.
That's the spirit. You'll outlive us all.
Well, I don't know about that. But I do plan to live out my 70. And that gives me a long time to go.
I felt sick to my stomach at the thoughts that raced through my head. She probably would. And it was an eternally long time. And I was trapped. Hopelessly trapped. I carried a splitting headache with me to Chatham Street, and it was a long time alone with my darling, my head on her lap, her hand gently stroking my brow, before I felt the tension beginning to ease.
Feeling better, Hank?
Yes.
Oh, you've got to do something about it, you know.
Something about what?
Mama, if you want to have me, or anyone like me...
What are you talking about?
You know, there's no use taking me home to meet her.
She wouldn't understand about you.
And if Mama doesn't understand, you can't run away, can you?
She has the money. I have no job. I don't know what kind I could get, but whatever it was, it would be a long time before
We've been all over this before ad nauseum, Hank. You know as well as I do. There's only one way to make Mama loose the purse strings.
How?
For her to die.
But myasthenia gravis, there's no definite prognosis. There are constant remissions and the progress is slow. There's no telling when that will happen.
Oh, yes, there is.
What do you mean?
Well, if she won't die by herself, you'll just have to arrange it for her, Hank.
And as poor Henry stares at her calm, untroubled face in horror, aware of all the sensual promise of his beloved, drawn irresistibly to her with desire, I think we should leave him to digest her shocking suggestion until I return shortly with Act 3.
It's Athletes versus MS, multiple sclerosis. This is Frank Gifford with the word on the fight against MS. Athletes from every sport are banding together to do everything they can to help stop the great crippler of young adults. MS strikes in the prime years, usually between the ages of 20 and 40. The best years in the life of an athlete, in the life of anyone. When fathers are trying to carve out a career, young mothers are trying to raise a family. Well, the sports world is fighting back against MS. People like Brooks Robinson, Tom Seaver, and Eddie Arcaro.
Right, this is Eddie Arcaro. Before now, the only team I've been part of is me and my horse, which isn't bad when you're riding such greats as Citation and Whirlaway. But I've joined the Athletes versus MS team because I know what this great crippler can do to a strong, healthy body. There may not be a cure for MS as yet, but there is hope through research. So join us. Support the work of your local chapter of the National Multiple Sclerosis Society. Thanks very much.
Do you realize you're slowly becoming part of the fastest growing minority in this country?
What?
Would you mind standing up for a minute?
Hey, where are you going with my rocker?
Are you willing to take old age sitting down?
Sitting?
You are going to be old someday, and you're going to have to face the same problems older people face today.
What is this, some kind of joke?
If you think it's funny now, wait a few years.
I don't understand.
The older you get, the fewer opportunities you'll have. You might even be deprived of your ability to make your own decisions.
What can I do about it?
Change your attitudes about aging. Try and imagine what you'll want to do, what you'll want to contribute.
Oh, all right, but you didn't have to take my rocking chair to prove your point, did you?
You have to get off your rocker and stand up. Stand up, or be prepared to sit back and rock your life away.
Ah, I see what you mean.
This message has been brought to you as a public service by this station, the Advertising Council, and the National Council on the Aging.
Thank you.
Murder? Is that what the ethereal Megan is suggesting? Is she perhaps, after all, as she herself hinted, a descendant in the second decade of the 20th century of some ancient line of Welsh witches? Or is she just a Welsh girl from West Philadelphia on a predatory quest for a rich man? Or for that matter, any girl who just is trying to create an air of mystery to gain what? Wealth? Social position? Power?
Even today, across that gap of nearly half a century, the stinging shock that jolted me as I faced Megan and her amazing suggestion still sears and burns.
Why not? She's going to die.
But in her own good time.
What's good about it? It could take years, and we're not growing any younger, either of us.
Stop it. Stop it. Don't say anything.
Oh, sooner or later, you're going to have to face it and make your decision.
No, Megan.
Yes, and it will have to be sooner, Hank. Sooner than soonest. I told you. I can't wait for life to come to me. It's slipping past too fast. I have to go out and grab it. Gobble it up while I can still digest it. Catch it before it passes me by.
I won't listen to you anymore. I'm not going to stay.
No, you can't run away from me, Hank. I have you in my spell. You can't get away.
I can and I will.
The faster you run, the closer I'll be on your heels. You can't get away. Never, never until she's dead.
I fled as if I were pursued by the hound of heaven. I was smothering, suffocating, my stomach churning, her laughter ringing in my ears. And then I was out into the front door, stumbling blindly into the street, the door closing behind me, careless of my usual precautions, before leaving that secret clandestine rendezvous and running full tilt into Fizzy before I could stop myself.
Good Lord, man. Why don't you look where you're going? For heaven's sake, Henry Peabody. Where have you been hiding yourself lately?
Sorry, Fizzy, accident. I didn't see where I was going. Can't stop.
You look as if you'd seen a ghost. Whatever it is, you're in shock, Henry. We've got to get you at least sitting down for a moment. Now, come on now. Lean on me. I'm taking charge for the moment. Now, go ahead. Finish that brandy.
I'm not sure I...
Do as you're told. You just sit back and let me loosen your tie. There. Let me see. No fever. But your pulse is racing as if you'd had an electric shock. What on earth happened to you?
Something I can't talk to you about.
Well, what are you doing in this part of town anyway?
Please, don't question me.
Now, don't tell me, Henry, you have a mistress stashed away in a little love nest.
I'm not going to tell you anything. I can't, Fizzy. I wouldn't dare.
But it's all in confidence.
I wish I could ask for help, but I can't. There's no way.
I'm speaking first as a doctor.
I don't need a doctor.
Well, then, as a friend.
Or a friend.
And I'm telling you, you do. I don't know what's happening to you, Henry, but you're a nervous wreck. Someone has to help you.
No. No one can do that but myself. No one.
Oh, where is that boy? Henry!
Right here, Mama.
Oh, yes. But where have you been all afternoon? I've had everyone hunting high and low for you, and no one could find a trace.
I was with Fizzy. We had something to talk over.
About me?
No, Mother.
You're sure?
Well, why, dear?
Because just about an hour ago, not so long after you left me, I had the strangest and most terrible attack. I saw everything double. And my hands and my arms and my eyes and my mouth were so tired, I couldn't hold them up. I couldn't swallow. I felt exactly as if someone was trying to choke me to death. I kept calling for you, Henry, and calling to help me, to save me.
I'm sorry, Mama, but I'm here now.
Yes, dear. You're here. And I feel so much safer. Oh, Henry, my darling, don't leave me alone again.
I'll try not to.
I don't want to die alone. And something tells me I will if you're not close by. Now, put another pillow behind my head, dear. Help me sit up a little. I still feel a little choked. Difficult to breathe. Henry? What are you doing? Just standing holding the pillow like that. Put it behind my back.
I did as I was told, automatically. What was racing through my mind was the answer I might have made to Mother's question. What had I been going to do with that pillow? I mean, what might I have done with it? Hammering at the back of my brain was Othello's line just before he smothered Desdemona. Put out the light, and then put out the light. Appalled by the seed that Megan had sown in my head, even more appalled by the thoughts that had sprouted from it. For almost 2 weeks, I scarcely left the house, conscience-stricken and ashamed. I tended my mother hand and foot, resolutely trying to strike Megan out of my mind. But it was no good. Eventually, I found my way back to her.
Come in, Hank. I've been expecting you.
I couldn't stay away.
I thought you couldn't. How's Mama?
What? Oh, she's fine. She seems better.
I'm sorry to hear it.
Megan, you don't mean that.
But of course I do. She's the only thing that stands between us and the life we want, isn't she?
I can't believe you would dare say such things so openly. Take that back, or I won't be back.
I can't. But you'll be back, Hank. You'll be back.
I swore I wouldn't. But the pull was too strong. Besides, there was something about the way she looked. Within a week, I was back.
Come in, Hank. What happened to your key?
I forgot it at home. I can't stay long.
Oh? How's Mama?
I don't want to talk about her.
What do you want to talk about?
You. I thought the last time I was here that you didn't look well.
In what way?
I thought maybe you weren't getting enough to eat.
That isn't what you thought. You thought I looked older. And you were right. You see? Crow's feet coming around my eyes. Deep wrinkles by my mouth. Soon the flesh will begin to sag, the hair to turn dull. I told you. I had a fury about living. I have to take life in gulps and savor it in great bunches because I haven't time. It's passing me by. Only one way you can save me.
How?
I told you. Get rid of her.
Again I fled, and the battle raged inside me, tearing me apart. Mother was in a remission herself again, difficult, cantankerous, demanding at her most stifling. That last one evening was the climax.
What's the matter, Henry? You seem so fidgety.
I don't know, Mama. It seems stifling to me. I need a breath of fresh air.
Oh, well, if it were hard to breathe for anyone, it would be me, with my condition. Now, just settle down. Plump up my pillows, dear, and then you can read to me.
I'll be glad to later, but first, you've really got to excuse me.
Oh, don't go off and leave me tonight, dearest.
But you said you were feeling so well.
I am. But I'm afraid of being alone. And also,
Also what?
I don't know. I have the eeriest feeling tonight, as if there was someone else in the room. A cold, strange presence. Oh, now, give me the pillow, dear.
I've just got to get away.
From your own mother? Oh, don't be silly. I'll never let my boy go. Now give me the pillow.
I blacked out. I just don't remember anything. Until suddenly I was with Megan, and her voice came to me as though drifting out of a fog.
Kill her. Kill her, or we have nothing.
I can't. I could kill you for even suggesting it.
I'm rooted too deep inside you. You'd have to tear me out, rout me out, dig me out like a dandelion root. You'd have to kill me to get rid of me. And you wouldn't dare. You haven't the courage.
I warn you, don't drive me too far.
The problem is I haven't driven you far enough. I waited too long. And now you see me as ugly. I am ugly. Hideous. If you're ever going to do it, it had better be now while you still have the chance.
This is the apartment where you killed her?
Yes.
You say you smothered her with a pillow?
That's right.
Where is she?
In there. The bedroom.
All right, stay with him, Sergeant. I'll go have a look-see.
What is going on here, Mr. Gerard?
Oh, Mrs. Clark. Nothing. Nothing to bother you.
I don't know about that. I do not like the police in my building. What has happened?
You can ask the sergeant here. Better still, here comes Lieutenant Quinn. He can tell you.
Excuse me, Lieutenant. I am Mrs. Clark, the landlady. I want to know what is going on.
Well, now that makes two of us, Mrs. Clark. From what I can find out so far, nothing.
Didn't you find Megan?
There's no one in that other room, either dead or alive, Mr. Peabody.
Peabody? He said his name was Gerard.
Oh, now you wonder, Mrs. Clark, if I could have a word with you first.
He took her aside, but not so far that I couldn't overhear what they were saying, even if it made no sense.
And you're absolutely sure?
Mr. Lieutenant, I'm a widow woman, and I keep a close eye on all my tenants. I don't have enough problems without them. I thought he was a writer, because he came here alone all the time. I can tell you one thing for sure, Lieutenant. There wasn't no woman living there, let alone visiting. I don't stand for none of that nonsense in my house.
Where have you been, Henry?
Does it matter?
I think it does. Your mother.
What about Mama?
Why, she's dead, Henry. The maid called me. She was dead when I got here.
How?
Respiratory failure.
You mean she just stopped breathing?
Well, it's not uncommon in her condition. I just wouldn't have expected it so suddenly. I don't know what you're trying to suggest, Lieutenant. Smothered? Why? Well, I can only tell you what my report will be, and I'm quite sure an autopsy wouldn't change it. Cause of death? Acute myasthenia gravis resulting in respiratory failure. About the other, as a doctor, there never was any woman named Megan. She was a phantom, a figment of my poor friend's disordered brain.
So long ago, nearly 50 years. Fizzy is gone, the lieutenant, Megan, Mama. Only I live on. For what? Oh, I'm happy enough here. I'm not nearly so mad and disjoined as they like to think me. And thank heaven there's enough money. Why do I stay? I'll tell you why. First, because I'll never admit there was no Megan. A man has to have at least one woman to love and cherish and remember in his life. And second, damn if they only knew. I believe I killed someone, smothered her with a pillow till she could breathe no more. If it wasn't Megan, then it could only have been my mother. That's a real horror for which I deserve to be punished.
To quote from Henry Peabody's favorite poem, The Hound of Heaven, my mangled youth lies dead beneath the heap. My days have crackled and gone up in smoke. And when at last the hound caught up, he said, thou dravest love from thee, who dravest me. I'll be back shortly.
Come along, you people, give your land its due. The more you see of America, the better it'll look to you.
Need I live in history, in each friendly state. You will find it's the people who make this nation great. From Plymouth Rock, where it all began, the redwood trees even older than the nation that's reborn each year. Hear America singing loud and clear. Come along, you people, here's the land that's free. See more of America when there's so much more to see.
From the United States Travel Service.
The mores of any society are a pendulum that swings from side to side under the pressure of events and the changing whim of human nature. If we are permissive today, we were equally repressive yesterday, or will be tomorrow. Why does the human spirit always act and react so violently? Somewhere in the middle would be the best, wouldn't you say? But the pendulum never stops there. Our cast included Herb Hatfield, Patricia Elliott, Ian Martin, and Joan Shea. The entire production was under the direction of Himan Brown.
4! Oh, not in the water again. Well, the other guys are going to think I'm worried about my tax audit, but I'm not. I'm just a lousy golfer. An audit is very straightforward. It's just a check to see if I owe them or they owe me. I keep good records, so there shouldn't be any problem. If I don't agree with the auditor, well, I have the right to appeal through the IRS and the courts. And I'll just reach into the water for my ball. Oh! Hey! Help!
And now, a preview of our next tale.
So, you admit there was an argument?
It wasn't an argument, exactly.
What was it? Nothing. Why were you mad at her?
I wasn't mad at her. Me and Louisa never argue. She wanted me to give up football. She wanted me to give up football, which is why I wound up being cut from the team.
That's it. You didn't want to give up football. She wanted it.
She was right.
That's why you crashed a car.
Will you put me back on the team?
What's your name?
You know my name. It's Chappie.
Once and for all, and for the last time, what's your name?
The Chopper.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. It is said of certain walls that they have ears. Is it then illogical to assume that other walls may have eyes? Indeed, it is said of certain houses, oh, if this old place could only speak, what tales it could tell. Is it possible for a word that was spoken, a sight that was seen, a deed that was committed, to leave an echo, an aura, a lingering trace? Well, that's why some houses are supposed to be haunted, no?
I had every intention of killing you.
I can't believe it. Just because I got the better of you on a business deal.
I came here this morning to kill you. Look, here's the gun.
What made you change your mind?
I saw her.
Who?
Your wife. Your loving wife. And I laughed.
Why?
Because it's clear to me I don't have to kill you. She will.
Our mystery drama, The Heel of Achilles, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Arnold Moss and Earl Hammond. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Campbell's Soup is most pleased to present 3 new soups with a true taste of the Orient. New Campbell's Wonton. New Oriental Chicken. New Beef Teriyaki. 3 delicious new Oriental-style soups we would be most honored if you would try. And now, the famous Campbell's jingle.
We always eat better when you remember the soup.
Saturday on CBS television.
Oh, Riker.
He's unconventional.
You're so...
direct.
Get comfortable, clown.
You're so...
clever.
I've read so much about you. Did you do that without moving your lips?
An outcast cop now working secretly for the district attorney.
You're so...
compassionate.
I'll just be right here for you if you need me.
Riker.
You're so good.
Saturday at 10, 9 Central and Mountain on CBS television.
May I help you?
Yeah, I want to see a juvenile.
A what?
Well, this is Risk Merchandise Center, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you're having a juvenile sale through Saturday, March 14th?
Yeah.
Well, I want to see a juvenile.
We're having a juvenile furniture sale.
Huh?
You know, baby furniture.
Baby furniture? Sure. You mean like little tiny beds and stuff?
Why, sure. 40 different cribs by Bassett, Childcraft, Lullaby, and Hedstrom. Matching dressers, chests, mirrors, and headboards.
Really?
Sure. And coordinated bedding by Red Calliope and Nojo.
Oh, boy.
Not only that, but during the juvenile furniture sale at Risk, we have strollers by Hedstrom, Welsh, Scroley, and others. All top-quality items and the prices Risk is famous for.
Hey, you got any itsy-bitsy cucumbers?
No.
How about some little tiny chickens?
No.
Turkeys?
I see one.
Right.
Don't miss the juvenile furniture sale now through Saturday, March 14th at Risk Merchandise Centers, US 30 at Colorado, 1 mile east of I-65 in Maryville at 37th and Grant in Glen Park.
Mr. Roland Palfrey is 60 years old. He wishes he were younger. He has $40 million. He wishes he were richer. People envy him his wealth, his position, his power. And there are those who envy him his wife, the breathtakingly beautiful Marion, who is scarcely half his age. There are the cynical who say that she married him for his money. But who really knows about these things? And the truth of the matter is, love of money often outlasts love of love, if you know what I mean. At any rate, since this is a story of a businessman, let us get down to business.
Why not stay on, Martin?
What for?
Well, the company name will still be Martin Machinery.
The name. It's all that's left.
Same salary, plus a bonus?
No. No, thank you.
You're too young to retire.
Maybe. But I'm too old a dog to learn new tricks, especially your tricks. My great-great-grandfather started this business in a blacksmith shop.
Yes, I know. He's the one who shoed George Washington's horse.
And people knew they could depend on the Martin name.
Is that a fact? If they cared so much, why didn't they buy your product?
Well, I suppose quality has become too expensive. People simply can't afford it anymore. Well, whatever it is, I'm out of it.
Too bad. You'd have made an excellent figurehead.
Figurehead? Like they used to have on the sailing ships of my great-great-grandfather's whaling fleet.
You're sure they were all whale ships? Weren't some of them also slave ships?
Darling, I thought Oh, I didn't know you were busy.
That's all right, dear. This gentleman was just leaving. Marion, this is Mr. Edward Martin. Edward, my wife, Marion.
How do you do?
Well, Edward, I don't know if there's anything more we can say to each other at this point.
Oh, but there must be. There is. I had absolutely no business barging in here in the middle of a business day.
Darling, I can assure you, and so can Mr. Martin, that our meeting is over. Isn't that true, Edward?
Certainly.
Oh, darling, you're an adorable fibber. And Mr. Martin is a perfect gentleman. But I was in the neighborhood, and I just wanted to throw you a kiss from the doorway. And now I'm off to lunch with Jenny Satterfield. Goodbye, Mr. Martin. Mm-hmm. It was wonderful meeting you.
So, that's the beautiful Mrs. Palfrey. Well, I've seen her pictures in the papers. They hardly do her justice.
Well, what does that mean?
Nothing. Oh, nothing at all.
Well, why are you laughing?
Well, why do people laugh?
Well, I would assume because there's something funny.
Or tragic. Sometimes it's hard to tell which is which.
But why are you laughing?
This could be both.
Now, look here, Martin.
It's all over, Roland. You now own a majority of the voting stock of Martin Machinery. Put it in a candy jar with the rest of the goodies.
Martin, I insist that you tell me what was so funny.
I haven't the faintest idea of what you're talking about.
Ready?
Serve. Oh, no, darling, it was out.
Oh, that means you win the set. Come on, give me a chance to get even.
Now?
Well, now's the time while we're warmed up.
All right.
Oh, darling, you really don't want to play.
Oh, nonsense.
You're tired. We're going to relax for a bit, have a tall, cool, refreshing drink. We shouldn't overdo it.
Look, Marion, I'm not tired.
Well, perhaps not, but I am. Now, let's just go into the clubhouse and sit for a bit.
Darling.
Yes, Roland?
That gentleman I introduced you to the other day.
Mr. Martin?
Oh, you remember his name?
Oh, well, he's very handsome. Of course, he's not as handsome as you are, but then who is?
Had you met him somewhere before?
No, I don't think so. Why do you ask?
Well, I get the feeling that he knew you.
Oh, I'm sure I don't know him.
Or that he knew something about you.
Oh, well, darling, my life is an open book.
Yes, well,
Well, what?
It's probably nothing.
Probably nothing? I'd feel better if it were definitely nothing.
And I'm positive it is.
So, let's forget it.
It's forgotten. Hey, Martin!
What? Why, it's Roland Palfrey.
Hop in, I'll give you a lift.
Hey, this is absolutely unbelievable. Well, this fabulously wealthy Roland Palfrey driving his own car?
Well, it's a fabulously expensive car.
You've actually been lying here in ambush.
It does look that way, doesn't it?
Well, where are we going?
For a ride?
You have nothing better to do?
Martin, tell me, why did you laugh last week when my wife left the room?
Why?
I have a right to know.
Right?
Well, obviously it concerns me.
Well, I don't know. Why should I tell you? Well, on the other hand,
Why shouldn't I tell you?
Now, look, Martin.
Martin Machinery was very precious to me for reasons that you could never understand. To you, it's just another little company. To me, it was my whole world.
It isn't my fault that you couldn't keep it. You could have stayed on.
I wanted to kill you.
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
I'm exactly what you call me. A sentimental fool. I ask myself, how do you fight him? He takes away your customers. He cuts off your sources of raw materials. He makes it impossible for you to get credit. He isn't human. He always considers every contingency.
Thank you, Martin.
And then I saw her.
Who?
Your wife. And I laughed.
Why?
Because I said to myself, I don't have to kill you. She will.
What are you talking about?
You are not invulnerable. And you're not invincible. You're like he was.
Like who was?
Achilles. The greatest of all the ancient warriors.
Now, what does he have to do with...
Like him, you have a heel. A vulnerable place.
Can we have a sensible discussion?
You never made a mistake in your life until you married her.
What are you insinuating?
What made you think a woman of her vibrant beauty, or her glowing sensuality, could be satisfied by you at 60?
She loves me.
Oh, she loves you? Well, poor Roland. Your vanity is going to destroy you. Where the best business brains, the toughest antitrust lawyers, the sharpest operators failed, your own vanity will succeed. There's 30 years difference between you. She's going to betray you. She'll have to. She's too much for you. Or you're not enough for her. And the betrayal will turn you into a laughingstock. And that will kill you.
And that's why you laughed when you saw her?
I'm off the hook, Roland. She'll take care of it for me.
I'm afraid I hit it a little too fast.
Oh, no, darling. A beautiful shot. Straight down the middle of the fairway.
Uh-huh. Not bad for an old duffer? Hmm?
No, I don't mind you calling yourself a duffer, but you're not old.
Dearest, I am 60.
Well, you don't look a day over 40.
Oh, now, come on.
All right, 45, but that's absolutely my final appraisal. I just can't think of you as old. You're so handsome and so youthful.
You do love me, don't you?
I just can't kiss you right out here on the golf course, can I? Think of your image.
Let's move out before we hold up play.
Angel?
Yes, dear?
I saw this perfectly lovely old house out in Gulliver County.
And you want to buy it?
Well, it's a Victorian mansion.
Then you go right ahead. I'll have someone in legal handle the details for you.
Well, there is a problem. The real estate agent doesn't want to sell it.
I don't understand. Well, isn't that why he's in business?
Well, I don't mean he doesn't want to sell it exactly. I would say he's trying to discourage me from buying it.
Why? Why?
Well, he says it's a haunted house.
Oh, there's no such thing.
Oh, but he insists.
Darling, do you want this house?
Oh, I'd just adore it. It would be such fun to fix up.
Then why don't I handle this thing myself? Mr. Stuyvesant, I'm Roland Palfrey.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please, have a chair. I'm so glad you could come.
Let's get down to cases. Now, what's this nonsense you've been feeding my wife?
Nonsense, sir?
Yeah, she's interested in, it's called the Pepperell place.
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, what's your angle?
Well, I have none, sir.
Well, you obviously don't want to sell it. Why? You're breaking faith with the owner. If it becomes known, you can be held liable.
Well, I happen to be an ethical person, sir. I believe in telling a prospective buyer the truth about the property.
The truth?
Yeah.
What truth?
The place is haunted.
There is no such thing, sir, as a haunted house.
No one here for miles around will spend a night in that house.
I can't believe what you're saying.
Elvira Pepperell was the wealthiest woman in Gulliver County. Now, she built this house in 1870. Nobody knew how she made her money. There were all kinds of rumors. Well, she murdered her husband. Why? We don't know. Probably because he was cheating on her. And then she killed herself. They say her ghost won't have anyone in the house. She just drives them out.
What kind of rubbish is this?
No one has lived in that house since she died about 50 years ago. The bank's been trying to get rid of it, and there's no takers.
I just can't believe it.
But you have to respect the facts. There's the house. It's been kept up. There are 300 good acres, and there's the price. It should fetch at least twice as much. Easy.
But there is no such thing as a haunted house.
Well, you tell that to the folks who wanted to spend the night there. The last 3 who tried it, one of them was dead the next morning. One of them looked like he aged 30 years, and he couldn't say a word. The other one doesn't stop talking. But it's all gibberish, and he's still in the asylum.
There has to be a rational explanation.
There is. The place is haunted.
I still say that that's impossible.
Well, sir, if you're so sure, why don't you spend the night there?
You must admit he walked into that one. And yet, inevitably, that's where he had to be going. Because when you get into a situation like this that has to do with the supernatural, the only way to lay it to rest is to use the scientific method. But that's the story of Act 2, shortly.
Easy does it. Just relax. Lean back. Watch TV. Open up that magic box and look at what's inside. Nothing gets you into it like TV Guide.
TV Guide previews your pleasure, tells you more about what's on, what's going on with TV. This week and every week, get more out of television by TV Guide.
Nothing gets you into it like TV Guide.
What do doctors recommend to avoid constipation? These days, doctors stress the importance of fiber in the diet. Food fiber that helps the system regulate itself naturally. Metamucil is the laxative made from natural fiber. No chemical stimulants. So for occasional constipation, doctors recommend Metamucil more often than any other laxative. The way to overcome constipation is the natural way. But if not nature, Metamucil. Read label and follow directions.
Now you can see more of America for less with Delta Airlines Unlimited Mileage Fare. It's easy and uncomplicated. You fly to as many Delta cities in America as you want, and to Bermuda and San Juan. Takes 7 to 21 days, all for an unbelievable $567 per person when 2 people travel together, or $777 when you travel alone. There's a special low fare for children, too. Unlimited mileage at an unbelievable fare. Don't leave a stone unturned or a place untraveled. Delta's unlimited mileage fare is an unusual opportunity for an unforgettable experience. Get the details on advance reservations and limited seating from your travel agent or Delta. Now, Delta is ready when you are. With an unbelievable, unforgettable, unlimited mileage fare for as little as $567. That's unreal.
In the final analysis, the last words in any argument are usually, put your money where your mouth is. And so it is with us. Here we have a man of fantastic common sense who suddenly finds himself confronted by an impossible premise. And yet, he can only respond by putting up or shutting up.
Why don't I spend the night in the Pepperell Mansion? Well, what would that prove?
Everything.
Look, Mr. Stuyvesant, I'm a busy man. I only came here to straighten this thing out for my wife.
Well, have you?
Certainly. I'll tell her it's nonsense.
And what makes you think she'll believe you?
Mr. Stuyvesant, are you serious?
But, darling, there's evidence.
Evidence would consist of facts to prove the existence of a ghost or ghosts.
Well, what about those 3 people? And they're just the latest in a long line.
My dearest, one never has trouble finding witnesses to support a superstition. I'll just tell Summerfield to have someone in legal arrange for the purchase.
No, Roland.
No?
I changed my mind.
But you said you adored the house.
Well, that was yesterday.
Well, why?
I just told you. I simply changed my mind. I can't help it if I'm flighty.
Well, yes, but...
I suppose when you're older, you take everything so seriously.
Oh? I see.
What? What is it, darling?
No, nothing.
Oh, no. It's something. I know my Rolly.
Do you actually think I'm an old man?
Oh, whatever gave you that idea? Why, you're the most vigorous man I know.
Yeah, I know, but you just said that when you're older, you take everything so seriously.
What, did I say older? Oh, what's the matter with me? I meant when you become more mature.
Uh-huh. You want that house, don't you?
No, I don't care anymore.
Well, then tell me why.
Because, Rolly, it's creating tension, friction, a feeling of uneasiness between us. And all because of my childish superstitions.
I never said you had childish superstitions.
But in many ways you treat me like a child. I realize there's this rather large difference in age, but you're the one who always manages to find some pretext to bring it up.
Pretext?
I'm always waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Darling, Well, you see, I sometimes find it difficult to believe my good fortune.
Why?
I was afraid of no one or nothing in this whole world, and then I met you.
Well, you're afraid of me?
Yes. Because I love you. You have me at your mercy.
Oh, now, darling.
And I am twice your age.
Oh, there are men half your age who aren't half the man you are.
I want you to have that house.
I said I changed my mind. Now, let's forget it.
Are you sure?
I'm quite reconciled.
Well, that's what you should not have said. Reconciled. No, I'm buying it.
Rolly, I won't live in a place that's haunted.
But suppose I can prove that that's all nonsense.
Well, how could you prove it?
I'll spend the night there. That's supposed to be the test.
I won't allow it.
It's time we all realized we're living in the latter half of the 20th century. Stuyvesant, you say the place is fit for habitation.
Yes, the plumbing, wiring, roof, all kept in tip-top shape. She's clean as a whistle, sound as a tick, and dry as a bone. Now, Susie Wainwright will have a cheery blaze going for you in the library fireplace, and the master bedroom will be all made up.
Susie Wainwright?
Yes, she's the housekeeper over at the Gulliver Inn. She picks up some extra money from the bank, taking care of the Pepperell place.
Susie Wainwright, huh? Miss Wainwright?
Yep, that's me, all right.
I'm Mr. Palfrey.
Oh, sure. Old Baldy Stuyvesant said you'd be around. What can I do for you?
I want to talk to you about the Pepperell Mansion. Why are you staring at me?
Well, you're my first real millionaire. Oh, I mean, we've had some people with money come up here, but no one in your class.
All right, then. About the Pepperell Mansion.
You're married to this absolutely gorgeous young lady, too. I wish I could get myself a handsome young fella. But I guess rich folks are the only ones who can afford it.
Miss Wainwright, just tell me about the Pepperell Mansion, please.
Are you going to spend the night there?
Yes.
Don't.
Why not?
It's haunted. I'll only go there in the daytime, and I won't go alone. I'll take one of the girls with me. We clean up and get out.
Why do you insist that it's haunted?
Because you can feel it.
Feel what?
It. And don't ask me what it is either.
I have to ask you.
Well, it's a kind of tightness in your chest. And your heart begins to beat faster.
Are you sure that it isn't just your imagination?
Oh, Mr. Palfrey, I took my pulse. It was 3 times normal. Asked Tim Cooley, the plumber, and Bob Freehan, the electrician, what they go through when they have to go in there for repairs. Well, they only do it because the bank lets them charge an arm and a leg. Baldy told you about the last 3 who spent the night there.
I still think there's got to be a rational explanation.
Oh, sure. So do I.
Oh, then you don't believe in ghosts.
Oh, I believe in ghosts, all right.
Well, how can you say rational and ghosts?
These are your own ghosts. You see, I noticed something. From time to time, kids break in. Mostly little kids. And you know, they don't seem to suffer any bad effects. Now, why do you think that is?
You're telling this.
Because they're still too young to have ghosts.
I don't understand.
Is it so hard to figure out? Everybody gets to develop some ghosts as he or she goes through life. And the older you get, the bigger they are.
Just what do you mean by ghosts?
A ghost is whatever it is that doesn't let you sleep.
Yeah, but what does this all have to do with the Pepperell Mansion?
Okay. In the ordinary way, you learn to live with your ghosts. How to handle them.
You still haven't told me how this ties in with
something in that place. Something that unleashes those ghosts inside of you.
What?
Oh, I wish I knew. But what's the difference? You shouldn't stay there.
Why not? Ghosts are ghosts, no matter whose they may be. And the fact is, I don't believe in them in the first place.
Oh, a man like you, as rich as you got plenty of ghosts. Maybe you won't admit it, but you're chock full of them.
In any event, I intend to stay there this evening.
Well, sir, we're here.
Thank you, Mr. Stuyvesant.
Are you sure I can't talk you out of it?
Positive.
In that case, here's the key. Now, Susie Wainwright left just before dark. Everything is ready for you. You can see the lights are on.
And there's a telephone, of course.
Oh, yes. And please, Mr. Palfrey, don't hesitate to use it in case of...
in case of what?
Anything.
In case of anything, I have a .32 caliber pistol. Good night, Mr. Stuyvesant.
Good night, sir.
From the telephone, even in a haunted house. Hello?
Darling, are you all right?
Of course, Marion.
Oh, if anything happens to you...
No, nothing's going to happen.
I'll never forgive myself.
Darling, please listen carefully. I have to do this to prove a point. I'm always fighting against superstition, short-sightedness, don't you understand? I simply couldn't pass up a challenge like this.
Oh, you're so wonderful, so wise, so mature. I love you.
And I love you, Marion. And nothing else matters. And now, my dearest, good night.
Good night, darling.
Seems to be a perfectly comfortable house. Oh, no, really. Hello?
Mr. Palfrey, this is Susie Wainwright over at the inn. I see you're there.
Obviously.
Well, I made up the couch for you in the library. The fire's going.
Thank you.
On the table, you got an automatic percolator. It's filled with coffee.
Thank you again.
The kind without caffeine, so you can sleep. And there's a tray of sandwiches.
Very kind of you, Miss Wainwright.
The bank wants you to buy the house, so they picked up the tab. But do you want to listen to me?
Well?
Are you wearing your coat?
No, why?
If I was you, I'd put it on right now and run. Not walk. Run to the nearest exit.
Well, once again, Miss Wainwright, thank you.
Well, don't say I didn't warn you. Good night. And happy dreams.
Good night, Miss Wainwright. Oh. Coffee and a sandwich. And then I think I'll turn in early. At this hour. Hello? 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 Must have been a wrong number. It's midnight. All right. Just as wrong number. Chiming of the clock. Nothing to start getting excited about. Let's just get back to sleep. What was that? Oh, just beginning to rain. Nothing more. What's that? Who's that? Who are you? Who are you?
There's going to be an answer to that question, but we'll get it in Act 3. Is there actually somebody there? A ghost? Is it another human being? Is there another possibility? You can review all these options during our brief intermission.
When it's time to paint your home, you need all the help you can get. So True Value Hardware stores offer all the help you need. True Test painting accessories. Hi, Pat Summerall to suggest you get the True Test 8-piece pad painting kit for just $3.99 to paint ceilings, walls, and trim with less drips and spatters. Or choose from their exclusive line of True Test Oriole brushes with long-lasting polyester bristles, available in sizes for walls and trim. They're sold exclusively by participating True Value Hardware stores and home centers.
Time to feed the baby.
Oh, baby sounds funny.
That was Baby Ben.
I thought our baby's name was Ollie.
Baby Ben's our alarm clock, honey. It never forgets to get us up.
We could forget to plug it in.
Baby Ben doesn't need electricity, dear. Doesn't even need batteries. It's key wound.
Gee, no batteries? No formula? Oh, turn that off.
That was Baby Ollie.
Who wound him up?
Baby Ben or Big Ben never forgets to get you up. It's time for a West Clocks by Tally Industries.
Trading in commodity futures is among the fastest growing areas of investment. At Heinold Commodities, we've kept pace. We're specialists. Our primary business at Heinold is commodities, and that should be important to you. Because a company that specializes in commodities, a company whose success depends upon its performance in that field, has to go the extra mile for you. And at Heinold Commodities, we do. We've grown into one of the largest clearing members on every principal commodity exchange in the nation. We've built one of the largest research staffs in the business. And with more than 100 branch offices across the country, there's one close to you. So when you place a portion of your assets in commodity futures trading, select the firm that has led the growth in the futures industry, Heinold Commodities. Give us a call. We're the professionals in futures.
There's a Heinold office in Chicago, Clarendon Hills, and DeKalb. This is WBBM Chicago.
broad daylight in open, airy places that are filled with people, it is logical to insist that there is no such thing as a ghost. But when one is all alone in the house at midnight, and it has a reputation for being haunted, one is necessarily, shall we say, in a more vulnerable position. There has never been a more practical, common-sense, down-to-earth person than Roland Palfrey. But he has never been in this kind of situation before.
Who are you?
What are you doing in my house?
Who are you?
Must you keep asking that tiresome question?
Who are you?
Obviously, I'm Elvira Pepperell.
Well, you can't be Elvira Pepperell.
Why not?
Because she died in 1870.
That is true.
That's more than 100 years ago.
Is it? Oh, once you're dead, you lose track of years.
I just can't believe it.
You lose track of all those things you thought were important when you were alive.
This is a trick. You can't be alive.
That was never the issue. I am dead.
You can't be dead and standing there talking to me at the same time.
It isn't being done at the same time.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Of course you can't, because you're alive.
What do you want?
Leave this place.
Why?
Before it destroys you. It destroyed me.
How?
It released my ghosts.
Now, what does that mean?
You know. She told you.
Who?
Susie Wainwright.
Well, what does she know?
She's a genius.
She's just a housekeeper.
Because she was born at the wrong time, in the wrong place. No one ever discovered her. There are millions like her, and their wisdom will never be made known to the world.
I don't believe that.
Get out of here.
Why?
She told you why. There is something in this house that unleashes the ghosts within you. The ghosts that must remain mute and buried if you would ever know an hour's rest and a moment's peace. Leave. Your ghost will destroy you.
I have no ghost.
Listen.
Like Achilles, you have a heel.
Who's that?
You know who it is.
Vanity. Your vanity is going to destroy you.
Where is he? Martin, where are you?
Your vanity, Roland.
Come out, Martin. Come out wherever you are.
He's already out, Roland. He's been hiding inside you. He's one of your ghosts.
You never made a mistake in your life. And then you married her.
It's your ghost speaking, Roland Palfrey. Your ghost. Leave here quickly. What are you waiting for?
I can't.
Why not?
Because what will they all think?
Who does it matter?
I said there was no such thing as a haunted house, and I said that I would prove it by spending the night here. How can I just get up and leave? How? I'd be admitting that I believe in ghosts, and they drove me out.
So you believe in ghosts?
Yeah, but suppose the newspapers pick it up. What will my board of directors think? The banks will I have to get credit. The stockholders, I have to stay the night.
Your sanity won't survive the night.
Oh, yes, it will. I'll fight them. I'll fight those ghosts, all of them.
There's only one. It's true, you plundered, you destroyed, you betrayed. But you have no conscience. You have only one fear. And you know what that is. Marion's fidelity. That's your ghost.
No.
For years, you never had time for a woman's love. Then you saw Marion, and the voice of reason within you said, what did it say?
Well, it said, don't kid yourself. She's too young for you. There are rules. The old for the old, and the young for the young.
Ah, but you were a man who lived by breaking the rules. And so you felt you could break this one, too.
Yeah, but she loves me.
She loves you. Poor Roland.
Tell him to be quiet.
You tell him to be quiet. He's your ghost.
What made you think a woman of her vibrant beauty, her glowing sensuality, could be satisfied by you at 60?
Oh, is that so? Well, listen to what she says about that.
Oh, dearest, there are men half your age who aren't half the man you are.
That's what she says. But how does she treat you?
Darling, let's play another set.
Now?
Maybe you're tired. We better relax for a bit. We shouldn't overdo it.
Can't you see? She's too much for you. Or maybe you're not enough for her.
No, that isn't true.
She's going to betray you, Roland.
Oh, no.
She'll have to. You see how all the good-looking young fellas give her the eye? You think she's not aware of it? She's only human. Telling me you're only human, Marion.
I'm only human, Roland.
Yeah, but you love me, Marion. You keep telling me you love me.
Because she's trying to convince herself. She's fighting it, Roland.
I'm trying, Rolly. I'm trying. But there are times when I miss a strong, young...
Don't say any more. No more.
I don't want to wither and die. I want fun. You're too old for me.
Marion, darling, I can give you love.
I want more.
Get out of here. All of you. Get out or I'll kill you.
You can't destroy ghosts with a gun, Mr. Palfrey.
I'll destroy all of you. I will.
Hello, darling. I'm sorry I'm late this morning, but the traffic was absolutely fierce. Did you enjoy breakfast? What would you like to do today? Oh, you don't have to tell me if you want it to be a secret. Do you want to have secrets from me, darling? Do you?
No. No, Marion, I think I'd like to dig in the garden.
Do you want to plant some flowers?
Could I plant vegetables?
Of course, dear. Oh, I didn't tell you. You have a new doctor, a lady. Her name is Dr. Pleskow, and she's very good.
I would like to plant tomatoes.
She's been going through the whole case history, all the records. As a matter of fact, she should be here now.
And I'd also like to plant melons.
All right.
You suppose they could grow here?
Well, we could ask the gardener.
Mrs. Palfrey?
Oh, how do you do, Dr. Pleskow? Rolly, dear, this is your doctor.
Hello, Mr. Palfrey.
Rolly?
Hello, Doctor.
Oh, we have every hope that Dr. Pleskow will be able to...
We mustn't make promises, Mrs. Palfrey. We can only do our best.
Oh, yes, I understand,
Do you
Doctor.
suppose I could start my vegetable garden now?
Doctor?
Of course.
The gardener said I could use that patch just beyond the trees. I'll see you in a little bit.
Well, Doctor?
From what I can see, he received a terribly traumatic blow to his psyche.
Oh, I understand.
I've spoken with everyone who had seen him that day, Mr. Stuyvesant, Miss Wainwright. Each of them has an interesting theory.
The house is supposed to be haunted. Do you believe it, Doctor?
I neither believe it nor disbelieve it. But there is an aspect of this case.
Yes?
I don't know. There's an element here that bothers me.
Oh, what?
It eludes me. I feel that it's the key to the entire puzzle.
Well, hello.
Why, it's Mr. Martin.
Oh, I see you remember me.
Of course.
You know, I'd heard old Palfrey had taken sick. I happen to have a summer place nearby, and since I was passing through, I thought I'd say hello.
Well, I'm sure Rolly will be happy to see you.
Well, where is the old boy?
Well, he should.
He has to have his lunch. Why don't you come back in an hour or so?
Oh, do you have an hour, Mr. Martin?
Oh, of course.
Well, then you can take me to lunch. The visitors' cafeteria here has food that is quite edible.
I'd be delighted.
Will you excuse us, Doctor?
Certainly. Mr. Palfrey?
Yes? Oh, you're the new doctor. I don't need a doctor.
You don't?
I'm very happy. This is a very beautiful place.
Would you take me to lunch?
If you want me to.
We'll eat in the patient's dining room. But we have a few minutes. Let's sit and chat first.
About what?
You. Mr. Palfrey, you wanted to prove a point, so you agreed to spend a night in a haunted house.
Is that what I did?
You don't remember any of it? Well, something happened to you that night.
I don't know what you're talking about, Doctor.
I realize, but I have to say it. And after a while, it may get through to you. Your imagination may have created a nightmare experience where you actually thought there was a ghostly adventure. But I believe something else happened. Do you know what?
No.
It fell into place just a few minutes ago when I saw a man named Martin. Do you remember Mr. Martin?
No.
It seemed to me from the way they said hello that Mr. Martin and your wife are old friends.
Marion has lots of friends.
So I have just evolved a theory. You must listen.
Yes?
I'm your doctor. I'm going to get through to you sooner or later. I'm convinced that your wife and Mr. Martin are having an affair. All you have to do is to look at them.
An affair?
I realize you can't comprehend it now. They've staged this whole business. They got Mr. Stuyvesant and this Miss Wainwright to create this tale about a haunted house in order to get you inside. I don't know what they did or how they handled it from that point on, but whatever it was, it worked. They could have drugged you. Did you have anything to eat or drink in the house that night? Well, did you?
Did I what?
Have anything to eat or drink in the house?
What house?
The Pepperell house. The haunted house.
I don't remember.
You will. I promise you, you will. We'll keep working and working. Do you remember Mr. Martin?
Martin. Why is that name so familiar?
You do remember. In what connection?
Well, his family had ships.
Ships?
Uh-huh. Slave ships. Or were they whaling ships? Oh, I know. It had something to do with shoes for George Washington's horse. Was George Washington's horse named Vanity?
I don't think so.
Vanity. Now, why does that word keep coming back to me?
Is it the way it begins? The long road back to normalcy? Does the blotted out past reveal itself in a series of almost subliminal strobe-like flashes which gradually lengthen into a great flare that lights up the entire landscape of our memory? Will he be able to come back all the way? That's another story, and one is all you get at a time. I'll be back shortly.
Welcome to Meet the Media. Thank you very much. Today I am interviewing radio.
Hello.
Television.
Take a look at this.
Oh, newspaper.
I've been around the longest. Yeah, but you can't change channels on a newspaper. Well, you can't put a TV in the bottom of a birdcage.
Interesting debate. Radio.
Mm-hmm.
How's your listenership?
It's up 66% since 1967.
Newspaper?
Yes.
How's your circulation?
It's,
Right.
But I'm happy to say our advertising rates have gone up.
Radio?
Because the cost of radio advertising has not increased as much as the other major media, it's a better deal.
And what about the cost of television?
Film at 11.
Radio wins that round.
Mm-hmm.
What about creativity?
Well, there are four of us sitting in a room pretending to be a radio, a television, a newspaper, and a human being.
That's amusing.
Just an example of radio's creativity.
Radio. Red hot. Because it works. For the advertiser trying to fight the rising costs of TV and print. The Radio Advertising Bureau can send you more facts. This station can send you more customers.
Denture wearers agree.
Snug cushions hold loose dentures so comfortably tight, I feel confident again.
Soft adhesive Snug brand denture cushions ease sore gums from loose-fitting plates. No messy fixing like powders or pastes. Snug is easy to shape and fit, won't wash off. Get temporary relief from loose-fitting dentures until you see a dentist with Snug. Now in the new 4-cushion economy package. Snug, another fine product from Mentholatum.
Never thought I'd get hemorrhoids. Just what I need now that I drive a cab.
Here, try what I use. Preparation H.
You too?
Anybody can get hemorrhoids, especially people who sit a lot. But Preparation H often gives me fast, temporary relief from occasional pain and itch.
Sounds great.
Even helps shrink swelling of tissues caused by inflammation.
I'll try it.
Tips good this week?
Yours is the best.
Preparation H relieves pain and itch, even helps shrink swelling. Use only as directed.
The name of our story is The Heel of Achilles. It's from Greek mythology. When the mighty warrior Achilles was born, his mother was told to immerse him in a certain stream. Every part of his body that was touched by the water would be safe against penetration by sword, spear, or arrow. His mother held him by the heels. Unfortunately, they were not covered by the magic water, and when he was struck in the heel by an arrow, that was the wound that killed him. We go into detail here because each of us has his own psychological Achilles heel. All of us might do well to be aware of it. Our cast included Arnold Moss, Joyce Gordon, Earl Hammond, and Joan Shea. The entire production was under the direction of Himan Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Now WOR invites you to listen to The Mystery Theater.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. There are fevers for which medicine has no cure. The fevers that are self-inflicted, drug abuse, alcohol, and perhaps the most totally engulfing of all, the rage to gamble. Gambling, the most insidious of all compulsions, because the weight of figures and odds cannot fail to provide a justification for the gambler, suggesting that he is unaffected by emotional stress, operating on sheer scientific principles. Our mystery drama, Hit Me Again, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Paul Hecht. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
It is a magic moment. You are at your Buick dealer's, about to drive home in your brand new Buick LeSabre. It's lean and trim, classic lines. As Buick you can remember. You get in. A heady new car smell surrounds you. Your LeSabre feels the way it looks, tight. You turn the wheel a little. No wasted motion in this car. Big brushed metallic gauges look back at you. That V6 engine is doing great. You rub your hand on the seat. 6 people could be really comfortable in here. You swing into your driveway. Your wife, the kids, the dog, everyone but the parakeet descends in the car and gets in. Off you go to nowhere in particular. Life and your new LeSabre are great. Maybe the dog shouldn't sit on the seats.
I'm E.G. Marshall, host of Mystery Theater. It's Christmas time, and you are Santa Claus, the spirit of Christmas. And with your generosity, the reality of Christmas will be brought to thousands of needy children in the WOR listening area. Your contribution means gifts of toys and clothing for each of them under Christmas trees in hundreds of hospitals and institutions. You light up those little faces on Christmas morning because you have taken the time now to send your check to the WOR Children's Christmas Fund. The nicest thing about your contribution is that 100% of it, the entire amount, is used to buy gifts for the children. Send your check today to the WOR Children's Christmas Fund, Box 710, Times Square Station, New York, 10036. Thank you. To outward view, no one could be more happily establishment than Jeremy Dykeman. A nice button-down bridge-playing commuter from Westchester, financial consultant in a brokerage firm, already tabbed to go all the way to the top, an expensive split-level ranch house in the suburbs, and a honey-colored wife. The epitome of the American dream, except that for one reason or another, there are no children yet, till the evening this story begins.
Hi, darling. I have the martinis already.
Great. You don't know it, Virginia. You're going to need them more than me.
What are you looking so grouchy about?
Oh, hi, darling. Let's not push it, huh?
Far be it from me. Shall I pour?
Maybe you'd better hold up till I hit you with the news.
What news?
On second thought, let's have the drink first.
Don't you want to change your clothes?
Nope.
You usually do.
Tonight's different. I've already made my change.
Into what?
Into something rich and strange. A sea change, as Mr. Shakespeare had it. Oh, I'll take that drink you offered.
You certainly are a little weird, husband mine.
Here's to the future, when we might own the world. To us, to the stars, and to the time we can smile down on the Rockefellers and all the oil boys in Texas. You're not drinking, Ginny?
It's kind of spoiled for me since I don't know what we're drinking to.
Well, first off, to my freedom.
What do you mean, freedom?
I quit the firm today. I'm on my own.
Jerry.
You see, there it is. Criticism, fear, antagonism.
I didn't mean anything. It's just... Why would you quit?
Because I was drowning. I couldn't breathe. And most of all, because I finally saw if the object was just making money, well, there had to be a better way. A surer way. At least a more exciting way.
How?
Well, it would start with just one little pack of cards. Like this.
You must be crazy. How could you, a mathematician, a computer expert, even think that in games of chance there's...
But that's just the point. I am also an expert on games of chance now that a friend has pointed the way.
What friend?
A man I know. You don't. That's unimportant. What is a principle that he taught me.
And the principle?
Card counting. Well, not just the simple matter of remembering what cards are in and out of the deck, but the mathematical odds on the hidden ones. With a little practice, I can now go to a town like Las Vegas and know that I'll win.
I don't think I can believe what I'm hearing. You should know that the odds are all with the house.
Of course, I could quote you chapter and verse. One-armed bandits, between 10 and 20%. Craps, dice, even averaging all the way. You still run behind the house by 1%. Keno, you buck a 25% edge. Mad. Roulette, play it in Europe. You still stand to lose, but at less than half what we do in this country. But blackjack, 21. That's something else again.
What are the odds there?
Never mind what they are in actuarial figures. The point is that the odds can be tipped.
In the bettor's favor?
There is no reason to do worse than 50-50.
And if you really watch what you're doing and learn to play your luck, you can draw down from the house.
And you quit your job because that's what you expect to do?
Oh, I quit my job for so many reasons. I guess you'll be the only one to regret it.
Well, that isn't fair, Jerry. I'll be with you.
Oh, will you? Are you ready to give up the house or all your friends?
What do you mean?
Look, if I play cards, Jenny, I have to go where the play is. Vegas, the islands, Europe, Macau. I mean, it's a gypsy life, but it's not all that bad.
But what do we do with the house?
Well, sell it. Rent it. Who cares? We have no children, no ties.
You mean you'd just wander and gamble?
Yeah.
I know what's at the bottom of all this.
What?
I never gave you a child.
Or I never gave you one.
Is that why you're doing this?
I'm not doing it. It's already done. Now, where do we go from here?
Damn it, Jeremy, it just doesn't make any sense. I mean, it just doesn't program.
I'm sorry, KG. I can't really explain it myself, except... Well, it's a challenge.
You insist on resigning?
I want to take a whirl at this idea of mine.
It doesn't make sense, you know.
I'll never know until I prove it out.
How long is that going to take?
As long as it has to.
Now, what does that mean?
I just want to break out of the cage. Take a flyer at something I believe might work.
You have a contract with us, and I'm damned if I'll let you go. Too valuable a man to waste chasing a rainbow. I'll give you a leave of absence. No strings. Long as you want, within reason.
What would you say was within reason, KG?
Well, you're the nut. What would you say?
Nothing. No time is with reason. The whole point in a gamble is that there are no deals. Nothing held back. It's all right out on the table.
Not even a hedge bet on the side?
No, KG. Because no matter how I tried to forget it, if I knew I wasn't laying my neck on the line every time, somehow it would fudge up the whole deal. It's got to be all or nothing.
Okay, Jerry, you want it that way. Remember, you said it. If it doesn't prove out, don't you come crawling to me. You've had it.
It's all so senseless, Jerry.
I won't defend it.
But you're going through with it.
Yeah, something I got to do.
But I don't.
Well, that's up to you.
If I walked out, you wouldn't even try to stop me?
I wouldn't have any right.
Darling, would you see Frank first? Just talk it over with him.
It wouldn't do any good.
What do you mean?
Well, I guess you could say a closet gambler.
What does that mean?
I've been gambling for years without you ever knowing. Horses, football games, the numbers, dice, cards. Maybe it's just a reaction to what I've always done for a living. Always dealing with about as close to predictable results as possible. God, what am I talking about? I sound like I really needed Frank when actually he's the last person in the world I need. A psychiatrist.
Virginia, he's perfectly right.
Jerry is?
About not needing a psychiatrist.
Well, that's a terrible thing to say.
I'm trying to be honest. There are certain areas where, at least I feel, psychiatry doesn't work. Alcoholism, drugs, and gambling. In many ways, gambling is the worst compulsion of all because there is a kind of arguable rationale for it. You can get rich quick. And that's what our society seems to be all about.
Well, you're not much help, Frank.
I don't really know how to be, Virginia. First off, anyway, Jerry'd have to come to me by himself.
You know he'll never do that.
Yeah. So, that brings me to something else. He isn't my patient. But what about you?
Well, we're friends, for heaven's sake. Do you think I need a psychiatrist?
It could have been the real reason you're here.
Oh, don't be silly.
I'll try not to be. You're walking the ragged edge. You're going to have to fall one side or the other. Either way, I think you'll need help.
What do you mean, either way?
We don't have to cut corners, Virginia. Either you go with him or you walk out on him. One way
The only thing I can offer you is something to stave off hypertension at the least. The other...
What about the other?
Well, you are the girl I loved and lost.
You'd still be interested in damaged goods.
I only see the goods. The damage could be repaired if you break away.
Is that what you'd advise me to do?
You'll have to make that decision.
I guess I've already made it, Frank. Now that I found out that Jerry has had a mistress for all these years, I'm not about to settle for second best. Let him get married to Dame Fortune, and I wish both him and the lady luck.
Six of hearts.
Hit me again.
4 clubs.
Stay.
Cards, ma'am. Big king. That puts you over. What about you, sir? Gentleman stands pat. Lady draws a 9, busted. Dealer shows 17 and must stand. Pay 18.
Pay me.
All right, Slammer, what is it?
We got another counter.
Yeah, sure.
I was dealing, but you can check it out with the pit boss and the cameras. He's a counter, all right.
How's he doing?
Treading water. He could get better.
So, a few wins is good PR. If he don't get too much better.
That's what we said about the last guy.
He was taken care of.
Well, what about the new talent?
We'll watch him. Figure what it's worth. If we have to turn it over, it's no skin off our noses. We don't have to fit him for the concrete butts and dump him in the lake. The troops handle that. So what else is new?
Nothing. The sucker's still rolling.
Yeah, and since you brought it up, let's just keep remembering what puts us where we are. Anybody takes a real shot at throwing a monkey wrench in the works ain't gonna be around to even have the chance.
Jeremy Dykman has rejected his predictable world to enter a world of chance. And whatever his system, whatever his dreams, he already seems well on the way to being the classic gambler, a loser. His job, his wife, and even now his life seem to have been thrown away because of his compulsion. No, let's say a better word is obsession. And the first dictionary definition for that word is an act of the devil, impelling a person to action from without. I shall return shortly with Act 2.
When you say but, you've said a lot of things nobody else can say. When you say but, you've gone as far as you can go to get the very best. When you say but, you've said the word that means you like to do it all. When you say but, you say you care enough to only want the king of beers. There is no other one. There's only something left. Because the king of beers is beating all the rest. When you say Budweiser, you've said it all.
Anheuser-Busch, headquarters, St. Louis, Missouri. This message is rated M for men only. The subject is Christmas. It's coming up fast. And if you still haven't decided on a gift for that special lady in your life, well, this Christmas, why not give her the gift she deserves, the gift she really wants, the gift of fabulous fur. When you select a superb quality fur coat or other fur fashion at the famous Flemington Fur Company in Flemington, New Jersey, you can be sure you're getting the gift that's perfect in every way. The quality is assuredly the finest. The selection is so vast that you're certain to find the fur that's right for her, and the prices at Flemington Fur always guarantee value, so that you know that you're getting the finest furs available at the lowest possible price. Yes, when you give her the everlasting loveliness of a fine Flemington fur for Christmas, you can be sure you'll be making her the happiest gal in town. Some men this Christmas give her the gift she wants most. A fabulous fur from the Flemington Fur Company in Flemington, New Jersey. Open Sunday and every day until 6.
Ah, Madame Rochasse, je vous adore. Ah, Madame Rochasse, pour moi, vous êtes toutes les femmes.
In France, romance is a national passion. So is Madame Rochasse. Because there's never been a more romantic fragrance or a more beautiful interpretation of what it means to be a woman. Madame Rochasse, perfume and eau de cologne.
Ah, Madame Rochasse, vous êtes l'essence même de mon amour.
The fragrance is so extraordinary, so unlike anything you've ever experienced. You'll understand why there's never been a more beautiful interpretation of what it means to be a woman. Madame Rochasse, perfume and eau de cologne. But why wait for him to make a gift of it? Discover Madame Rochasse for yourself.
One of the sensual things in store for you, Parfum Rochasse, available at Bloomingdale's in all fashion branches.
When I left you, we were concerned with the definition of obsession. But what of another definition for possession? It is an active and a passive state. Active in the sense that one takes over something or someone. Passive in that you are the one taken over. As, wouldn't you agree, Jeremy Dykman has been?
Hello?
Hi. It's Jerry.
Jerry, where are you?
Same old stand. How you, Jen?
Don't call me that.
Sorry.
Has too many overtones I don't like.
Okay. Virginia.
That has some overtones I don't care for either. I'll settle for Ginny.
Okay, Ginny. How are you?
I survive. What's more to the point? How are you?
The same.
You don't sound as if it's good.
It isn't.
Are you out of money?
Just about.
Oh.
But not out of hope and belief.
Oh. Why did you call?
Oh, just to touch base and...
That's good, because
And to ask you one thing.
What's that?
I don't know about lawyers, but our agreement is pretty well drawn up, isn't it?
Yes.
And part of it was we could split the joint account.
Yes.
Well, I don't mean to make it anything difficult, but could I draw on that $1,000 or $2,000 right now? I kind of need it.
That's all right with me, Jerry, but...
But what?
Don't throw it away. Jerry, please, don't throw everything away.
But why make it tough? Do I get it or not?
Wouldn't you rather have me?
Oh, for heaven's sake. How do I answer that?
It doesn't seem so difficult. It's just a yes or a no.
Ah, forget it. I'll raise the dough somewhere else.
Jerry? Jerry? Oh, no. Oh, Lord, why? Why?
Your fault. I tell you, sir. You stand pat. Yes, ma'am. Queen, you're busted. You, sir?
Hit me.
Yes, sir. 3 of spades.
Hit me again.
5 of diamonds. 8 showing. Stand.
You have a king up?
That's what shows.
Hit me again. 5 of clubs. I showed 21.
9 in a hole. Pay 20 or over.
Pay me.
That's your bet.
Hello, Jerry.
Jenny, what are you doing here?
What am I doing anywhere you're not?
Hey, you just brought me good luck. I cleaned up.
You mean it hasn't been going so well?
I just started to turn. No, don't leave. Don't leave. Just stick around.
Make your bets, please.
I'm not for blood this time. I'll let it all ride.
You make your own bets, mister. Everyone in?
Yep.
Cards. And a 7 to the dealer. Second cards.
Jenny? Jenny?
Oh,
Jenny.
Jerry.
Come on, honey. Come on. Let's get you under the covers into bed.
Oh, what time is it?
It's 4:30.
And I came up to the room just after 12. Did you miss me?
Sure, Jenny. Only, well, I figured you were tired. I wanted to get to bed.
I was tired. tired of that silly game. Same old thing over and over again.
Not tonight. Not the same thing one bit. Look, I think I've got it all put together.
All what put together?
The system, the counting, the way to beat the house. Look. Oh, read 'em and weep. 3,500 gilt-edged American dollars that I parlayed at the 21 table out of my last 300.
You won.
Oh, you better believe it, baby. From here on in, we've got it made.
Got what made?
Us, life, the big stake. Oh, darling, you don't know what luck you brought me and how I'm going to need you now.
How will you need me?
I have got the whole system now. It proves out. It works. It's infallible. I know it. Even if they switch to more than one deck, even as many as 4, the constants are set. It's just adjustment. What I have to do is study, and practice and study. And you can help.
How?
Look, here's a pack of cards. Brand new. Now, I'll shuffle. Clear off the table there, huh?
Jerry, there's something I want to say first.
Now, look, in a moment, honey, I just want to show you how it works. And no tricks, just me and my mind against the house. Clear the table. Okay. Now, deal.
Jerry, I don't know anything about blackjack.
You know how to handle cards, you play bridge, gin. Hey, take the cards. I will say 4 hands and the dealer. I'll be number 1 hand, 3 dummies, and you're the dealer.
Jerry, please listen to me.
Deal me a card. All right. 3 more face down to the dummy players. And now yourself 1 face up. Fine. Now, deal all 5 of us another card face down. Now, the object is...
to get as near 21 in your card count without going over, because that's a bust.
But to score more than the dealer's count to win.
Oh, Jerry, honestly, I couldn't care less
Listen. Just let me show the beauty part here. Now, I've got a 10 and a 3, so I ask for a hit. Deal. 5 of diamonds. I stand on that, but that's +1 card in my system. Next guy, hit him. Deuce, hit him again. A 10, that busts him. But the 10 is a -1 card, so they cancel out. Hit the next guy. 6. He stands, but that's another +1, though, because it's a 6. Now try the last one. Deuce, hit him again. 4. He stands, but that's 2 more pluses. That's +4.
But who wins?
In this case, you had to stand on 17 as the dealer, so I win. But that's not important. It's only 1 hand. What counts is, if the plus score stays high, I bet more units. Higher wagers.
Why?
Because the longer the plus score stays high, the more chance there is to draw down a face card or a 10, because more and more of them are left in the deck. And the thing is, to keep it all computed in the head. And that's why you can be so valuable.
Me?
You can deal for me, set me up in game conditions, allow me to concentrate on the count. Oh, honey, you don't know what a lifesaver you are, turning up just at this moment. You are just what I need. We've got it made.
Oh, if only you knew we have.
Sure. Tonight, I really proved it. I can play the house at the worst 50-50 on my system, and most times I can tip the odds my way. What more do you want?
What we had, Jerry. Just what we had. No pie in the sky, and not this sickness that's got you.
What's wrong?
I wanted to tell you something. Now doesn't seem the time.
Where are you going?
Away from you.
To another guy?
No. Maybe. Maybe there's one who wants me.
Frank Dexter, I'll bet.
Yes.
You could be better off. Maybe he can give you a child. I haven't figured a system on that one yet. Okay, go.
Oh, Jerry, you can't say that. You've got to give me a chance to change your mind.
No, I'm seeing this through to the bitter end.
And there isn't any point in my sticking around. You don't even want to listen. You'd never guess, would you, that I was sitting up in this plastic room praying that you would lose your shirt. Because I knew if you won, I'd lose. Goodbye, Jerry. I hope Lady Luck can give you more than I seem to be able to.
And you didn't tell him, Virginia?
No, Frank. I couldn't.
Why not? I mean, it's his right to know.
It wouldn't have made any difference to him. Nothing would. He's in love with another woman who possesses him, body and soul.
There's another woman as well?
No. Just the same old spellbinder, Lady Luck, Dame Fortune, the Queen of Spades, whatever you want to call her.
But if you had told him your news, perhaps that
Do
might...
you honestly think it might, Frank? You were the one who first diagnosed Jerry's sickness. Gambling fever, chronic, prognosis negative, no cure. Oh, and you were right.
I still say he has the right to know he's going to have a child.
Who says he is? I don't have to bring a child in the world to be hurt as his father could hurt him. That's another gamble I'm afraid I may not be able to take.
+2, -1, -2, even, +3. Yeah, in a minute. When do you split 9s?
When dealer shows no 7s, but anything from 2 to 9.
What? You understand? You see it now, Ginny.
Not Jenny.
Who are you?
The woman you really love.
I love Ginny.
Your little queen of hearts. Don't worry, Jerry. Look at her closely in the pack. So like, and yet so unlike. I'll make you forget her light beauty for my dark one.
Who are you?
Your Lady Luck. Just call me the Queen of Spades.
Oh, it's the phone. Yeah, what is it? Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. I did leave a call. I don't know. Thank you. Oh, give me room service, will you?
Come.
Tally sheet, Ace.
Oh, yeah, put it down, Slim. I'll check it out in a moment. Good night.
Could be worse. The counter took us for a bundle.
How much?
About 12 grand.
Yeah, it's a nice run sum, huh? That's 4 times in the last week he stings us.
Yeah. Do we move in on him?
We might just have to.
Waste him?
I'm going to think about that, Slammer. I'm going to do a lot of thinking about that.
Well, Jeremy Dykeman may have found a formula for winning at the tables, but it looks as though he's a loser all the rest of the way down the line. He's lost his wife, he's lost his child, and now 2 very hard men are in the process of considering whether or not he might lose his life. I'll return shortly with the last act in this drama.
Here in my hand is a little capsule. It's Contact. It contains enough cold medicine to help relieve cold symptoms caused by every known virus. Think about that the next time you're sick. Sneezing, dripping, all clogged up. Then let us help you with real medicine, like Contact. We're #1 in the whole world.
Give your cold to Contact. Real medicine for real cold.
Take only as directed.
Which high-potency vitamin formula do physicians and pharmacists recommend most? Theragran and Theragran M with minerals by Squibb. Squibb on the outside means quality on the inside. And right now you can take advantage of a really great offer. Buy the combination Theragran or Theragran M pack of 100 plus 30 tablets at a special low price. This economy offer is limited, so get your Theragran now. Remember, it's the brand physicians and pharmacists recommend most. America's #1 high-potency vitamin. Take advantage of this special Theragran offer now at Fort Schuyler Pharmacy, 3631 East Tremont Avenue in the Bronx, Sanford Pharmacy, Spruce and Carroll Streets, Ramsey, New Jersey, and Middletown Pharmacy, Leonardville Road, Bedford, New Jersey.
What's for dinner has an old familiar ring. Where does a mother go for the best of everything? What's for dinner the answers. Who's got the most to show? ShopRite has. ShopRite has.
To save you time during this busy holiday season, ShopRite is featuring quick, easy, satisfying meals. Fresh lean ground chuck, good so many ways, 79 cents a pound. ShopRite hamburger rolls, 10-ounce packages, 3 for $1. ShopRite king-size beef franks, another year-round favorite, 89 cents for a 1-pound package. ShopRite mixers, 28-ounce bottles, 5 for 99 cents. And for all your holiday needs, toys, trimmings, and wrappings, too. ShopRite, the holiday place.
In a lonely house where she once lived with her husband and love, Virginia Dykeman wrestles with the problem of her bleak future. In a lonely hotel room, Jerry Dykeman tosses and turns through dreams of a surrogate wife who is fast becoming the symbol of the success of his system to win at blackjack. And in the casino office, two hard men consider dispassionately whether his system is to be tolerated, or even Jerry Dykeman himself.
Couple of questions, Slammer.
Shoot, boss.
You sure he's no mechanic?
Checked out every way. No razor blade pieces under the nails, no watermarking gimmick. No computers like the guy had last year under his raincoat. No switches. You saw the films.
Yeah, I studied them. I agree. Just a straight counter.
Them guys really get to me.
Well, why do you get so mad at him, Slammer? There are still plenty of suckers to even it out. And a fair to heavy winner within reason is good public relations.
Yeah, but a counter.
Everybody's a counter one way or another at blackjack. Some are just better than others.
Oh.
Maybe I'll have a little chat with him. Like maybe the next time he tries to draw to his credit.
Oh, evening, Frank.
Virginia, I've been a little concerned about you. I tried to call, but the phone was busy.
I've had it off the hook.
Oh, well, I was in the neighborhood. I drove by and saw the lights, and
Do you want to come in?
yes,
Why not?
you're not looking well.
I don't feel very well.
Then, for heaven's sake, Virginia.
It isn't physical. Just sheer brutal mental exhaustion. Oh, let's go in the living room.
Yes. Have you spoken to Jerry?
No, he doesn't need me anymore. If he ever did.
You haven't done anything else foolish?
Not yet. If you mean anything about my baby.
Jerry ought to be told, you know.
It wouldn't make any difference.
How do you know?
I know.
Well, what do you plan to do? I mean, I feel... Well, I think I have some right to ask.
Oh, dear Frank, of course you do. But I can only give you one answer.
What?
Pray. Pray that I'm not really going to lose Jerry forever to a rival I don't even know how to fight.
Jerry, what are you dreaming about?
Jenny, how can I make you understand?
It isn't Jenny. Jenny's gone. It's me now, Jerry. Me.
Who's me?
Your lucky queen. The Queen of Spades.
No, I don't. I want Jenny.
Jenny's gone, Jerry. She's long gone. Time to wake up and start counting.
Counting. I'm so tired. Oh, why go on with it?
Because you can't help yourself. It's the challenge. Nothing matters but the challenge.
What? I can earn money other ways?
It isn't the money. It's the dream. The pursuit, the battle that you love.
I love Ginny.
Not anymore, Jerry. Not anymore. It's me you love now. Me, your lady of fortune. And you can't take your love from me because only I can show you the way. Only I.
No. Wait, what? Oh, the phone. Yeah? Who? No, I won't accept the call. Tell Dr. Dexter the patient is long since out of his hands. Be an angel. Send me up some coffee, will you? I gotta clear my head before I get back to the casino. I'm doubling down.
Sorry, Mr. Dykeman, your bet is over the table limit.
Will the house extend the courtesy?
I'm told your bet is accepted. Do I hit you?
I'll stand pat.
Madam, 1 card, a queen, busted. 1 card to you, sir. 5. Again? King puts you over on the table. 2 to the next gentleman. Hit again. 10 of diamonds. House wins. And the last gentleman stands pat. Dealer has a 6 showing, 10 in the hole. Dealer must draw. 5 of spades to the house. 21, pay no one. Sorry, Mr. Dykeman.
Yeah, well, you win one, you lose one. Well, that wipes the 5,000 in chips I started with. Would you ask the pit boss to credit me with another 5?
He signals me we can't extend that credit.
I have 25,000 on deposit.
Well, I'm sure it can all be arranged if you don't mind just stepping over to the cashier's cage.
Okay, hold my seat, would you? I'll be right back.
Come in, Mr. Dykeman.
What's all this runaround, Mr.
Drew. Ace Drew. You want to make any jokes about it?
No jokes. None of this is very funny. I have 25,000 on deposit with you, and I ask for 5,000 credit, and the dealer ducks it to the pit boss to the cashier's cage, and finally I end up here. Look, I want to know what's the runaround.
You play blackjack, Mr. Dykeman. What do you know about counting?
Well, I know an ace counts either 1 or 11.
What percentage of plus or minus cards are out of the deck, or what the percentage on a stiff is, or when to bet maximum when you read the deck is flush, or 1,000 other tricks.
What are you leading up to? Are you going to close your tables to me?
Our competitors already have. This here's the only game in town for you. No, I don't want to close it. You're too valuable to us.
Me? How?
Well, the more you hit, the more the rubes try to follow you. The only thing is, you're getting too much action. That's why I wanted to see you private.
A deal?
A deal. I leave you alone. You count all you want. I just want my cut.
How much?
I'll settle for 75%.
What? To you?
To me.
Who, brother? Am I in the lion's den?
And the lion takes his share.
Suppose I refuse.
You don't play anymore.
That is still the Caribbean, Macau, the islands.
If you get there.
What does that mean?
You'll figure it out.
Why couldn't we have talked at the hotel?
I'd say I didn't want to share our conversation with anyone else.
You mean your room is bugged?
I mean my life is wired, programmed, computed, pick the term of your choice. I'm just an end result.
Nobody asked you to commit yourself.
Not even myself.
You could get out.
Maybe.
Isn't it worth trying?
You ever think I don't want to? Yeah, certainly you'd be the last one to want me to, right? Yeah, that's what you're up here for, to talk about me and Ginny.
The reason I came up here is to tell you what Virginia won't tell you herself.
What?
She's pregnant, Jerry.
I should go back to her.
Of course you should.
Only You know I won't. That's what you came up here to clear away, huh?
I'm not going to sort out my motives. I offer you a fact. You give up all this and come back to Virginia now, or...
Or what?
Or do you face a fact I've had to face, that I don't even think this is enough to bring you back?
Which really gives you some big lift.
Not really. I love Virginia. But she loves you. She just can't live with you as you are. No one could. And if she can't have you, I want her to settle for second best.
Yeah. Well, better have her settle. And I'm not downgrading you, Frank.
Even with a child?
What good am I to anyone or anything except to win a game in which the prize isn't worth fighting for. Only the compulsion that I cannot end a loser.
What's the matter, Jerry boy? You ready to be counted out?
Has to be a losing streak. Just a streak. The count still must be right. Right.
Don't be too sure. The cards, and even me, are fickle.
Oh, why do I have to win? Why can't I accept losing?
Because you're a gambler. You're caught. You're hooked.
I can't. Caught. Ginny.
Forget her, Jerry. She's gone. She can't help you.
Ginny, what have I done to you?
Stay or hit, Mr. Dykeman?
I want to double down.
The house will accept the bet.
Yeah, look, get Ace over here, huh? He's right at the next table.
Mr. Drew?
Yeah, what is it?
Gentleman wants to talk to you.
Oh. What can I do for you, Mr. Dykeman?
I want you to raise the table limit. How high will you go?
How high do you want to push it?
You want to let me bet $5,000 a deal?
You got your limit.
Okay, dealer. $5,000 says I can beat your probable 20, draw to 18. Hit me. Blackjack. Pay me double.
Gentleman has a jack and an ace. House pays double.
Hit me. Deuce. Hit me. 5. Hit me. Big ace to give me 5 under at 21. Hit me. 10 of spades. 9 and deuce in the hole. Name of the game, 21. Go ahead. Beat me.
Dealer has a queen up, 6 in the hole. He draws 7 of clubs. House pays everyone.
Did you locate him?
No, he blew.
$52,000 he took the house for tonight, and the big boss had to be here.
Didn't you tell him about the public relations and all?
Yeah, sometimes it can get too expensive.
So we fine him.
If he's smart, he'll duck out on his high.
Yeah, but if the big boss...
Well, let me handle him. Certain reasons I don't want him to look into this whole deal too careful. I can handle the roasting we took just so long as Mr. Jerry Dykeman never shows up again.
I can't believe it, Jerry. But I want to.
You can, my darling. My little mother-to-be. I can promise you I'll never gamble on cards again as long as I live.
Darling, I don't mean to doubt your promise, but how...
How can you be sure?
Yes.
Well, it won't be easy. But let me try to explain. Gambling is a macho thing. It's no use denying it. I bet my manhood against the house, trying to make me just another nobody. I mean, they have the odds, and I tried to beat them. And if I flogged my brain 24 hours a day, maybe I found a way to make them close to even. But then, suddenly, a miracle happened.
A miracle?
I can't explain it, and I don't intend to try to. But something happened which means I will never touch a card game again.
What is the miracle?
Well, it's all gone. The thrill, the combat. What makes machismo work, I don't know how or why, but... Ginny, before a dealer deals any card, I can see exactly what it is. I mean, it isn't a matter of winning or losing. I know. So it's like taking the alcohol out of whiskey, the kick out of heroin. What's the point without that? So I'm home. I'm home to stay. I only wish I knew what miracle made it possible.
Oh, darling.
Will you buy me, huh? What do you have to say?
Just something very simple. And don't ask me what it means. I get at least one free statement without question.
What?
Don't ever underestimate the power of prayer.
Jerry and Virginia moved to a small town on the East Coast and opened a community shop for local artisans and artists. It enjoys a comfortable success, and not the least of its values are Jerry's watercolors, which are fast becoming collector's items. So, with apologies, may I paraphrase an old aphorism? It's better to have lost and won than never to have lost at all.
There are two kinds of first-class service. First-class, and second-class, first class. As the Red Baron of Lufthansa German Airlines, I would like to explain the difference. Mine is first-class, first class. There is fresh orange juice, freshly scrambled eggs, fresh flowers, caviar, and you'll find at least 7 entrees on the menu. Just a few reasons many professional travelers call mine the best first-class service across the Atlantic. But I won't go into greater detail about them. There's a better way for both of us. Fly my first class on your next trip to Europe. You'll never fly second class, first class again.
Fly with the Baron. He knows how to travel. Go with Baron on Lufthansa German Airlines.
Here's a free minute from Pippin, Broadway's musical comedy sensation, directed by Bob Fosse. See the other 119 minutes of Pippin live at the Imperial Theater without commercial interruption.
Perhaps the most curious psychological factor in the gambler's makeup is that one would think that constant losses would eventually lead to a cure, teach him that he can't win. But the truth is that the gambler is the one man who expects and welcomes failure. The only thing he may not be able to withstand is success, and therein may lie his only cure, a pleasant one, even if Jeremy Dykman didn't choose to exercise his special powers. He ended up happier just letting life deal the cards and allowing them to fall as they may. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Patricia Elliott, Jackson Beck, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Himan Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Tonight's WOR Mystery Theater was also brought to you in part by ShopRite Supermarkets, where you get a lot more for a little less. The preceding program is furnished by CBS Radio.
This is Jeffrey Holder for the beautiful WOR Children's Christmas Fund. Christmas here at the hospital would not be the same for our little patients without the continuing interest and support of the WOR Children's Christmas Fund. Those words are from the Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. And that's what the fund is all about. Give your support again this year. Send what you can to Box 710, Times Square Station, New York 10036.
This is WR New York and RKO General Station at the time signal, exactly 8 o'clock.
Carter's economic brain and what he calls himself. Death on 42nd Street. Taxi fares in New York going up? It's 13 degrees. That's minus 10 Celsius in very cold and windy mid-Manhattan. Weather watch outlook, high wind warnings in effect for this evening. Bitterly cold tonight with northwest winds gusting to more than 40 miles an hour at times this evening. Hi, John Wingate with the 8 o'clock report from WOR News. The man President-elect Carter is expected to name as chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors now describes himself as a liberal economist. Charles Schultz got his doctorate degree in economics from the University of Maryland in 1960 and has taught economics at Indiana University and Maryland. He's a native of Alexandria, Virginia. Schultz, now 62 years of age, was budget director under former President Lyndon Johnson from 1965 to 67. He has been a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution, a think tank, since 1968. At Brookings, Schultz helped author a number of major studies, including a 1975 report on the impact of the 1973 increase in world oil prices on the American economy. The study concluded that the full impact of the price increase should be felt and passed through the economy by 1980 without lasting adverse consequences. Schultz has also argued the Nixon administration made a mistake by trying to fight the inflationary effect of the oil price increase through conservative economic policies. Schultz contends the Nixon policies helped bring on the recession of 1974 and 1975. Violence in Midtown Manhattan. One parole officer killed. A woman passerby wounded when a man allegedly opened fire on busy 42nd Street. This during the noon hour. The man who reportedly fired the shots was released from Taconic State Prison 2 months ago. WOR gets these details from New York City Police Inspector Milton Schwartz.
3 New York State parole officers, on information that they had, were looking for a parole violator, a man by the name of Donald Wiggins. They went to 16 East 42nd Street, and there, Wiggins apparently recognized one of the parole officers as being a parole officer. He tried to leave, and they tried to stop him. One of the parole officers tried to stop him by wrestling with him. Wiggins had a .32 caliber revolver. At that time, he fired 2 shots, striking the parole officer, and that officer subsequently has died at Bellevue Hospital. He fired another shot, which struck a female, a bystander, and she's in Bellevue Hospital now, and her condition is serious, but at this time, she's not likely to die.
New York City Police Inspector Milton Schwartz. Cold outside. 13 degrees. May get colder. WOR 710 News Time. 3 minutes, exactly past 8 o'clock. The Supreme Court has sent the Gary Gilmore case back to the state of Utah. The fate of that convicted killer, who has said he'd rather die than face life in prison, now rests with the 4th District Court in Provo, Utah. The High Court refused to further postpone Gilmore's execution. Lawyers for the death row inmate last week called on the state court to free Gilmore. They said a condemned man to be executed not less than 30 days, nor more than 60 days from the date of his sentencing, unless he appeals. The legal period expired 6 days ago. The Supreme Court justices today voted 5-4 to deny a request from Gilmore's mother that her son's life be spared until lawyers representing her could file a formal appeal with the High Court. Earlier in the day, it appeared the court had postponed, at least for 1 week, any decision in the Gilmore case. But that was not the case. New Jersey legislators are considering death penalty legislation. WOR's Ed Nash reports.
The state Senate is going through an unprecedented evening of soul-searching. This is the debate on a capital punishment bill introduced by Senator John Russo of Ocean County. Without much difficulty, Rousseau won approval for amendments to his bill. Amendments that would prescribe the death penalty not only for a murderer, but also for anyone who engages another to commit murder. But then came another move for amendment. This time it came from Senator James Dugan of Hudson County. Dugan made a quiet, impassioned plea for rejection of the death penalty. Dugan offered a substitute punishment, mandatory life imprisonment for murder, but without chance of probation, parole, or pardon. And it's on that subject, Dugan's amendment, that debate continues at this hour. This is Ed Nash, WOR News, at the New Jersey State House.
Cold outside, 13 degrees, all of 13 on the 13th of December. WOR 710 News Time, 6 1/2 minutes past 8 o'clock.
Put on a happy face at your vision center.
Yes, stop into Hillman Cohan Vision Center, grand opening in Fort Lee, in Linwood Plaza Shopping Center, Route 9W. Open daily, 10 to 9, Saturday, until 5 o'clock. Fleet owners of New York City taxis have made a proposal which their taxi drivers have accepted tentatively. This prevents a threatened strike. Both sides have agreed to ask the Taxi and Limousine Commission to okay a fare increase of 13%. Industry spokesman Arthur Gore tells WOR's Lester Smith this fare hike will be used to cope with rising costs. Apparently, we will not hear from Mr. Gore at the moment, but we will try later. Last-minute talks have been scheduled for tonight for the Wyandanch Long Island school teachers who are threatening to go on strike tomorrow morning. The Wyandanch Teachers Association has been without a contract since June 30th. Union President John O'Donnell said earlier today that the prospect of a settlement before tomorrow, to quote him, doesn't look good. Wyandanch has 150 union teachers and 2,800 students. O'Donnell says the union's rank and file will meet at 7 a.m. tomorrow to take a strike vote, and if the motion carries, the walkout, he says, will take effect immediately. Now we come to the WOR Weather Watch update for New York City and vicinity. High wind warnings in effect for this evening. Forecast bitterly cold tonight with northwest winds gusting to more than 40 miles an hour at times this evening, then tapering off after midnight. Clear skies with record-breaking low temperatures near 10 here in the city, and mostly from 5 to 10 in the colder suburbs. Mostly sunny and not quite so cold tomorrow, with highs tomorrow reaching the low 30s. Fair tomorrow night with a low from 25 to 30. Partly cloudy and milder on Wednesday, and a high Wednesday in the 40s. The chance of snow, it's near zero tonight, up to 10% tomorrow, and tomorrow night. Winds northwest at 15 to 25 miles an hour, with strong gusts of 40 miles an hour or more, gradually diminishing to 10 to 15 by morning. Becoming southwesterly at 10 to 15 miles an hour tomorrow and tomorrow night. In very cold and extremely windy mid-Manhattan, we're now down to 13 degrees, that's minus 10 Celsius. Humidity, that's 34%. Wind northwest at 13, gusting now to 34 miles an hour. Barometer is 30.44, and that barometer is rising. The top stories of the hour. Charles Schultz, who is President-elect Carter's Economic Counsel-to-be, describes himself as a liberal economist. New Jersey State Legislature tonight debates death penalty. U.S. Supreme Court throws Gary Gilmore case back to Utah. And that's the 8 o'clock news. John Wingate reporting. Next news on this station always, the moment it happens. Next scheduled news. I'll be back with you at 9 o'clock tonight. 9 o'clock, straight up. Now we go to Barry Farber, tossing questions and getting answers.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents...
G. Marshall. Probably the greatest English writer of the last century who wrote with two words in mind, could be, is the novelist H.G. Wells. Wells has lifted our imaginations with The First Man on the Moon, The War of the Worlds, The Invisible Man, and so on. With extraordinary resourcefulness and creativity, he has brought life to the incredible. And today we have taken his words from the page and placed them in your ear so that you may actually believe you are in the outlandish world of H.G. Wells.
Professor Legend, can you make out the school desks and the school children?
Yes, I can. And I do.
From here they look phosphorescent, luminous, don't they?
They do look strange, Plattner. And that explosion blew us a considerable distance away. I must get back to the school and take charge.
Oh, Professor Legend, I don't think that'll be possible.
Why not, indeed?
Because I think that you and I are dead.
Our mystery drama, Watchers of the Living, adapted from a story by H.G. Wells, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by James Agate Jr. and stars Tony Roberts. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Come in. Oh, great master, I have traveled far to seek your wisdom. Speak to me.
Close the door. It's cold.
Sir, I crave the meaning of life.
How do you earn your bread, my son?
Well,
do you till the soil?
No.
Do you tend sheep?
I'm in advertising, sir. Advertising.
Fascinating.
Yes, sir, I'm in a big hurry. I have to be in Fiji tomorrow to shoot a television commercial.
Fiji?
Yeah, we found a place there that looks exactly like Columbus, Ohio.
Why not go to Columbus, Ohio?
Look, I'm just here for some wisdom.
All right, let me check my wisdom book, see what we can
thank
find.
you. Yeah.
Go with radio.
What?
Looks to me like a fantastic buy.
I wanted important wisdom.
This is important. Listen, newspaper cost per thousand is up 99% since 1967. TV is up 90%,
sir.
But radio cost is only up 38%.
38%.
And it says radio's audience is bigger than ever.
But what about happiness and stuff?
Use radio. It's great impact at a price you can still afford, and you'll be very happy.
That's it?
Yeah. And when you go out, close the door real tight, because it's cold in here and I got a runny nose.
If you want to talk to an authority on advertising, call us. We're 97 WFLA. Here's a tip from your Better Business Bureau. Are you in the market for a used car? If you are, it would be wise to shop around until you get a feel for the market. It's important for you to find out if the car is covered by a warranty. A used car warranty is limited. For example, it may cover the first 1,000 miles or 30 days. Remember, however, the warranty is as good as the dealer who backs it. And you check his reliability with your local Better Business Bureau. Also, remember that careful inspection is the key to enjoying a used car. Be sure and look for rust. Check the tires, the shock absorbers, and the operating controls. And incidentally, it's also a good idea to take a test drive. You see, by giving the car the once-over before you buy it, you're protecting yourself against a faulty purchase and a lot of headaches after you've bought it. This has been a tip from your Better Business Bureau.
What'll it be this time, Mr. Wells? Mars colliding with Earth? A machine to put you into another century? The problems of loving and living when no one can see you? None of the above? Something completely different? Yes, it is. In fact, in the 90 years of science fiction that followed where H.G. Wells blazed a trail, no one has ever attempted to duplicate the story we tell you now.
My name is Fred Plattner. I'm 27. My mother and father passed away when I was 10. I'm a teacher at a small school in Sussexville. So small that one teacher has to do the work of 5. Too much work for too little pay. Last week, I heard of a great summer job in town, lifeguard on Sandy Beach. To apply, I first had to get a physical checkup.
Mr. Plattner, I do not have good news for you.
I'm sick, Dr. Bender?
No, I wouldn't say that. Not sick, but strange.
You mean when you examined me, you found
I didn't want to say anything until I had the x-rays, but I can tell you this. In all my years of general practice, I have never seen a body like yours.
Well, will I live?
Who knows? Before I show you the x-rays, tell me, young man, why do you want to be a lifeguard? I understand you have an eminently scholarly position as a teacher.
Well, that's what everyone tells me, Doctor. But there's no money in it now and no future in it tomorrow.
What do you teach?
What don't I teach? Bookkeeping, geography, modern languages, and chemistry, which Dr. Lidgett, our former principal, threw at me about a month ago.
Aye, all those subjects. You must have a vast knowledge.
No, I don't. But since my students begin by knowing nothing, all I have to do is bone up from day to day and stay one lesson ahead.
What an extraordinary way to run a school.
In a town of 1,000 persons and 1.25 children per household, I was told by Professor Lidgett, the principal, there was no alternative. There are 2 other teachers besides myself, and that's it. On my present salary, I can hardly save a cent. But if I pass the physical and get this lifeguard position, I could clear $300 this summer.
I wish I could help you, Mr. Plattner, but the facts don't help me. Let me show you. Look at these, your x-rays. First, notice your heart beats on the right side of your body. Now look at this plate. That is the right lobe of your liver. However, it's on the left side, and the left lobe is on the right side. Tell me, have you noticed any changes in yourself lately?
Well, now that you mention it, I have been finding it sort of difficult to write straight across a page the way I used to.
You've stopped writing? How do you correct papers?
Using my left hand and writing across the paper from right to left.
Anything else, Mr. Plattner, out of the ordinary?
Well, I was never very good at sports, but now I can't throw a ball with my right hand at all.
With your left?
Not far. And sometimes I get confused at meal times, trying to find my knife and fork. I've caught myself quite often trying to cut my meat with my fork and putting it into my mouth with my knife. I'm backwards. Is that it?
What should be on your right side is on your left.
You're sure I haven't always been that way?
I ask myself the same question. So I got out your old x-rays from Dr. Jonas's files. The last time you came for a checkup, everything was in its proper place.
I wonder...
I have a theory, Mr. Plattner, which is not easy to substantiate, how this might have occurred to a person. But my theory could hardly apply to you.
It couldn't?
There's a mathematical hypothesis that the only way a solid body can be changed is by taking that body clean out of space, as we know it, and inverting it.
Oh, my gosh.
Much further into space than any astronauts have ever gone, of course, into the 4th dimension, in fact. But that is a theory, and you, Mr. Plattner, are a fact. Obviously, your internal exchange of left for right was not the result of any voyages into the 4th dimension.
Oh, but they are. I mean, they could be.
You have made such a trip?
I have. I was hoping to keep it a secret.
My dear young man, look, getting a job this summer as a lifeguard isn't that important.
Oh, but I did. 2 weeks ago. I mean, I returned from wherever I was 2 weeks ago. Didn't you hear about my disappearing from the school? You see, that's where I must have been. In that 4th dimension.
Mr. Plattner, you're not feeling chilly or flushed, are you?
No, I'm fine.
So you took a trip into space, did you?
Well, I don't know where I was, but I certainly wasn't in Sussexville.
Mr. Platter, I imagine the tests have been a bit exhausting, so if you'll come into the next room, you just stretch out on this couch, close your eyes, and rest up a bit.
But I'm not tired.
For your own sake, I think lying down won't hurt. You know, when you speak of traveling to other dimensions, even if you can't be a lifeguard this summer, I'd hate you to lose your teaching job because they thought you lost your mind.
Of course, I couldn't really blame Dr. Bendiner for thinking somehow I'd become unscrewed. And as I laid down in his anteroom, those 9 days in nowhere came back to me. 9 days I'd never forget. It began on a Tuesday night after chemistry class.
Why are you still here, Plattner? The bell rang. What are all these boys still doing here? They haven't all been kept in, have they?
Professor Lidgett, Carson here, found some green powder up in the old lime kiln. So I told the boys if they'd like to take part in some scientific research, stay after class. And we'll subject the green powder to some scientific tests.
Proceed then, Plattner. I shall watch with interest. You don't mind if I stand beside you at the table here?
No, not at all. Professor Lidgett, we're conducting this experiment to impress upon these boys, Jacoby, Goodman, O'Shea, and Carson, that curiosity is not something that should stop after one has left school. So, here is a medicine bottle containing green powder, courtesy of Billy Carson, and plugged with a masticated piece of newspaper.
Plugged with what?
A large spitball. First, we place a small amount of the green powder into a test tube. We hold the tube under the tap and see what effect is caused by water. No effect. No change in the substance whatsoever. As you can see, the powder does not even dissolve. Now, we'll prepare a number of test tubes, filling them with a little of Carson's green powder, partially filling each, and then in turn we'll test the green powder against nitric acid, sulfuric acid, hydrochloric acid. Very disappointing. No results, no changes in the powder. The experiment has yielded us 0. Nix. Naught. Well, boys, those are the hazards of science.
Why don't you set fire to some of the powder, Plattner?
Light it? With a match.
Or a Bunsen burner.
Boys, our principal, Professor Lidgett, suggests a test by fire. Here we go. We knock a few grains from the bottle onto this slate on our lab table. Professor, would you oblige with a match?
Oh, yes, happy to.
It's smoking. The green powder is melting. At the explosion, I was lifted off my feet and driven forcibly backwards. I wondered if I'd crashed through the wall or window of the chemistry lab. The next thing I knew, I was thrown to the ground.
Plattner, is that you?
Professor Lidgett, are you hurt?
Well, I don't think so.
Me neither. My face seems to be all right. I still have both my ears, hands, arms, and my feet.
Oh, so I thank heaven. Where's the school? Where are we? None of this countryside looks familiar to me.
Look. Straight in front of us. Those figures. I know those boys. They're in my bookkeeping class. But how strange they look. Sort of gray and amorphous. Almost floating.
Are those gray shapes there? Those are our students?
I can see their lips move. They're talking. But I can't hear a word they're saying. And they're coming towards us. The one in front is Johnson. Great heavens. He just walked right through you.
I know. And I didn't feel a thing. Did you notice how dark it is getting? Above us, the sky is jet black. The only light is that greenish glow on the horizon and those black hills. Where are we?
And I can still see the chemistry classroom, but seems to be receding, getting fainter.
I can see it too, way off there. It's as though I had X-ray eyes and can see right through the walls. We must get back. We've been blown a considerable distance away. I must take charge.
Well, I doubt that will be possible, sir. As I analyze it, A, no one sees us. B, no one hears us. C, the boys walk right through us. D, yet we appear whole and uninjured. E, to ourselves we are real, but the school seems unreal. Therefore, I would conclude, ergo...
What?
That you and I, Professor, are dead.
Well, now, have we just heard from the living, or should I say, speaking dead? How's that for a first act curtain? The shape of things to come. Things beyond have always intrigued man. If, as some philosophers believe, ours is the world of the dying, then the next could possibly be the world of the living. What it's like, we may find out when I return shortly with Act 2.
Step inside, take a ride, and follow the rainbow.
Hot and tired, uptight with traffic delays. There's got to be a better way, and there is. Ride a rainbow. Ride a Rainbow Express bus.
Forget about the traffic on your way home on a rainbow.
Park and ride on the Rainbow Express from key shopping centers in Town and Country, Brandon, North Tampa, and now Temple Terrace, Eastlake.
The city, full of architectural barriers that keep disabled citizens out of public buildings. My job, I'm a barrier cop. Barrier Central.
It's about the elevator in the library. You can't feel the floor numbers with your fingertips.
Uh-huh. Barrier to blind people. We'll get it fixed.
Thank you.
It's my job. I'm a barrier cop.
This story could be true. Only the barriers can be changed to protect your rights. For information on how to file complaints, write Access America, Washington, D.C. 20201.
You know, it's not easy saying, there goes, or here comes the 97 WFLA Busch Gardens 20th Anniversary Etzel. But sometimes it comes out, the 97th Etzel Busch WFLA Gardens, or the Dark WFLA Conant 97 Busch Etzel Garden. Well, anyway, I guess you get the picture. 97 WFLA would like your help in naming the 59 Etzel. And if your suggestion is selected, it could mean a fabulous weekend at the Beachcomber on St. Petersburg Beach and $97 cash. Just send 97 WFLA a postcard with your suggested name for the Etzel. One entry per card. In case of duplicate names, the card received earliest will be the one considered. The winning entry will be selected by a panel of judges from Busch Gardens and 97 WFLA. All entries must be received by midnight, October 10th. Decision of the judges is final, so help us name the Busch Gardens 97, 20th Etzel, Dark Conant 59, 97 WFLA. Oh, gee.
Overworked teacher in a small grammar school explodes himself and the principal into what? He believes it's the world of the dead. But Could he be someplace else? Some in-between state? It is a land where everything is shades of gray and green. Remember, it was a green powder that caused all this, a fact that does not escape those left behind.
Were you able to get any sense out of the boy, Dorothy?
Well, Billy says it was a green powder he found, brought it to class, and his chemistry teacher blew himself up with it, and that he and the principal just plain disappeared. Blown to bits, no trace of them, Jim.
The doggone part of it is you'd think an explosion like that would make some kind of noise.
Oh, it knocked out a wall, but none of the children were hurt.
So Billy brought that green powder, huh? We could be in for a peck of trouble.
Do you really think so?
Our son brings an explosive to school. His teacher and the principal are blown away. They could hold us responsible.
They could?
We're his parents, and he's underage. I wonder which teacher it was.
Oh, Fred Plattner. You remember him.
They've got Fred teaching chemistry? What does he know? No wonder everything went fluey.
Oh, he's such a nice young man, too.
I know that.
Now, promise you won't say anything to Billy tonight. He was very fond of Fred, too.
Don't, Fred. Please, don't.
Jim, wake up. Jim, what is it? Jim, wake up.
Oh, Dorothy, I had such a nightmare. I was dreaming.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me.
Why not? It was kind of crazy.
I had a terrible dream, too, Jim.
Fred Plattner. He came right into this room, and he motioned for me to follow him downstairs. And then he took out a small medicine bottle with green powder in it and was trying to give it to me. And then suddenly, it was gone.
I saw him, too.
By the whole closet.
I mean, in my dream, he was standing by Billy's bed, and he had that same bottle in his hand, and he was shaking his head. And then I woke up.
Poor Fred. He was too young to die.
It was like he was trying to tell Billy something.
That's what Fred did to me in my dream. Made me feel he wanted to tell me something.
So, here I am, Fred Plattner. Or maybe I should say I was Fred Plattner. Now I exist in this other world, and I'm trying hard to get through to the world I've been blown out of. To those incandescent, phosphorescent shadows of people and places I knew. It's very frustrating.
Plattner, where the devil are we?
Gee, I wish I knew, Professor Lidgett.
I was watching you before walking down that steep hill and stopping, and then you were shouting at some rocks.
Well, I was trying to get through to Jimmy Carson. No go. He can't hear me. There must be a way to communicate with our world. Cut through the invisible barrier that separates us?
Plattner, I think I'm getting a chill.
Well, it's sitting in one place, Professor Lidgett. Give me your hand.
Yes.
Up you go. Now, we'll get ourselves off this cliff. Down there, it may be warmer.
Oh, thank you, my boy. I'll follow you. I don't think I valued you when you were teaching at Sussexville.
Yes, that's good. That's good. One step at a time. It's never as steep as you think. I'll have to tell you, Professor, I have no idea where we're heading. But at least we're moving, and that's the best way to keep warm.
Plattner, you know what's even more terrifying? I can hear you. You can hear me. But that's all. There's no sound in this place. The leaves are moving, but no sound. The wind is blowing. You can feel it, but you can't hear a thing. We came down this cliff, not one footfall, not a sound. It's all like some mad, silent movie. Not a sound anywhere.
door. I'm just clearing away the breakfast dishes. Billy was late getting off to school today.
Honey, I've got to make tracks for work myself. Harry's been giving me the hairy eye lately, ever since that rumor went around town about Billy blowing up the school. All right. Hello, Sheriff. What can I do for you?
Good morning, Jim. May I come in for a few minutes?
Oh, sure.
Is Billy home?
Who?
Billy, your son?
Oh, yes. I mean, no. Billy's in school. He loves school. Wouldn't miss a day.
No, maybe it's just as well.
Sit down, Sheriff. Can I get you some coffee?
No, thanks.
Who is it, Jim? What? Hello, Sheriff. What brings you here this early?
I'll get to the point. You all know about that explosion at the school?
Why, yes, I did hear something about that. Accident in the chemistry lab or something, eh?
We've been investigating, and I'm not so sure I can call it an accident.
Fred Flatner and Professor Lidgett have...
Yes, that's a shame.
We've questioned every boy who was in or near that class, Jim, and they all say the same thing.
But Billy didn't mean anything by it. Honestly, he didn't.
Dorothy, shut up. I mean, dear, let the sheriff tell us what's on his mind.
I intend to. The information we've gathered is that your son brought a green powder into the class laboratory, and it was that caused the explosion.
A green powder? Well, where could Billy have found such a thing? He never said anything about it to us, did he, dear?
Jim, I think we should tell the sheriff.
Well, there's nothing to tell.
You asked where your son could have gotten such a powder. 3 boys were with him when they all went to the lime kiln. He found it there and put it in a bottle.
Oh, what 3 boys?
Ted Jacoby, Matthew Goodman, and Tommy O'Shea.
I know those kids. They'll say anything. You know how kids are. You're not going to believe the word of little kids, are you?
Unfortunately, we have no adult witnesses. But as we piece the story together, this was no ordinary school experiment.
Well, I don't see how you could hold my boy responsible for the mistakes of a teacher.
So far as you know, then, Jim, this whole story about Billy and the green explosive is untrue?
Absolutely.
Is this Billy's school satchel?
Yes, it is. Where did you find it?
In the chemistry lab, under one of the seats. I'll be straightforward with both of you. We found traces of a green powder inside. So, if you don't mind, I'm going to have to ask you, Jim, to come along with me back to the station house.
I can't go there now. I'm due at work.
I'm afraid you haven't got any choice, Jim.
But what have I got to do with it?
The law says that since Billy is underage, you, his father, are responsible. I have to book you, Jim.
Book me? On what charge?
Accessory to murder.
Several days and nights went by in our green world. This particular morning when I awoke, large, strange snowflakes were dropping all over me. Green snowflakes. And then, for the first time, the stillness was broken by a sound.
Flatner, did you hear that?
A bell. I think it comes from way down there in the gorge.
Let's get down there. Maybe there are people or someone who can help us. Oh, beautiful. Flatner, do you hear that?
Hear what?
The sound of our own footsteps. Things are starting to be a little bit more normal. And it's not so cold down here.
Look at those gray craters.
Will you look at that?
I never. A great stone building. There's an entrance. Let's go on in.
Wait a minute, Flatner. Isn't there something wrong about it? Something peculiar?
Well, nothing more peculiar than finding any gray skyscraper in a green world.
It doesn't have any windows. It's like being inside a huge tomb. There are some flickering lights way down there. An altar.
Something's moving back there.
Where?
To the right of the altar. What looks like a torch burning a green flame.
Oh, yes, I see what you mean.
Now, follow along the walls where that strange writing runs around the side, all the way to the right. Snowflakes. Big as a balloon, moving up and down. Let's get closer and have a look.
No, I think I'll stay back here.
If I go forward, Professor, you'll be alone here.
Oh. Those large things. Their heads, floating heads, with sort of tails hanging from each one like giant tadpoles in the air. They don't seem to have faces.
Hey, one is turning around. It's got eyes.
The others are turning now, too. They do have faces. Look at them now. They're floating away.
Anyone here?
Something just flew into my face. Something cold.
It's one of them. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Who are you?
Ladner, I don't think I can take much more of this.
Look back. What do you see?
I see the school.
Our school. The big assembly hall. And the boys are taking a test.
The midterms, that's what they are.
Well, will you look at that? Some of them are using a crib. A pony.
So they are. Cheating in a midterm. Plattner, make a note which boys are cheating.
Well, I don't see the school anymore. It's changing now. I can see a street. Yes, it's Main Street.
So it is. But how can we see Main Street from here?
Because it runs right through us. This world, this dimension. So that's where they went.
Who went?
Those floating faces. They're hovering over the people walking on the street, see? Look, one or two following each person, watching.
Watching? Why are they there? They're watching the living. Plattner, where are you?
I'm here. I just don't want to look anymore.
Oh, what's the matter with you? You're crying.
I know what those watchers of the living are doing. I know who they are. There are two of them above my head, aren't there?
Yes.
A man's face and a woman's face. I know them. I know who they are.
The two faces over your head, you know them?
It's my mother and father.
H.G. Wells asks, who are these watchers of the living? Why do they so passionately watch those they have left forever? Is it that when our life is over and evil or good are no longer a choice, that we may still have to watch the consequences of what we began? If this is so, then certainly Fred Plattner and Professor Lidgett have not died, but have invaded that dimension which hangs over all of us. I shall return shortly with Act 3.
At the drugstore, they told me there's a powerful anti-itch drug I can buy without a doctor's prescription. Now I use Bicozine cream as directed. No more burning, embarrassing itching. No more scratching. Bicozine actually speeds healing. Bicozine cream. What a relief.
Now you can soften hard, calloused skin without painful cutting or scraping. Apply stainless Dermasoft cream to your feet as directed. Insist on Dermasoft cream.
can sing Smoke Gets in Your Eyes, but when it gets into everyone else's eyes and nose and throat, it's no musical matter. Your lung association says cigarettes are a personal health hazard, and secondhand smoke is offensive to all non-smokers.
Give us all a break. Let the Lung Association help you kick the habit for your sake and for everyone's life and breath.
Join hands with people everywhere. Each of us can do our share in Care Crusade for children.
This year, people of all nations are joining hands to improve the lives of the world's needy children. Through CARE, you can provide the families of these children with the means to grow their own food, to build medical facilities, safer water systems, and schools. Tomorrow's world is in our hands. Help make it a better place for all the children. Send your check or money order to CARE, Crusade for Children Overseas, 145 Madeira Avenue, Coral Gables, 33134.
Let H.G. Wells continue his story. If human souls continue after death, then surely human interests continue after death. So these watchers of the living keep an eye on earthlings. Make note that this in-between land is green, the color of renewal, of continuation, of movement. Therefore, this island in space and time onto which our two men have stepped could be a moving platform. But to where?
How many days has it been, Plattner?
How many times did I go to sleep and wake up? 6, 7, 8? I can't be sure.
We have only you to blame for this.
I seem to remember that it was you, Professor, who said, why don't you set a match to the powder?
Why do these infernal things have to hang around us? What have I done to them? Well, go on, get away from me. Go away. Do you hear me? I don't see how you stand these floating heads always following us, bumping us like balloons with faces.
I am trying to be calm and not let myself go, and you must do the same, Professor. I could just as easily lose my nerve, but how would that help me?
Listen.
They've stopped.
You're in a different spot than I am, Plattner. Your mother and father are watchers.
I hope you never see your parents as I'm seeing mine. Not being able to speak to them and be understood. Not knowing whether they are real or shadows.
No, I absolutely refuse to be fingerprinted, and that's final.
You have a right to call your lawyer.
Where are the bodies? Where's Fred Plattner? Where's the headmaster, Professor Lidgett? How can you be sure they aren't still somewhere, wandering about in shock maybe, but very much alive?
If in over a week they haven't shown up?
Amnesia. Do you know what that is, Sheriff? If I were blown up in some ridiculous experiment, it would addle my brains, too. They're alive, I bet you, but they don't know who they are or where.
Well, that all may be true, but you're still responsible for what happened. Speak to the mayor if you want to, but you're not leaving here until formal charges are placed.
It had all changed between Professor Lidgett and myself. No longer were we of like mind in this limbo of the dead where there was no sunrise or sunset, where a green haze hung over vast cliffs and stone buildings without windows. We were enemies, and that didn't help.
The day I hired you for the school, I must have been mad, Plattner. You got us into this. Now, what are we going to do?
Try to keep my head, for one thing. For another, I'm going to sit here and have another try at getting through to Sussexville.
Oh, You have a formula. How are you going to do it?
Concentrate. Mother, Father, help me see our town. There. I can see right through that rock face. The walls of the house. Like glass. Well, Professor, you got your wish. There's Billy Carson and his mother. They're standing in the kitchen listening to the telephone. There's unhappiness written on her face.
Yeah, I shouldn't wonder. That boy shouldn't be allowed out alone. He's a menace.
They're talking to someone at the police station. Mother, Father, I want to see what is happening there.
Dorothy, honey, don't cry. They won't let me go home right now. I've called our lawyer. He's in court, but he'll get over here as soon as he can. Now, you just tell Billy what trouble he's caused. I don't know when I'll get home. I'll get there when I get there. That's all I know.
This way, Mrs. Vandermill.
I don't know what possibly could have come over that salesgirl. I mean, to actually accuse me.
No, Mrs. Vandermill, there's nothing I can do.
Maybe something did happen to fall off the perfume counter into my purse, but heavens, to say I was shoplifting. Me, Helena Vandermill, why, I own half this town. Why would I ever steal anything?
They did find some merchandise in your handbag.
Who is that man sitting over there?
He's in our custody. He's waiting for his attorney. Now, Mrs. Vandermill, if you'll kindly pay the fine, all the formalities will be taken care of.
Oh, Sheriff, you are the most understanding public servant in this town.
The fine, Mrs. Vandermill?
Oh, yes, of course. Now, how much will it be this time?
I'd say $50 would govern.
$50 it is. Here you are. All I have with me is 20, so here are 3, and do keep the change.
Thank you, Mrs. Vandermill.
Yes, I'll be more careful next time and keep my bag closed.
Who was that? The richest old gal in town, but I have to haul her in at least once a week. She can't help shoplifting.
Oh, why didn't you arrest her?
Oh, I couldn't do that.
Oh, why did you slip her fine in your pocket?
I keep it safe there. Understand?
Yeah, I'm beginning to. And how much would a little understanding cost me?
Mr. Carson, Jim, I knew you'd understand the way we do business around here.
I'm sorry I was a little slow. Let me see what I have in my wallet.
The crookedness in our town. I had no idea. Starting with boys cheating on their exams, all the way to the police taking bribes. Lidget and I had stopped talking. I was too tired one evening to keep my eyes open, and before I knew it, I was asleep.
Flatner, get up.
Huh? What's the matter?
Get up.
Oh, yes, certainly. Professor, what are you holding that rock in your hand for?
I'm not staying here any longer.
Well, how do you propose to leave?
You're going to lead me back to the exact spot where we entered this other world.
Oh, I don't know that I remember it.
You'd better, if you don't want your head bashed in.
Professor Lidget, I understand the strain you feel, but what good will it do you to hurt me?
I don't care anymore. I've got to leave here.
All right. Let's start up this path and see if I can find the place.
Hello, operator. I dialed 555-1212, and I got a wrong number. Would you place the call for me, please? It's the mayor's office. It works every time. Good morning, Mayor. Not too badly. We made $260. $60 from the old klepto, and I nicked another citizen for the $200. All right, will you stop by, or shall I send the cash over to the town hall? Good. I'll put $130 in an envelope addressed to you and marked official business.
That little scene of conniving didn't escape me either. It made me wonder, did I really wish to return to the life I had grown up with? We climbed and finally reached a plateau, which I thought looked familiar.
Is this where we first landed? Are you sure?
I'm as sure as I can be. You know, Professor, that world of ours, it's not what it's cracked up to be.
No, it isn't. But it's the only game in town.
And people aren't what they think they are.
Plattner, you're still carrying that glass bottle with some green powder.
Yes, I still have it. What's left? Why?
Nothing. Just thinking.
It's finally dawned on me why the watchers of the living have such unhappy faces. What goes on Earth is enough to make anyone sad. Greed, deceit. The people you thought were honorable, people you respected. Even you, Lidget. You're much less of a human being than I thought you were. Much less. Lidget, what are you doing with that rock? Lidget, please. Please. I came to on Earth. Lying, sprawled out in the schoolyard, covered in scratches and bruises. I was alone. Professor Lidget didn't get back to Earth with me. I remembered running away from the professor, and then I tripped and fell. Yes, the powder must have exploded on impact, and here I was. It was getting dark in Dr. Bendener's office, and I remembered I'd come to see him for a physical.
Feeling any better, Mr. Plattner?
Yes, I am. I'm fine now, Doctor.
Had a little sleep?
Oh, not exactly. Just thinking about how my insides got all reversed.
Nothing's malfunctioning, you understand, just exchanged. Are you up to getting yourself home?
Dr. Bendener, I've decided I don't want to be a lifeguard after all. I'm just not the swimming kind.
I didn't know there was any other kind.
Oh, there are lots of ways lives can be guarded. I'd like to think about that.
Think about what, Mr. Plattner?
What I ought to do, now that I'm back.
Back? Go back to teaching. I think you should.
Oh, well, they say that those who can do. Those who can't teach. I think I can, Doctor. And there's an awful lot of doing that Sussexville needs. Maybe I'll just give it a try.
It so happened that Fred Plattner knew quite a lot about the shenanigans of several high town officials. And come election time, when Fred started talking, everyone also knew quite a lot. So it was hardly a surprise when an unknown school teacher got himself elected mayor of Sussexville. Not surprising at all. I'll be back shortly.
I'm lost and lonely, scared and sad, trembling at the thought of making you mad. My love is yours, but at times you're so cold. If life's like this, take me before I grow old.
This song about child abuse was written by a man now serving time in a state prison. It is estimated that there are at least 1 million cases of child abuse in America each year. Child abusers and their children can both be helped. Find out how. Write Prevent Child Abuse, Box 2866, Chicago, Illinois, 60690.
Please stop the hurt I've suffered since my birth.
message of the Ad Council and the National Committee for Prevention of Child Abuse.
Some folks around Sussexville are still scratching their heads, wondering where Fred Plattner and Professor Lidgett disappeared to for 9 days, and why the professor never came back. But Fred isn't telling anyone. Every now and then, though, he'll look up suddenly from his desk in the mayor's office, as if he was seeing someone he recognized. Call it an H.G. Wells fantasy, if you will, but who knows? Perhaps we are all being watched. Over there. Is that a shadow over your head? Our cast included Tony Roberts, Bob Dryden, Bryna Rayburn, and Gilbert Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Himan Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I took a few steps down the rough cobblestone alley. It was dim. A place where the sun couldn't get to. There wasn't a sound. The bustle behind me seemed to have vanished. I walked slowly along the twisting alleyway. Well, there were a few shops, but they were all closed. I don't know why I kept walking, but something seemed to draw me along. And then the alley turned. There it was. A small shop, brightly lighted with candles. In the window were clothes, leather things, beads, spices. There was no name on the door, but I knew I'd found the Devil's Boutique.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS News. American forces are preparing the bodies of more than 400 Jonestown, Guyana cult members for return to the United States. This is Doug Poling reporting on the CBS Radio Network. The Americans are doing their grim work wearing gas masks because of the growing danger of cholera at the jungle commune. From Georgetown, Guyana, CBS News correspondent Steve Young has a report.
Since their death by poison Saturday, the victims of the Jonestown Suicide Pact have been lying in the steamy jungle where they fell. A joint U.S.-Guyanese news conference announced tonight that the first 40 bodies finally have been processed and helicoptered to the airport outside the Guyanese capital. It's expected that they'll be flown out of the country in the next few hours. Officials were unwilling to be pinned down to how long it will take to evacuate all of the bodies of the remaining victims. Repeatedly, officials came under fire from dozens of reporters convinced that stumbling blocks to on-scene coverage have been established in order to cover something up. U.S. officials denied that, and also denied that less than friendly political relations between the U.S. and Guyanese government have led to less than full Guyanese cooperation with the operation. Many of the questions were openly scornful of what many reporters from around the world judged to be a higher priority given to evacuating the dead than to searching for possible living survivors. Steve Young, CBS News, Georgetown, Guyana.
Authorities there have arrested Larry Layton, a 32-year-old cult member, and charged him with the murder of Congressman Leo Ryan and 4 other Americans in the Ryan Party. The San Francisco Examiner says an eyewitness has named 7 cult members as being in the ambush team that killed Ryan and the others. More news in a moment.
I know what you're going to say. Here's Tony Randall again with still another commercial for Matisse Rosé. Well, yes and no. I discovered something, friends, rather disturbing, and I must share it with you. I found out that many people don't even know there is a white Matisse wine. Well, you could have knocked me over with a feather. Being something of a wine aficionado myself, I assumed everyone knew about White Mateus, the bright imported wine with a captivating charm all its own. But it seems that the rosé is so popular, whenever people hear the name Mateus, they automatically think rosé. Imagine all the white wine lovers who thought there was no Mateus for them. Oh, the rejection they must have felt. Now, I know you've already stocked up on Mateus Rosé for the holidays, but you're going to have to go out and get a bottle or two of White Mateus for your white wine lovers. For heaven's sake, haven't they suffered enough? Well, that's all I have to say on the subject.
White Mateus, imported by Dreyfus Ashby and Company, New York, New York.
President Carter today placed a telephone call to President Sadat of Egypt to urge Sadat to accept a compromise American proposal for an Egyptian-Israeli peace treaty. One report on the call says Mr. Carter urged Sadat to agree to elections in the Palestinian West Bank and the Gaza Strip within a year and drop the short-range election timetable the Israelis have rejected. Officially, the State Department is saying the United States expects negotiations between Israel and Egypt to continue. White House inflation fighter Alfred Kahn appeared today before a House banking subcommittee to say that the effort is going to be a long one. Kahn said the entire country will have to cooperate as inflation is hurting everyone.
There's nothing in this country today that is doing more to rend the fabric of our society than inflation itself. And there's no use of our resources, no protection of special interests, however meritorious, that can be exempt from the closest possible examination in our struggle to combat it.
Kahn, incidentally, appears to have been engaging in an involuntary act of reducing government spending. For about 3 weeks in his new job, he was not being paid. Somebody forgot to put him on the payroll, Kahn said. I discovered yesterday my bank account is overdrawn. Senator Edward Kennedy and members of his family went to Arlington National Cemetery today and placed yellow roses on the graves of Kennedy's two slain brothers, John and Robert. It was 15 years ago today in Dallas that President John Kennedy was assassinated. Now this.
Our guest today, Mr. Selwyn Searle, is an advertising agency radio expert.
Yes, I still have my original floor model.
Mm-hmm. Is it true the average household has almost 6 radios?
True, the average... That many?
Yes. What do you like on radio, Mr. Searle?
Goldfish bowl looks nice. Unless, of course, the fish is dead, then I recommend a bowling trophy.
I mean, what advertising campaigns do you like on radio? Like Oxy 5 became the #1 skin treatment item in America with a big assist from radio.
Is that a fact?
Or take Mailgram.
Yes, take Mailgram.
Radio was the dominant medium in establishing Mailgram as the forerunner of electronic mail.
Electronic mail.
Mm-hmm. Or Time Magazine.
Time, yes.
Mm-hmm. Since they began their current radio campaign, Time Magazine's advertising and circulation revenue have never been higher.
I've heard Times.
Yes, they were created by Dick and
Jane. Love their books.
Bert.
Jane and Bert. Love their books, too.
Mr. Searle, either A, you're an imposter, or B, you know nothing about radio.
I choose A.
What?
I'm sorry. What is B again?
Oh.
To learn how radio can sell for you, ask this station for the Radio Fact Book, furnished by the Radio Advertising Bureau.
A Baptist minister from Marshall, Texas today ended an unusual feat that lasted for 2.5 years. Hans Mulliken crawled on his knees for 1,600 miles to the gates of the White House, where he was turned away in his quest to see President Carter. Mulliken said he just wanted to shake the president's hand and tell him he's praying for him. Asked why he made the long journey by crawling, Mulliken said, "I just wanted to show America that we need to get on our knees and repent." He added with a smile, "A lot of people think I'm crazy." Doug Poling, CBS News.
KQV News Time, 10:06. The weather forecast for the Pittsburgh area, cloudy tonight right through Friday with occasional rain on Thursday and Thursday night. It's possible the rain may begin late tonight. We'll have an overnight low tonight in the upper 30s in the Pittsburgh area. High tomorrow near 50 Thanksgiving Day. Low tomorrow night in the low 40s. There's a chance of more showers again on Friday. Friday's high in the upper 40s. Chance of precipitation 30% tonight, up to 80% tomorrow and tomorrow night. The extended outlook calls for partly cloudy skies on Saturday. Chance of more showers back again on Sunday. Highs in the 40s with lows from the upper 20s to mid-30s each day. Right now in Pittsburgh, the barometer is steady at 30.26 inches of mercury. Winds are from the northeast at 7 miles per hour. Relative humidity, 82%. At the airport, cloudy skies, 39 degrees, and downtown Pittsburgh, cloudy as well, and we have a temperature of 40. Now, CBS Mystery Theater.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents...
I'm E.G. Marshall. Has God forgotten all I have done for him? Exclaimed an exasperated King Louis XIV on an unhappy day when his army was defeated in battle. We may smile at such a remark, but we might do better to learn from it, because it teaches us that there are people in this world who expect to be paid in full for every kindness they extend, and that there comes a day when they will present the bill to everyone and anyone, whether here below or up above.
Now, Miss Morrison, what can I do for you?
Nothing. I've come here to save your life.
I had no idea it was in danger.
A man intends to kill you. His name is Anthony Pringle.
What did you say his name was?
Anthony Pringle.
But I'm Anthony Pringle.
I know, but that doesn't change anything.
Our mystery drama, The Gray Slapper, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Carol Teitel and Gordon Heath. It is sponsored in part by Contac, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act 1.
I want that sinus medicine.
Headache tablet?
No, it relieves headache and congestion, internal sinus pressure, and postnasal drip. And it has added strength.
You mean added strength sign-off?
Exactly.
Added strength sign-off tablets give you pure aspirin plus 50% more sinus drainer.
To help sinus pain while you drain.
Right. And more sinus dryer for postnasal drip.
Added strength sign-off.
The sinus medicine in the bright red box. Take when needed, only as directed.
SINEOFF. Sign-off.
You can't beat the clock, and right now the clock is running against us. Every 60 seconds, another American is diagnosed diabetic. Today, 10 million Americans have diabetes. A newborn child runs a 20% chance of developing diabetes during its lifetime. It's time to cure diabetes, and it's time we all help. Take a minute. Call your local American Diabetes Association. I'm Jesse Owen, and I thank you.
Hi, I'm Casey of the Sunshine Band for the American Heart Association. You know, when you're young, we learn a lot of things. A lot of good things and some things that aren't so good. What's important is to be able to tell the difference. I'll give you an example. Some kids, when they're still pretty young, learn how to smoke cigarettes. They see their folks doing it or their friends tell them it's cool. But the fact is, it's not cool at all. It's dumb. Cigarette smoking is dumb. It cuts down on your wind. It spoils the taste of your food. Worst of all, the American Heart Association says it's bad for your heart. So if somebody offers you a cigarette, remember, there's nothing cool about putting a hot stick of tobacco in your mouth. If you want to find out more about cigarette smoking and what's wrong with it, ask your American Heart Association. They're fighting for your life.
If you can remember a song that went Harrigan spells Harrigan, you're not as young as you used to be. There was also a saloon called Harrigan's, and there still is, except old John Joseph Harrigan has gone to his reward, but there is a grandson named John Joseph still among us. And this watering place, as he likes to call it, was the home away from home for all the leading politicians in this beautiful town. Indeed, there were cynical people who insisted that every night the city was for sale in Harrigan's. At any rate, not too long ago, on a particular balmy evening, a slim, well-dressed lady, neither young nor old, approached the bar. Of course, ladies have never been exactly encouraged in Harrigan's, even in these days. They do play the devil with a man's privacy.
Good evening, ma'am.
Yes, good evening.
Permit me to state, ma'am, that while you are as welcome as the very air we breathe, I must ask you to sit down at a table.
Why?
As to the why of it, we have a house rule. Unescorted female ladies are not permitted at the bar.
Well, I'm only looking for someone.
Yes?
Yes. That rather distinguished-looking gentleman at the end of the bar with the white hair and the trim, neat mustache.
Oh, Mr. Pringle.
Ah, yes. Anthony Edmund Pringle.
Do you know Mr. Pringle?
I know him very well indeed. Excuse me, Mr. Harrigan. Mr. Pringle?
Yes?
I'm Dolly Morrison.
Oh? Do I know you, Mrs. Morrison?
Miss Morrison.
Oh.
You assumed quite naturally that a woman of advanced age must be married.
I would hardly say you're of advanced age.
Thank you, but I am closer to winter than to spring.
Shall we say Indian summer?
Thank you again.
And now, what may I do for you, Miss Morrison?
Do for me?
Yes, of course.
Oh, you think I've approached you for a favor?
Well, yes.
A political favor.
All favors are political.
Yes, that's the moralist in you speaking.
Oh, it's been a long time since anyone called me a moralist.
Didn't you say once that politics is a matter of morality?
Did I ever say that?
I remember it so well. You said those who would separate politics from morality could never hope to truly understand or practice either.
I think I remember.
Do you also remember, without morality, the people perish?
Yes. But how do you remember?
I never forgot.
It's been so many years.
And you don't remember Dolly Morrison?
Dolly Morrison.
The rather pale, dark-haired girl who sat in the front row?
When I was teaching?
Yes. When you were teaching political science at the City University.
Of course. At night?
Yes. At night.
I remember. You were all such good students.
We had to be. We worked during the day.
College wasn't much fun for you, was it?
Well, at least it was college. And we were ahead of our parents, most of us. They had to go to night school. We were going to night college.
Miss Morrison. Dolly Morrison.
We didn't have time to learn leisurely, to savor knowledge. What we needed so desperately were those pieces of paper, those documents which said we could go to law school or become teachers or accountants.
Yes, I knew that.
It was cut and dried and very intense. And now and then, some of us were lucky enough to encounter a teacher with the gift to inspire and...
Oh, Miss Morrison, you must let me buy you a drink.
No, thank you.
Then, Miss Morrison, ask me.
Ask.
Say it, whatever it is. Day and night I am beset by those who seek my favors.
Mr. Pringle, I don't think you understand.
I understand perfectly. You are a proud woman, and asking a favor does not come without effort. But ask. And if it is within my power, I shall joyfully... What is it you want? An introduction? A job? Perhaps a smoothing of a path? An easing of a pressure?
Is that what you think I want?
I am completely at your service.
You're not listening to me.
Of course I am.
I did not come here to ask for a favor.
You didn't.
Is that what you thought?
Of course. What else could I think? What else could you want?
What else?
Yes, Miss Morrison. What do you want?
Right now, I want to do just this.
Say, what's the idea?
Goodbye, Mr. Pringle.
Hey, Mom, you can't... Tony, do you want me to call a cop? Dugan's just outside.
No, John. Never mind. Let her go.
What sort can she be? She come in here and it appeared butter wouldn't melt in her mouth. What'd she slap you for? Was it the usual reason?
John, she didn't slap me for any reason that I know of.
And now for some jottings from here and there and everywhere. He Who Gets Slapped. Yes, that's the title of a famous Russian play. And it's also descriptive of a little byplay that took place last evening at Harrigan's, where you find the movers and shakers of our great city. The receiver of the slap, or the slappee, was perhaps the fastest mover and the hardest shaker in town, Tony Pringle. The slapper was an attractive lady, dressed in gray, who disappeared immediately. When pressed for details, Tony Pringle maintained what can be described as either a gallant or a discreet silence.
Oh, turn him off,
And
John.
now for the...
Have you seen the papers, Tony?
I've seen the papers.
The fourth estate is having itself a veritable jubilee. Here's Mullins in the Tribune. Who is the great slapper?
A catchy phrase. The grey slapper.
It'll be the making of Mullins, too.
Therefore, he'll be grateful to me.
No. He'll be out to put you in prison.
Mullins? After all I've done for him?
Oh, I'm surprised to hear you say that, Tony. You should know better. Friend Mullins will become all puffed up with his own self-importance. And so he'll no longer be satisfied with being just a reporter, heaven help us. He'll want to become a journalist and win the Pulitzer Prize. He'll start muckraking and whistleblowing and making a general nuisance out of himself.
Mullins?
It's the first noteworthy thing he's ever reported.
I cannot imagine why that woman would want to slap my face.
Are you still telling me you do not know who she is?
It goes back many years. I was teaching school. She was one of my students.
Oh, and did you give her a failing mark?
As a matter of fact, I gave her the highest mark in the class.
Yeah, you know women. I'll tell you what I'll do, Tony. I'll say she just wandered in here, drunk. And before I could ask her to leave, she made a spectacle of herself.
I don't know.
You don't need this kind of embarrassing situation. Besides, she had to be drunk. How else can you explain it?
Yes? Oh, it's you.
Yes.
The grey slapper.
I'm not dressed in grey.
Oh? Have you decided to become the red slapper?
May I come in?
If you promise not to slap me again.
No. I didn't come here for that purpose.
For what purpose have you come?
I've come here to save your life.
Oh?
I can see you don't believe me.
I have an idea I'm going to hate myself, but... All right. Come in.
Very nice little place you have here. Far from the madding crowd's ignoble strife.
How did you know where to find me? Very few people know about this place.
You told me about it.
I told you.
An important man like you, constantly surrounded. You need this little hideaway.
Miss Morrison, you insist on talking in riddles, in creating mystery. First, you say you've come here to save my life. Second, you say I told you about this little retreat of mine. Now, I insist that you illuminate both of these points for me.
I shall. But first, why did you tell the media I was drunk?
I didn't tell them.
You permitted a lie to be told.
There had to be some explanation for your gratuitous action.
But it wasn't true. I was not drunk.
What's the difference?
The difference is you slandered me. You told a lie.
Miss Morrison, what do you want of me?
You were willing to sell my reputation down the river for your own convenience.
Can we come to the point?
We've never left it. I am here to discuss what you have become. And what you did to me is very much in character.
I would have done nothing to you had you not slapped me. Now, why did you do it?
Because I had to come there to try to save you. And you were so blind, so deaf.
Blind and deaf to what?
What happened to you, Mr. Pringle?
Stay on the point. How are you going to save me?
It will be very difficult.
And from what shall you save me?
From whom? From yourself.
All right. What is it that I intend to do?
Kill yourself.
I see. That would be suicide.
Technically, I suppose.
Miss Morrison, I have absolutely no desire, no thought of doing away with myself.
That isn't true.
Now I remember you. You were very intense and very attractive. You haven't changed a bit.
I had never met a man like you. That is, in real life. Well, I did meet men like you in books. Brilliant men. Men who could capture the soul and release the spirit.
Are you saying that you fell in love with me?
Yes.
A schoolgirl crush.
I was hardly a schoolgirl. I was out in the world and supporting myself.
I'm without false modesty, Miss Morrison. I knew I was good-looking, smart. I had style. I knew most of the girls in my classes would fall in love with me, and most of them would get over it.
I never did.
I'm sorry, but I couldn't help it. I never flirted with any of you. I never tried to lead any of you on. That's true, isn't it?
Yes, but you awakened me to the world. I'm still Miss Morrison. You ruined all other men for me.
I'm sorry.
I believed in you.
And then you made the inevitable discovery. Your idol has feet of clay.
Yes.
If you examine them closely, all of them do.
I believe you stated the case. Idol. I never saw you as a lover. I always thought of you as an idol, a god. And so perhaps it wasn't love, but worship. Women, as a rule, are very susceptible to this kind of thing.
You must let me offer you some refreshment. I'm so happy you came.
Are you?
You realize what's happening to me? I am actually having a discussion with a civilized, literate human being. Quite a change.
From what?
We haven't said one word about who's going to get the contract or the nomination or the judgeship.
It's quite a change for you, isn't it?
We are in the midst of a philosophical conversation which began with theology and shall range through morality and ethics. Since we've already discussed poetry, I'm sure we shall treat with literature, art, and music.
Yes. You still have the old sparkle. Perhaps the basic instincts can somehow be revived. I said there was hope for you. He, of course, wouldn't hear of it.
He?
Yes. He claimed the change was irreversible.
You say he. But who is he?
The man who intends to kill you.
But didn't you say, just before, that I'm going to kill myself?
Exactly. That's why I'm here. To see if you can help me talk him out of it.
At first blush, assuming, of course, that these days there are still people who actually blush, what she is saying doesn't seem to make any sense at all. However, if you think about it, you may divine a certain meaning. Like all mysteries, all you need is a key. The key here is a number, and the number is 2. And that's all the hints you get until I return with the second act.
I know what you're going to say. Here's Tony Randall again with still another commercial for Mousse Rosé. Well, yes and no. I discovered something, friends, rather disturbing, and I must share it with you. I found out that many people don't even know there is a white Mousse wine. Well, you could have knocked me over with a feather. Being something of a wine aficionado myself, I assumed everyone knew about white Mousse, the bright imported wine with a captivating charm all its own. But it seems that the rosé is so popular, whenever people hear the name Mousse, they automatically think rosé. Imagine all the white wine lovers who thought there was no Mousse for them. Oh, the rejection they must have felt. Now, I know you've already stocked up on Mousse Rosé for the holidays, but you're going to have to go out and get a bottle or two of white Mousse for your white wine lovers. For heaven's sake, haven't they suffered enough? Well, that's all I have to say on the subject.
White Mousse, imported by Dreyfus Ashby & Company, New York, New York.
This is Irma Bombeck. What if I told you Ernest Hemingway, William Faulkner, and John Steinbeck lived in your neighborhood? What if I told you could get a handyman who made house calls, free entertainment for your children, or check out Paul Newman for 7 days? Trust me, all these things are possible at your public library. It houses one of the most complete lines of interest you'll find anywhere. Check out a how-to book for your husband on making minor repairs around the house. Or if he doesn't like fiction, select one of his favorite sports. For the children, there are story hours and bike repair lessons and concerts. And if you're one of those women who is still trying to plow her way through Guadalcanal Diary, maybe you could use a master speed reading course. Your library could be the most important card in your billfold. I love it. My husband was at the library just last night, and when he came home, he said, "Hey, Irma, I was at the library, and all your books are N. That was so cruel.
A public service message from the American Library Association.
We look at some people and we say they never change. But that isn't true. Everybody changes, even if it doesn't seem that way. After all, the scientists say that every 6 months, 90% of all the atoms in our body are completely replaced. Or is it after 90 months, 6% of us is brand new? What's the difference? The fact is that inside, things are happening. There's action, conflict. Nobody, nothing is ever really standing still.
Let me see if I can sort this out, Miss Morrison. What you're saying is that you've been having conversations with me.
Yes.
I, of course, am unaware of these conversations.
The you that is in this room is unaware of the conversations.
I shall try to follow this. There are times when I am not in this room, and I am talking to you.
Yes.
However, I don't know that this is happening. Therefore, there can only be one explanation.
Yes.
I am a somnambulist. I walk in my sleep. I seek you out, and we talk.
That is not the explanation.
You mean there's another?
Yes. I said the you that is in this room is unaware. The you that frequents Harrigan's saloon. The you that stalks the city hall, the state house, the national councils of the party. The you that is the mover, the shaker, the kingmaker.
You flatter me.
I merely describe you. I describe the you that is unaware. But there's another you.
Is there?
A 30-year-old you who is eager, idealistic, honest, decent, hopeful.
You are now describing the symptoms of a disease called youth.
That's the you I speak with constantly.
Oh.
I got that inflection. You think I'm crazy.
Well...
Admit it.
Crazy, normal. These are political definitions.
I speak to him quite often.
Him?
Anthony Edmund Pringle.
You probably do.
You intend to sound sympathetic, but there is just the tiniest patronizing edge to your voice.
Miss Morrison, I sympathize with you. And let me be truthful. This may seem like arrogant boasting. However, when I was young, attractive, I had almost unlimited idealism. I believed in justice, brotherhood, fairness.
And you no longer do.
I realize that these are not simple, cut-and-dried affairs. I know now that men must give to get. That accommodation is the basic rule of life. That we only pass this way once. But we digress. You fell in love with me.
And with what you stood for.
What you thought I stood for. And then I went into politics.
I was so happy. I thought you would be the first of a new breed.
And I disappointed you.
Yes. I made excuses for you. I tried to justify some of the things you did.
And after a while, you could do that no longer.
After a long while.
You had a considerable investment in me, didn't you, Miss Morrison? An investment of hope and emotion.
Yes.
And now it was lost. All of it.
Yes.
And so, since you could no longer tolerate what I had become, a cheap, cynical politician, you conjured up what I had been, the young idealist.
This is what you believe.
The 30-year-old Anthony Edmund Pringle, lecturer in the humanities at the City University, actually exists for you. You believe you see him and speak to him.
How glibly you can spout the mail order, do-it-yourself instant psychology, so popular and so meaningless.
If the young Tony still exists, if it's true that you see him and talk with him, tell him he cannot complain. If he doesn't like what he has become today, he himself chose the path.
Only because you fooled him. You lied to him.
Miss Morrison.
Yes?
I don't wish to be rude, but I must ask you to leave.
Of course. I realize this has been difficult for you. But Tony is desperate.
Please, Miss Morrison.
Listen to me. Tony intends to kill you, unless...
Unless what?
unless I can convince him not to. I'm powerless without your help. You must make him believe that you can actually change. Tony despises what he has become in you. Let me tell him things will be different.
All right. Do that.
Don't make the mistake of humoring me, of patronizing me. Tony is serious. And the latest piece of sheer, what can I say, deviltry you proposed?
Deviltry?
Yes, deviltry. This monstrous betrayal of the public trust. What else can it be called if not deviltry?
There are any number of words you might have used. Why deviltry? And what are you talking about?
Please consider what I said. It's not too late.
Welcome, stranger.
Nice, quiet evening, John.
I must say you're not looking well, Tony. What have you been doing?
Thinking.
Oh, dangerous pastime.
When you were young, John, what did you want to become?
When I was young, no one ever asked me.
What did you want for yourself?
As soon as I could walk, I had to assist my old gentleman in the running of this here oasis.
Is that what the young John Joseph Harrigan wanted? To tend bar and saloon?
Yes, that's what the young John Joseph wanted.
Then, today, if he confronted you, he would have no quarrel with what you are.
None. Is this leading to where I may safely assume it is?
Yes.
I see. Well, is the young Anthony Edmund Pringle disturbing the peace of mind of the older one who stands here before me?
In the confidentiality of this bar, I confess that the young Tony and I are not at peace with each other.
What's the trouble, Tony?
Who said there was any trouble?
You're a thinking man, and thinking has been the ruination of many a politician. I remember you when you come into this place for the first time 30 years ago. You had the common touch. He'll go far, I said. And you did.
Did I?
You know you did. What were you, a teacher? You've been just fine for the party, Tony. And unlike a lot of them, you haven't been too bad for the people. You haven't done any real harm to the country as far as I can see.
But what have I been for me?
Each man answers that question for himself.
If he dares.
Tony, what's wrong?
Why do you ask?
It has something to do with that woman, doesn't it?
What woman?
Now you're pretending not to know. The grey slapper.
Oh, what would she have to do with anything?
You tell me. Well, of course you don't have to. But, ever since that incident, something seems different about you.
Different? In what way?
Well, you're kind of moody. And sometimes you seem to be in another world. Some of the boys was remarking about it. Why did she slap you?
Why? Because she was disappointed in me.
Does she have a right to be?
She thinks she does. Have you read Mullen in today's Tribune?
Mullen's been bitten by the bug. Pay no heed.
Promise Betrayed. The story of Anthony Edmund Pringle.
Tony, when you can quote these things by heart, it's a bad sign.
What has become of the eager, dewy-eyed Anthony Edmund Pringle, who 30 years ago entered the lists, a St. George to slay the dragon of corruption that strangles the life from the city? Has he become the dragon?
And by the same token, we might inquire, what has become of young Jimmy Mullins, who's going to write the great American novel? Why is he only a reporter on a second-rate newspaper?
That's unfair.
Fairness is a matter of post positions at the racetrack. Tony, you're a successful man. You've worked very hard.
That's true.
You haven't done everything you wanted, but who has? And there's an empty place in your heart.
Yes.
You played the game. You were interested in nothing else. And now you're 60. And all you have is the game. No wife. No kids. You're lonely.
Yes.
But that's the normal way to feel. Don't make more of it.
I suppose you're right.
It's easy for a man to feel down, to question. But then the thing to do is just go straight ahead.
Straight ahead.
That's been you all your life, Tony. You can't change your style now.
No.
Millions of people know about Tony Pringle. Millions of people will give anything to be where Tony Pringle is. This is an invention of the devil. Hello.
Is Mr. Pringle there?
Who is this that wishes to speak with him?
Tell him it's Miss Morrison.
Please hold the telephone. You want to speak with a Miss Morrison?
No.
I'm very sorry, ma'am, but he's not here.
This is very important. Tell him, please, that under no conditions is he to be part of the deal with Mr. Dahlgren.
What? What is that you said? What did you say? Hello.
John, what's wrong?
I don't know.
This Miss Morrison, what did she want?
Tony, who is she? Who is Miss Morrison?
She's just some lady.
Tony, do you know whose name she just spoke?
No.
The name, Tony. The name.
What do you mean, the name?
She said it.
How could she? How would she know about it? Tell me exactly what she said.
She said, and these are her exact words, tell him that under no conditions is he to be part of a deal with... And then she spoke the name. Hey, Tony, where are you going?
It seems there's a name, and it seems there's a deal. And it also seems that there is great concern about various people finding out about it. And since this seems to be a story about politicians, it would appear that this is only more politics as usual. Or is it? Well, that's why we have third acts.
Take your contact, take it now. Give your cold to contact.
I'm going to change your mind about nighttime cold medicine. You see, of all major medicines, only one works up to 12 hours against the cloggy virus symptoms that keep you awake. Only contact. One capsule's relief stays with you all through a long night's sleep, no matter what cold virus attacks. Only contact.
Give your cold to contact.
Take only as directed.
When you carry Master George, you carry Pops.
Love to go Christmas shopping, even after a full day at the office. The thing is, I hate carrying all that cash. Sometimes I think I need an armored car. Not this Christmas. I'm shopping differently. Thanks, Master Charge. It's so easy when all you have to carry is your clothes.
When you carry Master George, you carry Pops.
If you are blind or know someone who is, listen to this message. There is a unique, specially prepared monthly sports magazine for the visually impaired, Feeling Sports, a service of the Braille Sports Foundation. It is written and produced exclusively for sports-minded individuals who want to be in close touch with the sports world and with organized athletic programs for the unsighted. Feeling Sports is offered in two forms, in Braille or on cassette tapes. I'm Ray Scott, and for the last 3 years, it's been my pleasure to be the cassette voice of Feeling Sports, reading amazing and inspiring articles about blind people who participate in various sports such as beat baseball, golf, and many others. For a sample copy, contact the Braille Sports Foundation, room 301, 730 Hennepin Avenue, Minneapolis, Minnesota, 55403. Minneapolis, Minnesota, 55403. Feeling Sports is available free of charge to physically handicapped persons unable to afford the cost.
Then the poet, my secrets cry aloud. I have no need for tongue. My heart keeps open house. My doors are widely flung. Yes, that's the attitude of the poet. The politician is another case, however. His secrets must be silent, his door closed, his window shuttered. His theme is expressed in a word that poets have absolutely no use for: discretion.
It's you.
We have to talk.
About what?
About a certain name you mentioned.
We better not talk here.
Why not?
Because I'm expecting him.
Expecting who?
You know who.
Let's end this charade. I'm coming in.
He'll kill you if he finds you here.
Answer this question. Who told you about Dahlgren?
I'm trying to help you. Get away from here.
Who told you?
Does it matter?
Tell me who told you.
You did.
I did.
He did. What's the difference?
Tell me the truth. Tell me your...
Or what?
What do you know about Dahlgren?
He's a senator.
Yes, what else do you know?
I know that you and he have been on opposite sides for years. You've been bitter enemies.
What else do you know?
Now, I suppose I know everything.
What's everything?
You are going to support him for the nomination.
Yes.
He won't let you do it. Anthony Edmund Pringle won't let you do it.
I've had enough. I am Anthony Edmund Pringle. Somehow, you got this information.
No. There's an Anthony Edmund Pringle who is 30 years old, and he'll kill you before you bring him to this ultimate disgrace.
What ultimate disgrace? What's wrong with what I'm doing?
Dahlgren is a scoundrel.
He's not the only one.
But he's the worst, and for you to back him is the most cynical...
What do you know about it?
Please, I want to help you. I have a very, very angry young man to pacify. But you have to help me. You just disavow this Dahlgren person.
I can't.
Why?
Because when you get to be where I am, you can't stand still. You must go forward. You have to be with the winner. Dahlgren will be the winner. Who's that?
It's probably Anthony Edmund Pringle. Hello? Yes? No. He's not here. I don't know where he is. Yes. As soon as I find out. Goodbye. He knows about Dahlgren.
What?
Everybody knows about Dahlgren. It's in the papers. It's on the news.
It's impossible.
Would you like to hear it?
Gentlemen, we are still with our special newscast concerning the greatest political bombshell of the decade, the Pringle-Dahlgren alliance. It all came to the surface as a result of a story in the Tribune by veteran reporter James Mullen.
Mullen?
These two former sworn enemies prove that anything is possible in the political arena. And as a team, now they're virtually unbeatable. As Mullen notes, there is, of course, a little matter of morality, but that won't bother too many people.
Shut it off.
Have you heard enough?
Mullen.
It's the truth.
Of course. Why should Dahlgren and I destroy each other? Doesn't it make sense to join forces? But how did Mullen find out? This wasn't supposed to break for another month.
Call the broadcasting stations, the press. Hold a conference. Say it isn't true. In that way, he'll forgive you.
You claim I told you.
Yes, you did.
Whatever it is, whatever game you're trying to play, it's not going to work. You know, you're an interesting lady.
Oh, no. No, not that. Not now. Years ago, there would have been a point to it. A home, children, a whole life we might have made together. Now it's too late. And I don't like your newest friends.
You're a very positive woman. That's your problem. And you're very convincing. That's my problem. You have a way of talking. It can almost make a man believe anything. Even this nonsense you've tried to peddle me about a young edition of myself that is still making the rounds.
He intends to kill you.
I confess I let it get to me somewhat. But it's because I've been under a strain. Well, it has been extremely interesting. And now, if you don't mind, I must leave.
Fight, Dahlgren.
Fight him. We have just become blood brothers. That should cement our relationship for at least this one campaign.
It's the only way Anthony Edmund Pringle can be made to respect you.
Good night, Miss Morrison. When I think of what might have been...
Well, the word's out.
Did the earth shake?
Briefly.
And then?
And then, people said words like master stroke.
Brilliant strategy.
Terrific tactics.
Natural allies.
Ah, you see, it has now become the normal and accepted state of affairs.
And what do you think?
As a friend, I would not have done it.
I needed that big dramatic move.
Of course. But you could have done better than Dahlgren.
He was available. Time was not on my side.
Well, what's done is done. Tony.
Yes?
There was a fella in here looking for you.
What was his name?
He didn't say.
Lots of folks are looking for me all the time.
Yes, there's something different about this one.
In what way?
This may be a somewhat delicate question, Tony. Did you ever have a son?
John, I've never been married.
You understand that is not a direct answer.
The direct answer is no.
The reason I say this, the fellow was about 25 or 30, and he was a dead ringer for you.
He was?
A carbon copy in every respect. The difference? He's half a lifetime younger and thinner. But he was you, as you looked at the time. And I remember.
He asked for me.
Yes. Wanted to know if you were here.
What did you tell him?
What could I tell him? You weren't in.
Then what did he do?
I don't know.
Try to remember.
He just disappeared into the crowd.
He's never been in before?
No. Tony, is something wrong?
He looked just like me.
The image to the line.
And he's looking for me.
Yes, I just said he was. Tony, there's something wrong. I know it.
I should get away for a bit.
I would certainly say so.
I know I need a rest.
You do?
Where it's quiet, where nobody knows me, where nobody could find me. But where is such a place?
Well, I have a little lodge up on the coast of Maine. Nobody's using it right now.
John,
You want to go where no one can find you? Here. I'll give you the keys.
Don't go.
You? What are you doing here?
Don't go.
Don't go where?
To Maine.
How do you know I'm going to?
He told me.
Listen.
He's already gone there. He's waiting for you. Don't go yet. Let me talk to you first.
What is there we can talk about? Besides, we can't talk here. Too many people will recognize me.
You have to listen to me.
All right. Let's go to your place.
Break the alliance with Dahlgren.
I told you that's impossible.
Why?
Because I'm committed. I had to cut some throats to do this.
I suppose you did.
They would just as quickly have cut mine. Anyhow, there are certain breaches that cannot be healed at this time.
Then I cannot help you.
You must tell him.
What can I tell him?
Tell him how hard it was for me to just be a school teacher.
Yes.
Tell him that one morning you wake up and you suddenly realize you can have everything.
I'll tell him.
Tell him it's a drug.
A drug.
Power. It's the deadliest drug of all. The more you have of it, the more you need, and you can't give any of it up. You can't.
I'll tell him.
I know how he feels. I was like him once.
You weren't like him. You were him.
I can't change. I can't go back.
I know it, and he knows it. And that's why he has to kill you.
No, please, don't start that again.
Because you have made nothing of his life.
Nothing. I'm one of the most powerful people in this country.
What have you done with his life? You filled it with tobacco smoke and tinsel. You've packed it with broken promises, with greed and corruption. You have become prosperous by bringing out the worst in other men. No, you will have to die.
Oh, no. Do you think I'll stand by and let him kill me? Who's that?
You know who it is.
Do you think I'll just stand still and let him kill me? I'm armed. I have a gun. See? Look.
It won't help you.
Let him in. Who does he think he is? Let him in. This insufferable two-bit philosopher. He would have been different. He would have been able to withstand temptation. Did anyone ever tempt him? Let him in. I'm not afraid. Come on in. Let's look at you, Tony. You dare to look down on me? I've played golf with billionaires. I played poker with presidents. Look at you. In your threadbare trousers, patches on your corduroy sleeves. Look at me. Look at what I did for you. Thank me. Thank me. Wait. No. Don't look at me like that. Don't. Keep away. I'll shoot. I swear I'll shoot.
And now for the news. We know who the Gray Slapper is. She's Miss Dolly Morrison. This evening, Anthony Edmund Pringle, companion of presidents, confidant of kings, and counselor to billionaires, was shot to death by her hand in her apartment. Evidently, it was a romance of long standing. The place is filled with his pictures, stories, and books about his long career. These things happened. He tired of her. She slapped him in public, and later killed him. They say, cherchez la femme. And in this case, we found her.
You want to know what I think? I would say there is more here than meets the eye. But exactly what it is, I cannot tell you. How about another? On the house.
As usual in these affairs, we give a multitude of possibilities. The first is the story we tell you, that his own youth killed him. Of course, it's possible that Dolly could have been playing a game, or even John Harrigan, or Tony's political enemies. Or have you been inspired to come up with a solution of your own? This is all to the good, and we shall talk about it shortly.
When you're traveling across the
The moment is legal. Net in the shot and down now sitting here.
That's our sign, let it shine. Say where quality comfort shine. Quality is the most comfortable place under the sun.
Isn't it nice to know that in almost 300 different
welcome
waiting for you under the big, bright, sunburst sign of Quality Inns? You'll always find comfortable rooms at very comfortable prices. That's what makes Quality Inns the most comfortable place under the sun. See your travel agent or call us toll-free for reservations.
Quality is the most comfortable place under the sun. Quality is.
When I have a sore throat, I don't feel like myself. My throat feels raw and irritated.
That's when I use Chloraseptic. Chloraseptic helps me feel better because it helps block the pain of a sore throat.
So when you get a sore throat, don't let it slow you down. Get relief with Chloraseptic. And feel like yourself again. Fast.
Chloraseptic spray or lozenges for temporary relief of minor sore throat pain. Use only as directed.
Do you have a sight problem that prevents you from reading? Hi, this is Max Morath with news about Choice Magazine Listening, a free service of the nonprofit Lucerna Fund. 6 times yearly, Choice Magazine Listening brings you 8 hours of selections from leading publications on phonograph records. For information about a free subscription, write Listening, Box 10, Port Washington, New York, 11050. Remember, it's free. So write Listening, Box 10, Port Washington, New York, 11050.
Consider some basic premises. If you are 50, what became of the you that was 25? You say he grew older, but how can you prove it? Are we one person who ages, or are we an infinite multitude of people who live for a day, or a week, or a year, and are then replaced? Impossible? Really? How many times have you said of somebody, why, he's simply not the same person? Our cast included Carol Teitel, Gordon Heath, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Himan Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Stock station, Sports Radio 78, WBBM, Chicago.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. As we wait for the napkin, the soup gets cold. While the bonnet is trimming, the face grows old. When we've matched the buttons, the pattern is sold. And everything comes too late. Too late. How completely the poet has captured it. So many times, isn't the most pertinent question of all, why are you waiting?
I didn't kill her.
You were here at the time she was murdered.
No, I wasn't. Lieutenant, why would I kill her?
You wanted to marry her. You discovered she was cheating.
So why would I want to marry her?
Because you were engaged.
How could we be engaged? I didn't even know her. Lieutenant, you sure you want me? Joe Gaffney?
Oh, yes, Mr. Gaffney. We want you.
Our mystery drama, Pretty Polly, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Tony Roberts. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
These are scenes from America's favorite motion picture.
You're a fool, Red Butler. When you know I shall always love another man.
Stop it. You hear me, Scarlett? Stop it.
Don't, I shall faint.
I want you to faint.
You go. What shall I do?
Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. Sunday at 8, 7 Central and Mountain. A CBS TV special movie presentation. Gone with the Wind. A love story between America and a movie.
Let your home share the newness of spring with a fresh coat of True Test paint from True Value Hardware Stores. Hi, Pat Summerall to tell you that True Test Easy Care Latex Flat Wall and Trim Finish will give your walls a fresh, scrubbable finish. Easy Care has earned the Good Housekeeping seal, and it comes in 44 decorator colors in white. And for a soft, velvety, smooth finish for walls and ceilings, try Satin Hue, a thick, creamy, flat latex wall paint in 44 distinctive colors in white. You'll find True Test paints exclusively at participating True Value Hardware Stores.
Welcome to Meet the Media. Thank you very much.
Today I am interviewing radio.
Hello?
Television.
Take a look at this.
Oh, newspaper.
I've been around the longest. Yeah, but you can't change channels on a newspaper.
Well, you can't put a TV in the bottom of a birdcage.
Interesting debate. Radio. How is your listenership?
It's up 66% since 1967.
Newspaper?
Yes.
How's your circulation?
It's,
Right.
But I'm happy to say our advertising rates have gone up.
Radio?
Because the cost of radio advertising has not increased as much as the other major media, it's a better deal.
And what about the cost of television?
Film at 11.
Radio in background. What about creativity?
Well, there are 4 of us sitting in a room pretending to be a radio, a television, a newspaper, and a human being.
That's amusing.
Just an example of radio's creativity.
Radio. Red hot. Because it works. For the advertiser trying to fight the rising costs of TV and print. The Radio Advertising Bureau can send you more facts. This station can send you more customers.
Time, we are told, is a great teacher. It is, however, most difficult to agree on just what it is that time actually teaches, or how well we learn the lesson. After all, time goes on, and so many of us keep making the same mistakes. And it must be said, some of us actually become pretty good at it.
Mr. Stevenson's office?
Yes. Is he in? This is Mr. Gaffney.
Sorry, Mr. Gaffney, he's in a meeting.
I have his morning quotations for him.
He said for you to call at about 10:30.
Thank you. You're not Miss Meadows.
No, Mr. Gaffney, my name is Polly Simmons.
Oh.
I'm Mr. Stevenson's new secretary.
What happened to Miss Meadows?
I don't know.
Oh. 10:30 you said to call him?
Yes, Mr. Gaffney.
Thank you, Miss,
Simmons. Polly Simmons.
Yes, Miss Simmons.
Joe? Joe? Huh? What? Joe, I've been trying to reach you for the past 15 minutes.
I've been here, Walt.
Yeah, but you didn't answer your phone.
Oh, maybe I fell asleep.
Look, I just saw the morning gold and silver prices. Do you want to give a buy signal to some of your customers?
What?
Joe, what's the matter with you?
Nothing.
Your hearing hasn't suddenly become...
Walt, there's nothing the matter with me.
Okay.
Joe Gaffney.
Mr. Gaffney, this is Polly Simmons, Mr. Stevenson's secretary.
Yes, I know.
Mr. Stevenson had to fly to Chicago on some urgent business, but he does want you to call him at the office first thing tomorrow morning.
Yes, I'll do that. Thank you. Thank you very much, Miss... Simmons.
You're quite welcome.
Now, look, Joe, this could be just another swing of the seesaw. On the other hand, it could be the big move-up. Now, what kind of position do we want to take? Joe?
Yeah.
Joe, are you listening to me? There's something going on here.
It's something very personal. I just don't want to talk about it. Do you mind?
Look, I don't mind if we can just get down to the day's work. Now, what do you think?
About what?
What have we been talking about? Taking a position in gold or silver? Either? Neither? Both?
Oh, I want to think about that.
I should imagine you'd been thinking about it all morning.
I'll get back to you.
When?
I have to make some calls, talk to some people within the hour.
Just remember, Joe, if it's going to take off and our people miss the boat, they'll make us walk the plank.
That's kind of a mixed-up metaphor, isn't it?
Just as long as you get the point. Joe? Huh? Oh, Walt, Joe, what am I going to do? Did you fall asleep again?
No, I didn't. I wasn't sleeping.
What are you up to, Joe? I think you should see a doctor.
I told you it's something very private and very personal, and I just don't want to discuss it.
Mr. Stevenson's office?
Good morning, Miss Simmons.
Mr. Gaffney, I was about to call you. And Mr. Stevenson isn't back yet.
He isn't?
No. They decided to go to Colorado. They want to inspect their ski resort.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. I wish I could have gone along.
like to ski, Miss Simmons?
Love it. Skiing in the winter and sailing in the summer. That's my idea of heaven.
Yeah.
When he checks in, I'll tell Mr. Stevenson you called.
Thank you, Miss Simmons.
Not at all.
Polly Simmons. I'm in love with you. I love you, Polly.
Well, that's great.
Huh?
Who's Polly Simmons?
I didn't hear you come in.
Yeah, well, naturally, you've been in your usual days. All right, so it's love. Who is she?
Walt, I was just talking to myself.
Oh, yeah?
This is what you came for, my market letter. Check it through before you send it out.
I always do.
I think it analyzes exactly what most of our clients should be doing at this particular stage in the market.
Good. Now, tell me, who is Polly Simmons?
That's none of your business.
Walter Evans.
Oh, I'd asked for Mr. Gaffney.
Yeah, well, Joe Gaffney's out at the moment. May I help? I'm his associate.
Would you tell Mr. Gaffney that Mr. Stevenson will telephone him from Colorado this afternoon at 4 o'clock?
Sure will.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Miss,
Simmons. Polly Simmons.
Simmons. Polly Simmons. Yes, Santa Claus, there is a Virginia. I mean a Polly.
Now, what are you talking about?
She's Ed Stevenson's secretary, eh? He's going to call you this afternoon. How long has this been going on?
How long has what been going on?
You and Polly.
There's nothing going on.
Oh, sure.
Look, she only came to work for him the other week.
Yeah, how long does it take?
Walt, lay off, will you?
Sure. You going to marry her? Okay, but you sat there and you said, Polly Simmons, I love you, and you love a woman and don't marry her, you'll regret it for the rest of your life.
Yeah, but it's my life, isn't it?
Look, I want you to be happy. Why? Because I'm your friend? Because I'm an idealist? No, not at all. It so happens that when you're happy, you're one of the best analysts on the street, and I make an awful lot of money out of you.
You want to have lunch, Walt?
How come you're not having lunch with Polly Simmons?
I don't even know Polly Simmons.
Joe, you're talking to an old soldier.
I spoke to her on the phone yesterday for the first time, and I fell in love with her voice. If you laugh, I'll punch you in the mouth.
Yeah, who's laughing?
And that's it. Don't tell me it can't happen.
Anything can happen. People fall in love for the craziest reasons.
That voice of hers.
Yeah, now that you mention it, it does sound sexy.
It's more than sexy. It's so warm. It's so alive. It's so vital.
That's what I said, sexy.
And that's the whole story.
It's only the beginning. Ask her for a date.
What if she's married?
Her name is Miss Simmons.
She could be using her maiden name at work.
Okay, so she's married. If you're in love, that won't stop you.
Walt, this is no concern of yours.
I just explained a minute ago it is.
Well, all right, what if the voice is just, she doesn't have to look like her voice. She could be an old hag.
You can always come up with a million reasons why not to do something.
Don't knock it. That's how I made you rich.
Yeah, but this is different.
Do you or don't you want to go to lunch?
Hello, is Mr. Stevenson in?
Mr. Stevenson is still out of town.
Oh. I'm, Walt Evans of Evans and McHugh.
Yes, Mr. Evans, I believe we spoke on the phone. Do you have an appointment? I hope not.
No. I was just visiting with Jim Russell down the hall. I thought I'd stop by and say hello to Ed.
Well, I know he'll be very sorry that he missed you.
Yeah. Whatever became of, Miss Meadows?
She left to get married.
Miss Meadows?
Yes. That's what I've been told.
Miss Meadows, if she could get married, there's hope for everyone.
Even for me?
You mean you're not married, Miss Simmons?
I'm afraid not.
How is that possible?
Oh, I suppose it's because no one ever asked me.
I can assure you, Miss Simmons, if I weren't married, I'd ask you myself.
And I should consider it. Very seriously.
My boy, she's beautiful, she's single, and she wants to get married.
Who?
Don't act dumb, Joe. Don't pretend. I saw her. I spoke to her. If you don't marry her, I'll divorce Dottie and I'll marry her myself.
Walt, I wish you would mind your own business.
I'll say it again. This is my business. We spoke, Polly Simmons and I. Look, she's somewhere in between 25 and 30. She has long black hair. She has flashing black eyes. She has a complexion that makes you think of milk and honey. She's tall. She's slender, graceful. The gentle curves of her body seem to float within a dress.
I never heard you talk like that.
I have never seen anyone like Polly Simmons. And she's single.
She looks like that and she's single? How's that possible?
And she wants to get married. Well?
Well, what?
What are you waiting for? Ask her for a date. Okay. You had raised some entirely legitimate objections. She could be a dog. She could be married, and so on and so forth. These have all been put to rest. Your move.
I don't know.
Look, Joe, I went to a certain amount of trouble on your account.
I didn't ask you to.
What is a friend? Someone who doesn't wait to be asked.
Walt, what'll I do if she turns me down?
How could she turn you down?
Look, I've never been very successful with women, Walt.
Yeah, you know why? Because you're always so negative about yourself. You're constantly examining yourself for flaws, for shortcomings. The basic qualities that make you a terrific market analyst work against you in your personal life.
Well, I can't help that, Walt.
You listen to this voice on the phone, this glorious voice so filled with promise, and you treat it like a prospectus from a company that's out to sell stock. Where are the problems? I've just investigated for you. There are no problems.
Yeah, maybe not with her, Walt, but there are with me.
What problems are there with you?
I'm not an exciting guy.
Sure, she's got enough excitement for both of you.
I can tell so much from her voice. She likes to go out a lot. She likes to have fun.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Well, I'm a quiet guy.
Well, basically, that's what most girls want.
I can tell, Walt. It wouldn't work out. I wouldn't even know how to ask her.
Oh, what's there to know? Get her on the phone. Come on.
Now?
That's how they used to teach Indian babies how to swim. They threw them in the water. Pick up the phone. Okay, now, dial Ed Stevenson's number. Go on, go ahead.
Walt, I don't know if I should.
And when she answers, say, Polly, how about dinner this evening?
Mr. Stevenson's office?
Miss Simmons, this is Mr. Gaffney.
Yes, Mr. Gaffney.
It should be Polly. Come on, throw the baby in the water.
I was wondering if Mr. Stevenson might be reached earlier.
No, Mr. Gaffney, I'm sorry he can't be.
Oh.
Was there anything else?
Now, Joe, now.
No. No, I don't think so. Goodbye, Miss Simmons.
What am I going to do with you, Joe? What am I going to do?
You'd be surprised, but that will be the business of Act Two. Along about now, some of you vintage listeners are asking yourselves, what have we got here? One of those soft, sweet, tender little love stories? When is someone going to get killed? Patience, friends. Patience.
If you use a long-lasting nasal spray, you ought to check the package. If it has a big 12 on it, you're getting the longest-lasting relief you can get. You're using Duration nasal spray. Duration is different because Duration has the longest-lasting nasal decongestant. So Duration gives you up to 12 hours of relief. That's up to 2 to 4 hours longer relief than most other long-lasting nasal sprays. Look for the nasal spray with the big 12 on it. Duration. The proof is on the package. The package with the big 12 on it. For occasional use only as directed.
Hey, let me get the check. Where'd you get the extra bucks? The Buck-A-Bundle insulation refund from Certainteed. Buck-A-Bundle? Yeah, buck back on every bundle of Certainteed fiberglass attic insulation. Up to $40. Some savings. That's what I was after. Was it a tough job? No, it was easy. I'm going to do it now while I can save. Thanks for lunch, and thanks for the tip. Get your attic insulation and extra bucks now. The Buck-A-Bundle insulation refund, only from Certainteed. Details at your building materials retailer.
Hi, this is Andy Williams. I learned about the importance of donating blood when my mother became ill. Although most people could qualify as donors, many have not donated blood because they have not personally experienced the need, either for themselves or for those they care about. Presently, over 30,000 pints of blood are required in the United States every day, and the need is increasing. The balance between supply, demand, and human life depends on you, the public. Donors often respond when there is an emergency or a disaster, but blood of every group and type must be available at all times. Blood banks depend on people who are willing to give to meet the day-to-day blood needs. Donate today at a blood bank in your community. Blood is life. Let's keep it running.
A public service of this station and the American Association of Blood Banks.
They say that faint heart never won fair lady, to which we might add, there's many a fellow who wishes he hadn't been quite so courageous. But here we have the basic ingredients. We have the fair lady, Polly Simmons. We have the faint heart, Joe Gaffney. And now we shall permit nature to take its course.
You got to do it, Joe.
Walt, why is it your affair?
Affair. It should only be your affair.
I don't interfere in your personal life.
That's because you don't have to. I'm perfectly capable of making all the right moves myself.
Will you please let me alone?
It's a sin and a shame that someone as beautiful as Polly Simmons should just go to waste.
I'm sure she has enough boyfriends.
Yeah, as far as you're concerned.
Why don't you mind your own business?
Mr. Stevenson's office?
Good morning, Miss Simmons.
Good morning, Mr. Gaffney.
Oh, you recognize my voice?
Yes, it's quite distinctive.
Really? Is Mr. Stevenson in?
They're at a budget meeting this morning. Shall I ask him to return your call?
No, I'll try him again later.
Yes, Mr. Gaffney.
Miss Simmons.
Yes, Mr. Gaffney.
It wasn't really important. What do you want to see me about, Walt?
What's the meaning of this? These 5 sheets of paper?
That's this week's market letter.
You mean this week's alleged market letter? Did you read through this after you wrote it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
This girl has not only got you talking to yourself, she has you writing to yourself. Listen, this week's Best Buy, Polly Simmons.
What?
The group that should outperform the market, Polly Simmons. Now, Joe.
Oh, I should have checked it out.
Joe, you have to resolve this thing.
Oh, you find it hard to understand. I'm scared.
Oh, come on.
Please, Walt. Look, guys like you, big, competent, aggressive, you can't believe there are fellows like me.
You must either get this girl or forget this girl.
But, Walt...
It's all in your own head now. You're going to pick up that phone, you're going to call her, and you're going to ask her for a date. Do you understand?
Well, what if she turns me down?
Okay, that'll be the end of it. Swift, clean, surgical. And if she says yes, well, that's the beginning. Pick up the phone, Joe. Your job depends on it.
All right, I'll do it.
Good. Well, go ahead.
I can't do it with you hanging over my shoulder.
Mr. Stevenson's office?
Miss Simmons, this is Joe Gaffney.
Yes, Mr. Gaffney.
I was wondering...
Yes?
I was wondering if Mr. Stevenson were back yet.
Oh. No, sir.
Then I guess I'll just have to keep trying.
Yes. You do that, Mr. Gaffney.
Well?
We have a date.
Good. You see, you keep listening to your old Uncle Walt. So, tell me, what did she say, huh? What did you say?
I just said, Miss Simmons, would you like to have dinner with me tonight?
Miss Simmons, huh?
Well, I don't know, maybe I said Polly, and she said,
Yes.
So, who had this thing figured out from square one, eh? Now, you take her to a nice quiet place where you can talk, you understand, and you make sure you talk about her. Most women like that.
Oh, look, Walt, do you mind if I get back to work now?
Joe Gaffney.
Good morning, Mr. Gaffney.
Oh. Good morning.
Mr. Stevenson would like you to send him an up-to-date copy of his portfolio with a list of suggestions.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Miss Simmons, are you all right this morning?
Does it show?
I beg your pardon?
I was out rather late last night. It was quite a... No, I shouldn't say brawl, but none of us was feeling much pain.
Oh.
And I'll sure be glad when this day is over.
Joe?
Oh, hello, Dottie. Walt's out with a client.
I know. I came here to see you.
Me?
Tell me, are congratulations in order?
For what?
Oh, Walt told me all about her.
About who?
Well, really, Joe, how many of them are there? Polly.
Oh, Polly.
Walt tells me you've been going steady with her for almost 3 months. Is it still called going steady?
Look, Dottie.
I can't tell you how happy this makes me.
What is it with you married people? You're always trying to get everyone into the same boat you're in.
Oh, now you need a wife, Joe. You're lonely. Repressed.
Hey, what is all this?
Well, that is, you were. Look at yourself now. You've got a new self-confidence. That's what a woman's love does for a man.
I'm glad to hear it.
Is there going to be a wedding?
Now, Dottie,
Well, it's fashionable today, I suppose, to laugh at that piece of paper. But in the long run, your relationship can't really go anywhere without it. Joe, do you want us to make the wedding for you?
Dottie, I'm really quite busy.
Well, you don't have any family.
If I don't finish this work...
Oh, relax. I'm your partner's wife. You won't get into any trouble.
No, it's just that...
All your life you've lived in a shell. You were always afraid to reach out to people. Suppose it's because you found that people could turn on you, huh?
People did.
So you surrounded yourself with facts and figures and statistics. Those you could trust.
Now that you've psychoanalyzed me, are you going to send me a bill?
I'd like to meet her. Why don't you bring her to dinner one night?
Well...
Or the four of us could go out.
Sure. Okay.
And let's make it soon, shall we?
Mr. Stevenson's office?
Miss Simmons.
Yes, Mr. Gaffney.
I sent Mr. Stevenson a list of attractive situations, particularly in commodities.
It's on his desk.
Oh, I just wondered if he'd received it.
He did, Mr. Gaffney.
Oh, well, that's what I wanted to know. Well, wow, it's been quite warm these past few weeks.
Yes, it has. I wish I could spend more time at the beach.
Oh? Do you like swimming?
Swimming, surfing, sailing. Anything that lets me wear a bathing suit.
Yes. Well, I'm glad Mr. Stevenson received my letter.
I think people wear too many clothes these days. And I feel that they're so confining. Don't you?
Oh, yes. Yes, I do. Thank you, Miss Simmons. Thank you.
Not at all, Mr. Gaffney.
So, what did you and Polly do last night?
Oh, the usual.
Yeah?
We went out to dinner, took a little drive, and we went back to her place.
Oh, yeah.
There's a little mining company I'd like to call to your attention.
That's some woman, that Polly Simmons.
Well,
Look, here's an outfit whose earnings have gone up over 120% over the last 3 years.
And to think I practically had to force you.
Do you want to hear about this terrific special situation, or don't you?
I can't think of a more terrific special situation than the one you have with Polly Simmons. So, you spent the night at her place, huh?
All I said was we went back to her place for a while.
All right. I understand Dottie's been in to talk to you.
I just wish Dottie and everyone else would mind their own business.
People are just happy for you, Joe. You've no idea how much you've changed since you've been going with Polly Simmons. Your whole outlook on life is different. You're more relaxed.
All right. Shouldn't we get to work, Walt?
Sure. You know how people are. They love gossip. Well, I'm just glad you had a great time last night.
Take these reports about the mining company back to your office. See what you think.
Okay. Bet you're not fooling me. You just want to get rid of me.
Why?
Because first thing in the morning, you get in, you always want to have your little chat with Polly on the telephone.
Come on, Walt.
I read you like a book. Well, go ahead. Have your little romantic moment.
Office.
Oh. This is Mr. Gaffney.
Yes?
Of Evans and McHugh.
Yes, sir?
Is Mr. Stevenson in?
I'm afraid he can't talk to anyone right now.
Oh. Is Miss Simmons in?
Miss Simmons?
Yes, Polly Simmons.
No.
Was she off today? What did you say?
I suppose it'll be on the radio news any time now. The police just found her body. She's been murdered.
You can't be serious.
The police are here now. They're talking to Mr. Stevenson.
She's dead? No, she can't be.
Dottie just called me. She heard something on the news. I don't know what to say. Polly Simmons murdered. It can't be true.
It's true. I called Stevenson's office. The police are there.
She was murdered last night. They found the body in her apartment?
Yes.
Joe, how you must feel. I guess you don't want to talk to anybody either. Here, I'll answer that. Yeah.
Well, some more details came over the radio. She was killed a little after midnight last night.
Yeah. Oh, it's Dottie, Joe. There's been some more news.
She'd evidently been with someone she knew because there's no sign of forced entry. The fellow must have hit her for some reason, and her head struck the floor or some other object. Too hard. And that was it.
Yeah, poor girl.
Well, was Joe with her last night?
What are you saying, Dottie?
What I'm saying is, the police are asking everybody who may have any sort of information to call a special number.
Yeah. Oh, look, Dottie, I'll talk to you later, okay? Joe, what time did you leave Polly's apartment last night?
Last night?
Yeah, you said you were with her last night.
Oh.
So, what time did you leave?
Well...
Police say she was killed around midnight.
Oh. Well, I guess it was sometime before.
Are you going to tell the police you were with her last night?
Do I have to?
They're going to find out.
How are they going to find out? Nobody really knew about us except you and Dottie. And would you or Dottie... Would you tell the police?
What a question. You take words like morality, duty, and so forth. You talk about a citizen's obligation, and so on. The truth is that these things are all abstractions. On the other hand, a friend is someone definite. He has form, shape, substance. You do not lightly sever all human feeling for him. You cannot simply sell him down the river or can you? The answer lies in Act 3, shortly.
This is WBBM Chicago.
Time to feed the baby.
Oh, baby sounds funny.
That was Baby Ben.
Thought our baby's name was Ollie.
Baby Ben's our alarm clock, honey. It never forgets to get us up.
We could forget to plug it in.
Baby Ben doesn't need electricity, dear. Doesn't even need batteries. It's key wound.
Gee, no batteries? No formula? Oh, turn that off.
That was Baby Ollie.
Who wound him up?
Baby Ben or Big Ben never forgets to get you up. It's time for a West Clocks by Tally Industries.
You've got a seat at third base, a spot at the net, two on the aisle, a box at the Met. You've got the best seat in the house at your TV set. And nothing gets you into it like TV Guide.
TV Guide is your ticket to the whole wide world of sports and entertainment. Tells you more about what's on, what's going on with television.
Nothing gets you into it like TV Guide.
This week, get more out of television. Buy TV Guide.
Now you can see more of America for less with Delta Airlines Unlimited Mileage Fare. It's easy and uncomplicated. You fly to as many Delta cities in America as you want, and to Bermuda and San Juan. Takes 7 to 21 days, all for an unbelievable $567 per person when two people travel together, or $777 when you travel alone. There's a special low fare for children, too. Unlimited mileage at an unbelievable fare. Don't leave a stone unturned or a place untraveled. Delta's unlimited mileage fare is an unusual opportunity for an unforgettable experience. Get the details on advance reservations and limited seating from your travel agent or Delta. Now, Delta is ready when you are, with an unbelievable, unforgettable, unlimited mileage fare for as little as $567. That's unreal.
What a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive, the poet said. And the strands of this web can wind themselves into the rope that will hang us. Our friend Joe Gaffney has been playing at a game of love. And as it happens, the game of love has become a game of death.
Walt, you wouldn't go to the police, would you?
Did you kill her, Joe?
What are you saying?
You were with her last night.
Walt, you're talking to me.
You said you went to dinner with her. Yeah, but wait a minute. We had a late meeting here yesterday afternoon. You didn't leave till 6:30. So the earliest you could have gone to dinner was maybe 7 o'clock.
Walt, listen.
Dinner 1 hour and a half maybe. It's now 8:30.
What are you trying to build?
Then you said you went for a drive. How long? An hour? 2 hours? So what? It's now 10:30, and then you went to her place. I will quote you for a while. What's a while?
Walt, listen to me.
Midnight, she's murdered. How long was that while you spent with her? Starting at about 10:30.
Walt, I swear I didn't kill her.
Yeah.
Walt! Walt! Where are you going?
Right now, at this minute, I don't know. He was there, Dottie.
But I can't believe Joe killed her.
Why not?
Well, he just isn't the type.
Is there a type?
But he was so much in love with her.
Yeah, that could have been the reason he killed her.
Because he loved her?
I met that girl. Her eyes were beautiful, but you could tell they liked to rove, if you know what I mean. Maybe she was cheating and he found out.
No, he didn't kill her.
Oh, and who did?
Well, she could have had other boyfriends. Maybe one came calling right after Joe left. Now, that's possible, isn't it?
Sure. Maybe that's actually what did happen, but...
But what?
Look, Dottie, the police have broadcast a call for all pertinent information. Shouldn't I...
Well, what do you want me to tell you?
The fact that Joe was with her... very close to midnight last night, the time of her death. Is that, or is that not pertinent information?
Yes, Walter, it is. In many ways, all of this is your fault.
My fault?
Yes. He was happy in his own little world.
You say that? You're the one who kept insisting he was so miserable.
Well, I was wrong. That is, if being miserable made him happy, who were we to interfere? You were the one who kept... Well, you practically forced him to start going out with her.
Did I know it would end like this?
Well, that's beside the point. If it hadn't been for your insistence, that girl would be alive today. Or if someone else had killed her, Joe wouldn't be involved in it.
Dottie, the fact is...
What?
I don't know. I just don't know anymore. I wish I did.
The problem is, it just isn't clear-cut.
No, you're wrong, Dottie. We're the ones who aren't clear-cut. You and I. We have a duty as citizens. And that is the bottom line.
Oh, I know.
And we have some very good reasons to shirk that duty. Reasons like friendship, loyalty, so on.
Understand?
But the collective morality of the city is the sum total of the individual moralities of all its citizens.
Oh, Walter, do it or don't do it, but stop moralizing about it.
Hello, Joe Gaffney.
Mr. Gaffney, this is Mr. Stevenson's secretary.
What? But Mr. Stevenson's secretary is dead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have said his new secretary.
Oh.
Did you know Miss Simmons very well?
Yes, I knew her.
Mr. Stevenson wants more information on that mining stock. Mr. Gaffney?
Oh. Yes, I'll send it by messenger right away.
You all right?
What did you say, Miss...
Smith, Dolores Smith.
Yes. I guess it's remarkable how life just goes on. We don't even pause. Oh, well. There's no sentiment in this business. Or any business.
Well, I don't know, Mr. Gaffney. Some people are capable of sentiment.
Oh? Do you know any?
Well, I guess there's me, for instance.
Really? Well, you must be a very unusual young lady, Miss...
Smith. Dolores Smith.
You say you weren't there at about midnight last night.
Yes, Lieutenant.
But you told Mr. Walter Evans.
I know what I told him.
It would have looked better for you if you'd come forward with this information voluntarily.
What information?
Oh, regardless of the time, you should have told us that you'd seen her last night.
But I didn't see her last night.
Mr. Walter Evans says...
Forget what I told Walter Evans.
I can't see how that could work. The DA won't want to forget. I don't think the jury will either.
Lieutenant Marker, the truth is, I never went anywhere with Polly Simmons. I don't even know what she looked like.
You know what you're saying.
Lieutenant, let me tell you the whole story. Let me begin at the beginning. I never went out with her. Never.
And that is your story?
Lieutenant, please, believe me.
It's not a great one or even a very good one, but it's a new one.
Well, it's true.
There's some holes. Why didn't you just tell Walter Evans to mind his own business?
I did, but when a man's your partner and he has this idea that he's going to do you a good turn...
Very well. So you lied to him when you said you'd asked her for a date?
Yes, Lieutenant, that was a lie.
Then why couldn't you at least tell a lie that would get you off the hook? Why couldn't you say she turned you down and that would have been the end of it?
Yes, but that wouldn't have been the end of it. You don't know Walter. He'd have said, if at first you don't succeed, he'd have made my life miserable.
But you knew you couldn't maintain this deception indefinitely, if that's what it was. You knew you were getting in deeper after a couple of weeks. Why couldn't you tell Walter Evans that you and Miss Simmons had broken off?
Because after a while, it began to be real.
Real?
Yes, I would tell Walter lies about the things Polly and I had done the night before. But as I told them, they began to get real. As if we had gone out and had a good time and made love. You think I'm crazy.
Please continue, Mr. Gaffney.
I felt just wonderful. I was finally someone who appealed to women, and as we would walk down a street or sit in a restaurant or whatever, this was all in my mind, you know.
Why didn't you ask her for a date on the phone and make it real?
Because if she turned me down, it would have been the end of everything.
Why are you so sure she'd have turned you down?
Oh, well, look at me, Lieutenant. I'm not so hot looking. I don't have $1 million. I mean, what would she want with me? Yeah? This way, at least, I had something with her.
In your imagination.
It was better than nothing.
Very well. What we're saying here is that you are living in an unreal world. There are cases like this. A person creates a fantasy world.
Yeah, well, that's what it was.
In the daytime, you work here in your office. You do your job. That's reality. But where are you at night?
Where?
When you're supposed to be out with her, having dinner, or dancing, or going to a show, or making love. Where are you?
I don't know. Home, I guess.
Can you be sure? Do you really know? Is it possible you're not somewhere around her apartment house, watching for her? Maybe on this night you see her come home with another man. Maybe it looks very much like they're going into her place to have a real good time.
Lieutenant.
Did you wait for him to leave? Did you go up there afterwards, furious and a feeling of betrayal? Did you start to hit her? And did she fall down and strike her head?
No.
No?
I don't know.
Mr. Gaffney, I don't know either. I was told to have you booked as a material witness.
What does that mean?
In simple English, it means we think you did it. But we'd like to have a little more evidence before we say so.
I'd rather you didn't see me in a place like this, Walt.
It's all right, Joe.
No, it's not all right. It's a cell. It's a prison cell.
We're going to have bail set for you.
Did I really kill her, Walt?
Joe, who knows?
I don't know what to believe anymore. Was I actually going out with her? Or was it all something I built up in my mind because I wanted to fool you?
I'm sorry I put that kind of pressure on you, but not that it helps. I meant well.
No, it must have been real. I must have killed her. I mean, who else? It had to be someone who knew her, who was with her.
I don't think about it anymore. Oh, time's up. Here's the guard. I'll come visit you tomorrow.
Thanks, Fred. I'll call you when I'm ready to leave.
Oh, you're the detective I spoke to, huh? Lieutenant...
Marker.
Yes, Lieutenant Marker. How'd you do?
I was looking for you, Mr. Evans.
For me?
They said you'd come down here to the city jail to visit Mr. Gaffney. How convenient.
I mean, convenient.
We don't have to bring you here.
For what?
We're going to read you your rights and book you as material witness.
Oh, no, Hatch, just a
Miss
minute.
Dolores Smith, who replaced Miss Simmons, happened to be clearing out her desk. And deep in a bottom drawer were some typewritten letters Miss Simmons may have been planning to mail.
What does this have to do with me?
Well, let me read one of them to you. Mrs. Walter Evans, 9 Albemarle Crescent. Dear Mrs. Evans, did you know your husband is having an affair with a Miss Polly Simmons? Miss Simmons has photographs showing herself and Mr. Evans in various affectionate...
That's a lie, Walter.
Plus various other proofs of his devotion. We now have those proofs.
I demand the right to call my attorney.
Certainly.
I didn't kill her.
There are letters addressed to 3 other men. One of you thought to shut her up.
Walt, it's your fault, Joe. Why didn't you take her out? How could I just let someone like that go to waste?
Mr. Stevenson's office?
Miss Smith, this is...
Oh, yes. I know. Mr. Gaffney.
I want to thank you for... Well...
Oh, I was just cleaning out her desk, and well, it was my duty to go to the police, wasn't it?
Yes, of course. I want to thank you.
Mr. Gaffney, do you
No. Go ahead.
If you're anything at all the way you sound, you must really be something.
How'd you like to find out? Have dinner with me. Tonight.
And this time, of course, the shoe was on the other foot. After all, what did Miss Dolores Smith look like? And was he disappointed in her? Was she disappointed in him? I can't say, but I do know that you won't be disappointed if you wait for me to return.
Some job, standing all day, and now I've got hemorrhoids.
Better not neglect them.
I was hoping they'd go away.
When I get a flare-up, Preparation H often gives me fast temporary relief from pain and itch.
You have hemorrhoids?
Lots of people do. But Preparation H even helps shrink swelling of hemorrhoidal tissues caused by inflammation.
I'll try Preparation H tonight.
Good morning. Ready for the big sale today?
Thanks to Preparation H.
Preparation H relieves pain and itch, even helps shrink swelling. Use only as directed.
Hi, I'm Charlie Daniels, and I'm very concerned about hunger in our world. Every minute, 21 children die because they don't have enough to eat. There is enough food to go around for everybody. What's needed now is for each of us to care enough to get involved in this issue. Now, I know you care. What can you do? Write politicians about your concern and support hunger organizations. Thank you.
For further information, write Impact on Hunger, 145 East 49th Street, New York, 10017.
The truth of the matter, every reality began once as a fantasy. And so we may ask, when, at what point, does the transformation take place? When do dreams become real? And how real do they become? Are we what we are, or are we what we think and hope and dream we are? The proverb says, who rides a tiger dares not dismount. But it should also be said that he who rides an illusion has saddled the most dangerous beast of all. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Paul Hecht, Marion Seldes, and Evie Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Himan Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
You know, Mike is a great kidder. Do you suppose, when Mike and Jim were sharing that room in the hospital, when they had their operations and recuperating, do you suppose they cooked this up between them and they're just playing some kind of a game?
No, I don't think so. And these black and blue marks on my neck don't think so either.
Oh, of course. How dumb of me. But the numbers racket could be a game. Me, K44K, you, ZXY77. But to attack you like that, Janet, it ain't funny. If you ask me, I'd try to get Jim somewhere for observation. And if he won't go, you ought to think about moving out.
I have, in a way. I've moved to another room, made it my bedroom. I've hidden his gun, and every night I lock my door.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The Senate Budget Committee hangs up its axe for the night after chopping more than President Reagan has asked. I'm David Jackson reporting on the CBS Radio Network. The president didn't get everything he wanted from the committee, but he got most, and in some cases more, as Jacqueline Adams explains.
All told, the Senate Budget Committee has approved more than $35 billion in spending cuts,
almost $2.5 billion more than the president requested. But late Wednesday afternoon, at the urging of conservative Republican Senator Orrin Hatch, the committee voted to restore over $1.5 billion in 1982 and 1983 to programs for the handicapped, unemployed youth, elementary and secondary education.
I wish we could support all the other programs, and I felt strongly the other night that NSF probably should be beefed up somewhat. I'm a strong supporter of the arts and humanities. But this, we feel, is probably the minimum we can get through the committee.
In its final action of the night, the committee restored $224 million the president had wanted to cut to a nutrition program for pregnant women and infants. The committee will meet again in the morning and hopes to complete its consideration of the president's budget cut proposals by noon. Jacqueline Adams, CBS News on Capitol Hill.
More news coming up.
Saturdays on CBS Television. Don't miss the fun and games at Flo's Yellow Rose. She's one of a kind, and with a lady like Flo, anything can happen, and does. She's a lover and a fighter and a whole lot of fun.
It's her, some Aberdeen's ideal woman.
She's every cowboy's favorite kissing cousin. But when the grits hit the fan, watch out. Join the laughs at Flo's Yellow Rose on Flo, Saturdays at 8:30, 7:30 Central and Mountain on CBS Television.
Only Bayer.
Bayer aspirin.
Bayer, of course.
Ask mothers, which is the only pain reliever you'll need in your home this colds and flu season? And the answer from millions would be...
Bayer, of course.
Bayer, because the whole family can use it. Bayer, because nothing else, short of a prescription, can do more for the aches, fever, and sore throat pain. Remember, rest, fluids, and all you need is...
Bayer. Only Bayer.
Bayer aspirin.
Use only as directed.
Secretary of State Haig sums up Soviet interests in Central America, saying, in effect, 1 down, 1 in the works, and 2 to go. Nicaragua, he told Congress, was phase 1 of a Soviet plan to dominate the area, a phase completed with the leftist takeover there. Phase 2, Haig says, is El Salvador, and he wants continued U.S. military support of the junta there. Haig claims the Kremlin has a 4-point hit list with Honduras and Guatemala next in line, and he says the U.S. must stand firm against that Kremlin strategy. The State Department is praising what it says have been recent improvements in the human rights situation in Argentina. And one official says by the end of this week, Congress will be asked to at least partially repeal the U.S. ban on weapons sales to that country. The word comes just a day after Argentina's Nobel Peace Prize winner, Adolfo Pérez Esquivel, a human rights activist, said things there are getting worse. The judge presiding over the Carol Burnett libel suit against the National Enquirer has ruled that the Enquirer is a magazine, not a newspaper, and so is not covered by California's retraction law. That law says newspapers are protected from libel suits if they retract articles in question. So in the Burnett case, the Enquirer's retraction of the controversial story about the entertainer will not provide an automatic defense. More than 14,000 coal miners have now joined wildcat strikes, shutting down mines in 7 eastern and midwestern states. Still, the National United Mine Workers Union says those miners should get back to work. No strike, says the UMW, until the current contract expires March 27th. A strike then appears inevitable, but there is word that the UMW is trying to revive negotiations to head off a full-scale walkout. White House News Secretary James Brady says the administration is monitoring the coal negotiations, saying a coal strike would be a serious matter, but he says there are no plans right now for the administration to become directly involved in the labor dispute. CBS News will continue in a minute.
Shine it up, shine it down, spread that glass, just shine around, shine all around.
If I've got to clean, I want something to show for it. I clean with Glass Plus and show off the shine. Windows to chrome, plus a whole lot more. Look anywhere in my house. There's a shine all around.
Shine it here, shine it there. Glass Plus shines up everywhere.
It shines glass, plus a whole lot more.
Hey, let me me get the check.
Where'd you get the extra bucks?
The Buck-A-Bundle insulation refund from CertainTeed.
Buck-A-Bundle?
Yeah, buck back on every bundle of CertainTeed fiberglass attic insulation. Up to $40.
Some savings.
That's what I was after.
Was it a tough job?
No, it was easy.
I'm going to do it now, while I can save. Thanks for lunch, and thanks for the tip.
Get your attic insulation and extra bucks now. The Buck-A-Bundle insulation refund, only from CertainTeed. Details at your building materials retailer.
2 lava flows from Sicily's Mount Etna volcano have split into 3, one of which is stalled within a half-mile of Randazzo, population 12,000. Soldiers are standing by for possible evacuation duty. Another lava stream is approaching a river which feeds an electric generating plant. It could cut off the water and shut down the plant. So far, no one's been hurt from this eruption at Etna, but some vacation homes and vineyards have been destroyed. David Jackson, CBS.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, come to lead you, safely I hope, through another encounter with the sinister happenings in which we specialize. We become involved in circumstances not dealt with in the nice, conforming, normal world we're used to. We run afoul of things not considered quite natural in our workaday world, and we may find them just a little frightening. Are you up to it? Heart sound? Nerves steady? Well then, our mystery drama, M-U-R-D-E-R, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Field and Farrington and stars Larry Haynes and Ralph Bell. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
It only takes one glassful to know this beer. Budweiser is the king of beers. The crisp aroma of the choicest hops. And that famous snappy Budweiser taste that only the most careful brewing process and exclusive Beechwood aging can deliver. And deliver it does. A smoothness, a drinkability, and cold golden enjoyment you'll find in no other beer at any price. Anheuser-Busch headquarters, St. Louis, Missouri.
In the usual course of things, the future is mercifully hidden from us. I say mercifully because few indeed are those among us who have only joyous elements in their futures, and who wants premature knowledge of the troubles that lie ahead. Oh, people go looking for it, that's true enough. Fortune tellers make a living. Tables tap and Ouija boards are brought out on quiet evenings at home. But in the main, the future keeps its secrets pretty well hidden. When it fails to do so, well, the results are unpredictable.
Do you want to taste this, Helen, and see if it needs more wine or anything?
Oh, sure. I'm glad you told me you're having beef bourguignon. I'm not sure anything else would have got Max out of the house tonight.
Isn't he feeling well?
Well, I've been worried about Max, Gwen.
How come?
He's, I don't know. He just seems withdrawn. He doesn't laugh anymore. He doesn't enter into things.
To tell you the truth, Helen, that's the reason Kyle suggested this little dinner party.
Well, I hope it helps. I've really been concerned.
Well, we all know that Max has been having business worries.
He's been having business worries ever since I've known him, but he's never acted like this before. I mean, it's been like living with a stranger. If I didn't think he'd blow up in my face, I'd suggest he see a psychiatrist.
You about ready for another of these martinis, Kyle?
Well, I have a feeling the girls are going to announce dinner before long.
So, I'll take my drink to the table with me.
Sure, Max.
I'm not going to drown myself in martinis, Kyle, if that's what's worrying you.
No, that's not what's worrying me, Max.
Well, then what is it?
Well, I think we've got the shoe on the wrong foot here. That's what I was about to ask you.
What's troubling me?
Mm-hmm.
My partner kills himself. My business is in a total mess. And you ask me what's troubling me.
Dinner's all ready, you two.
Yeah, I'll be right with you. You want your drink, Max?
I'll take it in with me.
Gwen, there's nothing in all this world quite like your beef bourguignon. Isn't it great, Max?
Oh, yes. Delicious. Very good.
You ought to try eating some of it, Max.
Oh, I said it was good, didn't I? For Pete's sake. What do you all want from me, huh?
Helen, did Gwen tell you about her Ouija board?
Her what?
Well, tell her, Gwen.
I went to this garage sale over on Ridgewood Avenue, and I bought a Ouija board, that's all.
That's all. There's been time for nothing else since she came home with the thing. Every evening, and it takes two of us to use a Ouija board.
Do you really believe in that stuff? No, not really. Not seriously.
Well, it uses bad language sometimes, and it can get very personal.
But you keep talking about what it does. Surely it doesn't do anything, not on its own. I mean, you have to push it, don't you?
Well, Gwen swears she doesn't push the thing, and I know I don't, not consciously at least.
I'll show you after dinner, Helen. Do you want to work it with me? Well, sure, why not?
Fine. That'll give Max and me a chance for a little private talk.
What do we have to talk privately about?
Max, don't be rude.
You're all trying to help, huh? Invite poor old Max out to dinner. Good old Kyle and Gwen to the rescue. Who asked for it?
You can't blame us for trying, Max.
Well, it sure isn't getting us anywhere.
Oh, that's my fault, I suppose. Sure, my fault. You don't know the troubles I got. None of you. You don't know.
Not even me, Max?
No, not even you. What would you say if I told you that my partner's been stealing me blind, huh?
Tom? Tom Garth?
Stealing me blind, and I caught him at it. That's why he blew his brains out.
Well, that's hard to believe of Tom Garth.
Tom was into the firm for almost $100,000. Hey, you calling me a liar?
No, I wasn't calling you a liar.
Max, please, don't be like that.
All right. I couldn't believe it either until I'd gone over the books. Not even then. Not even when I'd seen it in black and white. But it's true. It's been going on for over a year, almost $100,000.
It's an awful lot of money.
Too much for Pickett and Garth, I'll tell you that. We're not big enough to drop $100,000 and go on as if nothing had happened.
Max, if there's anything I can do...
I can handle it.
All right.
There's no way I can get the money back. His wife doesn't have it. He left Maud practically penniless.
Penniless?
Ah, well, I guess she has enough to live on, but not enough to account for that $100,000 he stole.
Yeah, that's a mess, all right.
Then why do we have to keep on and on about it? I'm sick to death of the whole thing.
Max, while the girls are still busy out in the kitchen, well, I can't swing it myself. I don't have that kind of money lying around, but I have connections over at First National, you know, and if you need a loan to get you back on your feet, I'm sure
No, wouldn't help. Might buy me a little time, maybe, but in the long run wouldn't solve my problem.
All right, we're going to play with Gwen's Ouija board.
You don't play with a Ouija board, Helen. You work with it.
Okay, play, work, whatever. You want to try it?
I'll get it out. Carl, would you make some room so I can set it up on the coffee table?
Sure.
Now, don't get Helen hooked on the thing, Gwen. That's all I need, a Ouija board telling me to relax and take it easy.
All right, now pull up the footstool, Helen.
Oh, okay.
That's what Carl always uses, because we have to sit on opposite sides of the table.
All right.
Now, let's see. We start with a planchette here in the middle.
Planchette.
That's what they call this little table thing that moves around on the board. This thing.
Oh, okay.
All right, now rest your fingertips very lightly on the top of the planchette.
Mm-hmm.
Lightly. Sometimes the planchette even moves under your fingers.
Sure it does.
Oh, that's the wrong attitude. Now, come on. Sit quietly and think about the planchette moving.
Mm-hmm.
Concentrate on it.
It doesn't seem to be doing anything.
You have to be patient. Is there a message for anyone?
It's moving.
M. U. R. D. E. R.
Murder.
Good Lord.
That's what it said.
What about murder?
It's going again.
M. U. R. D. E. R. What is it you want to tell us about murder?
Somebody's pushing the damn thing.
I'm not pushing it, Max.
M. U. R. D. E. R.
Well, how about another rubber?
I don't think so, Carl. I haven't been getting too much sleep. I'd like to get to bed early tonight. Besides, we're losing.
Oh, come on. It isn't even 11 o'clock.
We really ought to go, Gwen.
We'd have been better off staying with a Ouija board.
Too spooky for me.
Well, you have to admit it works, though. Don't you, Helen?
It's got a one-track mind, and it's morbid. M-U-R-D-E-R. Now, what kind of talk is that?
Gruesome.
Come on, Helen, let's go.
So, listen, maybe you two can come over to our place next week. Give us a chance to get our money back.
I'm going to be pretty busy next week, Helen. I don't know whether I'll have a free evening or not.
Well, we'll play it by ear. Gwen, it was a lovely dinner. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you.
We'll see you next week or whenever.
Yeah, so long, huh?
Bye.
Would you like a cup of coffee or something, Carl?
No, I don't think so, Gwen. It wasn't a very successful evening, was it?
What's the matter with him, anyway? Helen's right. He's like a stranger.
Well, you can understand Tom's death upsetting him, especially since Tom had been embezzling the firm's funds.
That's really hard to believe of Tom Garth, isn't it?
Hmm.
The Ouija board seemed to upset Max.
Oh, you mean yelling murder? Well, upset me, too. You know, darling, I'm going to break that thing up for kindling wood.
You didn't seem to enjoy the evening much, Max.
I didn't enjoy it any. I told you we shouldn't have gone.
Well, they're just trying to help.
I wish everybody would stop trying to help. I can straighten things out if everybody would just leave me alone.
Are you going right to bed?
I don't know. Maybe I have a nightcap. You go on up if you want to.
Max, I know you won't like this, but you've been drinking an awful lot lately.
You're right, I don't like it.
I mean, it isn't like you. Nothing you do lately is like you.
He's out to get me.
What are you talking about? Who's out to get you?
Kyle Abbott.
What? Max, Kyle Abbott is your best friend.
Now that Tom Garth's dead, you mean? He was my friend, wasn't he? He stole $100,000 from me.
Well, Kyle hasn't stolen anything from you, has he?
He put her up to it, all right.
I don't know what you're talking about half the time.
I'm talking about Gwen Abbott and her stupid Ouija board. You push those things around, you know. They don't just go by themselves.
I still don't see what that has...
Murder, that's all. She made it say murder, murder, murder.
If she was pushing it, why would she make it say murder?
Because Kyle told her to, that's why.
Why on earth would he tell her to do a thing like that?
Because he thinks I killed Tom Garth.
Should a Ouija board be taken seriously? Those who do, and there are more of them than you might think, these believers will tell you that the Ouija board is a means of communication with the dead. Myself, I am a professional fence sitter in these matters. I study the evidence and try to keep an open mind. There'll be more evidence to study when I return shortly with Act Two.
Buy a Buick Opal anytime, and you get a sensational little car. One that's comfortable, fun to drive, built by Isuzu. Equipped with things like a 4-cylinder overhead cam Hemi engine, a short-throw 4-speed manual transmission, plus reclining bucket seats, tinted glass, and rack and pinion steering. But there's more. Because due to popular demand, Buick's extended its special Opal gas offer through November 30th. Which means if you have the good sense to buy a new Opal now, Buick will reimburse you for 200 gallons of gasoline. And with 200 gallons of gas in a new Opal, you can do a lot of driving. Of course, your mileage may vary, but even at the estimated EPA city mileage of 23 miles per gallon, that's 4,600 miles. And on the highway, Opal's EPA estimate is 36 miles per gallon. The Buick Opal gas offer, it's still on. See your Buick Opal dealer soon for details. Make your best deal, and Buick will make it better. 200 gallons better.
There are over 50 Midas shops in the New York metropolitan area. Consult your yellow pages for the shop nearest you. All over the country, people are switching to Digel. Why? Because Digel is different. Because no plain antacid, liquid, or tablet can do what Digel does. Digel contains simethicone, the only ingredient found to be safe in the treatment of the trapped gas, which often accompanies acid indigestion, heartburn, and sour stomach. So switch to Digel, tablets or liquid. Use only as directed. Digel, deliciously different.
The cry of murder is a shrill and terrifying thing, even when articulated with a Ouija board's silence. Gwen Abbott's Ouija cried murder this evening and then steadfastly refused to explain. Whose murder? Committed by whom? For what purpose? When? Where? How? No explanation. The repeated use of the word, however, was dramatic enough to give pause even to those who considered the Ouija nothing but a silly spelling game. Not one of the four who were present has had a good night's sleep.
Hello?
Carl.
Oh, yes, Gwen.
I'm sorry to bother you at your office, dear. I can't meet you for lunch today, after all. At least I don't think I should.
Why not?
Helen Pickett just called me and asked me if I could meet her for lunch. She sounded terribly upset, and so I said I would.
Something about Max?
Well, she didn't say, but what else would she be worrying about right now? I'm sorry I'm late, Helen. The traffic was absolutely awful today. Have you ordered? No, I thought I'd wait for you. Have you been running? I hurried. You sounded so upset on the phone. Well, I am upset. About Max. Gwen, do you know anything about paranoia? No. Are you serious, Helen? Do you actually believe that Max is... Well, I can't believe that. Well, I don't want to, but something's wrong with him, and to tell you the truth, I'm scared. Scared of Max? Of him, maybe. For him, certainly. He said this morning he's going to see Maud Garth. Well, what, sympathy call? I think he should. Not a sympathy call. He thinks she's out to get him. Now, those were his words. He thinks everybody's out to get him lately. Out to get him? In what way? Gwen, will you tell me something truthfully? Yes. Does that Ouija board really work on its own? Doesn't somebody have to push it? No, it goes by itself. I swear to you, Helen. I don't push it. Kyle certainly wouldn't. He hates the thing. You didn't push it last night. You weren't making it say murder the way it did? Absolutely not. Why do you ask? Max thinks you did. Look, even if I was manipulating it, why should that worry Max? He thinks Kyle put you up to it. Kyle? And I just don't understand it all. He thinks it's Kyle's way of accusing him, indirectly, of murdering Tom Garth.
Who is it?
It's me, Maud, Max Pickett.
Hello, Max. How are you?
Okay, I guess. You all right?
Well, as all right as I can hope to be under the circumstances. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
Well, I'm afraid the place is in a mess. I'm in the middle of packing.
Oh, you going away?
Yes. I found a little apartment. I'm moving. You know, this house is much too big for just me. Anyway, I seem to see Tom everywhere I look.
Yeah, it must be pretty tough for you. I miss him a lot myself. Why do you keep looking at me that way?
What way?
Well, Tom was my friend, you know. We were more than just partners. We were friends.
Well, I know that.
And I can't understand why you think what you think.
Think what, Max? I don't know what you're talking
Well,
about.
you think I had something to do with Tom's death, don't you? That somehow I'm responsible for it?
Max! Such a thought never entered my mind.
No, I wouldn't expect you to admit it, not to me. Look, I have a lot of enemies. And you're one of them. I can see that clearly now. I come here and offer you help, offer you money, and you still sit there looking at me that way, thinking how best you can ruin me, huh?
Max, that's not true.
But I'll win out in the end. You'll see, Maud. I'm smarter than all of you put together. And I'll win out in the end.
Are you busy, Carl?
Oh, no, darling, not too. Come on in. How was your lunch with Helen?
Pretty ghastly, if you want to know. She's worried sick about Max.
Well, after last night, I can't say I blame her.
Do you think that he could be paranoid, Carl?
I don't know enough about it to say. Is that what Helen thinks?
Well, she suggested it. Kyle, how do you think Tom Garth died? How he really died?
Well, suicide. I thought that was established.
You don't think Max had anything to do with it?
Well, good Lord, no. Gwen. Why would I think a thing like that?
Max seems to believe you do.
He believes that... Oh, come on.
According to Helen. He thinks you put me up to making the Ouija board say murder. He thinks it was your way of accusing him of murdering Tom Garth.
Well, Helen imagined it.
No, I don't think so.
Well, I'll get this settled once and for all.
What are you doing?
I'm calling Max at his office. I'm going to settle this.
Pickett and Garth.
Max.
Yes. Is that you, Carl?
Yes, Max, I want to talk to you.
All right. Go ahead.
No, not on the phone. Will you have time after you leave the office this afternoon?
I don't know. What is it you want to talk to me about?
Well, I said not on the phone.
You're not trying to set me up for something, are you, Carl?
Now, Max, what the devil are you talking about? I want to see you.
Well, all right, where?
Kelly's Pub, 5:30 be all right?
Kelly's Pub, 5:30. All right.
Maud, come in.
I hope I haven't caught you at a bad time, Helen.
No, not at all. Sit down, Maud. Are you all right?
Oh, yes. I'm having a little trouble adjusting to be alone, of course, but... Well, I'm all right.
It must have been terrible for you.
Not very pleasant. Helen, Max came to see me today.
Oh, yes, he said he might.
Well, he was very strange. I really didn't understand what he was talking about. He thinks of me as an enemy. He said so. In just those words.
Well, I'm afraid he's seeing enemies wherever he looks these days.
But why me?
He's just not himself right now, Maud. We spent yesterday evening with Gwen and Kyle Pickett, and Max got all upset about something a Ouija board said.
A Ouija board?
Well, Gwen's been on a Ouija board kick lately, and she and I were just fooling around with the thing last night, and it spelled out murder. Max was terribly upset.
Has he said anything to you at all about thinking of me as an enemy? Given you any reason why he should feel that way?
Well, I don't think so. He said so many strange things.
No, there's just no reason.
Well, he'll be all right again soon, Maud. I wouldn't worry about it if I were you.
Except that, Helen, if he thinks of me as his enemy, then that makes him my enemy, doesn't it?
What'll you have, Max?
Scotch and soda, I guess.
2 scotch and sodas here. Ready, please? How'd it go today, Max?
Like every other day lately. Lousy. Is somebody else going to meet us here, Kyle?
No, I told you I just want to talk to you alone.
I know that's what you said. These days, though, I don't put much stock in what people say to me. I can't afford to. Everyone's so crafty.
Oh, now you just imagine that, Max.
Oh, sure. That's what you'd all like me to believe, isn't it? You must think I'm very stupid not to see what's going on.
Nothing is going on, Max.
I suppose you call it nothing? Gwen making that damn Ouija board of hers keep spelling out murder, murder, murder?
Well, Max, actually, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. Now, I understand you think that I've been making accusations against you.
How do you know that?
Well, there's no mystery about it. Helen told Gwen, Gwen told me.
There, you see?
See what?
You're all working against me. Even Helen. Going behind my back, repeating things I've said in private, plotting against me. Good Lord, I can't even trust my own wife anymore.
Max, what's the matter with you? Well, now, why would I accuse you of murder? What earthly reason would
The same reason all the rest of them have, to destroy Max Pickett.
Max, you've got to stop this.
Oh, yeah.
Now, look, I'm your friend. We've been friends for how many years
We've
now?
known each other for a long time. That's true enough.
We've been friends for a long time. Now, Max, you're not well.
Oh, now we're getting around to that, are we? Next you'll be saying I ought to see a psychiatrist, huh?
Well, I was going to suggest it, as a matter of fact.
And then let it get around, right? Not only is old Max Pickett all the other things you accuse him of being, he's a loony, too. Right?
Max, I think a good psychiatrist could help you.
Help me what? Ruin myself?
All right, forget the psychiatrist. Just listen. I want you to trust me. I don't care about the rest of them, whoever they are. I want to help you, Max. I'm on your side.
Nobody's on my side.
Well, I am. Will you just believe me and trust me?
Okay. Sure thing, Kyle. I trust you.
All right. And you don't believe that nonsense you were talking to Helen last night, do you? About accusing you of murder?
Oh, of course not. It's ridiculous.
I don't think you're serious.
Hey, you see? You don't trust me.
Max? Max?
What is it?
Oh, I thought I heard you come in. Where are you?
I'm in my study.
Are you busy? Will I disturb you?
I'm busy, but you won't disturb me.
Why didn't you call out when you came in the way you usually do? I thought maybe... Max, what are you doing?
I'm cleaning a gun. What does it look like?
What for?
I don't like dirty guns. Do you mind? I had a drink with Kyle a little while ago.
Oh? Any special reason?
Do we need a reason? We're buddies, aren't we? Old Kyle and I?
Yes, of course.
At least that's what he kept telling me.
Well, you are. You've been friends for years.
Yes, he kept telling me about how long we've been friends. What difference does it make how long? It's what good friends we are. That's what counts, huh?
You are good friends.
Oh, you bet. Another thing he told me he didn't accuse me of murder.
Well, of course he didn't. I've said that all along.
Helen?
Yes?
How did he know I thought he was accusing me of murder?
How did he know?
That's what I asked you.
I don't know.
Then I'll tell you. He knew that I thought he was accusing me of murder because you told him that's what I thought.
I haven't even seen him.
You told Gwen. She told him.
Oh. Well, I guess I did mention it to Gwen, yes.
Yes. So what that means is I can't trust my own wife any longer. There's nobody in the world I can trust. It's me against all the rest of you, isn't it?
Max, you did it, didn't you?
Did what?
You killed Tom Garth.
The human mind is an extremely delicate instrument. It serves us well when it is in proper working order, but it can serve us ill indeed when, through some maladjustment, it departs from its normal way and improperly dictates our purposes. We are prone in this condition, which is known as madness, to commit serious crimes, including the crime of murder. I'll be back shortly with Act 3.
True Value Hardware stores suggest a way to communicate how much you care. Give a Robin CB radio this Christmas. Hi, Pat Summerall to tell you why. CB radios have almost become a necessity for anybody who drives. You can use them to get directions, call for help, or to stay alert when driving for long stretches at night or in bad weather. And the Robin Mobile Transceiver Package, a 23-channel CB radio with 5-watt transceiver, antenna, and PA speaker, offers a Performance Plus. You get top-quality features plus good looks at surprisingly low prices. True Value Hardware stores also offer the Deluxe Robin Digital CB radio, a 23-channel transceiver with superb sound reproduction. It features squelch control to reduce interference, a large digital channel readout, and a handsome wood-grain front panel. This Christmas, communicate how much you care. Give a Robin CB radio from participating True Value Hardware stores. True Value. That's more than just a name. It's their way of doing business.
They say that in every man's psychological makeup, there are criminal tendencies held in leash only by the thin veneer we call civilization. And civilization is nothing more than a code of behavior we have imposed upon ourselves because the alternative is chaos. If our minds were not strong enough to hold in abeyance our purely animal tendencies, we would surely lapse into what we call insanity. It happens in individual cases, and the results are appalling.
Hello?
Hello, Gwen?
Yes?
This is Maud, Gwen. Maud Garth.
Maud, how are you?
I'm okay. A little lonely, of course, but that's Just something I'll have to get used to.
Are you seeing people? Are you getting out now and then?
Well, enough. As much as I want to. Gwen, Helen tells me you're a Ouija board freak.
Oh, well, I do have a board. I mean, I don't know if that makes me a freak. I just fool around with it, you know. When I can get somebody to work it with me. Oh.
Well, I had one when I was a kid. I always get a kick out of
Maud,
it.
could you hold on a minute? Yeah. Carl, is that you?
Yes, it's me.
I'm on the phone, dear. I'll be with you in a couple of minutes.
No hurry.
Sorry, Maud. Carl just came in.
Oh, well, I won't keep you.
No. I'm in no rush. What about Ouija boards, Maud?
Well, I was just wondering if I could come over sometime when you're free and maybe we could have a session with yours.
Oh, sure, anytime. What about later this evening?
Oh, that would be nice. Are you sure you're not busy?
Oh, I haven't got a plan to my name. Maud?
Yes?
How come? I mean, why do you want to work with a Ouija board all of a sudden?
Well, I suppose it's silly, but with Tom gone and everything, they do say Ouija boards are a kind of contact with people who have passed away, don't they?
I don't take it quite that seriously, Maud.
Well, it wouldn't hurt to try, would it?
I don't know. To tell you the truth, it doesn't sound very healthy to me.
I'd like to try it all the same, Gwen.
Okay, but don't be too disappointed if it doesn't work, though.
Oh, I won't. I promise.
Around 8:30, then.
That'll be fine. And Gwen, thank you.
Oh, forget it. I'll see you at 8:30.
Who are you seeing at 8:30?
Maud Garth.
Maud, how come?
She wants to work the Ouija board with me.
Oh, that darn Ouija board. What's her interest?
Well, it's sort of morbid, apparently. She wants to see if she can get in touch with Tom.
Oh, Lord. Next we'll be having seance.
Well, I couldn't say no, could I?
No, I guess not.
Did you see Max?
Yes, I sure did.
And?
Weird. Gwen, I'm afraid he's in trouble.
Oh, dear. Carl, why would it occur to him to think you suspect him of killing Tom Garth?
I really don't know. If he's really slipped a cog, there's no point in trying to analyze his thinking.
But what if... Carl, what if he did kill Tom Garth?
You're like all the rest of them, aren't you, Helen? You think I killed him?
I only asked you.
You couldn't testify against me, you know. You're my wife.
Did you, Max?
Yes. Well, he's the one who made it necessary. I didn't want to kill him. He just wouldn't have it any other way.
Max, you really did.
A man has to protect himself, Helen. That's biological. When you're in danger, you have to take steps to avoid the danger. It's what evolution is based on, survival of the fittest.
Why, Max? Oh, Lord, why?
He was threatening me. He should have known I'd have to do something about it. It was his fault.
Threatening you how?
He was talking about sending me to jail. Can you imagine that? We'd been partners and friends for all these years. He was going to send me to jail. Just the way he would a stranger.
How could he have sent you to jail?
He had the evidence, of course. The books were rigged. He had it all right there in front of him.
Are you saying it was you who stole money from the firm? You? Not Tom?
The firm was half mine, wasn't it? How can you call it stealing? Besides, I meant to pay it back when I could. There wasn't any big rush, was there? But he wanted it all back, all of it. My half as well as his.
Max, why did you do it? We were all right. We didn't need the money.
Oh, no? What about that swimming pool out back you spent half the summer in? You think that came out of my salary? The salary I take from Pickett and Garth? No way, no way. What about the country club? Where do you think that money came from? And other things. Lots of other things that you enjoy just as much as I do.
But we didn't need them. We could have lived without the pool or the club.
Helen, why did he have to go snooping in the books anyway? Why couldn't he have trusted me?
Max, what are we going to do?
I didn't enjoy it, believe me. If you're thinking I did, you're wrong. I didn't like doing it at all.
Oh, if only you had.
He was pacing back and forth in his office there, back and forth, accusing me of stealing and all that. He should have known it would make me angry.
But if you were stealing...
Back and forth. So when he was facing away toward the window, I took the gun out of his desk drawer. Everybody knew he kept a gun there.
Max, I don't want to hear any more.
And then I waited until he sat down at his desk again. And I put the gun up against his head and I pulled the trigger.
Max, please. Please. What are you going to do now?
Well, it's hard to know. I'm going to have to kill Kyle Abbott, of course. And Gwen, too, I suppose. They both guessed.
Max, you can't.
But I've got to, Helen. Don't you understand? There's no other way.
I hope I'm not putting you to too much trouble, Gwen.
No trouble at all, Maud. Kyle and I fool around with the Ouija board almost every night anyway.
Yeah, well, we just fool around with it. We don't take it seriously, Maud. I'm not sure I approve of what you're going to try to do.
Well, I just want to see if Tom is... if I can speak to him.
Well, let's try it. Now, you know what to do, Maud.
Oh, yes.
You just ask it the questions.
Oh, well, Is it possible to communicate with Tom Garth?
Give it a moment. Ask again.
I'm trying to get in touch with the spirit of Tom Garth. Is it possible to speak with him? It's moving.
It's going up to the yes corner.
Is this Tom?
Yes.
Is it all right where you are?
Yes, again.
Oh, now that I've done it, I don't know what to say.
Do you have a message for Maud? M.
U-R-D-E-R.
Oh, no, not again.
Wait, was it you who kept saying murder last night? Says yes.
Do you mean you were murdered, Tom?
Yes.
Who did it? Who?
Oh, wait a minute. It hasn't finished. A-N-D-Y-O-U. And you.
Me?
A-L-L-T-H-R-E-E. All three.
Do you mean that all three of us in this room are going to be murdered?
M-A...
Max! I have to go, Gwen. I can't stay here all night.
Well, I don't see why not.
Well, I have to go home sooner or later. I mean, can't we call the police?
And tell them we've been warned by our Ouija board that somebody's planning to murder us? I don't think they'd pay much attention.
You don't think we ought to take the warning seriously?
Well, I admit I feel sort of uncomfortable about it, but no, I don't think we should take it too seriously. It's only a Ouija board, a gadget.
Well, then, there's nothing to keep me from going home, is there?
Well, unless you're going to be frightened.
No, I think you're right. I'll go now.
Where are you going, Max?
Out.
Are you going to the Abbott's house?
I thought I'd pay them a call, yes.
Max, you mustn't. If you leave here, I will call the police and tell them. I will. I'll call them and I'll tell them. Max, please, don't point that gun at me.
You're like all the others. You bring it on yourself. I can't let you call the police. You'll spoil everything. Everything I planned.
Max, please listen to me. You are sick. They will take care of you. The whole thing's been too much for you. The police will know that, and they will take care of you.
I'm all right, Helen. Don't you think I'd know? I'm perfectly all right. I just know what has to be done, and I intend to do it.
No, Max. No.
I will shoot you, Helen. Honestly, I will. I'd rather not, you know that, but I will if you make me. Now, promise me you won't call the police. Well, if you won't promise.
All right. I promise. I won't call the police. Carl, I'm worried about Maud.
Well, you shouldn't be any more worried about her than about you and me. The Ouija board said we'd all three get it.
I don't think it's funny.
Well, neither do I, darling, but I don't think we ought to let it get out of perspective in the other direction either. After all, it was a Ouija board that warned us, Gwen. It's a Ouija board, a toy.
I don't consider it a toy.
Well, maybe not, but neither is it an oracle.
It must be Maud. She promised to call when she got home. Hello, Maud?
Maud? No, it's Helen, Gwen. Helen Pickett.
Helen, what's the matter? You sound so...
Gwen, you've got to get out of there. You and Kyle.
Get out of here?
Out of the house right away. Go someplace where he can't find you and stay there. Don't let him find you there at your house.
Find us? Who, Helen? What?
Max. Don't you understand? Max is on his way there right now with a gun. He's going to kill you.
Max is on his way here?
He'll be there any minute. Just get out of the house. Run.
What was all that?
Max is on his way over here with a gun. That was Helen. She said we should get out of the house.
Good Lord, did she call the police?
No, I don't think so. Oh, darling, should we just go? We can phone the police from somewhere else.
Oh, this will take a minute, Charlie. Hello. Yes, please. I'm calling from 434 Oak Street. We've been warned there's a man coming here with a gun intending to kill us. Yes, 434 Oak Street. Abbott. Kyle Abbott. Wait, he's on. Down, Fred, get down. Hello, did you hear the shot? Now, please get over here as fast as you can.
Are you all right, Kyle?
Yes, darling, are you?
I'm all right. I'm so scared.
Get down. Just stay down, Gwen. Now, listen, I'm going to work my way around to the light switch.
Careful. Hurry, Kyle, hurry.
Yes, I've got it.
That won't do you any good. Turning the lights off. You'd have saved yourself all this trouble, Carl, if you'd only minded your own business. You hadn't got nosy about Tom Garth. It's just a matter of time, you know, until I find the light switch. You couldn't leave well enough alone, huh? Why don't you answer me, Kyle? Why don't you say something? Did I get you with that one? Well, as soon as I find the light switch...
Are you all right, Gwen?
Yes. Are you?
Yes, I'm okay. I hit him with a bookend. Can you find the light switch?
Yes, I think so. Wait. Oh, he's bleeding.
Well, I hit him pretty hard. He's coming around now.
But he's still bleeding.
That's tough. Max, can you hear me?
What happened?
I belted you over the head with a bookend.
Oh, Max, why did you do it?
I had to. You knew I'd killed Tom?
No, actually, we didn't at all.
Ah, yes, you did. You can't fool me.
But why did you kill Tom?
I never had enough money. Not for the things we wanted. That's the whole thing. I never had quite enough money. Don't let them take me. Please, don't let them take me.
No, they won't hurt you, Max. They know you're sick.
I'll answer the door.
I can't say that we've made out an airtight case in favor of Ouija boards. Many people explain their odd behavior by blaming the unconscious segment of the mind of the person whose fingers are on the planchette. How will you react the next time a planchette under your fingertips spells out M-U-R-D-E-R? I'll be back in a few minutes.
A lot of folks say the only differences between beers are the names. Well, I know some people who wouldn't like to hear that, because for 100 years they've been Beechwood aging their beer to give it a taste, a smoothness, and a drinkability found in no other beer at any price. Why go to all that extra time and expense? They know. You can tell a great beer when you taste it.
You said it all.
Anheuser-Busch, headquarters, St. Louis, Missouri.
I got bronchial asthma, but I got a road to rip up, too. So I take Broncaid tablets. They help keep my occasional asthma attacks away for hours. Primatine tablets, they work, but Broncaid has something extra to help get rid of congestion. And with asthma, getting rid of bronchial congestion is really important. Broncaid helps me breathe easy for hours. It works almost as hard as I do.
Broncaid tablets do more to let you breathe easier. Use only as directed.
What can cause hemorrhoids?
Strenuous activity, pregnancy, constipation, change in diet.
Oh, well, are pain and itching symptoms?
Sometimes. If you suffer occasional pain and itching of hemorrhoidal tissues, use Preparation H to relieve discomfort for hours in many cases. And Preparation H actually helps shrink swelling of hemorrhoidal tissues caused by inflammation.
You know, I'll try it.
Use only as directed. Preparation H comes in ointment or suppositories. Relieves pain and itch. Helps shrink swelling of hemorrhoidal tissues.
The standard engine is a V8. Standard tires, steel-belted radials. There are front and rear stabilizer bars, special springs and shock valving, fast-ratio power steering, and a rally steering wheel. What makes all this interesting is that it belongs to a full-size, 6-passenger Buick, the 1977 LeSabre Sport Coupe. You'll have to drive it to believe it.
about everyone.
Three murders have been averted, and the mystery of a fourth one solved. And there's no denying that the Ouija board played an important role in this. Unfortunately, it appears to have been the Ouija's swan song, for it leans now against the back wall of one of the closets in the Abbott house. For Gwen, its charm is gone. When she dusts it each spring, she does her best not to study it too closely. For one set of letters stands out as though painted in red. M-U-R-D-E-R. Our cast included Larry Haynes, Ralph Bell, Terry Keane, Marion Seldes, and Marion Haley. The entire production was under the direction of Himan Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Tonight's Mystery Theater was also brought to you in part by ShopRite Supermarkets, where you get a lot more for a little less. The preceding program furnished by CBS Radio.
This is Police Sergeant Jesse Peterman. There are 73 police precincts in New York City. If you would like to help the police in your precinct, why not consider joining your precinct community council? This is one way to get to know your police and your community. The Precinct Community Council is a forum for creating better understanding and for solving a wide range of community problems. If you would like to volunteer to join in helping your police, join your Precinct Community Council. Stop in at your local precinct or call 374-5370.
WOR New York, an RKO General Station.
The nation celebrates Thanksgiving. Police looking for sniper on Manhattan's Midtown West Side. Little progress reported in Geneva talks on Rhodesia. It's 37 degrees and mostly clear mid-Manhattan. The man says partly cloudy tonight and tomorrow. The low tonight in the mid-30s. This is John Scott with the 8 o'clock edition of the news. Like millions of other Americans, President Ford and President-elect Jimmy Carter celebrated Thanksgiving with traditional family gatherings. Mr. Ford with about 15 friends and relatives at the presidential retreat in Camp David, Maryland. 10 members of the Carter family enjoyed a turkey dinner in Plains. Meanwhile, a group of New England Indians fasting at the site of the first Thanksgiving more than 350 years ago. Governor Hugh Carey said the day before yesterday that Thanksgiving won't be canceled in New York, despite the city's financial condition, and it wasn't. There were the usual praises in city churches today for blessings past and blessings to come. There were the usual outpourings of goodwill, and there was the usual Thanksgiving Day parade, Macy's 50th, complete with floats and helium-filled images of Smokey the Bear, Bullwinkle, and Mickey Mouse. Although most people watched the parade between 9 a.m. and noon today, it actually began at 2 o'clock this morning. That's when the 45 floats left the Hoboken, New Jersey factory where they're made and moved slowly through the Lincoln Tunnel to Manhattan. A little later, helium trucks blew up the 9 giant balloons, and the parade performers turned up as the morning went on. The governor urged New Yorkers today to consider adoption as a means of giving thanks. In his annual Thanksgiving Day message, the governor said more than 3,000 children remain institutionalized in the state because no one has offered to give them a home. The governor said the state is trying to locate parents who, in his words, have the courage and the love to provide care for these children. He urged interested persons to contact the state's Social Services Department. James Merrick of Glen Cove was walking his dog along the beach this Thanksgiving morning, and suddenly it was Christmas. There on the sand was a bag tied not with ribbon but with white rope. Merrick opened the package, and behold, inside was a pile of $5 bills, or so it seemed. Merrick was ecstatic. In the midst of his family Thanksgiving dinner, he told WOR's John Wingate what happened.
I come home with the money, and I didn't know what to expect because I'd never seen that amount of money, especially I seen a $5 bill. I thought, oh my God, what am I going to do with this? So with that, I got my wife out and the boy next door, and they looked at it and said, what's going to do? Well, my brother's a policeman, my father's an ex-policeman, and I got the police department up here, and we took the money down to the police station and counted it out.
The count reached $10,000, but alas, Christmas was short-lived. All the money was counterfeit. The WOR News Time, it's 3 minutes past 8. New Jersey health officials are bracing for an expected heavy demand for swine flu inoculations when special children's clinics open this weekend in the South Jersey and Jersey Shore regions. The officials say interest in the inoculation program was increased dramatically in recent days since a Missouri man was reported to have contracted the disease. The man who had not received an inoculation recovered. Controller Harrison Golden says the New York City Sheriff's Office currently has more than $9 million in non-interest-bearing bank accounts. Golden says it means the city is losing $350,000 a year in interest. He calls it inconceivable that such a large amount of money should be placed in a bank without drawing interest. The sheriff collects money awarded to claimants by the courts and temporarily deposits the funds in escrow checking accounts. Golden's auditors say a total of $550,000 in interest could be accumulated from the money held by the sheriff's office, but part of it's on deposit with the Irving Trust Company, which provides $200,000 worth of computer services in return for the non-interest accounts. If the $200,000 in computer services is subtracted from the $550,000, the auditors say the city is still losing $350,000 in interest. The New York State Board of Regents has taken the first step toward finding a replacement for Education Commissioner Ewald Nyquist, the man they fired last week. Regents Chancellor Theodore Black announced today the formation of a committee whose chief function will be to set up a search committee. Named to the committee were 3 regents who voted to fire Nyquist and 3 who voted against the ouster. Fire marshals tonight are investigating the scene of a fire early this morning at the Northeast Neighborhood Association Medical and Dental Center on the Lower East Side. Officials have labeled the blaze suspicious after police bomb section detectives removed a large explosive device. Police say the device apparently was intended to be triggered by the fire, but it never went off. The building is located on Avenue C near Houston Street. The WOR News Time. It's 7 minutes past 8. It's never too early to think about retirement. So think green. Think about the 2 great retirement accounts you can now get at the Greenwich Savings Bank. Both give you more money to retire on than you probably have ever dreamed of, and important tax benefits besides. Does that grab you? Then listen carefully. If your company has no retirement plan, federal law now lets you set aside 15% of your earned income every year, up to $1,500, in an individual retirement account at the Greenwich Savings Bank. You don't pay a penny income tax on this money, nor on the high interest it earns until you retire. The other retirement plan is for the self-employed. It lets you put aside 15% of your earned income up to $7,500, with both principal and interest also tax-deferred until retirement. Either way, these are untaxed dollars that earn high interest at the Greenwich Savings Bank. Don't miss this opportunity. Look for the lady or man in green at any office of the Greenwich Savings Bank and open your retirement account today. Member FDIC. It was 5 years ago last night that a man known only as D.B. Cooper hijacked a Northwest Orient jet, collected $200,000 ransom, and parachuted out of the plane over southwest Washington state. Into oblivion, perhaps. No trace was ever found of Cooper or the ransom, and federal lawmen doubt that he survived the drop into the woods. Certainly he jumped into folk legend. The people of the town of Ariel in Washington are having a celebration in honor of D.B. this weekend. WOR's Roger Skibonis learned about it from general store owner Jermaine Tricola.
We're going to have a Cooper's Caper party.
A Cooper's Caper party?
Uh-huh.
That sounds good. I wish I could join you.
To do is drop in.
Yeah, drop in. You know what? You should be here. I should be out there. Now, tell me about the celebration you got planned Saturday.
Well, we have a few boys dropping in. And we're serving buffalo stew.
How many do you expect?
I don't really know. This is mushroomed, and with a big park down below us here, we probably have quite a bit of room.
Mm-hmm. Anybody parachuting in?
Oh, yes.
No kidding. Why all this folk hero attitude towards Mr. D.B. Cooper?
Well, supposedly he had jumped up here in our area, and we've kind of put him in the legend category along with Bigfoot and the Sasquatch.
Disagreement between 2 black nationalist leaders at the Geneva Conference on Rhodesia prevented any progress at today's session of the talks. There are indications that black leader Joshua Nkrumah is prepared to accept March 1st, 1978 as the date for transition to majority rule in Rhodesia. But his ally, Robert Mugabe, is reportedly holding out for a promise of transition within 1 year. In South Africa, the Johannesburg Star says 33 black Rhodesian guerrillas were killed this week in fighting among rival black factions based in Mozambique, but the guerrillas' Joint Military Command in Mozambique denies the reports. Despite U.S. opposition, the United Nations Committee today voted to condemn American military bases on the Pacific island of Guam. The General Assembly's Decolonization Committee adopted the resolution 60-21 with 42 abstentions. U.S. Ambassador William Scranton defended the bases, calling them an important contribution to the security of the United States and the Pacific region. Last year, a similar resolution was passed by a larger margin in a vote before the same committee. U.S. Commerce Secretary Elliot Richardson is continuing his trade promotion tour of Eastern Europe today with a visit to Yugoslavia. Richardson arrived in Belgrade for talks with government and economic leaders. His discussions in Yugoslavia will cover investment and trade issues. The U.S. Embassy in Tel Aviv says the body of a U.S. diplomat killed in an accident last night will be flown to the U.S. on Monday. James Dean was the first secretary at the U.S. Embassy in Tel Aviv. Dean died when a tour bus accidentally left a hilly road in the Negev desert. He was 36 years old. 9 other occupants of the bus were injured. A French company says in Paris that the government of Vietnam has asked it to set up a logistics base for oil exploration off the Vietnamese coast. The company also says it will set up offices in Saigon to help oil companies operating in Vietnam. Western oil companies have been negotiating with Hanoi for several months, but there have been no agreements so far. A group of journalists and broadcasters at the Voice of America is calling for independence for the agency. A Voice of America official says the group is telling the new administration it should not be associated with either the U.S. Information Agency or the State Department. The State Department isn't commenting, but a spokesman for the U.S. Information Agency says the agency director thinks Voice of America should remain a part of that agency. President-elect Carter has not indicated whether he favors independence for the Voice of America. The Voice of America is a radio network chartered to send news about the U.S. overseas. The Dutch Justice Department says it's considering the possibility of bringing criminal charges against Prince Bernhard for his role in the Lockheed bribes affair, but a spokesman warns it's too early to be sure what action will be taken. Well, I'll have the weather and the top of the news coming right up.
The French call it an aperitif. In America, it's the appetizer you drink. Either way, Dubonnet goes before.
Before, that's the time to say I'll have a glass of Dubonnet. Before a meal by day or night, Dubonnet is always right. Before, yeah, before. It's the time before for Dubonnet.
Dubonnet. It all started in France, of course. And whether you call it an aperitif or an appetizer, the proper time to enjoy its distinctive taste is before. Before lunch, before dinner at cocktail time, before whatever you've got cooking. It's a wine that's right for your appetite. Dubonnet before. Made to make what comes after that much better.
Before, yeah, before. It's the time before for Dubonnet.
Product of USA, Dubonnet Company, New York, New York.
And the Weather Watch update, partly cloudy tonight and tomorrow, followed by cloudy with a chance of a few showers tomorrow night and Saturday, the low tonight in the mid-30s. Then temperatures becoming milder with a high tomorrow in the low 50s. Low tomorrow night in the mid-40s. The high Saturday, 55 to 60. Outlook for Sunday, cloudy and mild with a chance of showers. Chance of rain, 10% tonight, 20% tomorrow, 30% tomorrow night. Right now in mostly clear mid-Manhattan, it's 37 degrees, the humidity 59%. The wind south-southwest at 8 miles an hour. The barometer steady at 30.12 inches. And the top stories, the nation celebrates Thanksgiving. Police looking for a sniper on Manhattan's Midtown West Side. Little progress reported in Geneva talks on Rhodesia. And in mostly clear mid-Manhattan, it is 37 degrees. And that, friends, is the 8 o'clock edition of the news. This is John Scott reporting. Next news as it happens, next scheduled news tonight at 9 with John Wingate over WOR Radio 710, The Talk of New York. Coming up next, Barry Farber over WOR New York.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. It seems to me, said Mr. White, that the future is not a unified dream, but a miracle pie, long in the baking, never quite done. It does seem that way, doesn't it? But we all know that eventually the pie will have to be done. Not necessarily because it's ready, but quite simply because the oven shall have burned out.
The Council of Elders has been forced to make a decision. We must commit murder.
Murder? What is that?
We must end a life.
But a life can only end when the time comes.
Life can be taken from the body.
Who? Who among us could take life from a body?
You.
Never.
Not now. But you could be programmed.
Please. Why me?
You have been chosen by the computer.
Our mystery drama, The Golden Girl, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Gordon Heath and Earl Hammond. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Now, True Value Hardware Stores are introducing 2 new True Test stains for wood that has nothing to hide. Hi, Pat Summerall to suggest you use True Test Woodsman semi-transparent stains to accent the beauty of exterior wood without hiding the natural wood grain. Choose the latex semi-transparent stain for easy-to-apply, weather-resistant finish on bare or previously stained wood. True Value Hardware Stores also suggest Woodsman oil-based semi-transparent stain for wood siding, shingles, fences, and exterior wood decks. It contains silicones for increased water repellency. So for your beautiful wood, choose stain that enhances and protects the natural wood grain instead of hiding it. True Test Woodsman oil-based or latex semi-transparent stains in 32 colors, only at participating True Value Hardware Stores and home centers. And save gas. You won't have to drive far for your hardware and houseware needs. If you're looking for value, service, and selection, you'll find them nearby at any one of the more than 5,000 True Value Hardware Stores and home centers nationwide.
It's Athletes versus MS. We're at Lime Rock Auto Track in Connecticut. Meet Ron Gagne.
I used to race cars, but it takes a lot of coordination and quick response. I had it until MS, multiple sclerosis, attacked my central nervous system.
With Ron Gagne, Paul Newman, actor and fellow race driver, and his racing teammate, Terry Knight.
My teammate Terry and I race against the clock, just like Ron here. We want to beat multiple sclerosis before it beats him. You see, multiple sclerosis doesn't just cripple. So we all have to find a cure before it's too late. Help us get Ron back on the road to good health. Send a check to the MS Society. When you help, we all win.
This message has been brought to you by the National Multiple Sclerosis Society, 205 East 42nd Street, New York City, 10017.
The future is shaped by the thoughts and the deeds of every single human being. Everything becomes part of the unfolding design. The feathered wings of the ancient Greek inventor Daedalus evolve into the space capsule of the modern astronaut. Well, our story today begins in a large and crowded auditorium. A tall, dynamic, middle-aged man is holding his audience spellbound.
Yes, I am the messenger, Lawrence. And you may ask, the messenger from whom? I reply, I am the messenger from the power that has created this universe, the power that rules this universe.
Speak the message!
The message! You have fallen into sloth and sin.
Oh, speak the message!
Abomination and error.
Yes, we have, yes.
Therefore, you will listen to my message.
Yes. Oh, speak it.
There must be order.
Order.
There must be discipline.
Discipline.
There must be obedience. Order. Discipline. Or shall I tell you what there will be?
Oh, tell us!
Oh, there shall be punishment. The power speaks through me. Listen, I am the messenger Lawrence. Order, discipline, obedience. Say it to me. Raise your voices. Yes, Messenger. Did I reach the people? You were magnificent. No, Elwood, I was not magnificent. It was the power. Oh, no, it was the power shining through you, Messenger. I have now rested. Are the people still waiting? Not a soul has left the hall. Then I shall return. Let me adjust your robe, Messenger. Have the penitents been assembled? Yes, Messenger. And? A half dozen have been chosen for your personal healing. Good. Come. I feel the power. The first one is rather interesting. Yes? I chose her because in her written report she relates that she has never been able to speak, and so she has come to you for the miracle. If it is the will of the power to cure her, she will be. I also chose her because I believe she will make a most unusual temple priestess. She's tall, slender, and she appears to be made of gold. Gold? Yes, there seems to be a shining quality in her face. She has a beauty that is breathtaking. Come. The power surges within me. I know there shall be a miracle. My people, it is time for the healing. It is time for the power. And here is our first penitent. What is your name, my child? Messenger, may I speak for her? Speak, and may the power hear. She has written these words. I desire the healing touch of the messenger Lawrence. Since my birth, I have known only silence. Medical science has been unable to give me a voice. I appeal, therefore, through him. Let the power give me speech. We have heard the request of this magnificent young woman. Truly a golden girl. See how the glow of goodness and purity shine in her face. Surely the power shall grant this prayer that comes directly from the heart. Step forward, my child, and let me touch you. And now... No, stop her! Oh, no!
This is an up-to-the-minute recap of today's unbelievable story. The messenger Lawrence was shot and killed just a few minutes ago in the Temple of the Power by an unknown woman. It happened suddenly, before several thousands of his devoted followers. At this point, nothing is known of the woman who killed him, except that she posed as a penitent and that she is described as spectacularly beautiful. She is now in police custody. Thus, abruptly, ends the career of this charismatic but controversial figure.
Thank you, guard. I'll call you when I want you. Oh, how do you do? My name is Stillman, Arthur M. Stillman. Well, I'm here because I've been appointed by the court to serve as your counsel. You, of course, have the right to choose your own, but evidently you didn't, so, well, shall we get to it? Look, ma'am, if you don't want me to represent you, just say so. I assure you I am quite competent. May I ask you something? Are you determined not to talk to me? Now, look, I'm your lawyer. Now, sooner or later, you're going to have to talk to somebody.
I killed another human being.
Yes, that's what this thing is all about.
I committed murder.
Yes, that's why we're here. So now, let's get to it,
I was able to do it. I was actually able to do it.
We should begin at the beginning.
I killed him.
We have already established that.
What will they say to me when I come home?
Well, the fact is, you're not going home. I mean, for a while, at least. And if we don't get to work on a defense, you may never go home at all.
Oh, I shall go home. Quickly enough.
Speaking of home, where are you from?
Will my life be the same? Can it ever be the same?
Of course. I mean, after a while.
But murder.
No. You'll see. People forget. You move away. You change your name. And so, what is your name?
Killing. It simply is not a part of our culture.
Well, I can't agree. Sometimes I look around and I have to believe that killing is actually the cornerstone of our culture.
No. Your society, perhaps, but not mine.
I think you're in a state of shock. You seem unable to think clearly. But certainly you're in no condition to talk to me. Would you like to see a doctor?
Why should I see a doctor? I can monitor my own vital signs.
Well, obviously you're disturbed.
Of course I'm disturbed. I have committed murder. The enormity of it, I can think of absolutely no precedent.
Then you don't want to see a doctor?
No.
Look, what do you want?
I want to be left alone.
This is your late afternoon news roundup. Here we are, live, outside the House of Detention on Sycamore Street. Here is where the killer of the messenger Lawrence is being held. Who is she? Where does she come from? Why did she do it? Everything about her is shrouded in mystery. All we know is that she has a kind of radiant beauty. She is like a golden statue. Hold it. Here's the man we've been waiting for. Her attorney, Arthur M. Stillman. Mr. Stillman, could we talk to you for a few seconds?
Yes.
In view of the tremendous public interest generated in this case, can you tell us something about your client?
No.
Why did she do it?
I couldn't tell you that.
Was she motivated by political or religious considerations?
I can't comment on that.
Mr. Stillman, there is one thing you can tell us. What is her name?
Well, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you that either.
But surely, Mr. Stillman...
If you'll excuse me. Good morning.
Oh, yes. Yes. Good morning. Good morning.
Well, you seem to be in so much better spirits today.
Of course. I shall be leaving soon.
Leaving? For where?
Home.
Home?
You don't believe it?
You just simply refuse to accept reality.
Why must I accept your reality?
Oh, you mean there's more than one?
Oh, my dear. There are any number.
Now, look, you simply must talk to me.
You're very unhappy, aren't you?
Unhappy isn't the point. I'm charged with preparing your defense.
You must not worry about it.
Do you realize that you'll have to fight for your life? At the very least, your liberty.
I can see that you are an extremely sincere and sensitive person.
Yes, but I must know how I can defend you.
That won't be necessary.
And do you realize that within a month your case will be up for trial?
But in a month, I shall not be here.
Oh, please.
I am quite disturbed by the fact that you're so unhappy.
But you can fix that.
Tell me how.
Just tell me who you are and why you killed him. See, that'll make me happy.
No. If I told you those things, it would make you even more unhappy.
How did we get off on this happiness kick?
Happiness. Why, that's the most important thing in all the universe.
Happiness?
Happiness. Meaning harmony. Meaning peace.
All right. Now, why do you keep insisting you will not be here?
Because it's true.
Does that mean you plan to,
To what?
To commit suicide?
Oh, no, never.
But you imply that you intend to escape. And when there's no other way...
Suicide? What a notion.
Well, I can't see any other way you could get out of here unless...
I shudder to think of such a thing.
Unless you're part of an organized effort. Is that it? Do you have Confederates? Do they have a plan to get you out of here?
You must understand. Suicide is murder. And I can tell you this. Never again could I be programmed to commit murder. Never.
Wait a minute. What did you just say?
I said I could never again commit murder.
No, that's not how you said it.
Well, how did I say it?
You said, and I heard it distinctly, you said never again could I be programmed to commit murder.
Of course. That's exactly what I said.
But programmed?
Certainly.
I'm not sure that I understand.
Come now. How could you possibly commit murder unless you are programmed for it?
What do you mean, programmed?
Why don't we ask Mr. Webster? He tells us that program comes from the Greek, pro and graphene, which means to write down beforehand. We also note that the word program, which commonly referred to a schedule of events, has now been given new scope by the introduction of computers. Isn't it odd how one of the oldest words in the world has become the mainstay of one of the newest sciences? But what has this to do with our story? The second act tells the tale.
It's a good feeling to sleep the night away on a perfect sleeper by Susan.
I'm Susan Anton. The Perfect Sleeper gives you the top comfort you love and the deep support you need. Top comfort, deep support. You get both from every Serta Perfect Sleeper. That's firmness that feels good. So...
You can count on Maxwell House, good to the last drop. Maxwell House is
good morning.
Maxwell House is
Good company.
good to the last drop. Maxwell House.
Maxwell House. Coffee you can count on. Always smells good. Always tastes good. Always good to the last drop.
Maxwell House is
good coffee.
Good to the last drop. Maxwell House.
Right now, there is less than an hour to take advantage of Ernie Hare Ford's Friday Midnight Madness. At midnight tonight, those daily specials Ernie Hare has had in the Tampa Trib sports section and also on the radio may be all gone. Sold to customers who beat you to them. Like the Pinto for $37.99, the Mustang for $42.99, or the LTD for just $59.99. And the trucks, the F-100 for $43.99, the F-150 V8 for $49.95. While these are great deals, Ernie Hare is offering big savings on 200 other great cars and trucks if you hurry in tonight. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You can save big with huge factory incentives, volume discounts, and those incredible Ernie Hare Ford trade-in allowances. But act before midnight. Come to Ernie Hare Ford, North Florida Avenue off I-75 at Bush, Tampa. Remember, less than an hour left, so hurry into Ernie Hare Ford tonight.
My dad's got a miniature calculator he took from work. He says it's all right for him to take it, that it doesn't cost the company hardly anything, and that Mom and him get a lot of use out of it. But when I took a book from school, Mom and Dad said I was stealing. They said it wasn't mine, that I had to take the book back. But he doesn't take back the calculator. I'm really confused. I mean, if I was wrong with the book, isn't he wrong taking home that calculator?
Children are listening to us and watching us, and we're setting an example for them, even those times when we don't mean to. If we want children to get the right values, we've got to show them the right values. These are values we can get from a house of worship. There we will find guidance and strength. Worship with your children, and then bring the God you worship into your lives. It will make you a better person, and you'll help make your children better too. From now on, practice what you pray. A public service message of Religion in American Life, the Advertising Council, and this station.
Speaking of Russia, Mr. Churchill once described it as a riddle wrapped in a mystery, inside an enigma. Speaking of the lady who is at the center of our story, how could we describe her? Certainly she's a riddle, a mystery, and an enigma, and we can also add a puzzle and a paradox. Do you realize that as we stand here on the threshold of Act 2, we do not even know her name?
What do you mean, program?
Mr. Stillman, the best thing for you would be to call the guard, leave this place, and never return.
Do you mean you're discharging me as your attorney?
I should.
But you haven't given me a chance to do anything for you.
There's nothing you can do for me.
Look, I don't understand. You don't tell me anything, and then when you do talk to me, it's all in riddle.
I shall bring you nothing but trouble.
Oh, what kind of trouble?
You're in love with me.
How can you say that?
Do you deny it?
But I don't even know you.
I can tell by the way you look at me.
The way I look at you?
You keep looking and looking and looking.
we are sitting in a rather small cell. How can I not look at you?
It's the way you look at me.
Now, wait. Just hold it right here. You keep getting off the subject. You come up with a provocative statement, and before we can get into it, you say something else.
You may not be aware of the fact that you're in love with me. Just yet.
All right. I admit I can't take my eyes off you. You are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in my life.
Is that why you volunteered to defend me?
No, that has nothing to do with it.
You're a man with a kind heart. But there can never be anything between us.
Oh, who said that?
There is too great a distance. Our worlds are too far apart.
What worlds?
Do you know how far my world is from here? Well, it's not even part of this solar system.
What are you trying to tell me?
Isn't it obvious? We could perhaps bridge the gap in space, but what about the distance in time?
Now I know the defense. Why, there can't be any other. Insanity. All I have to do is put you on the stand.
In your briefcase, among your papers, is a calendar. You see the date? Today's date?
Look.
I haven't been born yet. Nor shall I be for at least 3,000 years. So you see, it cannot be possible between us. I wouldn't want you to be hurt because of me.
I just wish you would tell me what you're talking about.
Perhaps I shall.
Oh, finally.
And then you shall understand why you had better leave me. My name is Raya.
Raya what?
Just Raya. It's enough. I come from, we call it in your language, the word would be serenity.
Where is that?
Well, you wouldn't know. If it were nighttime, I could point to the star and show you. It would be my solar system.
Look, No, I'll just listen. No, I won't say a word. But just answer this. Did you say you come from another world?
From another world and another time.
Huh? All right. Why not? What have you got to lose?
It's a world of happiness.
Sounds great.
It's a world without crime, without violence. I didn't even know there were such things until I was programmed for this mission.
Said mission being to assassinate the messenger Lawrence?
Yes.
Oh, great. We have one gang of fanatics declaring war on another.
You don't believe me?
No, you just go ahead. Oh, this is guaranteed to fly in the courtroom. What did you say the name of your world was? Serenity? Oh, it gets better.
Why won't you believe me?
You know, you may have to do a couple of years, but it probably won't even be in jail.
I know why you don't believe me. It's because you have not yet evolved into serenity. You need thousands of years of evolution.
Serenity, huh? Well, all right. How do we describe it to the jury?
Serenity. I told you. It's a world without crime, without violence, only happiness and beauty. Such beauty everywhere. There is no ugliness in our world, no sorrow, no bitterness. Indeed, I never knew what those things were until I was programmed for the mission. No hatred in our world, no blind anger, no corroding jealousy, no malice, no spite. Indeed, I never even knew what those things were until I was programmed for this mission. No quarrels, no conflict, no discord. I never even knew what these were. I was programmed for them.
Your name is Raya.
Yes, Elder?
Do you know why you were asked to come here?
No, Elder.
To save the world.
Save the world? What could possibly happen to the world, Elder?
Listen.
Order! Discipline! Obedience!
What is that, Elder?
Order! Discipline! Obedience!
What is he saying?
Order! Discipline! Obedience!
What do those words mean?
What do you think they mean, Raya?
I don't know.
Yes?
Oh, they frighten me.
Listen.
There must be order, discipline, obedience. Or shall I tell you what there will be?
Elder, I feel ill.
There shall be punishment.
No!
The power speaks through me.
Oh, please!
And I am the messenger. I am the messenger.
No, I can't listen. I can't.
All right. It is no longer necessary.
Oh, what is that?
Raya, it's a power that is sweeping through the universe.
I don't understand.
These are people. Armed people.
Armed? What is that?
They have weapons.
I don't know what you're saying.
Planet by planet, system by system, they conquer.
Conquer?
Conquer and enslave. Each year, the armed people come closer to serenity. Soon, they shall invade us. How can we fight them?
Fight?
We cannot wage war.
War?
We have programmed aggression out of our minds and hearts. We cannot defend ourselves.
Defend?
See? You cannot even conceive of it.
But what do they want? These armed people.
He is spreading the gospel, I suppose you could call it that, of an ancient leader, this messenger Lawrence.
But what gospel?
Power.
Why is it so difficult for me to understand?
Because we are different. Over the centuries, all the emotions, the urges, the drives that distort or destroy serenity have been programmed out of our hearts and minds.
Why can't I comprehend what you're saying?
You will, soon enough. You have been chosen to perform a mission.
What is a mission?
The elders of our world have been forced to make a terrible decision. We must commit murder.
Murder?
We must end a life.
What do you mean, end a life? A life ends when the time comes, when the body has outlived its ability to...
Life can be taken from a body.
Taken?
My poor Raya. I can just imagine the feelings that are raging inside you. All of us, the elders, were forced to go through it. But there is no other way.
But who? Who among us could take life from a body?
You?
No.
Not now, of course. Not yet. You would have to be programmed.
Never.
Our only hope is to make a change in the past.
But to take a life.
To make sure that something evil, loathsome, a seed of eventual destruction would not be planted.
But to kill.
Yes, we must kill the messenger, Lawrence. You must kill the messenger, Lawrence.
I have no right.
Or he will kill us all.
How could I?
My child, the technology has been unused for centuries now. But we have it.
I don't want to.
We can be transcended through time and space.
But why me?
Because the computer has spoken.
The computer?
Only you, Raya. Only you in this entire world of ours have the psyche that will accept the special programming.
Nothing you could ever devise or even dream of could ever make me kill.
The computer does not agree.
I'm to be sent back somewhere in space to end a life. That is what you're telling me.
Yes.
After I take this life, what becomes of me? Is that to be the end of me?
No, child. Of course not. After you have performed your mission, you will be brought back to serenity.
How?
The same way you left. You will be transcended through space and time.
But how can I live here again afterwards? I'll be an alien. My home, my world. I will have lost it forever.
No, child. That isn't true.
But I shall have taken a life. I shall have known violence.
After the act is performed, you will be reprogrammed. In a short while, everything that can disturb or destroy serenity shall disappear from your psyche, and then you shall return.
Elder.
Of course, you are free to refuse.
What must I do?
Sit in this chair, my child. Amora, the straps.
Why am I being confined? I am not accustomed to it.
Look at the wall in front of you. What do you see?
A man's face.
Look at his face. How does he make you feel?
I don't know.
Listen to his voice.
I am the messenger, Lawrence. I am the messenger from the past.
How does he make you feel?
Frightened.
Look at his face. You fear him.
Yes.
There must be order.
You hate him.
I don't know.
You could kill him.
No. No.
Order. Discipline. Obedience.
You fear him.
Yes.
You hate him.
I'm not sure.
You could kill him.
No. No. I don't want to.
Order. Discipline. Obedience. Punishment.
You fear him.
Yes.
You hate him. You hate him.
Yes.
Fear him.
Yes.
Then kill him.
Yes.
Hate him. Fear him. Kill him.
Hate him. Fear him. Kill him.
again.
Hate him. Fear him. Kill him.
Hate him, fear him, kill him. In a frightening yet familiar way, this is the story of all the trouble we know in this world. All the trouble, all the problems, all the stresses and strains, the feuds, the fights. Without thought, we fear. Without reason, we hate. Without mercy, we kill. I shall return shortly with Act 3.
Look closely at the medicine you take for your hay fever. There's a good chance it's an antihistamine and nothing more.
Nothing more?
Don't give up. Arm yourself with ARM.
ARM is antihistamine strengthened with decongestant for freer breathing, clearer sinuses, strengthened for better relief. Arm yourself with ARM. ARM, for occasional use only as directed.
At the store, they told me there's a powerful anti-itch drug I can buy without a doctor's prescription. Now, I use Bicozine cream as directed. No more burning, embarrassing itching. No more scratching. Bicozine actually speeds healing. Bicozine cream. What a relief.
For constipation, remember X-Lax pills, the overnight wonder. X-Lax pills, the overnight wonder. X-Lax pills, for occasional use only as directed.
An exciting adventure in radio entertainment is yours every Monday through Friday. Sears Radio Theater with hosts of talent. I'm Lorne Green.
I'm Andy Griffith. I'm Vincent Price.
I'm Cicely Tyson.
I'm Richard Widmark.
The 5 very talented hosts who bring you a broad sweep of top-quality dramas on Sears Radio Theater over most of these CBS Radio Network stations. You'll hear a play in a different key every day of the week, Monday through Friday. Lorne Green hosting westerns on Monday. Andy Griffith comedies on Tuesday. Vincent Price with mysteries on Wednesday. Cicely Tyson with stories of love and hate on Thursday. And on Friday, Richard Widmark and adventure. To enjoy this thrilling experience in radio entertainment, all you do is listen here for Sears Radio Theater, Monday through Friday, on most of these CBS Radio Network stations.
The mind of man, said Mr. Conrad, is capable of anything because everything is in it. All the past as well as all the future. Yes, everything is in the human mind because everything can be put into the human mind. Everything that's good as well as everything that's evil. And who we are, what we are, depends on how we control the mixture. Which is why some of us are saints, and some of us are sinners, and most of us hover somewhere in between.
Hate, violence, false ambition, violence, vanity, intolerance, violence, malice, violence. Do you hear me, Raya? You will go back there in time, across the galaxy, to the dwarf star So, to the 3rd planet.
I understand.
To meet this man, the messenger, Lawrence.
Yes.
And you know what a weapon is.
Yes.
This weapon.
I accept it.
You know its purpose, how it is employed.
I do.
You are familiar with feelings of violence.
I am prepared to kill.
You know how to kill.
Yes.
You are ready to be transcended through time and space to perform your mission.
Will you stop jabbering at me?
It is well for you to understand the philosophy of your mission.
What is there to understand? He has to be killed. And that's all there is to it.
And you are sure you shall be able to without compunction?
I can kill him as easily as crushing a mosquito. What is he? Vermin. Trash.
And you are aware of why you must do it?
I am doing it because I want to do it. I want the joy of fooling him, of playing a trick on him. I want to feel the gun in my hand.
Raya.
See? It is made of steel, cold steel. But it sends red, hot, raging fires into the blood. This is death. And he will see it. Before he can cry out, move away, defend himself, he will meet his death.
Raya, you must control yourself.
In that split second, he will see his death. And then I will take away his life.
Amora, set the transcender. She must go now. Right now.
Yes. I was programmed. Programmed. Do you understand?
Yes, of course I do.
My mind was seething, raging, all through the transcending. You can understand.
Yes, of course.
But then, in order to get into the temple of the power, it was required of me to perform another evil. Deceit. There were thousands assembled. Hundreds clamored for his attention. And I used my body.
What?
The promise. The implied promise of my body to seduce him. I was trembling with fear, hate, violence, as I was brought before the messenger. And then he touched me. And I looked into his eyes. My heart almost stopped beating. In his eyes was all the hate and violence that had been programmed into me. The gun was in my hand. The fire was in my blood. And there had to be the inevitable climax of death.
I understand.
Afterwards, I was empty of all feeling, of all thought. Like a machine that has no more fuel.
Oh, big casino.
What does that mean?
It means there won't be a dry eye in the house.
What are you saying?
That is our story. That is our defense. A visitor from another world.
It's true.
Okay, yes, it could be true. You know, you look as if you could be from somewhere else. Yeah, they'll even half believe it.
But I am from somewhere else.
Yeah, sure. Okay, now, let's get to work. Now, you must really tell me where you come from.
But I have told you.
Look, we start all over again. Your picture, it's been on the news and the papers. It's been all over the media. A face like yours, well, somebody will be bound to recognize it. Now, the first thing you know, the prosecutor will say, Raya from the planet Serenity? Now, isn't it a fact that you're actually Gertrude Smith from Jersey City? Now, look, I have to be ready for that.
But I am Raya from Serenity.
Yes, but what if you are Gertrude Smith or Judy O'Grady?
But I am not.
Well, what if he has the documents to prove you are?
There are no documents.
Well, there has to be a social security number.
What is that?
You mean you've never had a job?
A job?
Oh, let us get elementary. There has to be a birth certificate.
No.
Wait, are you telling me you were never born?
We must not do this.
Do what?
Fight.
This isn't a fight. We're having a discussion.
But there's violence in it.
We only want to arrive at a meeting of the mind.
There's violence and anger.
Look, now, there is nothing personal.
This is how I was programmed.
Oh, come on now, will you?
From anger to violence
Just
to
listen,
murder.
listen.
The steps are logical.
Simmer down.
The way is programmed. Don't let me take it again. I can kill. I killed once. I can kill again. Right now. Right here. I can kill.
No. It's all right. It's all right. No one's fighting with you. Everything is all right. It's just fine. You'll see.
I don't know what's the matter with me. I don't know. The elder said I would be reprogrammed, brought back home. When are they going to do it? When? The elder wouldn't lie to me.
Oh, no, of course not.
He wouldn't break his promise.
No, never.
Oh, maybe he can't keep it. This kind of thing, it's never been done before. Maybe they don't know how to reprogram.
Look, I'll take care of it.
I want to go home.
Make the best of it. You're home now. Raya, we go to trial in 2 weeks. If I play this right, half the jury will actually think you come from another planet, and the other half will think you're a nut. But nobody will vote to find you guilty. Oh, what a trial that's going to be.
There isn't going to be a trial. I'm leaving.
Oh, now don't start that again.
Last night, it happened.
What happened?
The reprogramming. Finally. And now I can go home any time I like. Finally, I am Raya again. Raya of Serenity.
Okay, keep it up. It all helps the cause.
Would you like to come with me?
Where?
To Serenity?
No, I don't think so.
The reason I ask is because you're in love with me.
Well, yes. Yes, that's true, I guess. It wasn't hard to fall in love with you. You know, we've really been very close, and yes, I'm in love with you.
It's not much of a love right now.
Oh, don't say that.
But it could grow, develop, mature. It could become the kind of love we know on Serenity.
Oh, what kind of love is that?
The kind of love I'm afraid you're not ready for. Right now, there are other things inside of you that are stronger.
Well, what do you mean?
Ambition, vanity. I saw them on your face last night. I see them now. That's why I want to help you. That's why I could love you. I am going home. You may come with me. You will be reprogrammed in Serenity.
Just save that act for the jury.
Is it so hard to give them up? Vanity, ambition?
But your case is going to make me.
It will destroy you. I will be gone. You will be held responsible for my disappearance.
What are you talking about?
They will say you helped me escape. You then become an accessory to my crime. What will you tell them? That I was transcended back to Serenity? If they believe you, you'll spend the rest of your life in prison. If they don't, you'll spend it in an asylum. You say you're in love with me.
I am. When this case is over, I'll marry you. I'll take care of you for the rest of your life.
But you're the one who needs caring for. Oh, leave this foolish, dangerous, violent world. Come with me. Come to Serenity. No. I see you're not ready. I thought I could shorten the time, but that's not possible. I suppose you really need 3,000 years. I'm sorry for what must happen to you.
Nothing is going to happen to me.
Arthur, will you kiss me goodbye?
I've always wanted to kiss you.
It will be our first kiss and our last.
Raya? 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 Where are you? Raya!
I'll call you, guard, when I want you. Mr. Stillman, can we talk this morning?
About what, Lieutenant?
Why don't you make it easy on yourself? The fact is, you did help her to escape.
The fact?
Well, the guard, Jerry, right down the corridor, he heard her say, "Will you kiss me goodbye?"
Well, all right. Why should you believe me? After all, I refused to believe her.
Do you want to give up everything?
She asked me to, and I said no. And in the end, I had to give it up anyway. And for nothing.
Doesn't have to be for nothing. You're a lawyer. You know how things go. One hand washes the other. You give, you get. How did she escape? Where'd she go?
She returned to Serenity.
Yeah. Jerry, I'll come back later. Meanwhile, Mr. Stillman, you just think about it. I mean, really think about it.
think about it. I think about it all the time. Perhaps one day, when every single lingering trace of malice, hatred, and violence is gone, perhaps I shall arrive there. I shall arrive at serenity.
We don't know if he ever did, but then perhaps no one ever does. It could very well be that serenity is not a place, but an idea, a challenge, a way of life. I hope things remain serene until I return in just a few minutes.
I'm Susan Anton. It's a good feeling to sleep the night away on a Pillow Soft is the ultimate in sleep. Unique extra thick cushioning for heavenly comfort on top. Ultra firm support inside. Perfect sleeper Pillow Soft. Firmness that feels good. Be a perfect sleeper. Buy a perfect sleeper. Perfect sleeper. Buy
Kava time. Time to relax with our old pal, smooth and friendly Kava Instant Coffee. Time to enjoy a deliciously unique cup of coffee, because Kava is the only coffee that's 90% acid neutralized. Good news for you buckaroos who are sometimes bothered by ordinary coffee. Good news because acid neutralized Kava means less acid in the cup. So here's to you, Mom, and good old... Try Kava, the smooth and friendly coffee.
Fellow Americans, if you're still shopping here and there and everywhere for shoes, hold it right where you are. Put your feet together, stop running around. Just step around a Kinney and you'll cover the ground. Any way you want to go, head your feet in our direction. Kinney's got it all and more. Wow, what a store. What a great American shoe store.
A message from the CBS television network.
Harry Truman said it best, the buck stops here. The American presidency has been called the world's toughest job, and covering it's a non-stop challenge. That's why the president doesn't make a move without Robert Pierpoint, Leslie Stahl, and Lee Thornton. CBS News White House team, Washington, or anywhere around the world.
Cronkite and Company, only on the CBS Evening News.
They say the optimist believes we live in the best of all possible worlds, and the pessimist is afraid that this is true. But that's only if we assume that the world we know is the only world there is. Is there another one? Somewhere out there? Revolving around a star, just as we revolve around our own? And if so, could it be better? Worse? About the same? Probably. Our cast included Earl Hammond, Gordon Heath, and E.V. Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Himan Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine, and True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
It's 12 midnight, and this is 97 WFLA, Tampa, St.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Once again, be my guest on a strange journey. A weird, wild trip through a mysterious, uncharted terrain. bounded only by your imagination. There's an expression, the night of the long knives, and it has come to mean an orgy of murder, and it usually follows a rebellion or a civil war. It's a time when many of those on the winning side take the opportunity to settle some personal scores.
Why are you leaving, Roberto?
It isn't obvious. Who can live here any longer?
There is another woman.
Oh, Pilar, there never was. There never will be another woman.
You are going to her.
There is nothing here for me any longer.
That's a lie.
Pilar, won't you understand?
Yes, I understand one thing. You are tired of me.
Pilar, one day, as soon as...
If I cannot have you, no one will.
But I tell you, there is no one else.
Oh, Roberto, don't leave me.
Goodbye, Pilar.
Oh. Patriot! Patriot! After him! That man running down the street, after him! He is a
traitor! Our mystery drama, The Longest Night, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Bryna Rayburn. It is sponsored in part by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal and new sugar-free diet 7-Up. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. You're about to discover one of those little-known, out-of-the-way restaurants where the food can only be described as heavenly. It's a safe bet you've never heard of a place called Mama Pilar's. It is located in a tiny seaport village called Puerto San Jorge in an obscure Latin American country. It's a long way to travel for dinner, but be assured it's worth it. Mama Pilar's doesn't look like very much. It's small, dark, narrow, but don't let that put you off. Seated at his usual table near the door is a chubby, pleasant-looking middle-aged man named Ciriaco. Ciriaco is unable to talk, but his guitar speaks for him. Tonight, the only customers in the place are Pete and Marge Miller, and they are obviously young, North American, and newly married.
This is the finest restaurant in the entire world?
Darling, taste is the test. Now, come on, bear with me.
Pete? Whose picture is that on the wall? He's just like one of those funny admirals in a Gilbert and Sullivan operetta.
Marge, come on, don't talk like that. As if
what?
Well, as if you're back home in a free country.
Well, you see that picture everywhere. Is he some local wheel?
Angel, he is the wheel.
No kidding.
He is the generalissimo, numero uno, a maximum leader.
Even so, he looks like a pig.
Marge, now you can't talk like that in public. Besides, he's the client. He's the man I was sent here to sell, and you better pray for him.
How can I pray for him? Instinctively, I hate him. You can see evil all over his face.
Well, he's a very sick man.
Oh, really?
I understand he has severe ulcers, yet eats like a pig.
Aha, now you said the word.
Here she comes.
Who?
The great lady, Mama Pilar herself.
Welcome to this house.
You don't remember me, Mama Pilar?
Oh, of course I remember you, Senor Miller, but, well, I thought it best not to say so.
Oh, why?
Well, I see this charming young lady as your wife. Perhaps she is not supposed to know you were here before. Now, what would you like for your dinner?
Mama Pilar, we are in your hands.
Good. I hope you are hungry.
He's quite a character.
It's amazing. This dictator, what's his name?
Oh, General Zorilla.
Zorilla. He actually does look like a pig.
Oh, Oh, Marge, you simply cannot.
Darling, I've come from Iowa. I know a hog when I see one.
You are a guest in a foreign country, and you should have enough good sense
You're always so afraid I'll say something to embarrass you.
We will have to socialize with this
You'll
man.
be proud of me. I'll chatter so charmingly no one ever will suspect that I've got a brain in my head. Oh. What is that? Oh, divine aroma.
Aha, well, you taste it.
Now, good friends, your dinner.
What is that?
Food, that is all.
That's all. What's a song? Notes. But it's how these things are put together.
Oh, thank you, Senora. You have been married long?
Well, this is our honeymoon.
And also a business trip.
Oh, well, can the two be combined? You will be here a while?
Oh, my company is working on a development plan with General Zorilla.
Ah, yes. The leader will make us into a great nation. One day we will all be rich.
Oh, sure.
He promised.
Well, don't bet on it.
You think he lies?
At least, I think.
Marge.
No. Tell me, Senora. Who has poisoned you against our leader? The traitors? The cowards and doubters who fear to believe? Oh, you are a foreigner, so how can you understand that I love my leader because I love my country? When he fought the old government, that unholy alliance of thieves and oppressors, when he called for volunteers, I gave this man, my only son. Go, I said to Ramon, follow him. And today, my Ramon is a captain. And one day he will invite me to the capital city and present me to the leader. Forgive me, I talk too much. Well, see what the wind blew in. A beggar.
Mama Pilar.
Yes, old woman. You found me.
If you are Mama Pilar, I have a letter for you.
A letter? For me?
From your son.
From Ramon? How is he? When did you last see Ramon?
I have no time here. Take your letter.
But I want to talk to you. Oh, well. A letter. Oh, that devil, Ramon. You'd think he'd come by to visit his old mother. No. Well, he is busy. Senora, you read, I am sure. Me, I never did learn. Would you be...
I'm sure that it must be something private between you and your son.
Oh, no, Ramon, no. Someone will have to read it to me. It would be a favor, Senora.
All right.
What does he say? His letters are always so amusing.
My dearest little mother, when you receive this letter, I will be dead.
Read.
Our leader has betrayed us. We thought we fought for freedom, but he has made slaves of us all. Mama, he is a madman, and now that he realizes I know him, he will kill me with his own hands. Avenge me, Mama. Avenge me. My last thoughts are of you, the loving son, Ramon.
You lie. You make up this ugly falsehood because you hate the leader.
I'm sorry.
Mama Pilar, can we help you?
Leave me.
Well, if you need anything, we'll be in the capital city.
Goodbye, Mama Pilar.
Siriaco, you see that face? The face that looks down upon us from the wall? I will kill him, Siriaco. I will kill him with my own hands. And after I have killed him, I will weep for Ramon.
Marge, darling, I'm sorry a thing like this had to happen.
Pete, I know you have a job to do in this country, but I can't take any part in it. I will not socialize with that man. I will not visit his palace. He will not be invited to my home.
But, darling...
I refuse to discuss it.
All right, dear.
All right.
My leader, you are breaking your diet.
Oh, shut up.
Yes, my leader.
What appointments have I this afternoon, Escobar?
Dr. Suarez is due here at any moment. Then the young North American engineer, Senor Peter Miller.
Is there more meat?
My leader, what will Dr. Suarez say when he sees you have broken your diet?
I am starved. No. Dr. Suarez.
Get rid of that slop. I gave you a diet.
No. What are you doing? I must eat. I'm not a bird. I'm a man.
You are a self-indulgent fat slob.
See, Escobar. See how he talks to me.
Dare you address our leader?
Be quiet, you obscene little rodent. You, open your shirt.
I don't care if the man is a doctor. He must have respect
Dr.
for our...
Suarez, why don't you like me?
Roll up your sleeve. I will take your blood pressure.
I tolerate you because you are the best doctor in the country. But take care now how you provoke me. Be moderate.
It's exactly my prescription for you.
But I cannot live without good food, wine.
Then die.
You're not the only doctor in the nation.
Indeed not. Fetch some quack, some boot-licking flatterer. Tell him what to prescribe. I'm sure the charlatan will oblige you, and in 3 months you will be a dead man. Good day. I will be here tomorrow.
He's right. The dog, moderation. I'll see the North American.
Send in Senor Peter Miller.
Moderation. Moderation and abstinence. That's the way to live forever. You must keep me to that diet, Escobar. Keep me to that diet, yes.
Your Excellency?
Yes, sir.
I have here the report on all the preliminary studies.
Have you,
Yes, sir. An overall program to build hospitals, schools, bridges, aqueducts, drain swamps. We can transform the entire country.
Can you?
Now, if you'll examine these papers...
Enough.
Sir?
Be silent. Mr. Miller, do you know what you are? You, sir, are a barbarian. You enter a man's office, and with absolutely no regard for the amenities... You start slapping your business documents all over his desk.
1,000 pardons, Your Excellency.
Is it your impression that you will have me sign these documents and be on an aircraft bound for the United States within the hour?
No, sir. I'm completely at your disposal, sir.
I understand your lovely wife is with you. How is she?
Fine.
We shall hold a reception in her honor tonight at the palace.
I'm afraid she's not feeling well. It's been a long trip. She's not a good traveler.
Oh, I am sorry. Perhaps tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Or the day after. Now, be sure to convey my warmest personal regards to your lovely bride and let us know when she will find it convenient to honor us with her presence.
Yes, sir.
Good day.
Good day, sir.
Now, what remains to be done today, Escobar?
Ramon.
Ah, yes. Ramon.
He waits in his cell.
We shall miss Ramon. He was a fine boy.
He was a traitor, a criminal.
Is there a family?
He never spoke of anyone.
These ambitious country boys. They get big ideas. And soon they grow ashamed of the old peasant mama back on the farm. While whoever she is, wherever she may be, let her believe her boy died a hero. Say something nice on the radio, Escobar.
Yes, my friends, this brilliant young soldier, a hero of the Holy Revolution, was one of our leader's closest companions. Patriots, mourn for the man our leader called my friend Ramon.
Swine. Oh, I will avenge you, my little Ramon. I will avenge you. Oh, Siriaco, did you get the flowers? Oh, what a beautiful bouquet. Oh, thank you, Siriaco. Oh, thank you. And now, dear friend, we must practice. I will stand outside the palace gate and wait for him to come. Now, you pretend to be the pig. Now, you are leaving the palace. Start walking toward me. I call out, my leader! You hear a woman's voice. You look. You see a peasant. Her face, it shines with adoration. I hold out this bouquet, and because you are a depraved and evil man, the sight of sincerity must always amuse you. You step forward to receive my homage, my gift. I extend it eagerly, lovingly. And as you reach out to take it, my right hand withdraws the knife from inside the flowers, and I step and thrust.
Mama Pilar has prepared many a peppery plate in her lifetime. But now she is assembling the ingredients for the most pungent dish of all, revenge. The recipe will come to a boil when I return shortly with Act 2. Intense love, violent hate. These can be two sides of the very same coin. And just as a coin can be flipped, so can the human emotions. Mama Pilar worshipped General Zorilla, the dictator of her country, until he murdered her only son. Now she regards him as a pig to be slaughtered. And with this object in mind, she approaches the presidential palace. In her hand is a beautiful bouquet of flowers. Hidden among the stems is a knife. Clutching the bouquet, Mama Pilar addresses the soldier who stands guard at the gate.
Senor, I beg your pardon. Can you tell me if our leader will be leaving the palace today?
Why do you want to know?
Well, I want to give him this lovely bouquet of flowers.
How do I know there is not a bomb hidden inside those rosebuds? I know. Oh, you better beat it.
But why?
He's going to get very rough around here. Sweetheart, go home.
Take your hands off me.
You can't get near him. He's surrounded by his personal bodyguard.
I want to give him
Nobody ever gets within 50 yards of him. Move back. Move back, sweetheart.
I have a gift for my leader. I have a gift.
Run, sweetheart. They love to hit. Let me help you.
Don't touch me.
You'll be okay. You just fainted.
No.
Oh, now don't cry. Don't cry.
Let me alone.
You're pretty lucky, you know. We used to have a captain of the guard. He'd give orders to kill people. Don't cry. Don't cry. Why don't you just go home?
You must sign these death sentences, my leader.
How much longer must I wait for food?
Till 2:30.
It's 3/4 of an hour. What can I have, eh?
A carrot.
A carrot. Don't let me cheat. I warn you. Don't let me cheat.
Yes? It's Senor Peter Miller.
Admit him.
Let him in.
Dr. Suarez. A swine. But he's right. You must not let me cheat.
Your Excellency?
Sit.
Thank you. I hear the reports of a field.
Tell me, Mr. Miller. Why doesn't your wife like me?
Oh, well, sir.
Now, you may ask, why should it matter to me if the spouse of some machinery peddler, which is all you really are, dislikes me?
Oh, but sir...
I have feelings. I dislike being snubbed. I am entitled to courtesy. I deserve consideration. I have the right to be taken seriously as a human being. Who is your wife, anyhow?
Now, sir...
Now, sir. But, sir. It won't do. For 2 weeks now, you have refused all my invitations.
My wife is still somewhat indisposed.
May I send her our own physician, a man of international repute?
Well, I think it's just a matter of getting, used to the climate and
yeah,
the food.
Of course. You must remember to give her my regards.
Yes, sir. I have some reports here.
Reports? Business? On such a glorious day?
Well, Your Excellency, the time grows short.
Time, my dear boy, grows neither short nor long. She maintains her own steady rhythm despite all our futile efforts to hurry or delay her. Until tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
And if your lovely bride is sufficiently recovered, bring her with you for cocktails. I mean tea. Good day.
Good day, sir.
How much longer, Escobar?
Exactly 37 minutes.
See to it. It must be a very large carrot.
Hello, Robert.
Hello, Pilar. Human beings. What an astonishing lot we are. After all that has happened, we meet by chance, and it's hello, Roberto. Hello, Pilar.
We have not met by chance, Roberto. I have come here to talk to you.
Oh? The last time you talked to me, you denounced me as an enemy of the revolution. It was here, right here, on this very street.
Please, Roberto.
Well, you did. I lost my job, my property, most of my teeth. But that's no matter. There's not much to eat nowadays, anyhow.
Roberto.
Are you going to denounce me again, Pilar?
You have every right to make this difficult for me. Roberto, read this letter. Read it.
I don't read anymore.
It's from Ramon.
Yes?
For the love of God, Roberto, read it.
Very well, Pilar.
Read and realize it is Ramon who writes.
Yes, I see. It is Ramon who has written. And now that I have read it...
Is that all you can say?
What is there to say?
I say I am going to kill the pig.
Don't let me delay you.
Roberto, listen. I cannot do it alone. He's surrounded by his guards, but I don't have to do it alone. I can join the resistance. Roberto, please, let me join the resistance.
What have I to do with the resistance?
But you need me. The resistance needs me.
I am tired.
I am strong. I fear nobody.
And I have grown old.
And I can help the resistance. Pity me, Roberto, pity me.
Fighting resistance will meet tonight.
Oh, thank you, Roberto.
In your cafe.
In my...
Why not? It's the safest place in the city.
Is that you, Pete?
Yeah, Marge, it's me.
Oh, what about dinner?
We'll have to send out.
Oh, I see. I'm still being punished.
Well, how can we be seen anywhere? I said you were indisposed.
Well, why'd you say that?
What else could I tell him?
The truth. I don't care for his company.
Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. Another cozy evening at home with the Millers. Pete, Marge. Oh, you got a call from New York. Mr. Lowry.
Oh, they're getting nervous. I don't have result number 1 as yet.
You just won't understand why I refuse to see that man.
Marge, it's okay to have principles.
As long as you don't practice them.
Listen, we can really help these people. We'll drain swamps, cut down disease, raise food, create industry. Give them the strength to rise up and fight him. That's how to destroy Zaria.
Well,
Honey, I'm right. You know I'm right.
Okay.
Now you're finally doing the right thing.
You really do believe that my only mission is to keep you happy. I'm not a human being in my own right.
Oh, for crying out loud, there you go again.
What do you mean? There I go again.
Marge.
I have no thoughts, no feelings of my own. I'm even required to give up my own honeymoon because you don't have the backbone to stand up to a two-bit would-be Hitler who needs your machinery more than you need his business.
I didn't say I would.
Said enough.
Where are you going?
I'm indisposed.
Roberto, will it be all right if I say a few words?
Yes.
I will tell everyone who comes here tonight. Never despair. Never give up. Can I say this at the meeting?
Of course.
You told everyone about the meeting to come here?
Yes.
Good. Well, when will the meeting begin?
Now. I call the meeting to order. Who wishes the floor?
But where is everyone?
Here.
You lied to me. You didn't tell the others.
I couldn't tell the others. They are dead.
But you said the resistance would meet tonight.
The only organized resistance to Eduardo Guillermo Carlos Vicente Zorrilla, known as the Pig, is assembled in this room. My precious Pilar, the strong and the quick are now the weak and the dead. You stood by while that obscene swine destroyed the resistance. Now you call on it to avenge your son.
Our son.
I would have acknowledged him. I would have married you.
What kind of man marries a woman out of pity?
What kind of woman denounces a man out of hate? Is there any new business? Any proposals?
I propose we kill the pig.
There has already been violence enough. Other resolutions? None? Unless the chair hears to the contrary, this meeting stands adjourned. Good night, Pilar.
Good night, Roberto.
Good night, Ciriaco.
Remember, Ciriaco, the little American girl who read me the letter? He looks like a pig, she said. Just like that. A skinny little girl looks at his picture and says, pig. You know what makes her so wise, Ciriaco? She thinks. Oh, there you have it. She and Roberto, thinkers. They would say, we have a problem. What is the most effective way to kill a pig? But what do they know about killing pigs? They are thinkers, philosophers, aristocrats. Oh, no, I know how to kill a pig. Tell me, Ciriaco, tell me, do I know how to kill a pig?
There are probably many ways to kill a pig, but all of them have one basic requirement for success. It is necessary first to have your pig firmly in hand. Till now, this has been Mama Pilar's fundamental problem. However, we can depend on her to solve it when we return shortly with Act 3.
Yes, when you say Budweiser.
One thing you can't fool American beer drinkers about, and that's taste. When it comes to beer, they know what they like.
Yes, when you say Budweiser.
And so many millions of American beer drinkers prefer and choose the Budweiser taste that it's the largest selling beer in the history of the world. And that's a fact. Pick up a six-pack of Bud and taste why. You'll see that brewing beer right does make a difference. And that when you say Budweiser, you said it all.
Yes, when you say Budweiser, you said it all. Yes.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Sometimes a gentle rain in one place adds up to a raging torrent in another. A torrent that can uproot lives as well as trees. To remedy the things that can be remedied in a disaster, America has a unique emergency force, the American Red Cross, America's good neighbor. Red Cross is on call 24 hours a day, every day, to cope with emergencies, whether they're on the next block or a continent away. Most of the help that's given is from volunteers. The money's from volunteers, too. Volunteers like you. If you need help, join us. If you can give help, join us. The American Red Cross. Help us help people just like you.
Marge Miller is a young newlywed who is having the first fight of her marriage. And permit us to say, it's a beaut. The reason may sound familiar. She refuses to socialize with her husband's client. It acquires deeper dimension when we consider that the client also happens to be the absolute dictator of a small nation. However, here comes Mama Pilar with her own score to settle. And does she bring salvation or disaster?
No, I'm sorry, Pilar. It's out of the question. Why does the senora insist I wish to kill somebody? It's not just somebody. Zorilla.
Me? Kill my leader?
Oh, why else would you want to prepare a dinner for him?
Oh, senora, I am growing old. Running a restaurant is too much for me. I'm looking for a job, and your husband's work, senora, requires you to entertain. You need a good cook.
No, we don't entertain at all.
Oh, but you should, senora,
don't
you
start
should.
That. Besides, if I let you cook a meal for old Zorilla, you'll bury a knife in him the minute he walks in.
I will not. On my word of honor.
Well, you spike his soup with arsenic.
I will not. On my word of honor, I will do nothing to...
I believe you. But Pete would never buy it.
Why not?
Why not? Well, let's just say he's very nervous and upset right now.
Ah, then you have a problem. Such a man is no good to a woman. No. We must relax him, restore his desire for romance.
Amen.
Now, just suppose you said to your husband, invite the leader here for dinner.
You're trying to sneak up on me.
I said, just suppose. Well, what would he do?
I guess he'd flip.
Well, that must mean something good, eh? But, no, there is no need to tell him I will cook the dinner until everyone arrives. And then it will be too late for him to object. How simple it is.
Simple and deceitful. Why do you want to prepare a meal for Zorilla?
I have my reason.
Sure. I want to help my husband do his job. But I can't very well have his client killed at my dining room table.
Senora, this dinner will resurrect your marriage.
Makes you think that my marriage needs to be...
When a bride sits alone all afternoon, emptying glasses, filling ashtrays... Pilar. Oh, no, little one, don't cry. No, I promise you, this dinner will bring you both joy and happiness. It will restore your love, revive your honeymoon. But you word of honor, you won't kill him here. My word of honor. I won't kill him anywhere.
Mr. Miller, now I understand. If my wife were as charming as yours, I would also keep her hidden.
Oh, thank you, Your Excellency.
Well, we want you to share an important event with us, Your Excellency. This is to be Marge's first home-cooked meal.
Oh, no, dear, I didn't say I would cook the dinner myself. I hired some help. We even have music. Siriaco, play for us, please.
Excellency, your eating schedule.
Oh, yes. Yes, Escobar. Thank you. My dearest Mrs. Miller, someone to cook.
Oh, certainly. Pilar!
Marge, what are you doing?
Relax. No matter what happens, remember, I love you.
Your Excellency.
Your name is Pilar?
Yes, my leader.
You are not from the city. I would know that hill country accent anywhere. Now, don't tell me. Puerto San Jorge.
I was born there, my leader.
That's the real country. Those are the real people. Now, my good Pilar, prepare for me 2 boiled eggs, 3 minutes. You tell the time?
Yes, my leader.
3 minutes, no more, no less. Tea with 1 teaspoon of skim milk. Toast, 1 dry slice thin.
But, Your Excellency,
I am on the strictest diet, my dear.
Oh, forgive me. Please, forgive me. I didn't know. Pilar, you'll serve all of us eggs, tea, and toast.
I forbid it. No, you are so sweet, sympathetic, sensitive, my dear, but I must forbid it. Pilar, you will serve your master, mistress, and Captain Escobar the prepared meal.
Yes, my leader. But, Your Excellency, we have no right to enjoy
something I must learn to live with. It's for the best. What is food? Merely a fuel. And with me, it was once a passion. And now that passion is spent, it is burned out completely.
May I serve now, Senora?
Well, yes, I suppose so.
The true passion stuck, that one. Where on earth did you find her?
Oh, sir, you must never ask a lady where she finds her help. These must remain our little secret.
Oh, smell that. Oh, smell that. I have not seen beef marinated San Jorge style in years. Oh, Pilar, you are a genius.
Thank you, my leader.
I don't know if I'm hungry.
I command you to eat.
But we have no right to enjoy gourmet cooking while you
My dear, this is not gourmet cooking. This is hill country cooking. Oh, I was weaned on it. That meat before you. Let me tell you how that divine fragrance and flavor is achieved. The meat is first soaked in specially spiced wine, then marinated in a special spice and garlic sauce. The exact recipe is a secret handed down from mother to daughter.
But, Your Excellency, we have no right to do this to you. We should send it back to the kitchen.
No, I curb my passions. And so enjoy yourselves. I command you to enjoy yourselves.
My leader, your eggs, tea, and toast.
Thank you, my dear Pilar. Thank you. There you are. See? We'll see how quickly I have fueled my engine. Half a dozen bites, a couple of swallows, and I am done. You will scarcely begun. You will fritter away your lives at the table. Whereas I shall have endless hours free for work, for study, and for I don't see how just perhaps the tiniest piece of that meat could do me any real harm. Pilar.
Yes, my leader.
Let go of her arm, Escobar.
My leader, I am only doing my duty.
You deserve a decoration. Make note of it. Now, Pilar, that piece, and then that one. Oh, fine. Splendid. Oh, this is every bit the way I remember. Oh, this is the foods of the gods. The gods, Pilar.
My leader?
Special spiced wine is always served with this.
Oh, I have it here, my leader.
Yes, this is... Oh, good. I'm renewing myself. More meat, Pilar.
Where did he put it, Pete? Where?
I don't know.
Your Excellency, your diet. You shouldn't eat this much in a week, a month.
Pilar.
Yes, my leader.
My glass is empty. My plate's empty. Oh, this is heavenly. Where has the shining light been hidden? Pilar, more meat, more of everything. Oh, you work for these good people, Pilar.
Yes, my leader.
And when they go home...
Oh, well, I must find another place to cook.
No. I must eat no more. I have eaten too much. I should have eaten nothing. Take it away, Pilar. Remove everything. I must not eat no more. I must not. My doctor is right.
Your doctor lies.
Huh? What have you said?
Oh, please, my leader, I meant no harm. All my life I have prepared food. It never hurt anyone. How can a doctor blame food
Yes, my kind Pilar.
Oh, all the men in my family, my father, my brothers, my son, they always ate what I cooked. Not one was ever sick. My leader, this is food. This is life.
It was so good. So good.
My leader, who ever heard of doctors at the hill country? My father died at 95.
My father was drowned at 86. He was trying to swim the San Jorge River to visit the most beautiful widow in the province. Mr. Miller, Mrs. Miller.
Yes, sir.
You have made me aware of something I seem to have forgotten. My roots. I lost them. But I find them here, just in time. Yes, I shall be nourished by the food of my peasant ancestors. Escobar, dismiss that quack, Dr. Suarez.
But, Your Excellency...
Mr. Miller, why have you come to this country? To make your fortune, eh? Well, your fortune is made. Create, build, construct, send me engineers, teachers, technicians, designers. Have the necessary papers ready for signature in the morning.
Your Excellency.
See? You are successful beyond your wildest dreams.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank me by giving me this woman, Pilar. Would you like to live in the palace?
Oh, my leader, what does a peasant woman know at a palace?
The kitchen. You shall rule over the kitchen.
I?
Yes.
Me? To cook for my leader? Oh, but I am only a plain peasant woman.
Escobar, it was a plot.
A plot, Excellency?
A clever plan to kill me. How? They would starve me to death.
Oh.
Pilar, is there more meat?
Oh, yes, my leader.
Of course, I have learned a lesson, even from my enemies. Moderation. I shall enjoy good food, but in moderation.
And what does my leader desire for his breakfast?
Do I solicit your advice on the training of troops, the administration of justice? Do not consult me. Prepare what you choose. Is there dessert?
Of course, my leader.
I'll go and help Pilar serve.
Pilar, see? I gave you my word of honor.
But you are going to kill him. You see that man? He can't help himself.
Neither can a pig. It's the nature of the animal. But Pilar, look at him. A knife, a bullet, a few grains of poison. Much too swift, much too merciful. No, this is better. I have seen swine stuffed like him. They die slowly, badly, in agony. Much better. Oh, be happy, Senora. I have kept my word, and you have won your husband again.
Pilar, the dessert.
Oh, time once again to stuff the pig. Coming, my leader. We have a simple sweet.
A simple sweet?
Yes, senor. We call it the Mountain of San Jorge. Whipped cream, ice cream, chocolate, preserves, not fruit.
Oh, Pilar. Dear good friends, you have renewed my life.
Your slave, my leader.
Escobar, have Dr. Suarez shot at once.
There is plenty more in the kitchen, my leader.
I can hardly wait for breakfast. What shall we have, Pilar?
Oh, you said for me to surprise you.
Oh, you will serve me always, Pilar. Say you will serve me always.
You are my leader. I will serve you to the death.
As some people might say, what a way to go. But this is something the Mama Pilars of the world understand. If you can't get to a man's heart with a knife, another way, and a better way, is to get there through his stomach. I shall return shortly. You may have heard it said, the pen is mightier than the sword. This sentiment was written by a man and can be dismissed as male chauvinist propaganda. What every woman knows is that mightier than the pen or the sword is the knife and the fork. If you don't believe it, just ask Mama Pilar. Our cast included Bryna Rayburn, Marion Seldes, Jack Grimes, Leon Janney, and Gil Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Himan Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, Buick Motor Division, and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. What is the most frequently used four-letter word in the English language? Guess again, if you said love. The answer is work. And now work means more than just a job or an activity. Work has become a criterion. So often, while contemplating a course of action, don't so many of us ask, will it work? Not, is it right? And of course, that's the problem. Many things work. And if you will pardon my grammar, while they may work well, they don't work good.
Back then, who were you?
Well, I keep telling you, I don't know.
You mean you don't remember anything?
Nothing.
I can tell by your accent you're from the East. We could ask the sheriff to check for missing persons.
No, I don't want to do that.
Is there a possibility that you might have done something...
Criminal? Wrong?
Yes.
If I did, would it matter to you?
Our mystery drama, Flashpoint, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Paul Hecht. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Hiring a professional plumber is a costly way to handle plumbing repairs. But thanks to True Value Hardware Stores, it's not the only way. Hi, Pat Summerall to say now they offer their own master plumber parts and fittings that lets you save by making professional-type repairs yourself. Installation is easy because every quality master plumber part comes with step-by-step instructions. And right now, their single-handle washerless kitchen faucet is just $29.95 exclusively at participating True Value Hardware Stores.
Monday on CBS TV.
3 cheers for Private Benjamin!
Hip, hip! Private Benjamin is back for a new season of laughs with Colonel Fielding, Captain Lewis, and all the gang.
Oh, hey, hubba want a party?
She's got a new job, and the Army's sure she'll be the best.
Even Benjamin can't mess it up.
But you can be sure you'll be watching the best in comedy on Private Benjamin, Mondays at 8:30, 7:30 Central and Mountain on CBS TV.
I'd rather sit on an iguana.
I'm glad I caught up with you. You're a nice person, and you owe yourself a real treat. You liked Star Wars, E.T., and Raiders? Well, you'll love the book, Battlefield Earth, by L. Ron Hubbard. It was the hit of your recent Worldwide Science Fiction Convention. It's the biggest science fiction book ever written. It is a sure sellout in all major bookstores. Everybody is talking about it. Get yourself a real thrill by the great master of science fiction. Buy the book, Battlefield Earth, at your local bookstore. A St. Martin's book, available at all fine bookstores. What's it about? Wow! Buy Battlefield Earth. Read Battlefield Earth.
The scientific definition describes the flashpoint as the lowest temperature at which the vapor of a volatile oil will burst into flame.
So much for oils and chemicals. But we human beings are also made up of some highly volatile and combustible materials. Each one of us has a flashpoint. Given the right conditions or the wrong ones, off we go. Consider Mr. Harvey Talbot. He is 46 years old and the number 2 man in a large manufacturing company. He has power, position, and prestige. But begrudge him not. He worked hard and sacrificed much to get there.
Miss Rader. Miss Rader. Miss Rader. Oh, she's got to be out there. Has the woman gone deaf? Ah, there you are. Miss Rader, didn't you hear me buzz?
Yes, I heard you.
Well, why didn't you answer? Is something wrong?
Yes, everything.
Now, if you're not feeling well, go to the dispensary.
They can't help me.
Oh, all right, Miss Rader, please come into my office.
What for?
Because I ask you to. Now, come along, close the door. Miss Rader, are you having some sort of personal problem?
Yes.
All right, please sit down.
Thank you.
Well?
Well, you don't know what to say to me, do you? Do you know how long I have been your secretary?
Well, how long?
15 years. And we have never spoken a single word to each other that was not concerned with the business of the office. Oh, yes, we say good morning, good evening, have a pleasant weekend, Merry Christmas.
You're obviously not feeling well, Miss Rader.
Miss Rader. Mr. Hurley calls his secretary Julia.
All right, I'll call you by your first name if you like.
You don't even know what it is.
I do. It's Doreen. From now on, I shall address you as Doreen. And if you care to, you may call me Harvey.
No. Mr. Talbot and Miss Rader sets exactly the right tone for people like you and me. Cool, correct, and completely impersonal. That's why we were able to work together so well. And we have worked well together, haven't we, Mr. Talbot?
Yes, you're very good indeed.
Well, that's because I'm completely devoted to your interests.
I know that.
You see, an important man like yourself and his secretary, in a true sense, must conspire together against the rest of the world. For that's what the word secretary means, doesn't it? One who shares a secret? A secretary must tell lies for her boss, but in a beautiful way.
I know, Miss Rader, how well I know.
Oh, Mr. Talbot, what's to become of me? I am 61 years old. Where will I get another job?
Another job? Miss Rader, what are you talking about?
You found someone else to be your secretary.
Well, what makes you think I want someone else to be my...
Because you haven't asked me to go with you.
Go with me where?
To wherever it is you're going.
I'm not going anywhere.
Oh, please don't lie to me.
About what?
You've taken another job with another company.
Whatever gave you that idea?
Because you're leaving.
Now, look here, Miss...
I thought I would die of embarrassment. Julia Tanage, Mr. Hurley's secretary, said to me just 10 minutes ago, she said the girls would give me a farewell party.
A what?
She said, now that Mr. Talbot is leaving, and of course he's taking you with him, isn't he? And I said, how do you know Mr. Talbot is leaving?
And what did she say?
She said she heard Mr. Hurley talking on his private line, and he said he expected to have Harvey Talbot's resignation by the end of the month.
Jim Hurley's secretary told you this?
Yes, and she asked me where you were going, and that's how I found out I was no longer your secretary. Oh, Mr. Talbot, please take me with you.
Miss Rader, would you please...
Working with you is my whole life.
Miss Rader...
Oh, pay me less. I'll take a cut. I don't need the money.
Miss Anage, tell Big Jim I'm coming up to see him. Well, you busy, Jim?
Oh, come on in. Oh, what can I do for you, Harv?
I don't know, Jim. What are you trying to do?
Do?
Yes, I understand. You expect to have my resignation by the end of the month.
Oh.
Yes, I don't think I care for that answer, Jim. It isn't exactly a denial, is it? Well?
I guess you better resign, Harv.
Why?
Because if you don't, you'll be fired. And then all you'll be entitled to is 2 weeks' pay. If you resign, we could work out a little deal for you to walk away.
Why am I being fired?
We're being taken over, Harv.
By whom?
I'm not at liberty to divulge that just yet.
Are you getting the gate, too?
I'll stay on as chief operating officer.
Why me, Jim?
They want to put in their own man as my backup.
Why wasn't I told about this before?
Well, the deal might have fallen through at the last minute.
Can it still?
Not now.
So I'm out. After 15 years, I'm out.
I'm sorry.
Sorry? It'd be better if you were loyal.
Loyalty is not what business is about. Well, I was hoping we could part without hard feelings.
It's 15 years of my life. Do you know what I gave up for this job? My home, my wife, my kid, and now I'm out just like that.
You'll catch on somewhere else.
Jim, I'm not 30 anymore. I don't have those 15 years to invest all over again.
Now, let's be sensible about this, Harvey.
Jim, this is my company. I'm the one who built it, and it was my brains that made you top guy.
I know you're upset, but you do have an exaggerated idea of your importance.
You can't run this company without me.
Now, Harv, as a friend, I advise you to go somewhere and cool off.
Maybe I had to do it. Maybe you didn't want the new guys to see us together. They'd have caught on. They'd see which one of us has the brains.
All right, Harv, that's enough.
But you won't get away with it.
Just a minute. Harvey.
Hello, Carol. May I come in?
Well, I was on my way out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, he can wait.
He? Who's he?
A man, obviously.
You mean you're going out with men?
Well, is there any reason why I shouldn't?
No. No, I guess not. It's just that I thought...
You thought I'd just wither away without you. Well, come in. For a little while, anyway.
Thank you, Carol.
What are you doing all the way out here? Are you squeezing me in between some important appointments?
No.
Oh, you mean this isn't a business trip?
No, it isn't. I came here to see you, Carol.
You traveled 3,000 miles just to see me?
Yeah.
And just think, while we were married, it was all you could do to find time to travel home crosstown from the office.
Carol, I lost my job.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry? Is that all you can say?
Settle for that, Harvey. Imagine what I could say if I were a vindictive woman.
We were taken over. The company.
Yes. The wolves are prowling all about the marketplace.
I'm out, Carol. I'm out.
I don't have a single shred of evidence, but I'm tempted to wager my immortal soul that Mr. Big Jim Hurley is still in.
Right.
Put not thy trust in princes. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. It sounds like I told you so.
Carol, you know how I worked for that company?
Oh, yes.
There is not one manufacturing process I didn't perfect and refine.
You don't have to convince me.
And marketing. I mean, where can you find another guy like me? An engineer who has my insight into selling?
Harvey, you're one of a kind.
It's my company. No, it isn't, and it never was. I just didn't understand it, that's all.
And now? You do understand it?
I learned a great deal this week.
What did you learn?
I learned that next time I'll never let people like Big Jim Hurley take the credit for my brain work.
Oh.
And I also learned something else.
And what's that?
I shouldn't say I learned it. I just forgot it for a while.
And what did you forget?
Well, I love you, Carol, and I'm willing to take you back.
Are you?
Yes, I am. And, well, we can start all over again.
Can we?
What do you say, huh?
No.
No? Well, why not?
Because I don't love you.
But you married me. You must have loved me.
I did. I no longer do.
Well, then it couldn't have been love.
Why not?
Because love, true love, lives forever.
Only in songs. Only in popular songs.
But if you really love me...
Love is a living thing, Harvey. It's born, and if it isn't tenderly nourished, it dies of neglect.
Well, can't we try to begin all over again?
Why?
Because I need you.
But I don't need you.
Yeah, but think of Susie. She needs a father.
Oh, not anymore. She needs a husband, and I think she's found one.
Susie? Little Susie?
She's 22.
Gee, where has all the time gone? Susie's going to be married?
Oh, you'll be invited to the wedding. I do hope you can make it.
Oh, what kind of thing is that to say?
Well, you did miss out on most of the other important things in her life. You were always out of town or at some important meeting. Oh, but I forgot. You'll probably have a great deal of free time on your hands now.
All this makes you feel very happy and vindicated, doesn't it?
There's no joy in this for me, Harvey. You were the first man I ever loved. Father of the only child I can ever have.
You see, you just said you loved me, and love can't die just like that.
It didn't die just like that. It was killed. And it was a long, slow, and painful killing. A sacrifice to your vanity and selfishness.
You were the one who wanted the divorce.
Are you broke, Harvey? I can let you have some money. I want to help you in any way I can.
I know. But you can't help me. Carol, do you know what I wanted out of life? Power, prestige, the top job. And yeah, you're right. You're right, I sacrificed everything to get them. And now they've been stripped away from me. And you know who took them? Big Jim Hurley. But he won't get away with it.
He won't?
No. I'll make him pay the price.
What price, Harvey? What price?
What price? I think she knows. After all, what other price can be exact? When you analyze it, there are two basic types of murder. The first are the homicides committed by criminals who must kill in order to achieve an objective. These do not concern us here. The second are the killings by ordinary folk like you and me, who have never done it before, and will never do it again, but who have been provoked beyond all endurance and can see no other way out. We move toward Act 2 shortly.
This cute new hygienist who cleaned my teeth told me in no uncertain terms how badly stained my teeth were from tobacco. Well, I was thinking about asking her out, but after that I was just too embarrassed.
Topol Smoker's Tooth Polish, a special combination of polishing agents and a rich foaming cleaner formulated to help remove ugly yellow tobacco stains. Topol is gentle enough to be used instead of regular toothpaste.
Since I've been using Topol, the tobacco stains just don't build up.
Topol, fluoride in the red package, mint flavor in the blue.
Rod, if you saw any more wood, you'll have a backache.
It's too late. My back's groaning now.
Oh, dear. Well, sit there a minute. I think we have some Doan's pills in the house.
That's what I love about you, honey. You think of everything.
Good advice. Doan's pills for temporary relief of simple backache pain due to overexertion, stress, or strain. Use only as directed.
You're walking like your back feels much better tonight, dear.
It sure does, thanks to Doan's pills. I'm even ready to stack that wood now.
Start your day right, Chicagoland, with a breakfast of values from Jewel. We've got the good foods you'll want to wake up your family's taste buds, like Hill Farm eggs, sunny side up, scrambled, poached, or over easy. These grade A favorites could turn your morning meal into something extra special. And through Wednesday, Hill Farm medium eggs are only 59 cents a dozen. Then add a bit of sunshine to your day with Whole Sun frozen orange juice. 2 6-ounce cans are only 88 cents through Wednesday. But don't just shop Jewel for breakfast favorites. Remember, Saturday is Sweetest Day, and your Jewel Floral Shop has a lush variety of plants and flowers to let your sweetheart know just how much you care. For every day or special days, you can count on help from the folks at Jewel.
Been a friend of the family for 15 years. Your friend of the family. Friend of the family. Your friend of the family. Jewel.
We tend to think that a crime of passion is usually committed for love. Love thwarted, Love stolen or love betrayed. But love is only one of the passions that drive men and women to murder. And not the strongest or the most prevalent either. After all, why was the very first murder committed? Why did Cain kill Abel? In a real sense, human beings will kill in order to protect what has come to be called turf. And turf exists inside as well as out. Turf may also define one's very own psychic boundaries. And it is a rare individual who will not fight for it, even though the battle may be misguided.
What is this price, Harvey?
Price?
Well, you said you'd make Jim Hurley pay the price.
Did I? I'm sorry I bothered you.
Sit down.
No. I have to be going. I'm sorry I didn't get to see Susie.
Oh, well, let me call her. Perhaps she can run over.
No. Got a plane to catch.
Well, where are you going, Harvey? You don't look well.
No, I just have this headache.
Well, you never used to get headaches. Too much has happened to you too quickly.
Nothing has happened to me that I really haven't expected.
What are you saying?
Deep down in my subconscious, or is it my unconscious mind, I knew a day like this would arrive. Didn't I, Carol?
I don't know, Harvey.
No, yes, you do. You knew that those whom we create can very well destroy us in the end. Maybe they have to. And so Big Jim Hurley, who was nothing but my front man, my mouthpiece, has... Goodbye, Carol. Thanks for everything.
Please, Harvey.
If it'll make you feel better, I don't love you anymore either.
I know.
That love, it was just another one of my illusions. And now I've killed it.
You really shouldn't leave right now.
So I only have one more illusion to kill, and then I'll be free. Goodbye, Carol.
Harvey.
Oh, my head, my head. Hello, Jim.
Who's this?
You already forgotten the sound of my voice?
Old buddy, where are you?
More important, Jim, old buddy, where are you?
What kind of a question is that? You know where I am. I'm in my office.
Yes, you are in your office, true. But you are also somewhere else.
No kidding. Where?
You are also very close to death.
Okay, Harvey. Tell me the rest of it. I hope it's funny.
No, it's not. But it's to the point, and it says it all. You are close to death, Big Jim Hurley, because I am going to kill you.
Yeah?
Yes. I am going to kill you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, what I just did. Oh, forgive me, sir, please. Oh, let me help you out.
Could you watch where you were going? Oh, my head.
Oh, I am so sorry. I'm always wandering off in the clouds somewhere. Oh, you're not hurt, are you?
No. It's all right.
Oh, you picked up some dust on your coat. Oh, here, now, let me brush it off.
Would you please excuse me? I happen to be in a hurry.
Oh, tell me you forgive me for being so careless.
Yes, fine. I forgive you. Now, please, goodbye.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir. May I help you?
Oh, yes, miss. When is the next flight to Philadelphia?
That would be flight number 6, leaving in 25 minutes. Would you care to... sir?
What?
Is something wrong?
No, miss. I just have this headache. I don't understand it. I never get headaches.
It's probably the weather. The stewardess will be glad to give you some.
Is there space on that flight?
Just let me check. Will that be first class or tourist?
First class? I should think you wouldn't have to ask.
Yes, sir. We have seats.
Good.
How do you wish to pay for your ticket?
Oh, my head. What? What did you say?
How do you wish to make payment?
Well, my secretary takes care of all Miss Rader. Would you check with her? Would you believe that this is the very first time in 20 years that I've had to arrange for my own airline ticket?
Yes, sir, I can believe it. Now, will that be cash, check, or credit card?
Oh, let me see. I suppose Wait.
Sir?
What
is it, sir?
My wallet. What happened to my wallet?
Your wallet?
I always carried it in my inside pocket.
You lost your wallet?
No, I did not lose my wallet. I don't lose things. I never lose anything.
Well, perhaps you forgot to bring it.
I did not forget. I'm the most highly organized person you have ever known in your life.
Unfortunately, we do have pickpockets. One of them may... shall I call for a security officer?
Oh, I don't know. I just want to get back to Philadelphia. I have something very important to do.
About payment for your ticket, sir. We could call your office and have them authorize a charge.
Yes, that's a good idea, miss. You do that.
You mentioned you had a secretary. Oh, what was her name again, please?
Her name?
Your secretary's name?
Oh, I don't have a secretary anymore.
Oh.
I can't remember. For 15 years she shared my secrets, and now I can't even remember her name.
Well, what's the name of your company?
My company is... I don't remember.
You don't remember the name of your company?
It isn't my company anymore. Don't you understand?
Sir, are you ill?
No. Suddenly, I don't have a headache.
Why don't you sit down on that bench over there and just collect your thoughts?
Yes. Perhaps I'd better. Perhaps I'd better.
Hello, security. This is Joan over at Transnational. There's a very well-dressed gentleman. He's either an old 40 or a young 50. Trench coat, gray suit, white shirt, blue tie, and no hat. I think he's got amnesia. And maybe a pickpocket worked him over, too. For his own good, you better pick him up. Yeah, he's sitting on the bench just... Wait a minute. Where'd he go? Where did he go?
Exaggerated idea of your own importance.
What's to become of me? I'm 61 years old.
You better resign.
Who are you people? Who are you?
Love is a living thing. If it isn't tenderly nourished, it dies of neglect.
Sure, I fought for you. You're my friend.
Why have you abandoned me? Why have you abandoned me?
Who are you people? Who are you?
So, where you headed, pal?
Me? Oh, just anywhere.
Listen, you want to get yourself cleaned up, you know what I mean? Like you need a shave.
Yeah, maybe I do.
I almost wasn't going to pick you up. What could I do? Leave you stand there in the rain?
Oh, I want to thank you very much.
You know something? You sound like an educated guy to me. Why are you on the bum? I'm sorry I asked. Just because I give you a ride don't mean you owe me the story of your life. When's the last time you ate?
I don't remember.
You don't look like a guy who's been brought down by the booze. I'm sure you ain't a hophead. Was it a dame?
Don't remember.
Yeah. And it was a dame. Well, man used to say women are like streetcars. You miss one, there'll be another one along 15 minutes. Well, I gotta leave you off here, pal. I'm 10 miles away from the garage, and a spotter sees me with a passenger. This joint here, it's Irma's. She's a nice lady. Runs a lunch counter, grocery store, and a couple of gas pumps. That's a good place to wait for a lift.
Oh, thank you very much.
Wait a minute. Here.
What? What's that? I couldn't take that.
Why not?
For $5. Well, why are you giving me $5?
Because you need it. Hop down, Pally. I gotta roll. Get yourself some chow.
Yeah, but how will I pay you back?
Well, just give it to somebody else who needs it. Brighten the corner.
That'll be $5.35.
What? No, it can't be.
Add it up yourself.
Yeah, I did. It comes to exactly $5.
That's right, plus 7% tax.
Oh, gee. I didn't. I just ordered $5 worth because, well, $5 is all I got.
I was watching you eat. That was an awesome sight. I bet you haven't had a bite in days. Here, come on. Try another bowl of chili.
Oh. Well, you're very kind.
What? A couple of pennies worth of food.
Well, thanks. I had no idea people could be so kind to each other.
Does that mean that you yourself are not a kind person?
Well, I don't know what sort of a person I am.
Well, you know what they say. Very few of us really know what we are.
Yes, but most of us know who we are.
You're saying you don't know who you are? Hey, you mean you could be one of those amnesia victims?
Well, I really don't know why I'm telling you all this, but I don't know who I am.
You mean you don't want to know?
No, I can't remember anything, and I have no way of knowing. My wallet was lost or stolen. I have no identification.
Well, that stuff's for the movies. You could find out who you are easily enough. Number one, fingerprints. Somewhere along the line, you had to be fingerprinted for something.
Well.
And that's an expensive suit, and it's been roughed up, but it cost a lot of money.
Yeah, how'd you know I didn't steal it?
Well, it fits you too well. And then, your accent. See, you're not from out here, you're from the East. Some expert could probably pinpoint the city. You could really find out who you are if you really wanted to. The question is, do you want to?
Nope.
Why not?
Well, I think if I can't remember who I am, it's because I'd rather not know.
Do you think you might have done something bad?
No.
Well, how can you be sure?
Well, I think it's because I'm afraid of what it is that I'm going to do.
What could that be?
I think it's because I know I'm going to kill somebody.
There we have it. One of the basic reasons why people get amnesia. Faced with an intolerable situation and unable to handle it, many of us simply tune out. When the world becomes unbearable, there are those who just leave it and retreat into another world. A private world of their very own. A world that you and I shall explore shortly in Act 3.
Come to the White Westinghouse Holiday.
Right now, your participating White Westinghouse dealer has a special cash and dash offer on selected front-load washers. Get a $25 cash refund and $25 worth of Dash detergent coupons with your purchase. Plus, during his holiday festival, he's offering big savings on the full line of White Westinghouse appliances. So see him today.
White Westinghouse, we're making things better for you.
I'm Lorette Rupee, Director of Peace Corps. In 60 countries around the world, Peace Corps volunteers are sharing their skills and knowledge with people who really need them. But we need more volunteers, and we need them now. Volunteers are urgently needed in agriculture, math, science, and biology. Call Peace Corps now for more information. 800-424-8580. It's the toughest job you'll ever love.
This is Chicago WBBM News Radio 78.
Nobody brings you the sweet taste of summer like Eagle. We carefully select all of our produce so that you know that you're choosing from only the finest, freshest fruits and vegetables available. Choose from cantaloupe, corn, pears, peaches, grapes, green beans, broccoli, mushrooms, and more. The time is ripe to compare farm fresh produce at Eagle.
Every day is savings day at Eagle.
The following is a paid political announcement.
Politicians treat tax dollars like paper blowing in the wind.
Isn't it time somebody took better care of our money? I'm John Daly. As your state treasurer, my first job will be to safeguard and protect our money. In working together, we'll put a constitutional limit on taxes. No more tax dollars blowing in the wind.
For new leadership to take better care of our money, elect John Daly, State Treasurer.
Preceding political announcement paid for Citizens for John Daly, Sam Vincent, Chairman.
was Mr. Kipling who said, more men are killed by overwork than the importance of the world justifies. Others are stripped bare of all the things they once held dear. Still others are driven to madness. In a sense, all three have happened to our central character. First, as Harvey Talbot, he is already dead in his own memory. Second, he has lost everything he owns and everyone he loved. And third, it was all because of a fit of madness that surged through his soul on one bad day.
You're gonna kill somebody?
Yeah. The real me wants to kill somebody.
The real you? But there's more than one you. There's the you that you don't know about back east somewhere. And there's also a you that's sitting here talking to me. Does this you want to kill somebody?
No.
Well, then how do you know that this one isn't the real you?
I don't know anything.
Oh, excuse me. I think somebody wants some gas. With you in a minute. Would you just pull up to the pump?
I can't.
What's the matter?
My car won't go.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, we don't have a mechanic. We just sell gas.
Hey, just a minute. Maybe I can help. Go ahead. Start it.
You mean it'll go now?
Yeah, try it.
Well, what do I owe you?
Ask the boss.
Oh, it's on the house. Have a nice day now.
Thank you.
Well, what was it?
That was nothing.
Oh, it had to be something.
No, there's a wire that connects the distributor to the coil. It just came loose.
Distributor? Coil? To me, those are just words. You seem to know something about them.
Yep, I know everything about them.
Could it be that you're an automobile mechanic?
Huh. No, I just know where everything belongs and what it does.
Well, at least you won't starve. You have a trade.
Yeah. But now I have to find a job.
Hey, would you like to work for me? But you saw I could use a mechanic. How'd it go today?
Oh, pretty good.
We're starting to build a little repair business here, you know. I may have to give you a partnership.
Well, I'd rather work for wages.
Well, we haven't really talked about wages. You know, I think it's time to...
You're giving me room and board.
Oh, come on.
Well, whatever you think is fair.
Well, what kind of talk is that?
Well, I'm just not ambitious.
Well, you're not lazy either. I see you out there.
No, I mean, somehow I'm not ambitious to get anywhere. I just want to take it easy. It's so good to just relax.
Relax? Well, you're on the go all day.
Yeah, but it's different.
Different from what?
I don't know. It just feels different from what I've always been doing.
And what have you always been doing?
I don't know.
You could find out.
Yeah, but I don't want to find out. What's that noise?
I don't hear any noise.
Yeah, in your refrigerator.
Oh.
Sounds like a worn bearing in the fan motor. Here, let me take a look.
Hey, do you fix refrigerators, too?
I have an idea. I could fix anything. How's it sound now?
Well, I guess it sounds better.
Yeah, it'll work better, too.
You want to know something? I don't think you were a refrigerator repairman, and I don't think you're an auto mechanic either.
No, why not?
Because I look at your hands.
Yeah, what about my hands?
They're not the hands of a working man. They're very smooth and they're soft. See, no rough spots, no calluses.
Yeah, but how do you account for the fact that I can fix anything that has moving or electrical parts?
I have an idea. You were the kind of man who designed them. You're an engineer.
Yeah, that's right.
How do you know?
That word. Engineer. That hit a nerve. Please, Irma, don't do that again.
Don't do what?
Don't try to discover who I am. Right now, it's a closed door, and every time you figure out something about me, you start to push that door open. I want it kept shut. I want to lock that door and throw away the key.
Okay. The world's loss is my gain. What are you doing out here?
I'm admiring the soft light of a full moon, wondering about the stars.
I wonder who you really are. I don't even know your name.
Is it important?
Yes, everyone has to have a name. So, I shall give you one. It should be something that describes you. Now, what do? You fix things. The fixer. No, I don't think so. That just doesn't sound right.
No, but it's accurate.
Well, it could also be said that you're a healer.
Oh, yeah? What do I heal?
Well, a doctor heals sick people. You heal sick things. Therefore, I shall call you Jason. That's the Greek name for healer.
You know Greek?
Mm-hmm. Greek, Latin, Hebrew, Sanskrit. Yeah, I was a classical scholar. Graduated with honors. But the only job I could get was in a department store. And then my uncle died, and he left me this place. I came, I saw the country, and I was conquered.
Well, I see what you mean about this country. There's so much peace and quiet.
Some folks think there's too much.
No, I think you can never have too much. I hear what those motorists are passing through say. To them, it's just boring, scrubby desert. To me, it's the Garden of Eden. Hey, you got a gun.
Don't move.
What?
The Garden of Eden, complete with snake. Look. Rattlers all around. Mostly by day to keep out of your way. They're more frightened than you are.
Oh, you really think so?
But at night, when you can't see them, you just might step on one. Oh, poor creature. See, I think they actually want to be friendly.
Oh, is that a fact?
Well, it's just that they don't know how to go about it.
Oh, well, anyhow, I must
thank you. You shouldn't go walking in the desert at night, you know. And if you do, carry this 44. It belonged to my Uncle Ned.
Thanks. What's that name you just gave me?
Jason?
Oh, yes, Jason, the healer. You know something? I like it. Yeah, I like it better than the other one I had.
How do you know what that name was?
Well, it doesn't matter. You know, I'm sure that I didn't like anything at all in that old life, whereas here, I like everything, and everybody.
Quiet out there.
Yeah, just the way I like it. Peaceful, nobody coming at you.
Now, what does that mean? Nobody coming at you?
Huh?
Or was everybody coming at you?
Well, I suppose so. Hey, let's not talk about that now.
All right, what shall we talk about?
Well, we're always talking about me. Let's talk about you.
Well, yes, but you're the man of mystery.
No, everybody's a mystery.
Oh, especially you. And look at yourself in the mirror. Now, what you see is someone who has been hiding inside of someone else. And then suddenly, one day, for some reason, you came out. And you left that someone else behind.
Yeah, I hope we never find each other.
Yeah, but suppose.
Yeah?
All right. Now, suppose you had done something.
Wrong? Criminal?
Yes.
Would it matter to you?
No, it wouldn't matter, Jason. It wouldn't matter. Oh, somebody wants some gas. Oh! Wow, what a car. It's one of those imported from Italy. That's a Mariotti.
Yes, I remember. We sold them the electronic fuel injection system.
What?
I designed it. It was a special order.
What are you saying?
Wasn't much money in it, but we did it for the prestige.
What did you design?
I'm not sure. That door is opening a little. I see a huge office in it. It's gone.
She's in a hurry, that one.
Yeah, she looks familiar. Why does she look familiar?
Maybe I better go pump the gas for her.
No, it's all right. I'll do it.
Jason?
Yeah, what is it?
Nothing. I'm frightened.
For what?
I don't know.
It's okay. I'll be right back. Yes, ma'am?
Fill it up, please. It's you. It can't be you.
What? Well, who are you?
You don't know me.
My head. What's happening to my head?
Is this what became of you? I must say you never looked this good.
You know me, but Why don't I know you?
Most people wouldn't know me anymore. For years, I invested my money in stocks and bonds. And then after you were forced out, I decided to invest my money in me. Well, how do you like Doreen Rader now?
Rader? You're Miss Rader.
Mr. Talbot, you look ill.
I have this terrible headache. Will you do something for me? Would you give me a lift to the airport?
Where are you going?
I have to do something.
What?
I have to get rid of this headache.
Well, that gun. Why are you taking that gun?
I have to kill a snake.
What do you mean you have to kill a snake?
That's how I'm going to get rid of this headache.
Who is that
I
woman?
have to go.
Please, Jason.
My name is not Jason, it's Harvey. Harvey Talbot.
Please, tell me.
Right now I can't tell you anything.
Will you be back?
Yes, I don't know. I only know I have to kill a snake. Yes? Mr. Hurley in?
I'm Jim Hurley.
You're Big Jim? You can't be.
I'm James Hurley.
Yes. Yes, you are. Gosh, it's only been 2 years. What's happened to you?
Who are you?
Who are you? You don't know me? Jim?
Well, you can't be pasty-faced Harvey Talbot. Come in. Where have you been? You look great.
Don't you know why I'm here, Jim? I'm here to kill you.
I know why you're here. You've come in answer to my... now, Harvey, don't laugh when I say this. But you came because I prayed.
Prayed? What a strange word for you, Jim.
I prayed you'd come. Harvey, I need you. You were right. I can't run the place without you. There are too many questions I can't answer.
Oh, is that so?
They're closing in on me. I have to come up with some answers. I need some great new programs. I've had 4 losing quarters in a row. They're getting restless. Help me.
Help you?
Here, sit down. Put the old thinking cap on just like in the old days. I'll work out a great deal for you.
Oh, will you?
You'll have to be kept in the background, naturally, but I'll make it worth your while.
I came here to kill you. I mean, that's what I felt I had to do the day you told me I was finished.
Oh, that was a bad day for me, too. But this is worse. If you don't help me find a way out, I'm finished. You've got to save me. You can fix anything. Harvey, you can take over my job. Think of it, Harvey. You'll be chief operating officer. It's what you always wanted.
Is that what I always wanted?
You can make $1 million a year. The sky's the limit. That's what you want, I know. Just save me and it's yours.
No, Jim. No. You know what I want? 2 gas pumps and a repair shed attached to a coffee shop and a country store in the middle of the Mojave Desert.
You're crazy, Harvey.
Maybe. And the name isn't Harvey. Call me Jason. Jason the healer. The first person I healed was myself.
Did he go back to Irma and the little oasis in the desert? Yes, I can tell you he did. And was he happy there with her forever after? I have no way of knowing that at this point. In 10 years, or even sooner, will he tire of the heat and the rattlesnakes and the sameness of every day? Will he yearn once again for the battle of the big bucks? If he does, that will make another story. I'll be back shortly.
This is Roy Scheider. I was struck by the fact that almost 2 million living Americans have been saved from cancer. I have to admit I've always thought of cancer as a pretty hopeless disease. But the fact that nearly 2 million people have been saved made me realize that if the disease should hit me, I'd have a fighting chance. The important thing is to catch it early, before it begins to spread. That's when it's most curable. And the way to catch it early, as the American Cancer Society points out, is with regular health checkups and by knowing the warning signals. Consider that a reminder, okay? And those 2 million people saved from cancer are a reminder of something else, too. They're living proof that our contributions count. Help save more. Please give generously when your American Cancer Society volunteer calls. Remember, cancer can be beat.
This has been a story about work. I think that the true meaning of work has been summed up in a poem by a Mr. Kenyon Cox, written almost 100 years ago. Work thou for pleasure, paint, sing, or crave. Who works for glory often misses the goal. Who works for money coins his very soul. But work for the work's sake, and then it may be that all these good things shall be added to thee. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Carol Teitel, Joyce Gordon, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Himan Brown. And now a preview of our next tale.
I just can't believe it's real.
Well, how can you believe it's real when you know that it came right out of my head?
Yes, but a thing like this, even though you know it isn't real, you should want to believe it's real.
Just picture it, Bernice. This dark, shadowy, demon-filled desert, and there in this secret grove is a shrine. Every maiden who wants her true love to come to her must make her way to this enchanted place wherein dwells the spirit of love. If she finds favor in the eyes of the spirit, he anoints her with the essence of this perfume. What?
It's a good beginning, but...
But what?
You're not all the way there. Maybe you need some help.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by White Westinghouse Appliance Company. This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The name is Beverly. No, this Beverly is not a girl. It's a factory-approved auto tune-up shop established 20 years ago. Beverly Auto Tune-Up Service in Oak Lawn, Illinois is at 4545 West 91st Street. That's 2 blocks east of Cicero Avenue. And the phone number is 636-0808. Beverly says when you buy your next car, don't forget to find out if the car is easy or difficult to maintain and repair. If you can't determine this by yourself, ask your favorite mechanic. Serviceability, which is more important than looks, can determine whether you'll be pleased or unhappy with your next car. There are many car owners who are completely disappointed with their cars because of the expense and inconvenience resulting from bad serviceability. Some cars are absolutely ridiculous, but some cars are a mechanic's dream. Why not put Beverly's name and number in your little black book? Beverly Auto Tune-Up Service at 4545 West 91st Street, Oak Lawn, Illinois. Tune-ups are $59 for 8-cylinder, $56 for 6-cylinder, and $54 for 4-cylinder. Call 636-0808. That's 636-0808.
This is Spectrum. Personal opinion on issues of public interest from 6 different viewpoints. Now, one of those perspectives.
I'm Ann Taylor Fleming. There is scarcely a person, I imagine, who can reach right now for a capsule of anything, not just Tylenol, without a twinge of fear, a premonition of poison. Those deaths from those tampered-with pills are certainly horrifying, all the more so because such a death could seemingly have come to any of us. Yet I cannot help but be bemused, if saddened, by the hue and cry over the Tylenol deaths and the continuing lack of hue and cry over handgun deaths. After all, a handful of people died from ingesting those poisoned pills, but in this country each year, 20,000 people are killed by handguns. Those deaths can be counted on year in and year out. America has a homicide rate 10 times that of any other modern Western nation. Yet for whatever lingering frontier ethic, we remain reluctant to take any real measures to disarm ourselves. The statistics just don't seem to penetrate. Americans have a deeply held belief that they have a right to protect themselves. But handguns are not instruments for protection. They're instruments for murder. The fact is that a handgun in the house is 6 times more likely to kill a member of that household than any intruder. In other words, we're not killing criminals, we're killing each other. Yet every time a serious handgun control measure gets on a ballot somewhere, the National Rifle Association and the various gun manufacturers are able to play on our fears of being disarmed and to rally huge sums to defeat the measure. That's going on right now in California, where a proposition which would enact one of the toughest handgun registration laws in the country, a proposition 64% of the people said in April that they favored, where that proposition now looks as if it might be headed for defeat on Election Day. To turn the tide, the pro-gun people were able to raise $3.2 million, 3 times more than their pro-proposition opponents. And if this proposition fails to pass as it might, it seems to me that those who raise such handsome sums to defeat it ought to be made to raise a little more money to pay for all the unnecessary funerals their efforts will have assured. I'm Ann Taylor Fleming for Spectrum.
6 personal opinions on Spectrum. Views not necessarily those of this station or the CBS Radio Network.
The Long Island court case could be the vehicle which finally establishes a legal definition of death. This is Lester Smith reporting for the 7 o'clock WR Radio News. Suffolk County prosecutors will attempt to prove that the death of 17-year-old Karen Pomeroy of Islip, Long Island, had been due to a brutal beating inflicted on her with a railroad spike, and not her removal from a life support system after she'd been hospitalized. District Attorney Henry O'Brien said today the prosecution will rely on sound, conservative medical opinion based on criteria established at Harvard University in the case against ex-convict Walter Carey, who today pleaded innocent to the indictment charging him with murder. Miss Pomeroy was mugged on her way home from school on November 29th and beaten over the head in a robbery which netted $1. A 6-3 United States Supreme Court decision handed down today has probably angered a lot of American women. The High Court upheld the right of employers to exclude pregnancy costs in their health plans. The ruling overturned a lower court decision on a suit brought by 43 women against General Electric, which had ordered the company to provide pregnancy benefits if the other disabilities were covered. The High Court ruling said the GE stand did not violate federal law. Jimmy Carter talked with some very influential Americans today about possible jobs in his new administration, and the interviews will continue at the governor's mansion in Atlanta tomorrow. Former Defense Secretary James Schlesinger and Columbia Professor Zbigniew Brzezinski, a top Carter foreign policy advisor, were on the list today, with Vice President Walter Mondale sitting in on the talks. Tomorrow, former Air Force Secretary Harold Brown, who is now the president of Caltech, will talk with Mr. Carter. Brown is considered a leading candidate for the job of Defense Secretary. Carter aides said there may be announcements of more cabinet appointments later this week. UN Secretary General Kurt Waldheim was reelected to a second 5-year term, and United States Ambassador William Scranton said he was very pleased with the Security Council action. Waldheim's approval came on a second ballot by a 14-0 vote after the first ballot saw China veto Waldheim in favor of former Mexican President Luis Echeverria. And we'll have more after this. It's Culligan's 40th anniversary, and your greater New York, Long Island, New Jersey, and Connecticut Culligan dealers are offering spectacular 40th anniversary savings. For instance, as a new customer, limited time special, when you rent a Culligan water conditioner for a year period, you get a 40% discount on the first 4 months rental rate. That's 40% off on the first 4 months rental rate, all because it's Culligan's 40th anniversary. You know, you've been wanting to have all the benefits of clear, filtered, conditioned water in your home. And now you can have an unlimited supply from every faucet. Get this limited time 40th anniversary special by calling your greater New York, Long Island, New Jersey, or Connecticut Culligan dealer. He's in the yellow pages, underwater. Call and say,
Hey, Culligan man!
Whatever the water problem, bad taste, bad smell, bad odor, there's a Culligan man in your community with equipment specially engineered to solve your area water problem. If your Culligan man can't solve your water problems, nobody can. Attorney Edward Rappaport, former counsel to the New York City Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, was elected to the New York City Council today, filling the vacancy created earlier this week by the resignation of Howard Golden, who is expected to be named the interim Brooklyn Borough President. The council's 3 black, 2 Puerto Rican, and 3 other members abstained from voting in protest against the Thanksgiving night fatal shooting of a 15-year-old black youth by Officer Robert Torsney, whom Rappaport represents. The council members criticized Rappaport for statements he had made in defense of Torsney, but the attorney said that he was simply performing his duty as a lawyer. State Motor Vehicles Commissioner James Meldon disclosed today that an investigation being conducted by his department has shown that employees at state and local offices have defrauded the state of millions of dollars. The commissioner said the employees had pocketed license and registration fees after tampering with a machine that validates the applications. Meldon said a department office on Staten Island had shown a loss of $100,000 in the last year. A lot of residents of Midtown Manhattan strongly object to the idea, but the City Planning Commission today approved the resumption of helicopter flights from the roof of the Pan Am building to the 3 area airports. The proposal still requires approval by the Board of Estimate. United Parcel Service employees who've been on strike for nearly 3 months vote on Thursday on a new contract proposal. If it is approved by the rank and file, the strike could be over on Friday. This is Lester Smith reporting. Next news as it happens. Next scheduled news at 8 o'clock with John Wingate over WOR Radio 710, The Talk of New York. We invite you now to listen to the WOR Mystery Theater, which presents Enough Rope.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Everybody, said Mark Twain, talks about the weather, but nobody does anything about it. That statement is all right, as far as it goes, but it doesn't go far enough. For instance, there are those people who try to do something about it. And are they successful? Some of them are. So why haven't we heard about them? The answer is, most of them don't want us to. Our mystery drama, Enough Rope, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Russell Horton. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
It is a magic moment. You are at your Buick dealer's, about to drive home in your brand new Buick LeSabre. It's lean and trimmed, classic lines. It looks quite unlike any full-size Buick you can remember. You get in. A heady new car smell surrounds you. Your LeSabre feels the way it looks, tight. You turn the wheel a little. No wasted motion in this car. Big brushed metallic gauges look back at you. That V6 engine is doing great. You rub your hand on the seat. 6 people could be really comfortable in here. You swing into your driveway. Your wife, the kids, the dog, everyone but the parakeet descends in the car and gets in. Off you go to nowhere in particular. Life and your new LeSabre are great. Maybe the dog shouldn't sit on the seats.
What's for dinner has an old familiar ring. Where does a mother go for the best of everything? What's for dinner? The family wants to know. Who's got the answers? Who's got the most to show? ShopRite has
lower prices. I like the prices on groceries, and I like the people that work here. I like the prices, and I like the quality. The prices. Well, I save more money here. I live across the street, that's why I shop here.
ShopRite
ShopRite has great eating at the meat department this week. ShopRite split or quartered frying chickens, 43 cents a pound. Italian-style sausage, pork, and veal, 89 cents a pound.
When you're out shopping, take time out for a delicious glass of 100% orange juice from Florida. This is Anita Bryant for the Florida Orange Growers. Orange juice is a refreshing, natural midday pick-me-up. Its natural sugars are sure to give you a lot of the energy you need to get through the afternoon. Orange juice, it isn't just for breakfast anymore. Orange juice, it isn't just for breakfast anymore.
The concept of reality has intrigued, absorbed, challenged, and for all I know, even plagued philosophers throughout the centuries. What is real? Is anything real? Who are we? What are we? Isn't each of us merely a brief pause in eternity? Perhaps each of us is a dream. The philosophers get bogged down, and at the end, we're no wiser than we were at the beginning, which, if you want to look at it that way, could be the story of life. Well, so much for philosophy. How about some action? A young man is sitting on a horse. He has a rope around his neck. The other end of the rope is tied securely to the stout branch of a huge tree. Watching the scene are several grim-faced, determined men.
Bunko Billy Baxter, you false-faced thieving varmint. You pathetic excuse for a human being. You got anything to say before you hang by the neck? Until you get your just desserts?
Well, I ain't ready for my just desserts, Brother Jethro, seeing as how I ain't lived long enough to enjoy the full meal.
That's enough. All right, boys, he's had his last word.
Hold on.
What?
You release that man.
Now, look here, man. This ain't none of your affair.
I just made it my affair. I will not permit this lynching.
Well, but it ain't exactly a lynching.
Oh, no? Well, what is it then?
This is just dispensing justice. He had no right to swindle us out of $10,000. We're all hard-working silver mining folk, and we aim to have justice.
A moment, please. Now, that white-haired gentleman, I believe he's some 50 yards away from me. You, sir, with the white beard and the corncob pipe in your mouth. Now hold your horse very steady, sir. That's it. Now don't move.
Hey, ma'am, you had no call.
I shot the pipe out of that gentleman's mouth to prove I can hit what I aim at. Now, sir, I'm aiming this weapon directly at your heart.
What? You'll never get away with this.
Release the guest of honor at this lynching party, or you'll join him on his journey. Now.
Don't do nothing hasty, ma'am.
You there, the one that want to hang. What's your name?
Baxter, ma'am. Billy Baxter.
Can you free your hands?
Well, I think so, ma'am.
Well, that's fine. Now, gentlemen, don't any of you become restless. Remember, if anyone reaches for a weapon, you lose Mr. Jethro.
Now, be careful, boys. But he can't get far. We can always capture him again.
All right, Billy. Reach up. Loosen the noose around your neck. Now, that's fine. Now, lift it off. Sorry, Mr. Redhair, but you forced me to shoot that revolver out of your hand.
Boys, don't try her. Don't.
Now, Billy Baxter, you just head for the territorial border as fast as that horse can go. I'll entertain these gentlemen long enough to give you a start.
Oh, I'm eternally grateful to you, ma'am. If ever the opportunity arises that I can ever do something for you...
You better get moving.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Giddy up, horse. Hold on there. Who's that? Hey, don't make a move now.
Oh, boy. Oh.
Oh. Hey, there, it's you.
Good thinking.
Who are you?
Who am I?
Well, I mean, you're sure the prettiest gal I ever did see.
Oh, pretty perhaps. A gal? No, I don't think so. How old would you say I am?
19?
Oh, come on now, tell the truth.
25.
Billy.
Well, you can't be a day over 30.
If I was still alive, I'd be, what year is this? 1891?
What do you mean if you were still alive?
Now, let me add this up. I was never really very good at figures.
Yeah, well, what do you mean if you were still alive?
I was born in the year 1515, so I would be 376 years old. Do I subtract that right? 1515 from 1891?
Ma'am, that's impossible.
Right, 376.
Well, nobody could possibly be alive at the age of 376.
Well, I didn't say I was alive.
Well, if you ain't alive, what are you?
I have crossed that great divide. I was born in Germany in 1515, the province of Cleves.
Oh, ma'am, when you say that, I get cold shivers.
Of course, I was a cousin of the Duke's daughter, the Duke of Cleves. Her name was Anne. You follow this?
No, ma'am.
Well, pay attention. My mother was Italian, so she named me Alida. I grew up and I became a companion to my cousin Anne. And do you know who she became? Anne of Cleves.
Anne of Cleves? No, ma'am,
The fourth wife of King Henry VIII. Did you ever hear of him? King Henry VIII of England?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Seems they had themselves a king with a lot of wives.
6. 3 Catherines, 2 Annes, interchangeable.
Yeah, and he was always cutting off their heads.
No, only 2 of them. Anne Boleyn and Kate Howard. Poor girls.
Now, ma'am, what are you telling me?
I was there when they met for the first time. They looked at each other, and each of them became sick.
I hear somebody say she's 376 years old.
That marriage didn't last 6 months, and they decided to call it quits.
And she goes on about Henry VIII.
I was not only her lady-in-waiting, I was also her closest friend. So you can take it from me, that marriage was never consummated.
Oh.
Now, why are you blushing?
Well, man, that sort of thing, it just ain't discussed in mixed company.
Well, why not?
Well, 'cause it ain't refined.
Oh, it ain't refined.
No.
Well, was it refined of you to swindle all those poor miners out of their life savings?
Well, now, ma'am, when you see sheep, get out the scissors, 'cause if you don't shear 'em, somebody else will.
Oh, I should have let those vigilantes hang you. Next time I will. Well, to continue. Anne and I were sent home to Cleves. Well, both of us died the same year, 1557. I caught a fever. So you see, I'm really 42. How do I look for 42?
You look beautiful.
Now, what am I going to do with you, Billy?
Do with me? Well, you saved my life.
Oh, no, I preserved it. It remains to be seen if I saved it.
Ma'am, why? Why did you save me? You don't know me. You could have been killed.
It's my job to save you.
Your job?
Well, I'm your guardian angel.
My what?
I believe you heard me.
My guardian angel?
See? You did hear me.
You mean there is such a thing as
If there weren't, what would I be doing here?
A guardian angel?
You see, I died. I went to heaven. What do you want to do, they asked? Play a harp? Sing? Be a guardian angel? Well, that's what I picked.
I do believe you're serious.
Well, actually, I'm not old enough to be a full-time guardian angel.
You ain't old enough.
Oh, no. You need a few thousand years of experience. So what I get now is relief work. You know, when the regular GA goes on vacation or needs time off, I fill in.
I don't understand any of it.
Well, who says you have to? Anyhow, I'm supposed to fill in for your regular GA for a while.
I didn't know I had one.
Oh, everybody's got one.
Well, she never did anything for me.
Well, how do you know? Your guardian angel is only required to make sure you get what you really deserve.
And you decided I didn't deserve to hang.
Oh, not just for swindling. By the way, what was that swindle, anyhow? I heard a man say something about $10,000.
No, it wasn't that much. I don't know what them rubes are so upset about. I sold them 100,000 acres of land at only a penny an acre.
What kind of land?
Well, it was, desert.
Desert? Like this?
Yes, ma'am. Like this.
Sandy, rocky desert? Now, Billy, who'd give even a penny for the whole kit and caboodle of it?
Well, ma'am, I said there was very likely gold in it. See, I heard about an Indian legend, so I salted a piece of it.
Salted?
Well, ma'am, yes. You plant a few grains of gold in a place where you think the suckers will kind of likely to see it, you know.
And that's what you did.
Yes, ma'am. They must have seen it because they sure were in a sweat to buy up the land. They thought they were swindling me.
I see.
Now, what happens now? You gonna stay by my side?
Oh, I'll be in the vicinity to keep an eye on you.
Hey, where you going?
Oh, I have a dinner date with my cousin Anna Cleves and Henry VIII. They're very friendly now that they're divorced. Good night.
Well, if that don't beat all, I could be dreaming. I could be dreaming this whole thing. Bartender, I'm buying a drink for every man, woman, and child in the house.
Hey, it's Bunko Billy Baxter. You didn't get hanged?
Yeah, it's Billy Boy Baxter, and where I am, the action is.
Hello, Billy Boy Baxter.
Oh, Chastity. Chastity Cleveland, my own true love. Come on, sit down. Hey, have you been true to me?
I've been as true to you, Billy, as you've been true to me. Who was the woman?
What woman?
The woman who saved your life.
I've never seen her before.
You're lying to me, Billy.
Chastity, honey, it's the honest truth.
That woman rode up to a lynching party of 47 armed and angry men all by herself and shot 5 of them out of the saddle. And no woman would do that for a man unless she was mad with love for him.
Well, she is my guardian angel.
What are you trying to tell me?
The truth.
If I ever see her around here, Billy,
Oh, honey, ain't you glad to see me?
No, I just don't want to see any other woman hanging around.
Baby, she's 376 years old.
You expect me to believe that?
All right. She's 42. Darling, let's talk about you and me and the money. Whoop-a-die-ya-yo, get along.
Hello, Billy.
Whoa there, Buck. Oh! Oh, it's you.
Glad to see me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right then, Billy. To business.
Business?
Mm-hmm. We have some unfinished business.
Meaning what, ma'am?
Oh, call me Mother, Billy. Sounds so much more intimate than ma'am.
Well, yes, ma'am. Mother. Now, what's the nature of this unfinished business?
Well, it has to do with what the Bible calls the root of all evil.
Yeah. I assume you're talking about money.
And you assume correctly. I have in my mind the sum of $10,000.
$10,000?
To the penny. It's the sum you stole from Mr. Jethro and his friends in the silver mining community of Dead Man's Gulch.
Oh, that money.
Yes, indeed.
Well, what about it?
What about it? Well, Billy, I want it.
She wants it. Is this a way for a guardian angel to talk? Now, you happen to be in possession of practically all of the facts in the case here. Who is our friend Alida? We know who she says she is, but is it true? On the other hand, why should we doubt her? But then, why does she want the money? We keep getting in deeper. Who knows how much further we'll go in the second act?
Hi, I'm Gene Kelly. And I'm Henry Winkler. And the two of us will be co-hosting one of the biggest TV specials of the year on Thursday evening, December the 9th, 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern Time on the CBS television network.
It's called America Salutes Richard Rodgers, the sound of his music. 2 hours of the best show music in the world, performed by stars like Diane Carroll, Victor Moan, Sammy Davis, Sandy Duncan, Lena Horne, and John Wayne.
And many of your all-time favorite musical scenes from movies like South Pacific, Oklahoma, and Carousel.
Oh, it's going to be incredible, Gene.
Right you are, Henry. And I'm proud to be a part of this tribute to a real musical genius.
You said it all. So remember, everyone, Richard Rodgers, the sound of his music, Thursday night, December 9th, CBS TV. Check your local listings for time and channel.
2 wonderful hours of family entertainment.
Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch St. Louis, brewers of Budweiser, the king of beers.
You know, there's no mystery of the fabulous flavor of real imported Polish ham. They're fully cooked, always easy to prepare. So say goodbye to cooking over a hot stove when you'd rather be out having fun. Now, how do you do it? Well, you just slice Polish ham for delicious sandwiches, or pile it up on salads, or cube it for casseroles. Any way you serve it. Crackus or Atalanta always make delightful, ready-to-eat, enjoyable meals. They're conveniently packed in 2, 3, 5, and 7-pound tins, or ask for any quantity you need, sliced from the large 12-pound size. And keep an extra can of Crackus or Atalanta ham in your refrigerator. You'll love the convenience, and your family and guests will love its great taste. Polish hams have been imported for more than 25 years by New York Commodities Corporation. Available at all Acme supermarkets.
At last, now there's a fabulous new substitute for margarine. The perfect spread, an ideal ingredient for cooking and baking. This substitute is made from a centuries-old formula handed down from cow to cow. Its marvelous taste adds distinctive flavor to every dish. And the substitute is loaded with natural vitamins. It even has the same calorie count as margarine. And this amazing discovery is made without chemical additives because it comes from pure whole milk. Yes, it takes 11.5 quarts to make 1 pound. And what is this delicious natural product called? Butter. That's B-U-T-T-E-R, as in hotel bar butter. So, members of the margarine generation, let's all delight in the taste thrill of real hotel bar butter. Let's spread the good word. Butter. Hotel bar butter.
What is reality? Well, the first approach is to consult the dictionary. Here we are told it is the state or the quality of being real, for which we thank Mr. Webster very much. He also says factual, true to life. What is a fact and what is life? Does it become clearer when he tells us fidelity to nature? Well, let's just go along with this story and see what happens.
You want the money?
Billy, I must remind you of a promise.
What promise?
At that very dramatic moment, when you were able to lift that noose from your neck and ride away to freedom, you said to me, if there's ever anything I can do for you, you remember?
Oh, yeah. I remember. So, that's why you did it. For the money, huh?
The money was important.
And you want the money for yourself.
Oh, no, not for me.
But you said you wanted the money.
I want the money returned.
Returned? To who?
To its rightful owners, Mr. Jethro and his friends.
Oh. Well, no.
Yes, Billy.
But they're born suckers.
I want the money returned.
Listen, we have to fulfill our destiny.
Don't try my patience.
Now, if a man's destiny is to be a sucker, he's going to be unhappy if you rob him of the opportunity.
Return the money.
Somebody else will only swindle him out of it. I told you that before.
But that somebody else won't be my guardian angel's responsibility. Return the money.
I don't have it.
Billy.
Well, that is, Chastity's holding it for me.
About girls like Chastity, Billy.
I know. But you see, I gave her the money for, safekeeping. Understand?
Well, take it back from her.
But half of it belongs to her.
None of it belongs to her. All of it belongs to those citizens of Dead Man's Gulch.
But if I tell her I want to give the money back...
Billy, that's the end of the subject.
It can't be done.
I should have let Mr. Jethro and his friends hang you. You know, the next time I will.
What do you mean, next time you will?
That should be obvious.
What do you mean?
Billy, it's always a matter of time for a man in your profession, isn't it? Sooner or later, the flim-flam falls flat. And the marks, the suckers, the rubes, whatever, they put the rope around your neck.
Don't even joke about it.
Oh, I'm absolutely serious. And so, you must mend your ways. You must return the money. And you must seek honest employment.
But I can't.
Very well. A week from now, a month from now, a year from now, the scene shall be reenacted. Oh, the place will be elsewhere. The supporting cast will be different, but the central character will still be you, and the rope will be around your neck. And this time I shall stand by, unseen and silent.
You mean you won't save me?
Oh, yes. I shall save you. truly save you. Save you from a further life of crime. Escort you from this world of temptation and sin into a higher, purer place.
No.
Then you must return the money.
But, Chastity's got it. What can I say to Chastity?
Oh, something will occur to you.
Oh, you don't know Chastity. When she gets her hands on a silver dollar, she strangles the eagle to death.
You're crazy.
Now, Chastity.
You've been out in the sun too long.
Believe in me.
You've been eating some of that local wheat out in the desert.
Now listen to me.
Or smoking.
Now, Chastity, this will be bread cast upon the waters. You never read the good book?
Bread cast upon the waters floats, but hard currency sinks.
Darling, have faith.
In who?
In me.
What's the scheme?
Scheme?
Oh, I know you, Billy. You ain't giving this money back to the suckers out of the goodness of that stony heart of yours. Let me hear it.
Darling, I have seen the light.
Oh, sure.
Where am I heading?
That's what I want to know.
Toward a rope. Toward a certain fatal sunrise and a hanging tree. Chastity, help save me. I'm frightened.
I bet.
Now, don't mock me. I am looking into the awful face of fear. Don't leave them hang me.
Who's going to hang you?
They will. Sooner or later. I'm mending my ways. I'm going to labor for my daily bread.
You're going to what?
Live by the sweat of my brow and the fruits of my toil. I'll work in a store. A dry goods store.
Billy, I never heard you talk like this before.
Yeah, and I never heard me talk like this either.
Well, what's come over you?
Oh, I don't know. It's a kind of new spirit.
You mean you'll take a job?
Yeah.
In a store?
Well, why not?
Well, you don't have to work in a store. You can own a store. We got 10,000 silver dollars. We can buy a store.
No, Chastity. Stolen money cannot lay a secure foundation for an honest life.
You mean we'd have us a little house and little children?
Yeah. And we would obey the commandment to be fruitful and multiply.
Oh, Billy, it sounds
wonderful. If it ain't old Billy Baxter.
Honest Abe.
Just the man I'm looking for.
Why are you looking for me, Honest?
Billy, this is something right up your alley.
Honest Abe. You see what I'm doing? I'm taking my wallet out of my pants pocket, placing it in my shirt pocket, and holding my hand over my heart and feeling it securely.
You always did love a good joke. Yeah, let me buy you a drink.
Oh, then you are serious.
This is the hustle of a lifetime.
Not interested.
Hear me out.
I won't even listen.
The dream situation. Only the best people. You, me, Fingers McNulty, One-Eye Wellington.
I see they're starting to graze sheep in this county.
Dream situation. San Francisco.
It's gonna rouse up the cattle folk.
The cover is an old-time respectable brokerage house.
Glad I don't own a ranch.
Wealthy, conservative clientele.
They'll be shooting.
They'll buy mining stock from us, all we can print.
It's a shame the way they're gonna kill each other.
Now, we have to buy the name, the goodwill of the company.
And that's why I'm gonna get me a job in a store.
Plus, we have to grease a palm here and there.
And then I'll sell to both sides.
So we need startup money, say $50,000. There'll be 5 of us. Each man share 10 grand. Now, you must have 10 grand, Billy.
I turned over a new leaf, Abe.
Can the leopard change its spots? Think it over, Billy.
There ain't nothing to think about.
Go ahead, sleep on it. And see if you still want to tell me that in the morning.
Oh, it's you.
May I come in?
Well, would it be proper and all for you to come inside a gentleman's room?
Close the door. I just saw Chastity leave here after she'd brought in several very large, very heavy leather bags.
Well, she's a big girl.
I assume it's the $10,000?
Yeah.
Then I assume we are ready to return to Dead Man's Gulch.
Well,
Are we?
Are we? Well, are we? No. No, we ain't.
For what reason?
Well, for the reason that I decided I ain't going to give back the money. I changed my mind.
You changed your mind?
Mm-hmm.
Honest Abe's been talking to you, hasn't he?
How did you know?
Oh, I saw the two of you with your heads together in the saloon last evening.
Well, what if he has?
What has he sold you?
Well, you're a guardian angel. You're supposed to know everything. If you're so smart, you tell me.
Let me tell you what I see in the future. I see a jail, a cell, and I see you inside. And that is the finale of the scheme. Are the grubby details important? Now, you stay away from it.
I can't stay away from it.
Did you see the look on Chastity's face this morning? Oh, she's ready for a new life, a beautiful life. The life she's always dreamed of.
Oh, she won't be happy either. Who are we kidding, Chastity and me? We are confidence operators, the two of us. It's in the blood.
Oh, now, Billy, give it a chance.
Oh, sure. The leopard can't change his spots. I'm a hustler. That's how I was made. That's all I know. It's all I can do.
Even if it gets you a rope around your neck?
It's my destiny.
Oh, Billy. What do you want?
I told you. I want to be left alone.
No. Out of life.
I don't want to think about it.
Well, everybody thinks about it. Even a hustler.
I'm looking for the greatest, the all-time, the biggest hustle ever conceived by the mind of man. That's what I want to pull off.
And suppose you did. Then what?
Then I would die happy. I would live happily ever after.
And would you retire?
Sure. There'd be no more worlds to conquer. Nothing more to prove.
All right, Billy. I'll help you.
Help me? Help me do what?
If you promise to retire immediately afterwards, I'll help you bring off the biggest hustle in history.
Listen to who's talking. You've heard of marriages that were made in heaven, but swindles, con games, hustles? Well, a word of caution. It's all a matter of how these things are defined. And we're going to have some definitions when I return shortly with Act 3.
I guess I'm lucky. My family's always been healthy. Oh, a touch of constipation now and then, but we've got X-Lax for that.
When you need a laxative, shouldn't your first choice be the one more families buy than any other? That's today's X-Lax. Families like the chocolated taste. You'll like the way X-Lax works, gently overnight for relief in the morning. Next time, make gentle chocolated X-Lax your first choice for occasional use only as directed.
We've always been healthy, and X-Lax is part of that.
Here's important news for you. Dependable Dean has launched a revolutionary new price policy, lowering all carpet prices to rock bottom. Now, this means that every carpet in Dean stores carries an astonishingly low price tag with no exceptions. The carpet you want is right here at Dean's at the lowest possible price. You can always depend on Dean for the finest floor covering, help from salesmen who care, and prompt service. And right now, you can get 12-inch by 12-inch Ken tile, touchdown vinyl asbestos floor tiles for only 33 cents each. Yes, 33 cents. Install a beautiful 10-foot by 10-foot floor yourself in 2 hours or less, and for under $35. So come to Dependable Dean and save on tile, on broadloom, and remnant rugs. Dean stores are located throughout New Jersey, and they're open Monday through Saturday from 9:30 a.m. until 9:30 p.m. And remember, you can't spell dependable without D-E-A-N.
A swindle of some proportion is about to be perpetrated. Usually, these things are the work of the devil, but here we're about to see one that's the work of an angel.
For the wonderful
a guardian angel.
WOR Children's
accurate. Can this be true? Did we hear her right? Let's check back.
Billy, I'll help you bring off the biggest hustle in history.
You can't be serious.
Why?
Well, you're my guardian angel.
I know. But you see, Billy, you're an infectious person. Your enthusiasm is hard to resist.
But a swindle?
Well, It'll be a kind of a borderline swindle.
Yeah, but now won't you get into trouble?
Probably not. At most, a reprimand. I'll chance it.
Why? Why are you doing this for me?
First, ask me what I'm doing for you.
Well?
First, you return the money.
Yeah.
The question is, how?
Just, hand it over, huh?
No. You see, you sold land.
Yeah, worthless land.
Was that land created by the Lord?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, since everything created by the Lord is precious, then there is no such thing as worthless land.
Well, in a manner of speaking, however, it ain't rained on that land since the year one.
Yeah, that's true.
And it ain't never gonna rain there either.
Who says so?
Well, who says so? Well, it ain't ever likely to.
It could.
How?
If somebody put in a good word to the rainmaker.
The rainmaker?
Mm-hmm. He's a friend of mine.
Are you sure you know what you're
Talking about? Certainly. What does it take to make a land of milk and honey?
Well, I never thought about it one way or another.
Rain. Rain creates a land of green valleys and blue waters. Rain yields up the treasures of the earth.
Yeah?
Of course.
Well, I still don't
Now go to those people and say...
Yeah, but no, wait, what's the swindle?
Well, you swindled them once when you sold them worthless land. Now swindle them again. By buying it back.
Well, how is that a swindle?
Because it will be worthless land no longer.
How?
My friend the rainmaker. I'll ask him for a little rain.
But...
Will he give it to me? The best parties upstairs are given by Henry VIII, and they're very exclusive. Not everyone who wants to gets to go. I could arrange for him to be invited. So he could just as easily arrange for a little rain to fall.
You'd need more than a little.
I know. Torrents. Cloudburst, of course.
And those 100,000 acres.
Right in the middle.
Yeah. And once the grass grows and the trees...
Think of what that land will be worth.
I'll get it back for a penny an acre. I'll sell it for millions. For millions.
A land of milk and honey.
The hustle. The greatest hustle in history. And it's mine. All mine.
Billy, are you sure you want to do this?
Yes, Chastity, darling.
Well, it ain't too late to head for San Francisco.
No.
I spoke to Honest Abe. It's tempting, Billy. Tempting.
Yeah, I know.
He said it could be the hustle of a lifetime.
Put it behind you, darling.
Billy, you going to be strong enough to go through with it?
Yeah.
Well, be strong enough for two, because I'm going to weaken.
Well, now, Chastity, you just think of that little cottage. Little curly-headed babies.
Yes, Billy. That's what I'm doing. That's where I'm starting to weaken.
Have faith, Chastity. Have faith.
Hey, it's Billy Baxter. Get a rope.
Now, hold on.
Why should we hold on, Billy Baxter? Why shouldn't we hang you right here now?
Because I got something to say.
You got nothing to say to us.
Sir, you look like a God-fearing man. Billy Baxter has learned there is something greater than the grubby crisp of games. Billy Baxter has found humanity.
Yeah? What's that mean?
I'll tell you what it means. Yes, I lied to you. Yes, I stole your money. Yes, I deserve to hang, but I was spared. You were there. You saw me spared. Wasn't it a miracle? Wasn't it the work of the Lord? Answer, Brother Jethro, answer.
Well...
Why was I spared? 'Cause I prayed. I prayed, Lord, spare me, and I shall change my sinful ways. I have sinned. I shall repent. Gentlemen and ladies of Dead Man's Gulch, I sold you worthless land, barren, rocky, sandy waste. What can I do to atone? I shall buy it back. I stand ready to buy it back. I have your stolen $10,000. Let me buy it back from you and get myself in right with the Lord.
Come in. Oh, Bunko Billy Baxter. Sit down.
Well, now I don't understand, Jethro. I'm willing to buy back this outrageous desert I sold you, but no one wants to talk to me.
Well, I know. Well, can't you blame them? You know your reputation.
Well, yeah, but...
Folks are confused. They think it's a trick.
Well, what kind of a trick?
Who knows? Nobody believes Bunko Billy wants to buy worthless land.
I'm telling you, Jethro, I seen the light.
I believe you, son. But we got some hard customers out there.
Oh, what am I going to do? I promised the Lord I'd make good.
Sure.
You know what the land's like. What could I possibly have up my sleeve?
Yeah, it beats me. But the folks around here are so snake-bitten on the subject of Billy Baxter, they just can't think straight.
Well, now, if a criminal wants to reform, shouldn't honest folk help him?
Yes, Billy.
Well, help me, Jethro, help me. I swear, I'm sincere.
Well, I'll try to talk to the men. I don't know what I can do. I'm willing to buy back my acreage.
Yeah, but I need everybody.
I'll tell you what's killing it for everybody. You see, you ride in here, and what you propose is an even swap.
Now, I want to give back the money.
Well, that ain't Bunko Billy's style.
Yeah, but I ain't Bunko Billy no more. I'm William Baxter, Jr., about to become a dry goods clerk.
No, Billy. You'll always be Bunko Billy.
But it ain't fair.
Life ain't fair. Give 'em a profit.
A profit?
Offer us more than what we paid for it.
Oh, I see. Jethro, you're holding me up.
That's the way it goes.
Why?
'Cause we're in the driver's seat.
I'm doing this out of the goodness of my heart.
Oh, you're doing it out of fear.
I could say forget it.
You can't. You're not buying land from us.
No? What do you think I'm buying?
Salvation. You're saving your soul.
All right. All right, how much you want?
How much you got?
Well, the 10,000. It's all I got in the world.
The 10 is all you have to show for all the years of hustling and swindling?
Why else do you suppose I want to go straight?
We bought for a penny an acre. We'll sell for 2 cents.
But that's another $10,000.
And you're getting off cheap.
Where can I raise 10,000?
I understand your friend Honest Abe's in town.
Yeah, well, why would he give me 10 grand?
Hustle him.
But...
No sucker like another hustler, is there?
Look, I swear to you, this 10 grand is all I have.
100,000 acres at 2 cents an acre. 20,000 knocks it down.
Oh, you're a hard man, Jethro.
This week, the price is 2 cents an acre. Next week, it rises to 3.
Billy?
Oh, I was looking for you. They're holding me up.
Well, it's to be expected.
What am I going to do?
Oh, you can raise another 10, Billy, from Honest Abe.
Abe? Well, maybe. Jethro may be right. There's no sucker like a flim-flam artist.
It's because you want to believe in your own hustles.
Well, even at 20,000, it's far and away the greatest swindle of all time. Is that thunder?
I didn't hear anything.
Well, it might have been my imagination.
Then again, may not be. I did speak to my friend, the Rainmaker, and he may be preparing.
Well, don't let it rain now.
Oh, of course not.
No, you'll kill it. Not till I get the deeds.
All right. The very next day after you buy the land back, there is going to be a rainstorm the like of which you have never seen.
I could have sworn I heard thunder.
Well, it happens out in the desert. You think maybe...
No, Honest Abe, I'm sure.
Maybe you wanted to hear it,
No, it was thunder.
Could have been cannons firing at Fort Apache.
45 miles away?
On a clear day?
Abe, listen. I told you the story. Everything.
Sounds crazy.
It was a miracle. Oh, I wish you could have seen her.
A guardian angel?
Abe, you know that crowd in Dead Man's Gulch?
Yeah?
Well, they'd as soon shoot you down as look at you.
Oh, that's true.
They had that rope around my neck. They had blood in their eyes. And she rode up just as calm as you please. But She shot the pipe out of Jack the Strangler's mouth.
Jack the Strangler?
Yeah, and nobody made a move. Now, could a human woman scare 'em like that? Oh, Abe, they felt her presence. Come on. Get in on the ground floor for 10,000.
This 10 is for San Francisco.
No, it's for a land of milk and honey.
And, it's gonna rain day after we make the deal?
The very next day after we make the deal.
Oh, there you are.
Oh, hello, Chastity, darling.
Hello, Miss Chastity.
What are you doing here, William? Why ain't you showing up for work in the store?
What's this? Work in the store, Billy?
His name is William.
Now, honey, sit down and have a drink.
I thought there was supposed to be no more drinking.
No more drinking?
Oh, you be quiet, honest, Abe. And no more sitting around low places like this.
Well, Angel, honey.
You were supposed to have bought back the land.
When I did. I got the titles right here in my pocket.
And then you were supposed to report to Mr. Cadwalader's store and take a job.
Well, there's been a slight change in plan.
What change?
You see, we now own 100,000 acres of
worthless barren desert.
No. Correction. Soon to become a land of milk and honey.
What are you saying?
You heard me.
A land of milk and honey? Them 100,000 acres?
The very same.
Oh, you've been in the sun too long.
It will become a land of milk and honey. The rains will come. They will nourish the earth, and slowly the land will become fertile.
He's crazy. My darling Billy is crazy.
And it's all going to start today. Today, which is exactly 24 hours after I bought back the land. And at any moment, the skies will open, and there shall be rain.
Afternoon, Brother William.
Oh, Jethro, it's a pleasure to see you. What are you doing in this sinful town?
I made a little profit on a little land deal, and I just thought I'd have me a good time.
Well, you do that, Jethro. You enjoy yourself. I hope you brought a raincoat and a poncho and boots.
Whatever for?
You'll find out.
What'll I find out, Brother William? Oh, there's my wife. I told her to meet me here. I'd like to introduce you. Alita, honey. Right over here.
Alita.
Lovely woman, ain't she?
Henry Jethro, what are you doing in a low dive like this?
Alita, honey, I'd like you to meet a nice young fellow by the name of Bunko Billy Baxter.
How do you do, sir?
But she's
beautiful. Of course. But she's more than that. She's my guardian angel.
And in the end, it's the con man who becomes the biggest sucker of them all. Because the soul he sells is always his own. His ultimate victim must be himself. I hope you don't think I'm conning you when I insist I shall return shortly.
Put your trust in what you feel. Put your trust in what is real. Give your cold to contact. Real medicine for real colds.
Here in my hand is a little capsule. It's tiny, yet it contains enough cold medicine to help relieve cold symptoms caused by every known virus. It's Contact, the same 12-hour Contact you can buy. This year, Contact with its tiny time pills will touch more lives, help more colds than any other cold medicine, tablet or liquid. Think about that the next time you're sick, sneezing, dripping, all clogged up. Then let us help you with real medicine, like Contact. We're #1 in the whole world.
Give your cold to Contact. Real medicine for real colds.
Take only as directed.
You know, when you're making a shirt, and you've got to worry about all those different things, like material and dyes and stitches and buttons, and the collar and the cuffs and the label and buttonholes and seams and pockets, and the cut and the style and the fit, there's a lot of ways to miss. But when making shirts is what you've been doing for as long as the Arrow Shirt Company, you don't miss. Which is why it's hard to miss with Arrow. shirts that look good, feel good, and fit good, from the collar to the tail. Shirts that look like today, but don't look like yesterday a month after you bought them. Shirts that are worth exactly what they cost, button for button and stitch for stitch. Shirts. That's what Arrow makes and sells more of than anybody else.
It's hard to miss with Arrow. Arrow shirts.
Arrow, America's shirt maker.
We have Harry and Joan Mazarak, who are going with a Carvel store where?
In Lynchburg,
Virginia. Okay. Now, how do you propose to teach the people in Lynchburg, Virginia, about Carvel ice cream? What are you going to say to them?
Well, it's one of the best ice creams on the market today, and probably is the heaviest on the market today.
Mm-hmm.
We make it fresh daily. We can make any type of product that they want that's dealing with ice cream.
Who's the cake decorator? Can you make special cakes? We want the special cakes.
Well, we both make cakes, but one of us makes it a little better.
Who makes it? Who makes it a little bit? He does?
He does.
He's a better cake decorator? Yeah? All right. Now, you're going to do catering services.
Yes, definitely.
In other words, you'll make any kind of a product anyone wants.
Right.
Any way at all.
Right.
And you're located in Lynchburg, Virginia?
Yes.
Correct.
Thank you.
This is Jeffrey Holder for the wonderful WOR Children's Christmas Fund. Every year we ask you to give to the WOR Children's Christmas Fund. But have you ever wondered just what your contribution actually means to the children? Well, for example, your donation of $10 will buy a winter jacket, a knitted hat and mittens, a pair of jeans and a T-shirt for a boy 3 to 6 years old. That's a lot of Christmas for children who don't have much to begin with. Be as generous as you can this year. Send your check or money order to the WOR Children's Christmas Fund, Box 710, Times Square Station, New York 10036. Thank you.
We have endeavored to present an exercise in reality, how to determine its existence. Well, would you like to get bogged down even deeper? What could be more real than a court of law? What could be more real than a specifically worded statute? Okay? So, how come the highest group of judges in the land can actually split right down the middle on reality? However, all of you should reach a unanimous decision to tune us in 7 times each week. Our cast included Russell Horton, Robert Dryden, and E.V. Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Himan Brown.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Tonight's WOR Mystery Theater was also brought to you in part by ShopRite Supermarkets, where you get a lot more for a little less. The preceding program was furnished by CBS Radio. And now these notes for you from our community calendar. WOR's George Meade will speak at tomorrow evening's meeting of the Spite and Dival chapter of Women's American Art. The meeting is at 8:30 at the Churchill Club, and that's at 2500 Johnson Avenue in Riverdale, New York. The community is cordially invited to attend. Remember to get those Christmas cards in the mail by December 10th if you want to be sure they get to their destination by Christmas. That's a reminder from WOR and the U.S. Postal Service. Friends of the Arts will present a Christmas medieval fair at Coe Hills Planting Fields in Oyster Bay, New York. Saturday and Sunday, 11:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. The number to call is 516-676-8286. This is WOR New York, the talk of New York. Stay tuned now for the news at 8 o'clock with John Wingate. At the tone, 8 o'clock.
news there. Bronfman's case goes to jury. They are beamed to go to Plains. Accusations about oil and politicians in New Jersey. It is 42 degrees. That's 6 Celsius in mid-Manhattan. Weather watch outlook. Rain ending this evening. Then partial clearing and turning sharply colder later tonight. Partly sunny, windy, and cold tomorrow with a high only in the middle 30s. Good evening. John Wingate with the 8 o'clock news, featuring each night what they think about the market, the stock market column, and the opinion of those whose business is Wall Street. Seagram heir Samuel Bronfman's kidnap case has gone to a state Supreme Court jury in White Plains, New York. The panel of 7 women and 5 men got the case at 6:09 p.m., but the jurors have gone out to dinner before beginning deliberations tonight. The jury spent most of this afternoon listening to the charge, a review of the legal problems in the 8-week trial by Justice George Beisheim, Jr. If the jury decides to convict, accused kidnappers Mel Patrick Lynch and Dominic Byrne could face a minimum 15 years in prison and a maximum of life. Earlier today, Prosecutor Jeffrey Orlando spent 90 minutes summing up the state's case against Lynch, a 38-year-old New York City fireman, and Byrne, a 54-year-old limousine service operator. Orlando belittled the defense claims that there was homosexual love between Lynch and Bronfman, and that the kidnapping was a hoax engineered by Bronfman to get ransom money from his father. Orlando said, quote, Sam Bronfman doesn't need money. If Sam Bronfman wanted anything, all he had to do was to go to his dad. Unquote. New York State officials say millions of dollars have been stolen from motor vehicle offices, and stricter accountability is in store. Motor Vehicle Commissioner James Melton says the money has been stolen over the past 50 years by clerks from registration and license renewal fees. Full investigations have been conducted recently in 5 of the state's 109 license and registration offices. Stealing was uncovered in all 5. Melton says the Cayuga County office was so bad it had to be closed. Stealing was also detected in the Dutchess County, Genesee County, Nassau County, and Staten Island offices. Melton says henceforth there'll be new accounting methods and equipment to detect and prevent such stealing. The mayors of Syracuse and New York City, Mayor A. Beam of New York City, will be among 7 mayors to meet with Jimmy Carter next Tuesday in Plains, Georgia. Syracuse Mayor Lee Alexander says they will discuss the future of the nation's cities and the Carter administration's urban policies. Also on hand will be the mayors of Detroit, Newark, Milwaukee, New Orleans, and Anchorage, Alaska. WOR 710 News Time. 3 minutes past 8 o'clock.
If you were to come to France, you would see that 4 excellent champagnes, Piper, Moet, Mumm, and Charbot, cost about the same. Yet in New York, a bottle of vintage Charbot champagne costs only $8.99, about $5 less than the others. I, René Charbot, would like you to know why. When the Piper, Moet, or Mumm leave France, they first go to large importers, then to distributors, so the price goes up twice.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. It's a little game many people play on a train or a bus. You look at a complete stranger seated across the aisle. Your mind begins to speculate. Who is he or she? And you go through the standard answers. Rich person, poor person, beggar person, thief, doctor, lawyer, Indian, chief. It's a harmless diversion, and it passes the time. But is it possible to look at someone's face and say, murderer, and be right? Our mystery drama, A Quiet Evening at Home, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Tammy Grimes. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
This Christmas, True Value Hardware Stores offer convertibles for people who don't know how to drive. Hi, Pat Summerall here to explain. Right now, your nearby True Value Hardware store features a selection of convertible West Point bicycles designed specifically for kids who can't ride bikes yet. These quality West Point beginners bikes feature a removable center bar that detaches in minutes so both boys and girls can ride them. They have reflectorized pedals, dependable coaster brakes, removable training wheels, and touring handlebars. And these West Point convertible bicycles from your nearby True Value hardware store come in both 16 and 28 sizes to suit almost any size beginner. This Christmas, give a kid his first convertible, a convertible West Point bicycle. They're just part of the complete selection of West Point bikes you'll find at participating True Value hardware stores. True Value, more than just a name, it's their way of doing business. And tell them Pat Summerall sent you.
Alicia Merriweather, or as she is listed in the society columns, Mrs. Albert Emmons Merriweather III, is having breakfast in her luxurious penthouse apartment in an eastern city. Her maid has the day off, and her cook is on vacation. And so Mrs. Merriweather is quite alone, and has been compelled to brew her own coffee and burn her own toast, even as you and I. But Mrs. Merriweather doesn't mind. She's a good sport, and not bad looking either. As a matter of... Oh, there goes the telephone. And she'll have to answer it herself.
Hello?
My dear?
Yes.
Oh, I was so alarmed.
Alarmed? Why, Albert, dear?
Well, the session broke up rather late last night, and I returned to the hotel and I telephoned you. And the phone rang and rang without an answer. I couldn't imagine where you might be.
I was here. I'd gone to sleep early.
Well, that's what I thought.
Just a nice, quiet evening at home.
I do hope you aren't bored.
Oh, I loved it. How was the convention?
Oh, it's rather a drag.
Well, try to have a good time.
Darling, I may be compelled to remain here the rest of the week. I'm sorry.
Just be a dear and get everything done and hurry home.
Well, I'll have to say goodbye. It's time for my speech.
I know you'll bring them shouting to their feet.
Well, I'll get through it somehow. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye, dearest. Yes. Such a dear little man. And I just adore him. Really adore him.
Hello?
Dearest.
Alicia.
Yes, it's your darling Alicia. Have you forgotten last night?
Well, how could I forget last night? But you shouldn't call me here.
She'd have answered. I'd have hung up.
Oh, that can be just as suspicious.
Is she home?
No, fortunately, she has a golf date.
Then you can tell me you love me.
I love you, Alicia.
Even a train announcer puts more passion into his voice than that.
I love you, darling.
And I love you, Bruce. Oh, how I love you.
It's only 10 o'clock. Is something wrong?
Yes. It's wrong that I have to wait 2 whole hours before I can see you.
Well, those 2 hours will pass before you know it.
You sound so cool. So sure of me.
Darling, I'll see you at Marvetti's at noon.
Bruce, it's possible that we might be seen together in Marvetti's.
It's possible. But it'll look as if we merely ran into each other.
All right.
And besides, by this time tomorrow, will it matter what people think?
Alicia.
Sit down, Bruce. I've already ordered your drink.
Oh, and without ice. I see you remembered.
I have so much to learn about you, and so much to remember.
Are you sure you want to go through with this?
Yes. And you?
Well, you know, when you think of how short life really is, can you waste even a moment without the one you love?
Have you really thought about it?
What's to think about?
She's a very wealthy woman.
Well, your Albert's a very wealthy man.
You have no money of your own.
Neither do you.
Yes, but...
Are you trying to talk me out of it?
Oh, no. It's just that you've become used to the ease, the luxury of life with her.
Well, I'll tell you what you can never get used to. The knowing glances and the self-righteous smirking of people who consider you a kept man.
Bruce.
Yeah, you marry a woman who's 10 years older and wealthy, and what's the world supposed to believe? And it's true. I married her for her money, for her position, and for her influence.
Surely you must have loved her a little bit.
Well, I loved her as much as you loved Albert Emmons Merriweather III.
I tried to love Albert. I tried to be a good wife to him. But I just can't live this kind of lie any longer.
Neither can I. Oh, darling, it's
wonderful that we found each other and fell in love.
And we can save each other. You won't be sorry.
I'll be with you. How could I be sorry?
Neither of us have any money of our own.
Well, I have a degree in engineering. You know, I can get a job. I can even teach A&I school. Math. What? Well, what's funny?
Oh, you are. Bruce Tyler, former millionaire sportsman teaching mathematics. And I can see you in a ready-made corduroy jacket with leather patches on the elbows. Patches I myself sewed on.
And that beautiful socialite, Mrs. Albert Emmons Merriweather, living in some dusty suburb, doing her own laundry?
But I won't be Mrs. Merriweather. I'll be Mrs. Bruce Tyler.
Let's finish lunch. Yeah, there's a lot to do. And we'll each take one suitcase.
And meet at the station and catch the 10:30.
Well, no, that's rather late now that I think of it. I mean, for you to go to the station alone.
I'm not afraid.
Well, I'll get there early. You know, still, we could drive to New York.
No. Your first instinct was right. If you took a car, it would be her car. Let's each leave with nothing that belongs to them.
Darling, you won't be sorry?
How can I be sorry? I'll have you. Will you be sorry?
Never. This is the happiest day of my life.
Bruce?
I'm sorry I'm not Bruce.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, no. It's quite all right.
I was expecting to meet someone here.
It's Bruce.
Yes.
Which train you making?
The 10:30 to New York. I think I'm a bit early.
Well, I'm early myself. I'm catching the 10:35. I'm going the other way to Washington.
It's rather deserted here in the station.
Yeah, in the old days, this railroad station was a busy, bustling place at all hours. You seem rather young to remember the old days.
I remember some of them.
So, where's Bruce?
Oh, he'll be here.
No sign of him.
He has to be here.
I don't see anybody come up the street either.
What time is it?
I have 10:25.
He'll be here any minute.
So will the train.
Are you sure it's 10:25?
Well, not anymore. In about 35 seconds, it'll be 10:26. Something the matter?
He has to be here. He promised.
Well, he still has a few minutes.
What are you grinning at?
I'm sorry. Middle-aged romance should be touching rather than humorous.
What are you talking about?
Are you and Bruce, whoever he is, running away?
I'm sure that's not your affair.
Of course, it's your affair. Somehow, and don't ask me why, I feel that Bruce is not worthy.
I'll thank you to mind your own business.
Well, here comes the train. It's that time. But where's Bruce?
He'll be here. Bruce.
What?
Please, conductor, hold the train. Someone's coming. He'll be here. He promised he'd be here.
What?
Please, wait.
Well?
He's not here.
Well, the evening doesn't have to be a total loss. Hey, how would you like to go to Washington?
He isn't here.
I can promise you an exciting weekend you'll never forget.
Is there a telephone?
Does it matter? The train's leaving.
Yes. I see one. Just up ahead, a booth.
Well, I never did like Bruce.
Something must have happened. He's ill. I must call.
Yeah, hurry. The Washington train will be here in 5 minutes.
Sir, I am not going to Washington with you.
Well, you don't have to get angry. Besides, these things happen for the best, you know.
Please, excuse me. Oh, damn. Sir? Sir, could you...
How can I help?
I don't have any change.
You simply weren't prepared for anything. Now, the next time...
Do you have a dime?
Yeah, sure, of course. Here you are.
Thank you.
I wonder what he'll have to say for himself. Poor fella. Lost his nerve at the last minute, I'll wager. Uh-oh. Now, don't tell me. I'll bet his wife answered.
You're so smart. You think you know everything.
Well, you know, these are familiar dramas. Well, now, we have 3 minutes and 30 seconds before the Washington train gets in, so why don't you... Why don't you get out of here?
What?
Get out of here.
That's a gun. You got a gun. You're holding a gun.
There is going to be trouble.
Well, what are you saying?
You'll have to run for it.
What are you talking about? What was that?
He's shooting at us.
Who?
Quick,
Get on the other side of the billboards and now run. Run toward the other end of the platform.
Why?
That's why. Now, if there's only one of them, I got a chance. Now run.
But you'll be killed.
Does that mean you have to be killed, too?
I'm frightened.
You don't have time for that. He's working his way in.
Why does anyone want to kill you?
Run as fast as you can down to the end of the platform.
That man. He just stuck behind a post. A short, stout man.
Do what I tell you. Run to the end of the platform, down the stairs, into the street, and around the corner. Get going.
I'm scared.
Run. Run.
Taxi. Taxi. Take me to 17 Rossville Circle. And hurry. Hurry, please.
Hello?
Bruce.
I'm afraid you must have the wrong number.
Bruce, is she standing there? Is that why?
I'm sorry, there's no one here by that name.
Bruce!
And are you all right this morning, my dear Anastasia?
Yes, Albert, dear. Yes, just fine.
Did you do anything last night, darling?
Did I do anything last night? No. I just stayed at home and went to bed early. Just a quiet evening at home.
Now, dear, you should get out and have some fun, some excitement.
That's all right, dear. I don't miss it.
Now, dear, I must hang up now. We have a breakfast meeting. I'll be home at the end of the week.
Goodbye, Albert. Henrietta, get the door, will you please? Damn, that's right. I gave her the time off. Just a minute. Yes?
Good morning. I'm Detective Lieutenant Berger, homicide.
Oh?
My credentials.
I see.
May I come in? Thank you.
May I ask the purpose of this visit, Lieutenant?
I must ask you to come to police headquarters.
Police headquarters? Why? What for?
There's been a murder.
How does that concern me?
Well, at the very least, you're a material witness.
That's impossible.
You might even be an accessory.
It's ridiculous.
I'm required to tell you that anything you say may be used against you.
Material witness, accessory. What's this? We were there. All she wanted to do was run away with her lover. Evidently, that can turn out to be a hazardous pastime. And in this case, it doesn't become very much safer in Act 2, which I shall bring you in just a few moments.
Good news from Dr. Atkins. His new weight loss diet banishes hunger and brings on what he calls super energy. Dr. Atkins' diet appears for the first time in the current Family Circle magazine, even before publication of the book. Here's a most undiet-like way to lose weight. You eat all you want of staples such as meats, fish, salads, cheeses. There's no fatigue, but rather that extra energy. You take off a steady 5 pounds a week as your system switches to a low carbohydrate intake. Once the pounds are gone, find the carbohydrate level that's best for you and maintain it. A diet worth keeping for keeps. Family Circle also has a set of easy spot exercises. Easy because you do them all sitting down. As a special bonus, there's an iron-on transfer bound right into the January Family Circle, so you can make that fun King Kong T-shirt modeled on the cover. The issue is now at your supermarket checkout counter. This is Jack Sterling for Family Circle, the world's largest-selling woman's magazine.
What's for dinner has an old familiar ring. Where does a mother go for the best of everything? What's for dinner? The family wants to know who's got the answers, who's got the most to show. ShopRite has. ShopRite has.
To save you time during this busy holiday season, ShopRite is featuring quick, easy, and satisfying meals. Fresh, lean ground chuck, good so many ways, just 79 cents a pound. ShopRite hamburger rolls, 10-ounce packages, 3 for $1. ShopRite king-size beef franks, another year-round favorite, 89 cents for a 1-pound package. ShopRite mixers, 28-ounce bottles, 5 for $99. And all your holiday needs, too. Toys, trimmings, and wrappings. Shop ShopRite, the holiday place.
When you're out shopping, take time out for a delicious glass of 100% orange juice from Florida. This is Anita Bryant for the Florida Orange Growers. Orange juice is a refreshing, natural midday pick-me-up. Its natural sugars are sure to give you a lot of the energy you need to get through the afternoon. Orange juice, it isn't just for breakfast anymore. Orange juice, it isn't just for breakfast anymore.
Life is filled with little surprises. All that Alicia Merriweather wanted to do was run away with Bruce Pennington. They were to meet at the railway station late last night. Well, train time came, but Bruce failed to appear. Another gentleman, however, did show up, but he was murdered. And now, a police detective is saying to Mrs. Merriweather,
Mrs. Merriweather, at about 10:30 last night, a man named Cleveland Rogers was shot to death at the North Side Railroad Station.
Yes?
A cab driver named Barney McCool was cruising about a block away. He heard the shots, but he supposed at the time that they were backfires from a car or a truck. Do you follow this?
Well,
And then he saw you.
Me?
He described you most accurately. He saw you running from the railroad station. You got into his cab, and when he heard about the murder, naturally he reported it to the police.
Is he sure it was me?
The address is recorded on his trip sheet. Is anyone else living here who resembles you?
No, but...
Do you deny you were at the railroad station? What were you doing there at that hour? Do you deny that you knew Mr. Rogers? Well, you don't have to talk to me, but you'll have to talk to somebody. I'd advise you to call your attorney.
My attorney?
Look, Mrs. Merriweather, I'm sure your husband has an attorney.
Oh, no.
I heard of your husband. A man like him, he's got to have an attorney.
No, I couldn't talk to him.
All right. Well, let's go.
Go? Where?
What do you think we've been talking about? The police headquarters.
But I can't do that. My husband will find out.
I don't see how that can be avoided.
But it must be avoided. It must be avoided at all costs.
Mrs. Merriweather, we're dealing here with murder.
But I had nothing to do with it.
What were you doing at the railway station? Now, why do you refuse to answer that question?
Because I can't.
If you won't say why you were at the station, we will have to conclude it's for a reason you don't want known. For instance, why was Cleveland Rogers at the station? A lonely place like that. Especially since he knew certain people may have been looking for him. Mrs. Merriweather, were you the decoy?
What are you saying?
Rogers had an eye for a good-looking woman. Were you the one used by the killers to lure him to his death?
Lure him to his death? This sounds like a thing in a tabloid paper.
Yeah, I'm afraid it does.
You're talking to me. I am the wife of Mr. Albert Emmons Merriweather III. What would I know about gangsters, mobsters, killers?
I don't know what you do in your spare time.
This is monstrous.
Yeah, murder is. And it's not just the murder itself, which is bad enough, but the company it keeps, the trail it leaves. The victim isn't the only one whose life has been destroyed. If you do not explain your presence on that platform, people will form their own conclusions.
But how?
And they will not be flattering to you. And what will you do if the killer claims you were in it with him? And then turns state's evidence to save his own neck?
Please believe me. I had nothing.
Believe me, I'd like to believe you. But you must meet me halfway. What were you doing there?
Please, leave me alone.
Are you protecting someone?
How did you know?
Are you?
I'm protecting someone. And I'm also protecting myself.
No. No, you're not protecting yourself. You're destroying yourself. Now. For this somebody else. Were you supposed to meet someone at the station? Yeah, of course. It's the only thing that makes sense. Who?
I'm not at liberty to tell you.
Mrs. Merriweather, you must tell me.
Why? Why do you have to know who he is?
Because he has to corroborate your story.
Oh,
Yes, that's what it comes down to. Oh. You see, Mrs. Merriweather, sooner or later, you'll have to tell us his name. Mr. Pennington, do you know a Mrs. Alicia Merriweather?
Yes, I believe I do. Al Merriweather's wife.
May we speak freely here? Are we alone?
Yes, and my wife's out playing golf. A demon golfer, that woman. Well, what's this all about?
Had you planned to leave your wife and go away with Mrs. Merriweather?
Had I planned... Look, I don't understand why you should ask me such a question.
Because I want an answer.
Since one of the police concerned in such personal matters, huh?
We're always involved in personal matters where murder is concerned.
Murder?
According to Mrs. Merriweather, you and she had planned to run away together to meet at the North Side Station and catch the 10:30 train to New York. While she was waiting, there was another man on the platform, and he was shot to death.
Huh? Oh, yes. Yeah, I read about it in the morning paper.
Had you planned to meet Mrs. Merriweather at the station?
Well, I still don't see why the law would ask such a question.
If the two of you had not planned to meet there, Mrs. Merriweather could be in trouble.
Trouble?
Considerable trouble. Because how could she account for her presence at the station?
Oh.
Huh. You still haven't answered my question.
Your question?
Had you and Mrs. Merriweather planned to meet at the station last night?
Why, no, of course not.
She says you did.
Does she?
Yes. How do you account for it?
Well, I can't account for it. Well, on the other hand, maybe I can.
Is that so? How?
She always had kind of a crush on me, and well, she's a very romantic woman, and so perhaps she let herself imagine.
Let me get this straight here. What you're saying is you made no arrangements to meet Mrs. Merriweather at the railway station last night.
Well, of course not. Oh, this is the first I've ever heard of it.
But it's true. It's true.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Merriweather.
We'll see about that.
Mrs. Merriweather.
We agreed to meet. Something happened. He must have been ill.
I bet his wife answered.
He's ill. That's why he couldn't meet me. He's ill.
Well, he appeared in pretty good shape to me.
But we decided...
I wouldn't call again if I were you. The way it looks, he's not going to answer that phone for a long time.
You don't understand. We're in love.
Mm-hmm. I understand this. You're holding the bag. Okay, I believe you. Sure. You did decide to run away together. You did decide to meet last night at the train station. But I spoke to him just before, and he had the look of a guy who changed his mind.
Don't say that.
He said it to me.
He told you he changed his mind?
His manner told me. The tone in his voice told me. It's her money, isn't it?
How did you know?
These things show. I caught a glimpse of her as I was leaving. Big, horse-faced dame, not at all pretty like you. No style. I could see where a guy could get fed up with her. But at the last split second, he remembers why he married her in the first place. The money.
But he loves me.
Oh, I'm sure. But he loves the money more. Meanwhile, you're in a jam. You can't account for your being at the railroad station.
I told you. It was to meet Bruce.
I know, you told me.
You believe me, don't you?
I believe you. As a man. But it won't help you.
Why not?
Because he's going to deny that story.
How can he? I'll face him.
He has to. If he admits it, she'll throw him out in his ear. So it doesn't look good, huh? You better sit down, Mrs. Merriweather.
Lieutenant, I'm frightened. My husband is going to find out.
I'm sorry.
It was a madness. I see now. It was a temporary madness. The whole thing with Bruce. But he came to his senses before I did, that's all. And now I'm going to be disgraced before the entire world. I'm going to be disgraced. I'll be ruined.
Now, look, I'll try to help you as much as I can.
Nobody can help me. I got into this myself. I'll have to get out of it myself. My problem is I'm getting panicky. I have to be calm. I have to think this thing through, logically. And arrive. Yes, I've got it. I'll deny everything.
What will you deny?
I'll start right here, right now, and I'll deny everything I ever said to you. And so, therefore, if you have come here to talk to me, you're wasting your time and mine. I was not at the railway station.
Oh, come on now, Mrs. Merriweather. We have this cab driver.
Yes?
And he has his trip ticket.
You've already told me about him. What else have you got?
What else do we need?
He says he picked me up a block from the railway station.
Less than a block, and you're in a highly agitated state.
Was I?
That's what he says.
You realize it's his word against mine.
Oh, now, Mrs. Merriweather.
He can say whatever he pleases. I'll deny it.
I see. Well, explain why he should falsely identify you.
I haven't the faintest idea. It isn't my problem.
But what reason could he possibly have?
Well, let me see. Suppose I put it this way. At one time, I had refused him my favors, and he wants his revenge.
Mrs. Merriweather, please, make sense.
He identifies me, does he? I'll identify him. Let him dare to open his mouth. I'll point to him in that courtroom. I'll recognize him as a cab driver who picked me up some time ago and made me an indecent proposition. I laughed at him. That's the worst thing you can do to a man.
Now, look, you know and I know you were at the station last night.
I know nothing of the sort.
But you admitted it to me.
You can't prove it. I'll deny everything. I'll insist this is all some evil plot designed to destroy me and my husband. Remember, all you have is that unsupported word of a cab driver.
I see.
His word against mine. And now, sir, I bid you good morning. Unless, of course, you intend for me to accompany you to police headquarters, in which case you will have to take me there by force.
Now, look, this isn't your style. You're basically a very nice lady who's been caught up in an indiscretion.
I must ask you to leave.
Now, first, I must tell you a story.
I'm not interested.
It's very brief. A playboy named Cleveland Rogers runs up a very large gambling debt with an underworld organization.
I've heard that before.
And they decide, for a number of reasons, to kill him.
You've already told me.
And they do kill him. Last night, at the station. You are a witness.
You can't prove I was there.
Right. I can't. The law can't. But the law is not your problem. Your problem is with the killers of Cleveland Rogers. They know you were there. They know there's a witness. And they know they have to kill you.
And I know when somebody's trying to scare me.
Let me put it to you this way. We found you. Now, can you be sure that the killers won't be able to find you?
How can they find me? They didn't even see me. From a distance, maybe. But they don't know what I look like. And furthermore...
Yes?
Oh, my good Lord.
Hey, Mrs. Merriweather, what's wrong? Do you want a glass of water?
My suitcase.
Your suitcase?
I had brought a suitcase. And when I ran away, I didn't think... I was so scared, I forgot I had it. I left it right there on the platform, outside the telephone booth.
We didn't find a suitcase on the platform.
Then they have it. The ones who killed Mr. Rogers. They have it. And it has things in it. With my name and address.
She doesn't do things by halves, does she? And when her plans go awry, they go all the way, don't they? Poor Alicia Merriweather. All she wanted was some love, some romance, a dashing husband instead of a dull one. Is that so terrible? Who are we to judge? Well, let's see how things develop in Act 3.
It is a magic moment. You are at your Buick dealer's, about to drive home in your brand new Buick LeSabre. It's lean and trimmed, classic lines. It looks quite unlike any full-size Buick you can remember. You get in. A heady new car smell surrounds you. Your LeSabre feels the way it looks, tight. You turn the wheel a little. No wasted motion in this car. Big brushed metallic gauges look back at you. That V6 engine is doing great. You rub your hand on the seat. 6 people could be really comfortable in here. You swing into your driveway. Your wife, the kids, the dog, everyone but the parakeet descends in the car and gets in. Off you go to nowhere in particular. life, and your new LeSabre are great. Maybe the dog shouldn't sit on the seats.
Merry Giftmas! Merry Giftmas!
You know what's really going to make the holidays merry this year? Merry free gifts and high-interest savings accounts at the new place in town, Franklin Society Federal Savings and Loan. We're celebrating the grand opening of our 2 new branches in Brooklyn and Staten Island by giving depositors their choice of 63 great free gifts with a deposit of $250 or more, and savings plans that offer the highest interest allowed by law, so you can save money 2 ways.
Ho, ho! That sounds like the happiest holiday ever.
It will be for anybody who opens a new account and selects a free gift.
It could save me a lot of work this year.
Sure could, Santa. So stop by today and open your high-interest Franklin Society savings account, the association that's been helping people save since 1888. Merry Giftmas, Santa.
Yes, Merry Giftmas to you. 1888. Ah, that was a great year. I remember the snow.
Our new convenient offices are located in Brooklyn at 8515 Bay Parkway near 86th Street, and on Staten Island at 2375 Richmond Avenue in the Heartland Village Shopping Center, insured by FSLIC.
You know all about diamonds when you know about sales. Sales is the diamond store. You don't buy diamonds every day, so let Sales show you the way. 'Cause we know what you're looking for. We're the #1 jewelers the whole world round. But we're people you know, your hometown diamond store. We know diamonds and you know us. Sales is the diamond store. We're people that you know with a name that you trust. Sales is the diamond store. We know diamonds and you know us. Sales is the diamond store. We're people that you know with a name that you trust. Sales is the diamond store.
I suppose you can blame it all on love. The fact is, everybody wants love. The problem is, some people look for it after they're married. Mrs. Alicia Merriweather, bored with an unexciting husband, thought she could do better by running away with someone else, with results that you are already aware of.
He knows who I am. That man knows who I am.
Which man?
The man who killed Mr. Rogers.
Then you saw the killer?
I heard the shot. I looked down toward the other end of the station. He was running towards us. A short, stocky man.
Short?
He didn't know Mr. Rogers had a gun. Mr. Rogers let him get close, and then he fired. He missed, and the man ducked behind a post. But I saw his face. His face. It was such an evil face.
Now, what do you mean, evil?
You look at that face, and you saw evil. You felt evil. You knew there was evil.
But what did it look like?
It was... He had a round, small eyes, thin lips, a horrible scar across his cheek.
A scar?
For a moment, a terrible thought flashed through my mind. I was committing evil in leaving my husband, and now I was being punished.
Yeah, it figures. Honeycomb Sweet.
I thought he had come to punish me.
Donald Sweet, known as Honeycomb. Some name for a hitman, huh?
Lieutenant, why should he want to kill me?
You're a witness to a murder. His murder.
Who says I'm going to testify? I mean, is there some way I can assure him he's safe as far as I'm concerned? Is there?
Now, look, Mrs. Merriweather, you're becoming hysterical.
Certainly, and with good reason. Could I place an ad in the paper? To the gentleman who committed murder on the night of April 11th on the North Side Station platform, I will not testify against you. Signed, the witness.
Let me get you a glass of water.
I can't become involved. I can't.
Now, please, get control of yourself.
It's all over for me. All over. If this evil man doesn't kill me, Albert will divorce me. The story will come out. It will, won't it?
Well, some of it, yeah.
And I deserve it. Why? Why did I ever... What did I ever see in Bruce Pennington?
Calm yourself, please.
Weakling, a coward, a foolish insipid. He didn't mean a word of what he said to me. In the last minute, his true nature...
Mrs. Merriweather, you must try to think rationally.
What do you suppose I'm doing? Yes. Albert. Calm, patient, kindly. Oh, Albert. Now that it's too late, I realize how much I love you.
Mrs. Merriweather, about the murder.
Do you realize I've ruined my life? Completely? Albert was quiet so much of the time. But that's because he was thoughtful. Bruce talked all the time. And I see now it was the chatter of a parrot.
Your life is in danger.
It doesn't matter. What am I going to live for?
Mrs. Merriweather, we have to go downtown.
Why?
You're not safe here. We'll have to place you under protective custody.
Does this mean I'm under arrest?
It means we're going to protect you.
And, of course, everyone will know.
We'll try to keep it as quiet as we can. I guess your husband will have to know.
That's everybody.
This can't be helped.
Suppose I refuse to go with you.
If you agree to drive downtown with me in my car, we can do it quietly. On the other hand, if you want to make an issue of it, you're asking for publicity.
I have one hope. One slim, forlorn hope. And that is that this is a dream. A nightmare. And I'll wake up.
I'm sorry.
I'm ready.
Shall we go?
Will there be reporters?
No, not yet.
Not yet?
You'll be booked quietly.
Booked?
You see, you're a material witness.
But I'll be under arrest.
No, not exactly. It's all kind of a gray area.
But my connection with this, it will come out.
Yes, if we go to trial. Of course, Mr. Merriweather will have to know.
Yes.
I can tell by that yes that you're frightened.
How unbelievably perceptive you are, Lieutenant.
Tell him everything. Confess.
Are you mad?
No. If you love him and he loves you, then the truth will only make that love stronger.
Where did you read that, Lieutenant?
I happen to believe it.
Oh. Lieutenant, could you stop here for a moment? In front of that drugstore?
Well,
There are a few things I have to pick up.
All right.
I won't be a minute. Do you have a telephone booth? Oh, I see it. Hello, Bruce. Don't hang up.
Alicia.
You're alone?
Yes.
You're not as alone as I am.
Alicia, I'm sorry. The truth is, I'm just not worthy of you.
That's true.
I didn't have the courage to go through with it.
I'm in trouble, Bruce.
I know.
My life is in danger.
Alicia, if there's anything I can do, I mean, in a quiet, discreet way.
I just called to say goodbye.
Goodbye?
It's enough that I destroyed my own life. I won't ruin Albert's.
Where are you going?
Oh, I'm supposed to go to police headquarters.
Well, you'll be safe there.
Instead, I'll just sneak out of here the back way.
But where will you go?
As far as my money takes me, and hope that no one ever finds me. Goodbye, Bruce.
Alicia.
Yes?
Good luck.
Thank you. Do you have a rear entrance? Oh, never mind. I see it. Taxi! Are you free? Oh, excuse me. I didn't know you had a fare.
Get in, sister.
It's you.
Don't make a sound or I'll cool you off right here. Now get in and sit down.
The man on the platform.
Let's go, Curly.
You're the man who...
That's right, I'm the man who. I'm always the man who.
Where are you taking me?
You hear that, Curly? She wants to know where I'm taking her.
What are you going to do with me?
That's one of those things.
One of which things? Why do you use euphemisms?
I beg your pardon.
Why didn't you come out and say what you mean? Why didn't you admit you're going to kill me?
Most people, you know, they don't like to hear the real words.
Why do you want to kill me?
I don't want to kill you. I have to kill you.
Why?
You know why.
Because I can identify you as the murderer of Cleveland Rogers.
I tell you, Curly, this is a dame that lays it right in there.
Suppose I promise you I won't do that.
Yeah?
Yes. What do you think I was doing on that platform last night?
I never gave it a thought.
I was running away from my husband.
With Rogers?
No. But the man didn't show up.
He's a chump.
Then you came along and killed Mr. Rogers. If I identify you, then I'll have to answer a certain question.
Namely, what were you doing on the station that hour of the night?
Exactly. And it would be better for me if that question never came up. I'm married to a very conservative man.
I see the diagram.
So, I will give you my word that I will never testify against you. And that should solve the problem.
Yeah, it should. But it won't.
It won't? Why not?
In the first place, if I knock you off, I know you'll never testify against me. And I only bet on sure things.
But it's against my own interest to identify you. I would never endanger my marriage.
I know you say
I mean
that.
it.
You think you mean it. But you can't beat the way you were raised, which was straight. Sooner or later, your conscience is going to start to bother you. You're going to have to do the right thing. You can't fight the way you're made. And you're going to suffer plenty, too. So look, believe me, what I'm going to do, it's going to be the best for the both of us. Hey, Curly, there's a cop's car in back of us. Step on it. Hey, he's gaining on us. Let me bust out the rear window, see if I can stop him. I'll knock that chump off the road. They can't shoot back at us. They'll be scared. The dame. That made him think twice. Watch me bag him with the next shot. Hey, let go.
No.
Let go of me, you crazy dame. Let go of my arm. I'll kill you.
You'll kill me anyhow.
I'll kill you now.
Try it.
You crazy dame.
You. Behind the wheel. You, Curly. I've got this gun pointed at your head, and I think you better slow down. That's it. Now pull over. Go on, pull over to the side.
Mrs. Merriweather, you okay?
Here. Please take this gun. I think I'm going to faint.
It was self-defense, so you're in the clear.
But, will I get my name in the papers?
Well, we decided for your own safety to keep you out of it. The papers will say he was killed in a high-speed chase. So, Mrs. Merriweather, I think you're out of it.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Thank you for everything. You never did tell me how you happened to come along at the right time.
There was nothing to it. I watched you come out of the phone booth and head for the rear exit. I drove around the block just as the cab was pulling away from the curb.
Oh, I guess this is goodbye.
Yes. Goodbye, Mrs. Merriweather.
Alicia, my dear.
Albert, you're back.
Yes, I've had enough of the convention.
Oh, Albert, may I present, Lieutenant Berger?
Of the, police?
Yes. I'm selling tickets for the police department dance.
Oh, well, let's buy some, by all means.
I already have.
Oh, thank you so much. And good night. No, don't bother. I can let myself out.
You know, when I heard he was a police officer, for a moment I was afraid something might have happened.
Why, Albert, darling, what could possibly happen?
Tell me, how did you spend your time tonight, eh?
Oh, it was just another quiet evening at home.
Has Alicia learned her lesson? I don't know. Does anyone ever really learn a lesson? You think she'll be happy with Albert now? Or will she have her head turned by the next handsome guy who happens along? Another thought. Albert, was he really at a convention? Who can tell? All I know is I'll be back before you have a chance to miss me.
The table looks wonderful,
Oh,
sweetheart.
thank you, darling.
Reverend Berkey will just love it.
Thank you, darling.
Dishes, the silver... Wait a minute, what's this?
New Minute Maid 100% pure lemon juice.
Why?
Because they use only fresh lemons.
Why are...
Because we're having lobster, and lobster needs lemon.
No, why aren't we...
Because the leading lemon juice is reconstituted. It has chemical preservatives. Minute Maid lemon juice is pure lemon juice, and it's frozen for freshness. Here, just taste Minute Maid.
No, I don't have to.
Oh, come on, you can taste the difference.
Oh, boy. Taste different.
Sure, it tastes like lemon. Minute Maid has the juice of 6 fresh lemons in this plastic squeeze bottle. What?
At the
Oh, at the door. Oh, I'll let him in. Oh, Reverend Berkey.
Good evening, good evening.
Hal, here's Reverend Berkey.
Hello, Turkey.
Why is your husband talking like that?
I was tasting the David
He was tasting new Minute Maid 100% pure lemon juice.
He's been at the cooking sherry.
No, yes, Reverend, honestly, it was the lemon juice.
New Minute Maid 100% pure lemon juice in your grocer's freezer case. It's got a fresh taste. People really notice.
Here's a free minute from Pippin, Broadway's musical comedy sensation, directed by Bob Fosse. See the other 119 minutes of Pippin live at the Imperial Theater without commercial interruption.
If you're disappointed with the quality and flavor of most pre-cooked convenience foods, here's the selection that's always satisfying and delicious. Crackers and Atalanta brands of Polish ham. They're as good to eat as they're convenient to serve. And on especially those busy holidays when you have a hungry family or guests to feed, convenience means so much. Whether you warm Polish hams in the oven or slice and serve them straight from the can, you're always assured of tasty, tender, boneless, fat-free meat. And since Polish hams have absolutely no waste and they're also economical. With Crackers and Atalanta brands of Polish hams, you're serving the highest quality meat you can buy. For freshness, convenience, and economy, you couldn't make a better choice. If you have a busy schedule but insist on serving the best, choose Polish hams. Ask for them at your favorite butcher or look for them in the markets in your area. Crackers and Atalanta brands hams have been imported for more than 25 years by New York Commodities Corporation, New York. Available at all ShopRite supermarkets.
There's a moral to our story, and that is, it may be good to be born intelligent, but it's better to be born lucky. Good looks will probably take a lady further than mere virtue. Consider most of the ladies who have made it in this world. As a rule, were they homely and virtuous, or lucky and beautiful? Well, homely or handsome, intelligent, virtuous, or fortunate, or whatever, you are all welcome to assemble with us here. Our cast included Tammy Grimes, Robert Dryden, Leon Janney, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Himan Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Tonight's WOR Mystery Theater was also brought to you in part by ShopRite Supermarkets, where you get a lot more for a little less. The preceding program was furnished by CBS Radio. From the WOR Community Calendar, the new group theater presents its Season's Greeting Christmas Show tomorrow at 2 p.m. in the Cole Auditorium of the Public Library in Greenwich, Connecticut. Half the proceeds will be donated to the WOR Children's Christmas Fund. Stay tuned now for the latest news with John Wingate reporting. It's the news at 8 coming up next on WOR New York, the talk of New York.
1 dead, 3 hurt in mid-Manhattan fire. Secretary Simon kills tax move that would have affected sales clerks. And tonight, of course, the nightly financial review. It's 35 degrees, 2 Celsius in mostly cloudy mid-Manhattan. Hi, John Wingate with the 8 o'clock report from WOR News, featuring the nightly financial review. 1 person was killed and 3 were injured in a fire that roared through a single unit of a midtown apartment house today. A spokesman for the fire department said the fire broke out in a third-floor apartment of the 9-story apartment house at 150 West 55th Street. 1 person whose name was withheld pending notification of relatives was dead on arrival at Roosevelt Hospital, so say police. Another person was taken to New York Hospital and 2 were taken to St. Clair's Hospital. Their conditions were not immediately known, according to hospital spokesman. The fire department spokesman said the fire did heavy damage to the third-floor apartment before it was declared under control 1.5 hours later. Former Republican Congressman James Hastings of New York was convicted by a federal court jury of mail fraud and filing false payroll documents with the House in a congressional kickback scheme. The jury of 8 women and 4 men returned their verdict to U.S. District Judge June Green after more than 4 hours of deliberation. Hastings was found guilty on 28 of 35 counts of the indictment, including 20 for mail fraud and 8 for filing the false payroll information. As that verdict was read, Hastings stood without expression in back of the defense table, looking at the jury. Under the conviction, the former congressman faces up to 5 years imprisonment and $1,000 fines on each of the mail fraud charges, and 5 years imprisonment and $10,000 fines on each of the false document convictions. Sources in Washington say Treasury Secretary William Simon has killed a government move to collect taxes on fringe benefits provided to employees in various fields. Now, these fringe benefits, such as free travel for airline workers and discounts for sales clerks, represent about $100 million in potential taxes. But the reported government move generated massive protest from employees who receive such benefits. Simon had announced that Treasury withdrew a plan to exempt from taxation only those benefits which cost an employer nothing and which are available to all employees. But the sources say Simon privately killed about a dozen planned revenue rulings which would have required certain people to pay taxes on benefits that are now tax-free. WOR 710 News Time. Precisely 3 minutes past 8 o'clock. Coming up, Supreme Court decision.
You know all about diamonds when you know about Zales. Zales is the diamond store.
Capture a lifetime of beautiful memories in the Ring of Life from Zales, the diamond store. The Ring of Life is an exceptional gift for a mother or grandmother. Each sparkling stone represents an inseparable part of her, the birth of each of her children. Zales offers you the Ring of Life from $24.88 and 8 convenient ways to buy it. Perhaps no other gift besides your love will ever mean so much.
Zales is the diamond store. We know diamonds and you know us. Zales is the diamond store. We're people that you know with the name that you trust. Zales is the diamond store.
The Spanish government has refused demands by the kidnappers of a top official to free all of Spain's political prisoners. Antonio Maria de Oriol, an advisor to King Juan Carlos, was abducted 6 days ago by Maoist guerrillas. The announcement came at the same time as a deadline set by the kidnappers, who threatened to kill the 63-year-old industrialist unless their demands were met. The U.S. Supreme Court has rejected a request by lawyers for the mother of convicted killer Gary Gilmore to reconsider its lifting of his stay of execution. The court rejected the request without comment. The 36-year-old Gilmore is recovering in Salt Lake City Hospital from a second suicide attempt. Senate Ethics Committee member Edward Brooks says he'll press for changes to strengthen the panel and impose a stricter code of ethics on the Senate. The Massachusetts Republican says the American people have lost confidence in Congress because of its apparent inability to weed out unethical members. President-elect Jimmy Carter thanked Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates for breaking with the Arab oil cartel to hold a price increase at 5%. President Ford sharply criticized the other 11 members of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries for what he called irresponsibility in their price boost of 10%. Meantime, economists say the split-level price hike will force gasoline and heating oil prices in the U.S. upward by 1 to 2 cents a gallon. Coming up, today on Wall Street. WOR 710 News Time is coming up on 6 minutes past 8 o'clock. The Nassau County Health spokesman says there are 4 confirmed cases of Guillain-Barré syndrome in the county, but none of the victims received swine flu shots. Federal health authorities yesterday ordered an indefinite suspension of the swine flu inoculation program after receiving reports from throughout the nation of incidents of the little-understood disease, that's the Guillain-Barré syndrome, including, across the nation, 4 deaths. Dr. Theodore Cooper, head of the federal swine flu program, says other immunization programs are not in any way affected by the swine flu halt.
I want to reassure everybody that the decision I made yesterday is specific to this program. There is no reason to interpret that any immunization program at this point of the usual kind that we have on measles, polio, diphtheria, tetanus, whooping cough, should be in any way interrupted.
That's Dr. Theodore Cooper, head of the federal swine flu inoculation program. President-elect Jimmy Carter has met with Idaho Governor Cecil Andrus amid indications Carter will pick Andrus for Secretary of the Interior. He is expected to make the announcement tomorrow. The Massachusetts Supreme Court has overturned the 1975 manslaughter conviction of Dr. Kenneth Edlin in the death of a fetus during a legal abortion at a Boston hospital. Transportation Secretary William Coleman has given the go-ahead for the construction of the nation's first offshore superports to be located off the coasts of Louisiana and Texas. Federal officials say 5 days of talks between the U.S. and Japan over fishing regulations within the new U.S. 200-mile limit have made some progress, but differences still remain. The talks ended today. The Reverend Jesse Jackson says Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld has agreed to investigate possible links between Ku Klux Klan members in the Marine Corps and right-wing paramilitary groups. Ebenezer Scrooge, a former miser who eventually displayed warmth for the needy, will keep the Christmas seat in Congress for another year. Scrooge defeated challenger Santa Claus in the Congressional Staff Club's 6th annual race for the make-believe seat. At $1 a vote, contest is expected, with Ebenezer Scrooge as winner, to yield $1,600 for needy children. Weather for the weekend is coming up. WOR 710 News Time. Now 12 minutes past 8 o'clock. And now a Christmas story from the folks at Flemington Fur. Once upon a time, there was a lovely princess who looked forward each year to Christmas, when one of the handsome princes who sought her hand would give her a gift. One Christmas, a very practical prince gave her a microwave muffin warmer with a stereo tape deck. Somewhat useful, very expensive, but not what a princess dreams of. The next Christmas, a very observant prince saw that all the fine ladies were wearing jewelry made from unicorn horns. So he gave the princess a royal ransom of unicorn jewelry. Lovely, frightfully expensive. Oh, me, expensive. But the princess didn't really want to look like all the other ladies. Then a devoted prince who knew his princess was a special lady, deserving of a very special gift, he just went out and selected by himself a magnificent mink coat from the Flemington Fur Company. The fur was superb, the style extraordinary, and the price was right. That Christmas, the princess at last received the gift she has longed for, her own exquisite Flemington fur. And they lived happily ever after. The Flemington Fur Company in Flemington, New Jersey, is open Sunday and every day until 6 p.m. Flemington Furs. And the Weather Watch update for New York City and vicinity. Cloudy, windy, and cold tonight with the chance of an occasional snow flake. Low in the upper 20s. Sunny, breezy, and seasonably cold tomorrow with the high in the low 40s. Clear and cold tomorrow night, low in the low 30s. Mostly sunny and milder on Sunday with a high in the upper 40s. The chance of that snowflake is 30% tonight, 10% tomorrow, and tomorrow night. Winds northwest increasing to 15 to 20 miles an hour with stronger gusts tonight into tomorrow morning. Diminishing to 10 to 15 miles an hour tomorrow afternoon. Mostly cloudy now in Midtown Manhattan. It's 35 degrees, that's 2 Celsius. Humidity 70%. Wind northwest at 16, gusting to 27 miles an hour. Barometer 29.60, and that barometer is rising. The top of the news at 8. 1 person killed, 3 injured in fire that roars through Midtown Manhattan apartment house on West 55th Street. No identifications yet. Say Treasury Secretary Simon kills government move to collect taxes on fringe benefits given workers in certain fields, such as free travel for airline workers and discounts for sales clerks. And that's the 8 o'clock news. John Wingate reporting. Next news, as always on this station, the moment it happens, when it happens, we get there. Next scheduled news, I'll be back at 9 o'clock tonight. And coming up now on Radio 710, you got Barry Farber.
87 WWL.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. When the pyramids were 1,000 years old, or somewhere about 2000 B.C., a tribe of wanderers, dissatisfied for their own reasons at the restriction and poverty of their lives, chose to migrate northward in search of a new and better life. The parallel between their migration and our own American drive westward is evidenced in the beginning and the ending of this classic story.
Damn you, Abe, I just don't believe it.
It was Sarah's own free choice, not my doing.
It had to be your doing. And when I tell you the real truth, you won't want any soiled goods. She was my woman before she ever turned her eyes on you.
That's a lie. You take that back or it don't make no mind who you are. You better reach for your gun.
I don't take nothing back but what should belong to me. So reach.
Our mystery drama, The Mark of Cain, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Ralph Bell. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
It is a magic moment. You are at your Buick dealers, about to drive home in your brand new Buick LeSabre. It's lean and trimmed, classic lines. It looks quite unlike any full-size Buick you can remember. You get in. The heady new car smell surrounds you. Your LeSabre feels the way it looks, tight. You turn the wheel a little. No wasted motion in this car. Big brushed metallic gauges look back at you. That V6 engine is doing great. You rub your hand on the seat. 6 people could be really comfortable in here. You swing into your driveway. Your wife, the kids, the dog, everyone but the parakeet descends in the car and gets in. Off you go to nowhere in particular. Life and your new LeSabre are great. Maybe the dog shouldn't sit on the seats.
This following message is brought to you by the South Louisiana Electric Cooperative of Houma, Louisiana.
Being consumer-owned and operated, the electric co-ops of Louisiana are just as unhappy as you are about the higher cost of electricity. One of our biggest problems is the increasing cost of fuel needed to produce electricity, and the Federal Power Commission's unreasonable requirement that Louisiana ship its clean, inexpensive natural gas to the north and east. Ask your congressmen and senators to keep trying to do something about that problem. That's one way to help bring your utility bills back down to a more reasonable level.
For some 50 years among the Plains states, in the middle of the 19th century, cattle was king. Then, bleating and baaing their way from the middle states, came the sheep. What a horse has grazed, a steer can still feed on. What a sheep has nibbled to the bare earth, no animal can survive off. So, a war was declared by the cattle barons. But they were too wealthy and entrenched to do their own fighting. It was easier to hire guns for that. And the most dreaded gun in the West was a man named Cane Tuck.
I'm out here on the street because you called me out, mister. What I want at the gaming table's fair and square. And I'll tell you the same thing about aiming to draw down on me, mister. You don't stand a prayer. Don't move yet. I'm just lifting my hat. You see that mark? The white feather of hair over my left brow? That marks me as a Cane Tuck. That marks my reputation. So I've given you fair warning. You draw down on me, may God have mercy on your soul. I give him fair warning. But why didn't his bullet find me? Pardon me, folks. Nothing more to see. Maybe someone better see to the dead man.
Wasn't he magnificent, Papa?
Yeah, you were bloodthirsty, little filly, I'll say that.
Like father, like daughter.
I'm not so sure I'd want you to be all the way like me, Sharon.
Oh, how can you help it? I've got your blood in my veins. You know, you think that man who calls himself Kentucky is something very special.
I see him as a killer, pure and simple.
Tell the truth now, Papa. He just might be the reason we took this side trip away from the railroad in Topeka. So you could talk to him.
If I did, young lady, it's business, and you're no part of it. You should never have seen what you just did.
But having seen it, I will never forget it.
You'd better. Sometimes when I see what the lack of a mother to bring you up... Well, it's quite enough. We're going back to the hotel, and tomorrow morning we shall be heading for home.
But what about tonight?
Tonight, as soon as I settle you, I have business. Excuse me, sir. I'd like to buy you a drink. Why? Oh, I have some business I'd like to discuss with you. I drink alone. Maybe you notice there's nobody else around me. Well, I'd still like to buy you that drink. Perhaps we can talk business in my room at the hotel. It's my card, sir. Colonel Jared Creaking, Venture Ranch, Colorado Springs, eh? What are you doing in this little tank town, Colonel? Well, sir, I was on trip by railroad back from the east, bringing my daughter home from school. I believe you're just the man I've been looking for. You heard of me? There ain't many of us in the West that don't know your name, Mr. Cane Tuck, and your reputation. And yet you'd still seek me out? Well, I'm here. Well, maybe I will have that drink with you, Colonel. I want to offer you a job, Mr. Tuck. Cane Tuck, one name. Stands for Kentucky, where I come from. No second name. I shut that a long time ago, along with the power of other things. I do some wide and fancy roaming. One name's good enough. Maybe it's time you thought of putting down some roots. Who would want me? I would. What for? Oh, no, I mentioned my name was Creaking of the Venture Ranch, the V-Bar C, that's our brand. Perhaps you've heard of it? I might. It's a mighty big spread. The hind end of it is in the Colorado territory. Been in my family for 4 generations since we cleared out the Indians. But now we got 2 other hostile groups aiming to move in on our grazing land. The settlers and the sheep men. Well, you ain't alone. All the way down from the Dakotas to Texas. The settlers we can handle, but some of the sheep men are raising a bigger ruckus than their stock.
And they're mighty hard to discourage.
Yeah, I don't like any man has anything to do with sheep.
Well, I figured you'd see things like a right-thinking man. So I wanted to offer you a job.
You want to buy my gun?
Oh, I can hire me 100 guns, same on the other side, and the war goes on. They just cancel each other out. What I want to buy me is full-time protection.
You think I can offer that?
I think the name Kane Tuck can. I reckon they'll know enough not to tangle with you, and they'll stay off my property.
There's a little more to my reputation perhaps you forgot, Colonel Creighton.
Oh, what's that, sir?
I'm a loner. I don't stop long no place because, well, let's say I got itchy feet.
I'm gambling maybe that's because you never had an offer to stay on anywheres before in your business. That's why I'm making you an offer strong enough to maybe tie you down.
You don't know the odds you're facing.
I'm willing to take my chances, by God.
Cursed from the earth, which hath opened her mouth to receive thy brother's blood from thine own hand. A fugitive and a vagabond shalt thou be in the earth.
Kane Tuck, what is it? You all right?
I've suffered enough.
I don't understand.
There's nothing to understand, Colonel.
Looks as though he's not going to make it, Daddy.
My tarnation train is pretty near departure time. I didn't figure him to let me down.
Well, I don't see why he just didn't ride up here to Topeka with us on the stagecoach.
Why, honey, he had some other business to close up.
Well, seems like old Iron Horse fixing to leave. Couldn't you get them to hold up just a piece for him?
Now, you know, it appears to me you've got quite a bit of interest in that Kane Tuck.
Well, he's almighty handsome.
And kind of old for a little Eastern tenderfoot just finished his schooling.
He's not that old. I bet he isn't even 35 yet.
Oh, closer to 40, I'd reckon. Either way's far too old for you and outside your reach. Anyways, you got a man waiting for you back home.
Enoch Patterson? I haven't laid eyes on him for near 5 years. He didn't even have a beard when I left. He's just a little old boy, same age as me.
Same as you is right, Sharon. Just so long as he's on our side, trying to get his father straightened out. Why, if anyone had ever told me that Elisha Patterson would turn
Daddy,
into...
He isn't coming.
Maybe just as well things I had on my mind.
Yes, he is. Here he comes.
Howdy, Colonel Creighton.
Well, the train's just about to leave. I thought maybe you'd ducked out on our handshake.
I don't never back out on my word once given. Getting just the right price for my horse held me up.
Well, we'd better get on board.
Daddy?
My apologies. I reckon you haven't met my daughter?
My pleasure, Miss Creighton.
I'm honored, Mr. Tuck.
Just plain Kane Tuck, ma'am. I got no family name. Ain't got no family or home.
Well, looks like maybe you'll have some of both from now on.
Well, Kane Tuck, are we joined up?
You got me on a railroad. First time I ever traveled any other way, saving my own legs or horses.
I never wanted it to come to this. But a man has a right and a duty to protect his property.
You're buying me to cut down any man who don't.
No, sir. I'm buying you a hope to face down and discourage man who might. For 20 years and more, we've had a cattleman's association, a club, you call it what you will. We've got to protect the grazing lands, the thread of sheep. And the man I counted on most as my friend, my neighbor, the father of the boy I thought my daughter would marry to make a union between the two ranches, has turned on me, weeding out his herd and turning to that abomination of sheep. Why, we can no longer talk together, huh? Well, I've come to the conclusion that this man, can only learn by example. That's why I want you as my ranch boss.
As executioner.
What?
If anyone won't toe the line as your representative, I force him to draw down on me. And when he does...
No! Oh, I don't want the reality, only the threat, the pressure, the leverage. I don't want any killing.
No one ever really does. You bought yourself just what you want, Colonel Creighton.
I feel mighty sure I did, King Tut.
Can't help myself. It's the only way I have to go. My cross to bear.
He sits there facing the colonel on the narrow train bench. Two coal black eyes as empty and deep as the bottomless pit. His young old face is placid, but a man looking at him objectively could imagine that beneath the sun-leathered skin 1,000 million nerves writhe and torture themselves. Who is he, this man who calls himself only King Tuck? I shall return shortly with Act 2.
And you feel it coming on, and you got no time for it. Catch it before it catches you. Give your code to contact real medicine for real colds.
Here in my hand is a little capsule. It's tiny, yet it contains enough cold medicine to help relieve cold symptoms caused by every known virus. Every known virus. It's Contact. The same 12-hour Contact you can buy. This year, Contact with its tiny time pills will touch more lives, help more colds than any other cold medicine, tablet or liquid. Think about that the next time you're sick. Sneezing, dripping, all clogged up. Then let us help you with real medicine, like Contact. It works all day, all night. We're number one in the whole world. Take over the Asterisk.
Give your cold to Contact real medicine for real colds.
This is a car commercial with no sales pitch, no hard sell, no wild claims. It's a straight-out, bona fide offer of $200 cash, paid to you directly by Chevrolet, just for buying a new Chevrolet Vega or Chevrolet Chevette before January 10th. Here's the offer. If you purchase any new Chevy Vega or Chevette from stock by January 10th, 1977, you'll receive a $200 cash bonus direct from Chevrolet. You'll get this cash bonus on any Vega or Chevette you select from your dealer's stock. You'll get this cash bonus no matter how good a deal you make with your local Chevrolet dealer. And you have the choice of applying the bonus to your original down payment or getting a $200 check in the mail. All you have to remember to get your $200 is to buy your new Vega or Chevette from your Chevy dealer's stock by January 10th. See your Chevy dealer soon. He who hesitates has lost $200.
The ranch house of the V Bar C sprawled on 2 floors over a great area, massive windows opening to the glory of the faraway Rockies. Between the mountains and the house were miles and miles of prairie, grazing lands. This was Creighton land. That is, if it was not totally owned on paper, at least by grazing rights established for 100 years, till the railroad brought the settlers and the sheep west.
You sent for me, Colonel Creighton?
Why, sure, King Tut. Come on, join me. Sit down and have some breakfast.
I already ate with the hands of the bunkhouse.
Well, then sit and have some coffee. You all shook down and settled?
I reckon.
Anything else you need?
Nope. Except, when do I take over?
Well, no hurry for that, son. I mean, Buck Willis been my ranch boss a long time. No sense rushing him off to pasture. Besides, I got more important plans for you right now.
All right, shoot.
Oh, no. I'm hoping it won't have to come to that. I'm kind of trusting to the sound of your name and your reputation to avoid bloodshed.
Who's pressing you, Colonel?
King Tuck, just look out from this room. That's Creighton land out there, has been for over a century. And that's cattle land. Now, they call us cattle barons, but the real royalty is that steer you can see in clumps wherever you look, long or shorthorn. This is his land. And now there's a power of people trying to encroach on what me and my forebears carved out of the wilderness. And I don't take kindly to poachers. I want to drive them off.
With one gun.
If it's a big enough one and packs enough power, those are coyotes feeding off what men have the courage to conquer. You face them down and they'll run.
And if they don't?
Cut them down.
Where do I start?
Oh, I'll give you all names. There's just one I want you to lay off of.
And that's who?
Elisha Patterson.
Why?
For 25 years, we were friends. Close as that word can mean. Why, his son and my daughter promised each other. We were going to partner the ranches, make us the biggest spread outside of Texas.
And then what happened?
Oh, well, I'll give him this much credit. The drought has hit him bad these last years. But I never thought he'd turn to sheep as the answer. I still hope to drive some blood-boiled German sense into him. I'll tell you something too, Kentucky, and you hold it just between us.
I'll tell you the same. I carry enough secrets myself already. I have no need to take on any more.
One reason I went back east to bring Sharon home was I needed to check with them fancy eastern doctors. Make plumb sure. I ain't got long to live. And I aim to make certain sure my daughter's future is secure. I thought I'd set it up through Elisha to son Enoch. But now I got to hedge that bet. So you take your gun and your reputation into battle, and you save the venture spread. And someday soon, I promise you at least a part of it's going to be yours.
Easy, boy, easy.
No, Mr. Kentuck.
Miss Clayton, just plain Kentuck, like I told you.
I like it. And you can call me Sharon.
I wouldn't reckon that's my place, Miss Clayton. Easy, boy, easy now, easy.
Why do you keep avoiding me? You've been here a while. I never see you.
I've been busy.
Oh, I know. I'm surprised you have time to shoe a horse.
I always shoe any horse I ride myself.
You like to be a lone wolf, don't you?
I never said I liked it. It's my way of life.
You're a strange man.
Yes, better that way.
Are you telling me the stories are true?
What stories would those be?
Oh, Lau Peterson up by Colorado Springs. He got shot in the head and his house burned to the ground.
If you're asking me, did I do it? No.
But everyone says you warned him off. Told him to build a fence to hold his sheep in.
Yes,
What do you mean, yes? Did you tell him that?
I surely did. I'm your father's ranch boss. It's my job.
It's not your job. Buck Willis has been ranch boss ever since I can remember.
Yes,
Will you stop saying that?
What?
Yes.
Why?
Because it pretends to be something you're not. You are not inferior to me.
I never did say I was.
Well, you just want to put me off.
Put you off what, ma'am?
Will you stop toying with me? I want to know what's going on.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, come on, Kentuck. You think you're pretty tough. Well, let me tell you, so am I. I am not the nice, genteel little lady my father sent me east to turn into. I'm Western born and bred. And for all my daddies want to put a brand on me, I'm a maverick still all the way. You know why I'm back here?
Sure enough. To marry up with Enoch Patterson, so the VRC and the Circle P ranches can join up and be the biggest spread north of Texas.
That is my daddy's idea. But Enoch and his father are too soft to hold a dynasty here in our country. It takes a man to hang on to what he's got and fight off the coyotes, a man like you.
No.
Now, what do you mean, no?
You said it before. Oh, maybe for just a moment I thought I could rest, but you nailed the truth on the ground for me to read. I ain't no ranch boss. Just what I've always been.
Well, what have you always been?
A killer man.
No.
So I reckon.
In fair fight. In your own defense.
In my own defense, yes. In spite of me in my own defense.
What are you trying to say?
I don't reckon anything I could say would make sense, Miss Sharon. I wish I was just like any other man. I surely do, but the way things are...
I've been looking everywhere for you. What are you doing down at the corral? You going riding?
No, Enoch. I was just talking to Kentuck.
Oh, yeah. Hi. You're the new hand.
Ranch boss.
Ranch boss?
Well, I thought... It don't matter. I got things to do. Excuse me, ma'am.
So that's the big bully boy.
Be careful.
Of him? A big mouth with a gun? Why?
He's no big mouth. You better respect his gun.
I got no respect for any hired gun. You know what they say he did to Lyle Peterson and Scrimley Shaw? Shot him from ambush.
You have proof of that?
No, but he called them out, and knowing his reputation, they wouldn't shoot it out with him, so...
So? What?
So he shot him in the back. What else? Either way, they didn't stand a chance.
I don't believe Kentuck ever shot any man in the back. I'll never believe it.
Why not? It's the way he makes his living.
I don't believe that either.
Everyone knows it.
I don't.
Well, you've been away in the East.
Yes, and a lot of things have happened since I've been away.
What?
Well, things are a lot different between your father and mine.
Well, things are changing on the range. We have to move with the times.
Well, you and yours can make your own moves. Why can't you leave my daddy alone?
We'd like to, if he'd leave us alone.
But how does he interfere with you?
Sharon, I didn't come over here to talk about...
I ask you a question.
Well, damn it, Sharon. He thinks he owns the whole territory. He's got to wake up to respecting his own boundaries.
But it seems to me you're the one who don't respect him.
Sharon, stay out of men's business. Your father only holds title by law to 1/10 of the land he claims. The rest is anyone's territory.
Well, for 100 years, nobody ever claimed it. Why now?
Come on, Sharon. You've been east. It's a growing country. People are pushing out.
Well, they don't have to bring those smelly old sheep.
The land's drying up. Sheep can live where cattle can't. But wait a minute. This has nothing to do with us, has it?
But it's all so different now, Enoch.
Because our fathers are feuding?
Well, that and
what? It isn't that Kane Tuck. Sharon, don't be taken in. He's no good.
I can make up my own mind about that.
He's a killer. A gun, that's all. His hand against every man, and every man's hand against his.
You don't know him.
I know his type, Sharon. He's marked for what he is as surely as he's marked by that white streak in his hair.
He can't help that.
Sometimes I wonder even about that. But for the rest, well, he is what he is.
Well, you talk mighty big behind his back.
You want me to say it to his face?
No.
He can call me out. I'm no stranger to hand on a gun.
Now, you just stop it, Enoch Patterson. That's enough. Just go on about your business and leave me to mine.
Well, what about us, Sharon? When are we going to be married? Or are we?
Heaven's sakes, Enoch. Would you give me a chance to settle back in? Anyway, right now, till our fathers work out their differences, it's no time to talk about that.
Oh, by heaven, Jared, I've had enough. You can't dictate to me.
Any more than you can to me, Elisha. You cancel that ship on the sheep or you're going to stir up blood.
The only one who's going to stir up blood is you, Jared, with your hired gun. The rest can be talked out.
There's nothing to talk about. This is cattle country, and I won't have it profane.
You can't stop progress. We're both businessmen. Our first duty is to survive. I have to bring in the sheep.
You regret it.
There are a lot of things in my life I've regretted and will live to regret. I don't see this as one of them, except for the children. Don't turn on me or me with a son of a sheepman. Unless the feelers visit those sins on the children. Good. Let's face ourselves and our responsibilities. Neither of us has much time left. Let's, each secure what we have and make the children's future safe.
No, sir, not by marrying my daughter to a man who betrayed his friends.
I won't answer that in kind or in unkindness, as I move to do. Just let me favor one point. If you won't give Sharon willingly to Enoch, who else in this still wilderness community would you offer her to?
To a man who has enough guts to protect her and her inheritance and the force to back it up.
To the man named Kane Tuck? A renegade? A killer? An outcast?
I do not judge him that way.
Then you are blind. Look at him closely. The lean, dark, haunted face. The restlessness in him. Look at that shock of black hair with the white plume streaking up above his left eyebrow. You think that's accident?
Oh, we all turn gray. We both are.
Not that way. To me, that is a special sign, as vivid as the mark of Cain.
It is said in Genesis chapter 4, verse 15, "And the Lord set a mark on Cain, lest any finding him should kill him." Is Cain Tuck a latter-day Cain? Is he the killer that he is represented? Has he no saving grace? I shall return shortly with Act 3.
Think about it. Is your fire extinguisher within easy reach, and do you really know how to use it? Last year, over 2.5 million kitchen fire victims wished they had thought about it. Unfortunately, many small fires that start here in the kitchen turn into devastating blazes. Underwriters Laboratories field engineer Ray McNabb says that's because people try to fight kitchen fires with water.
Cooking fires caused by fat, oil, or grease should be smothered, not soaked.
The best way to smother a fire is with a fire extinguisher. Only problem is, most folks hide their extinguishers.
They serve no purpose hidden in a closet or in an area where a fire may start, like above a stove. Place it where you can see it and grab it.
Remember, get everyone outside, call the fire department, start your extinguisher, and
aim the nozzle at the base of the fire, sweeping from side to side, and watch out for a reflash.
Think about it. A public service from UL and this station. Come around, you people, give your land its due. The more you see of America, the better it'll look to you. Here I live in history, each country state. You will find it's the people who make this nation great. Up in the top where it all began.
From the United States Travel Service. Behold, thou hast driven me out this day from the face of the earth, and I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth. Genesis 4:14. And a man named Kentuck migrated from his native state to end up in the territory of Colorado, a man who was